motionless. Chen Qi speculated that he must be experiencing sleep paralysis. He attempted to struggle. Unexpectedly, he grasped something. Hu meow. That entity wriggled and surprisingly landed directly on Chen Qi's face. His nose and mouth were obstructed, and the sensation of suffocation caused a carousel of memories to whirl in his mind. In his past life, he had vowed that if he failed his final exams again, he would wish for a lightning strike to end him. He scored 59 and perished at the tender age of 15, only to find himself transported into a game world named High Mobility Mecha Warrior. Having crossed over at the age of 5, he was taken in by adoptive parents, and he also gained a foster sister. At 8, he failed to awaken his mecha tattoo, becoming an ordinary person. At 9, his foster sister, Emily, awakened her mecha tattoo. Much to the family's joy, however, their adoptive parents perished in a catastrophe caused by a virtual beast invasion. From that moment on, he took on odd jobs to support his sister's education, continuing this for over a decade. I can't breathe. Is it going to end again? Am I to be transported once more? Or is this merely a nightmare? No, my sister hasn't graduated yet. I promised our adoptive parents to take good care of her. Oxygen. I need oxygen. No, I cannot die. Chen Qi suddenly awoke, feeling as though he had grasped something, and pushed with all his might. Subsequently, the suffocating sensation vanished. He greedily gasped for air, opening his eyes. Before him lay a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with white hair and red eyes, drool trickling from her mouth, sprawled in an odd manner on the ground, deeply asleep. It was none other than his foster sister. Emily. Her sleeping posture was, as always, astonishingly unconventional. Chen Qi glanced through the narrow window of their rental apartment and thought, well, I might as well get up and prepare breakfast for Emily. Today was the significant day for the Hunter Academy's Mecha Tattoo Holder's Test of Neuron Compatibility and Mecha Card Extraction. After preparing breakfast, Chen Qi gently shook Emily awake. The two hastily ate their meal before heading early to the Grand Hall of the Hunter Academy. Gradually, first-year students like Emily entered, and soon the newly adorned hall was filled with over 1,000 mecha tattoo holders who had gathered from all corners of the country. Each of them was animated and excited, for from this day forth, they would become true mecha warriors. Meanwhile, Chen Qi busily navigated through the crowd, cleaning up discarded fruit peels and snack wrappers from the ground. The principal of Hunter Academy, a natural-born mecha card holder known as Grand Marshal Level 53, Mr. Tambert, stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat, and began to speak. Welcome, students, to Hunter Academy. Please line up according to the type of mecha tattoo on your arm, as directed by your teachers. Before long, the students were in position, and Principal Tambert initiated his formal address. I am the current principal of this esteemed institution, Tambert Albert Ewan. From this day forth, we are comrades. We shall shoulder the responsibility of resisting the invasion of virtual beasts and safeguarding Blue Star. Before we commence the card extraction ceremony, I would like to say a few more words. Firstly, regardless of your neuron compatibility, you are all the pride of Blue Star. You are the hope of Blue Star in the fight against virtual beasts. Thus, students with lower compatibility need not be disheartened. Remember, genius is 1% talent plus 99% hard work. Do you all understand? The new students chorused. Understood, then why aren't you applauding? Clap, clap. Excellent. Now, I declare the freshman enrollment ceremony officially begins. At the front of each long line, there was a machine resembling a supermarket cash register, an antique device known as the card extraction machine. Students extended their hands bearing mecha tattoos and placed them on the sensing area of the machine. The display on the card extraction machine would show the student's mecha type and neuron compatibility, subsequently spitting out the corresponding mecha card. With each test result, the machine's mechanical female voice would announce, Yi Chun, mecha type, combat type, neuron compatibility, 43. Dream Yao Su William, mecha type, support type, neuron compatibility, 38. Fan Yuxuan, mecha type, auxiliary type, neuron compatibility, 76. Suddenly, gasps erupted from the crowd. Heavens! 76. S-class compatibility. Is it even possible? The Hunter Academy hasn't seen an S-class in over a decade. Indeed, such a high compatibility indicates her mecha's efficiency in absorbing and releasing energy is remarkable. With the same energy crystal, she could sustain herself for an hour while we would perish in 10 minutes. Moreover, the higher the neuron compatibility, the lower the delay in signal conversion from the brain to action. Additionally, her energy core's compression ratio will be higher. This means that even if her stats or level lag behind, she can still fight. Come now, what fighting? She's a healer. Indeed, I reckon that families will be scrambling to acquire that auxiliary mecha capable of producing healing. Listening to the animated discussions around her, the beautiful girl named Feng Yuxuan blushed with excitement. Oh my gosh, I really hope I can achieve such high compatibility too. You? Dream on. With both your parents being B class, if you were to be S class, it could only mean one thing. What thing? Either your dad had an affair or your mom cheated. Go to hell. Chen Qi leaned on his broom, watching the commotion, feeling a twinge of envy. The logistics director, Zhao Biao, shouted at him, "Hey, you over there, stop gawking and clean up those sunflower seed shells." Got it. Chen Qi quickly returned to his cleaning duties. Once Zhao Biao had left, Chen Qi rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, damn it, in such a large venue, and the only janitor, he'll never clean it all. At the same time, Chen Qi felt bitter. In his previous life, protagonists in novels about crossing over always had golden fingers or systems. Where's my golden finger? It's been 10 years and still hasn't arrived. Oh system, I beg you, come to me. I can't continue living like this. Just as Chen Qi was about to lose his mind, a subtitle suddenly appeared before him, unlocking the Traveler's Starter Pack. Would you like to claim it? Chen Qi thought he was hallucinating, rubbed his eyes, and upon focusing, the subtitle remained. Whoa, is this real? Do I even need to ask? Claim it. Claim successful. And then what? Why is there no further response? Just as Chen Qi was puzzled, a floating button suddenly appeared in the upper right corner of his vision. No matter which direction Chen Qi looked, the button remained within his field of vision, akin to a visual impairment. What the heck? Chen Qi attempted to reach out and touch the button, and the moment he pressed it, the floating button vanished, and a window resembling a game interface materialized before him. At the top of this interface was the word Synthesizer. To the left and right, there were two slots, labeled a slot and B slot respectively. Centrally located below the slots was a synthesis button, accompanied by a question mark icon. System? What is this? Silence ensued, with no sounds or new subtitles appearing. Seeing Chen Qi standing there in a daze with his mop, Zhao Biao returned. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get to work. If you continue slacking off, you can roll back to where you came from. Chapter 2. The day of the mecha card extraction arrives. The entire enrollment ceremony lasted an entire day. In total, there were 2 S-grade compatibility cards, 130 A-grade compatibility cards, and 270 B-grade compatibility cards. As the crowd dispersed, Chen Qi remained behind, tidying up the venue. From spilled coffee to chewed gum carelessly discarded on the floor, he had to handle it all alone. Just then, his phone buzzed. Upon checking, he discovered a message from his sister, Emily. Image, brother, it's my turn to protect you now. Chen Qi opened the image and found a mecha card. Written on it was Emily's neuronal compatibility, 66. Not bad. An A-grade compatibility is already a rare occurrence. Most people can only envy that. Congratulations, Emily, he replied. Where are you? I miss you so much. Weren't we just having breakfast together this morning? By the way, you nearly suffocated me last night. I really don't know how you managed to sleep in the dormitory, but I don't care. I just miss you. I'm still working, but I'll come find you later. After sending the message, Chen Qi resumed mopping the floor at that moment. At the entrance of the venue, 3 men were surrounding a tall, beautiful young female teacher who had just walked in. Chen Qi recognized her. She was Dr. Harmon, the stunning nurse. She still wore her white lab coat paired with black silk high heels, her golden hair casually tied up in a high ponytail. With every step, her long, graceful legs swayed, leaving one to wonder how such a slender waist could withstand the overwhelming aura she exuded. Aside from her striking looks, Dr. Harmon was exceptionally intelligent, having achieved remarkable research results and becoming the chief scientist of the academy at a young age. It was said that she specialized in the neuronal interaction between humans and mechas, as well as the transplantation of mecha weapons and components. She was also appointed as an honorary teacher at the Hunter Academy, responsible for providing recovery treatment to students suffering from neurological overload injuries during training. Now, she had come to the venue to collect the card extraction machine at AS for the 3 boys around her. It was evident they were there to curry favor. As Chen Qi happened to pass by the extraction machine, curiosity compelled him to take a closer look. He fantasized about having a mecha tattoo. Then he could try his luck at drawing a godly mecha. "Can I give it a try?" he murmured, overwhelmed with desire. Dr. Harmon lifted her head and scrutinized him. The youth before her wore a tattered, faded yet remarkably clean old-school uniform. His jet-black buzz cut was rather uneven, likely a result of his own handiwork. His face was angular, and although there was a hint of melancholy and fatigue in his expression, the resolute glimmer in his eyes dispelled any notion of despair, instead emanating a sense of latent potential. Not bad-looking. Dr. Harmon found herself momentarily taken aback, noticing his right hand was bare of any mecha tattoos. It indicated that the young man before her was merely an ordinary person. That Dr. Harmon nodded. "You may, but the outcome may disappoint you." Before Chen Qi could respond, a freckled boy named Ivan Lawrence, standing beside Dr. Harmon, interjected, "Let him try, Dr. Harmon." His intent was not out of kindness. He simply wanted to witness the disappointment on Chen Qi's face when he failed to draw a card. Dr. Harmon nodded and gestured towards the sensor area of the extraction machine. "Just place your hand here." Chen Qi wiped his hands and placed them on the sensor area. That a beam of light scanned over the back of his hand, and then the display above the machine read 00. There was no indication of a mecha type, nor did a mecha card pop out. This is hilarious. Neuronal compatibility. 0. You're the most useless of the useless, even worse than trash. Ivan delighted in the result. Having intended to humiliate an ordinary person to flaunt his A-grade compatibility in front of Dr. Harmon to his surprise, the result was a flat 0, rendering any comparison moot. Even among ordinary people, a complete neuronal compatibility of 0 had never occurred before. "Kid, you might as well stick to sweeping the floors." "Yeah. Stop daydreaming that you think you're some hidden master among the janitors. Just causing trouble for Dr. Harmon." Dr. Harmon sighed and patted Chen Qi's shoulder, her expression suggesting encouragement, not to be disheartened. At that moment, Chen Qi was too preoccupied to pay them any mind, as subtitles suddenly appeared. "Mecha card extraction successful. Automatically placed into your backpack." Simultaneously, a red dot appeared on the floating button in the upper right corner of his vision. Hurriedly thanking Dr. Harmon, Chen Qi picked up the mop and dashed to the restroom. Behind him, the mecha engineers erupted into exaggerated laughter. He must be planning to cry in the restroom before he comes out. Chen Qi paid no heed to their taunts. His heart was already in turmoil. His right hand bore no mecha tattoo. The requisite neuronal compatibility for piloting a mecha was also 0. Yet why did the subtitles indicate a successful extraction? System. No response. It remained as silent as ever. Chen Qi extended his hand and tapped the floating button in the upper right corner of his vision. The interface opened again, but this time a backpack interface appeared at the bottom. In the first slot of the backpack interface, there lay a black card. As Chen Qi reached out to touch the card, it miraculously appeared in his hand. A brand new information panel materialized before his eyes. Mecha level. Rookie LV1 mecha type. All-purpose inherent program. Universal Synthesizer next, the current mecha panel displayed. Health points, attack power, defense power, and speed. Merely from the numerical values, Chen Qi couldn't discern much, so he continued to scroll down. Weapons. Black Dragon Scarlet Flame Blade left. Right hand modules. None left. Right leg modules. None chest armor. None back armor. None helmet. None. Chen Qi was somewhat astonished. This was reminiscent of the interface in the game High Mobility Mecha Warrior. Rookie level. If memory served, this was the lowest tier. Mecha levels were divided into Rookie, Elite, Divine Soldier, then Commander, General, and God General, followed by Marshal, Supreme Commander, and finally, Celestial, Super God, and Legendary levels. According to the game settings, the higher the mecha level, the greater the panel capabilities and combat power. For instance, if Chen Qi's current attack power was 3, but he diligently did 100 push-ups every day, after a month his character's attack power would rise from 3 to 4. Thus the Mecha S attack power would become 44. Furthermore, regarding Mecha grade multipliers, the Rookie level multiplier is 10, Elite level is 20, Vanguard level is 30. However, once it reaches Commander level, it doubles to 60. and so forth, with the commander level multiplier being 60, general level 70, and god general level 80. Then, at the marshal level, it doubles to a terrifying 160 multiplier. Moreover, leveling up the mecha not only enhances the panel, but also increases the chance to awaken new powerful programs. Lastly, he examined his inherent program, Universal Synthesizer. The name seemed intriguing. As for its specific function, that required further exploration and experimentation. This mecha type was somewhat peculiar. Why was it categorized as all-purpose? Was the card provided by the system unclear in its classification? But that was of little consequence. How bad could a lucky draw be? My day of reversal has finally arrived. Chapter 3. One-on-one. You asked for it. Chen Qi was enamored with a black mecha card. By the faint light of the restroom, he noticed that the front of the mecha card depicted a stunning humanoid mecha, primarily painted in black with accents of glowing red. This mecha brandished a blood-red longsword, exuding an air of gallantry. In summary, it was simply stunning. Just as Chen Qi was overcome with excitement, a loud voice echoed from outside the restroom. Chen Qi? Chen Qi, where the hell have you been? Why isn't the venue cleaned up yet? Startled, Chen Qi slipped, and the mecha card slipped from his grasp. However, an eerie scene unfolded. The mecha card did not simply fall to the ground. Instead, it fortuitously landed in the slot marked on the synthesizer. That slot seemed to have directly absorbed the mecha card. Chen Qi couldn't help but exclaim, Chen Qi, you're eating my food and drinking my drinks, and yet you're hiding here, slacking off. From a sound of Zhao Debiao's voice, it was clear he had come to catch Chen Qi slacking off in the restroom. Here he comes. Here he comes. Chen Qi hastily tucked the mecha card into his pocket, pressed the flush button, and emerged from the R. Chen Qi delivered a fierce punch to Zhao Debiao's face. Though it was merely a reflexive blow, he exerted every ounce of strength he could muster. Like a pig's head, Zhao Debiao was sent hurtling backward, his skull colliding with the toilet with a resounding thud, and blood gushed forth instantaneously. The rancid stench of the urinal made him gag. And as he hurried to rise, Chen Qi's second punch followed swiftly. Bang! The third punch. The fourth punch. It was only after reducing Zhao Debiao to a state reminiscent of a pig's head that Chen Qi felt a sense of relief. With a single hand, he hoisted the defeated Zhao Debiao like a lifeless dog and then kicked him into the squat toilet stall, pressing his foot firmly on the back of Zhao Debiao's head. Chen Qi forcefully submerged it in the toilet water. Gurgle, gurgle. Zhao Debiao was nearly suffocated, desperately attempting to lift his head to breathe, only to be forced back under by Chen Qi time and time again. Had it not been for a few mecha technicians rushing in upon hearing the commotion and pulling Chen Qi away, this pig-headed individual would have met his demise in the toilet. Are you out of your mind? How dare you assault the logistics director? One of the mecha technicians, named Yuan, exclaimed as he roughly shoved Chen Qi aside. Chen Qi retorted, I advise you to mind your own business. You can insult me, but not my mother. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Is this the attitude a mere ordinary person should have toward the mecha technician? I'll give you one more chance to rephrase your words. Rephrase your granddad, touch me again, and I'll take you down as well. Chen Qi's temper flared, and as he prepared to strike again, he was blocked once more. What a bold statement. Yuan, now red with anger, pulled out a mecha card from his chest pocket, ready to transform and unleash his fury on Chen Qi. Just as the situation seemed poised to spiral out of control, Dr. Heyman rushed over, glancing at the filthy Zhao Debiao and frowning. Yuan, calm down. And you, student, please compose yourself. What on earth happened? Wise teacher Zhao. Dr. Heyman, don't hold me back. I must teach this ignorant fool a lesson today. Yuan, seemingly fearful of losing face before Dr. Heyman, became even more aggressive. A worthless individual without a mecha card dares to shout at me. Just watch me strip the flesh from your bones, you fool. Chen Qi scoffed at Yuan's menacing demeanor, showing no sign of fear. The repeated insults of worthless grated on Dr. Heyman's nerves, prompting her to issue a stern warning. Yuan Lawrence, enough. You should be well aware of the consequences for a mecha technician laying hands on an ordinary person. As a teacher, I command you to leave this instant. In this world, the law strictly prohibits mecha technicians from attacking ordinary individuals, with severe penalties, including the death penalty, for causing casualties or significant property damage. The mention of legal repercussions instantly cooled Yuan's fury. However, with Dr. Heyman present, he felt his pride was at stake. If the beautiful teacher looked down on him, his chances with her would diminish even further. Thus, Yuan disdainfully declared, "Humph, even without transforming into a mecha, I can still beat you to a pulp. I, Yuan Lawrence, challenge you to a duel. Let us settle this one-on-one. I can crush you without my mecha card." "You filthy janitor, what's wrong with cursing your mother? I'll do it again, damn you." Chen Qi's rage turned to derisive laughter. "Ha, very well, a one-on-one fight without transforming. You said it." The atmosphere grew tense. And as the two prepared to clash, Dr. Heyman firmly grasped Chen Qi's arm, pulling him aside. "Listen to me. Yuan is a natural mecha holder, trained in combat for years. Even without his mecha, you are no match for him. Trust me, you must leave. I will handle the rest." Chen Qi pulled his arm free from her grasp, smiling slightly as he replied, "Thank you for your concern, but I have trained in free fighting before." Huh? Dr. Heyman looked bewildered. Chen Qi certainly wouldn't share that it was from his previous life. He then bypassed Dr. Heyman and confronted Yuan. Witnessing his beloved teacher's closeness to a mere janitor, Yuan was on the verge of exploding. The other two mecha technicians, reveling in the chaos, began to place bets. "I'll wager 10 units of D-grade energy or on Yuan." Yuan turned and gave a thumbs up. "Excellent. I'll make sure to crush this pest and reward you with a grand prize." "Boy, aren't you going to fetch your mop? I'll allow you to use it or a broom as a weapon." Chen Qi remained unfazed by Yuan's taunts. He took a deep breath, focusing his mind as he recalled the scenes from his previous life when his parents forced him to attend a martial arts school due to poor academic performance. Today, he could finally test the teachings of his master. In this world, once the conditions for a duel were established, it was tantamount to signing a death warrant, and one could act without fear of accountability. His master had always said, if you fight, either don't fight at all or fight to the death. Enduring anger only breeds more rage. Taking a step back fuels the fire. It was precisely for this reason that his master's opponents had met their demise. While his master himself had passed away peacefully at this moment, Chen Qi harbored no such concerns. Chapter 4. The pursuer turns out to be beautiful. Seeing Chen Qi lost in thought, Yuan assumed he was frightened and shouted angrily. Delivering a straightforward punch, as a seasoned mecha technician, Yuan's strike appeared fierce and swift to onlookers. However, to Chen Qi's eyes, it was mere child's play, dreadfully slow. With a simple sidestep, Chen Qi evaded the punch. As they brushed past one another, Chen Qi smiled at the bewildered Yuan. Fighting requires skill. You, on the other hand, are as clumsy as a foolish pig. He then clenched his right fist, veins bulging, and delivered a devastating blow to Yuan's ribcage. Crack! Yuan's rib shattered upon impact. The fractured bone pierced his internal organs, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. In agony, he hunched over, clutching his chest, gasping for any observer. It was clear that in a single move, Chen Qi had utterly outclassed Yuan. Yet, Chen Qi had no intention of stopping. He leaped and delivered a powerful kick to Yuan's face. Another crack echoed as Yuan's nasal bone broke, blood and shattered teeth flying several meters away. Yuan rolled on the ground 3 times before colliding with the corner of a table. But before he could recover, Chen Qi was upon him again. He yanked Yuan off the ground, lifted him high above his head, and then slammed him down onto the floor. With a thud, Yuan felt as though he had fallen from the 5th floor, hitting the ground and bouncing back up. To make matters worse, the back of his neck collided with the steps, producing a crack that, while not breaking, surely misaligned his cervical spine. This wretch would be left incapacitated for life. Perfect! This was far more satisfying than simply killing him. Stop! Please stop! As the onlookers regained their senses, they quickly rushed in to pull Chen Qi away. Meanwhile, Yuan lay unconscious on the ground, bloodied and gasping for breath, as if he were a fish out of water. Dr. Heyman urgently shouted, "Call an ambulance." Quickly! At 8 p.m., in the principal's office of Hunter Mech Academy in Lanning City, a cacophony erupted. Zhao de Biao, bandaged from head to toe, tearfully recounted, "He hit me and attempted to drown me by forcing my head into the toilet. This is attempted murder. Principal, you must stand up for me." Yuan's father, Hao Wang Lawrence, angrily accused Chen Qi. "He has left Yuan half paralyzed. He still lying in the hospital. Principal, this man must be punished to quell the public's outrage. Zhao Debiao insulted others' mothers first. As for attempted murder, you are still alive. How is that attempted murder? As for Yuan, he initiated the duel. Chen Qi merely accepted the challenge. Dr. Heyman stepped forward to defend Chen Qi. A duel? Yet mecha technicians are rare talents in Blue Star, vital for resisting the void beasts. Why should he retaliate? Why resort to violence over a few insults? Can't you endure a little? Don't you possess the awareness expected of an ordinary person? Hao Wang Lawrence, noticing Dr. Heyman was also an ordinary person, began to speak sarcastically to Dr. Heyman, incensed by his unreasonable demeanor, retorted, "Humph, I am willing to accept any legal responsibility for my testimony. What's wrong with being an ordinary person? Genuine members of the Lawrence family never look down upon ordinary individuals, and I advise you to be courteous to me. I am the chief scientist at the Academy of Sciences." Finally, the previously silent Principal Tambert spoke up. "Enough, I have understood the situation. The judiciary has already reached a conclusion. Chen Qi is not guilty and bears no responsibility. This matter ends here. Principal, are you favoring a mere janitor? I will report this to the judicial officer." "This school is disgraceful," Principal Tambert shrugged. "Where you choose to report is your prerogative. Leaving this school is also your freedom to do as you wish. Additionally, Chen Qi, you're no longer suitable to continue as a janitor here. You are dismissed. Please collect your belongings and leave Hunter Mecha Academy at once." Chen Qi, who had remained silent, bowed deeply to Principal Tambert and Dr. Heyman before exiting the principal's office. He descended the stairs with hurried strides. And as he passed by the dormitory of the first-grade girls, he couldn't help but glance up at the building. Emily must reside in this very structure, right? Their plan to go together to the nearby decadent street for fried skewers after school today seems to have fallen through. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Qi gathered a few essentials, and under the watchful gaze of the school security, he stepped out of the gates of Hunter Academy. After walking for over 10 minutes along the darkened suburban asphalt road, a black sedan approached from behind him. Were there pursuers? Chen Qi halted his steps. The window rolled down, and Dr. Heyman leaned out. "Young man, where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride." So, it was a pleasant pursuer. Chen Qi shook his head and offered a wry smile. "I have nowhere to go. I'm heading back to the city. Would you like to hitch a ride?" Noticing Chen Qi's troubled expression, Dr. Heyman smiled faintly and teased. "I won't ask you for money, but of course, if you're willing, you could pay in other ways. Your driving is quite smooth. Why did you suddenly hit the highway?" Chen Qi chuckled as he opened the car door and took a seat in the passenger seat. "Hey, why aren't you sitting in the back? Do you perhaps have a crush on your teacher?" With a sigh, Chen Qi opened the door again and moved to the back seat. "Young man, you're not upset, are you?" "I was just joking. You look so serious," Dr. Heyman exclaimed playfully, then pressed the accelerator. "Would you like to come stay at my place?" "No, thank you. Rest assured, I'm not after your body. I am merely curious. Curious about my body." Chen Qi raised an eyebrow, just in time to catch a glimpse of Dr. Heyman's fair neck. "Look, you were the one who hit the highway first, right?" "I'm simply curious about how you're so skilled," Dr. Heyman replied. Chen Qi remained silent. He couldn't possibly reveal that he was a champion in mixed martial arts in his previous life. Could he? Although it was a local competition in a small county, the title was indeed earned through blood and sweat. If he were to say that, he might end up being subjected to dissection experiments. "Oh, I've just been doing manual labor for a long time. My physical condition is quite good," Chen Qi evaded. "Haha, young man, do you think I am as easily deceived as a little girl? Do you know what men do when they lie? What do? They involuntarily start to dart their eyes around," she said. Seeing that Chen Qi was unwilling to divulge more, Dr. Heyman ceased her inquiries. She needed to return the car drawing machine to the Academy of Sciences promptly and had a plethora of tasks awaiting her. The journey was quiet, and Chen Qi took out his phone to send Emily a message. "I have some matters to attend to. I must cancel our plans." The message remained unread. He wondered what his sister was up to. Perhaps she was busy with school since it had just commenced. "Chen Qi, I need to turn left up ahead. Dr. Heyman announced as she slowed the vehicle, curiously calling him by his real name instead of young man. Once outside, Chen Qi followed her as she opened the trunk and retrieved a bag, pulling out a wad of cash and handing it to him. Chen Qi stared at the money in his hands. "What is this?" I know you might be facing financial difficulties right now. But remember, hardships are always temporary, aren't they? Also, the Lawrence family you have offended is notoriously vindictive. I advise you to leave Lawning City as soon as possible to avoid trouble. Dr. Heyman brushed aside her golden locks. Then why are you speaking up for me? Dr. Heyman smiled subtly. It's merely mutual assistance. This amount is too much. Chen Qi glanced at the bundle, which amounted to over 5,000 Lien Yuan, equivalent to 500 units of D-grade functional ore. Let's consider a loan from you. Dr. Heyman returned to her car, stating, whenever you feel ready to repay, you can find me at Hunter Academy or the Academy of Sciences. Of course, if you truly cannot repay, you could always offer other means. Chen Qi chose to ignore the teasing remark from the beautiful teacher. He did not believe that two individuals from such disparate backgrounds would spark any kind of chemistry. Thank you. I will return it later. Dr. Heyman waved her hand dismissively. Actually, I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for knocking that Ivan into a pulp. He won't be bothering me anymore. Ah, Chen Qi frowned. He had heard about that shameless individual who harassed female students daily. How dare he even target Dr. Heyman? From her expression, it seemed there was more to the story. Chen Qi had a rough understanding of the local family dynamics in Lawning City. Did he threaten you? He inquired tentatively. Dr. Heyman nodded, a bitter smile gracing her lips. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Yes, you can see, I'm just an ordinary person. If he truly meant harm. She shook her head and continued. Goodness, that would be terrifying. So, I should indeed be thanking you. Take the money and leave quickly. Get out of Lawning City and avoid trouble. It turned out that he had inadvertently alleviated a significant burden for her. Nevertheless, Chen Qi felt deep gratitude towards Dr. Heyman. After all, even a teacher at Hunter Academy earned only around 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. Give him more than half of that in one go. Would she be eating dirt next month? Goodbye. Take care, young man. I hope we cross paths again. Dr. Heyman pressed the accelerator and drove away. Chen Qi gazed at the wad of cash in his hand, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. Truly, she was a curious benefactor. This favor was one he owed. Chapter 5. Late Night Disturbances. What the heck? As midnight approached, Chen Qi walked along the national highway for another 10 minutes until he found a bridge archway, deciding to make do for the night. However, the mosquitoes kept biting. And with so much money on him, he dared not sleep deeply. Thus, he resumed his journey and eventually stopped in front of a very cheap little inn. This one was located near the Lawning No. One high school Emily once attended, hidden deep within an alley. Upon entering, the front desk informed him there was one room left, which was in high demand, asking if he wanted it, despite the pinch in his pocket. Chen Qi decided to rest for the night and plan for the next day. Are you alone? The front desk lady inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Yes. Is there a problem? Nothing. After checking in, Chen Qi washed up briefly and prepared to sleep. Suddenly, strange noises erupted from the next room. What the hell? Why are you making a racket at this hour? Chen Qi banged on the wall. A young man's voice replied, What the heck? Who comes to a hotel to sleep? Get up and party. Damn it. This is worse than sleeping in a bridge arch. At least the mosquitoes only attack physically. But now I'm under magical assault. Emily sent a message. Bro, where are you? I just heard about what happened. Chen Qi replied, I returned to the city, near your old school. Emily responded, What are you doing there? You haven't received your salary yet. Are you going to sleep on the streets? I transferred you 1,000. Did you see it? As a freshman at the Mech Academy, Emily needed to spend money on many things. The government scholarship was simply insufficient. Chen Qi didn't want to take her money, so he replied, I met a kind-hearted lady who lent me a large sum, saying that if I can't repay it, I could pay in other ways. Smile. Emily read it, but did not reply. 5 minutes later, she messaged again. What's your exact location? Chen Qi. I'm at the Ak Inn in the alley in front of your school. Emily read it, but did not respond. Where was she? He sent a few more messages, but they remained unread. Forget it. She's probably asleep. Chen Qi set down his phone and opened the floating button in the upper right corner of his view. It was still the Synthesizer interface. He clicked the question mark beside the synth button. A text-only description interface popped up. Oh. What the heck? Chen Qi slammed his hand against the wall again. He withdrew his hand and focused on the text. Mode 1. Plunder copy a designated program from B card to a card. Mode 220 of B card experience will be added to a card, but B card will disappear. Mode 3. Copy or plunder any weapon equipment from B card to a card. Mode 4. Synthesize lower grade functional or into higher grade functional or of equivalent energy. Mode 5. Synthesize lower grade virtual beast crystal cores into higher grade virtual beast crystal cores of equivalent energy. And many more below. At this moment, the noise next door subsided, seemingly concluding their escapade. Chen Qi scoffed, "I can read a line every second. You took 5 seconds to finish. Impressive." Just as he thought he could focus on studying the synthesizer or sleep. Another neighbor began making noise. Damn it. Chen Qi jumped out of bed, flinging his blanket to the floor. Then he punched the wall again. Just then he heard hurried footsteps outside, followed by a series of knocks on the door. "Perfect. Disturbing my rest. I haven't even come looking for you, and you dare knock on my door." With a fierce expression, Chen Qi swung the door open, just as he was about to unleash a tirade. He froze in shock. "Emily." In Emily's ruby-like eyes, a flame flickered as she tilted her head to peer into the room, her white hair swaying adorably, if it weren't for the door's narrowness and her impressive assets rivaling Dr. Heyman's. Emily might have attempted to squeeze through the gap between Chen Qi and the door. Her snow-white cheeks were slightly flushed, as if she had just been running, her breath coming in quick gasps. She wore only one white over-the-knee stocking, leaving one to wonder whether she had not had the time to take it off, or she had simply not put on the other one. "Emily, what brings you here? It's a 20-kilometer journey from the academy, isn't it? How did you manage to arrive in just 5 minutes?" Emily offered no response. Her expression was grave as she fixed her gaze intently on Chen Qi's face, as if searching for some flaw. When Chen Qi remained unfazed, she reached out and pushed him aside. Stepping into the room that it was a single room, furnished with nothing but a bed and a dilapidated nightstand. Devoid of windows, Emily's eyes first fell upon the bed. Empty. Then she glanced behind the door. Still no one. She checked under the bed, finding only a used baby blanket and a candy wrapper from a deceased child's treat. Emily stood up and asked, "Brother, where's the beautiful girl you mentioned?" "What beautiful girl?" Chen Qi scratched his head, a fleeting image of Dr. Herman flashing in his mind, that a glimmer of something unidentifiable flickered in Emily's eyes. "Brother, do you know what happens when you lie?" "What happens?" Your eyes start to dart around uncontrollably. Chen Qi shook his head. "Are my eyes darting?" "I don't think so," that a voice from next door interrupted with a soft, unmistakable sound, creating an awkward atmosphere. Unidentifiable sounds echoed from both sides, reminiscent of the incessant cries of distant monkeys. Emily, having already experienced the stirrings of young love, immediately recognized that the sound was anything but innocent. Blushing, she crouched down and covered her ears with her hands. "Emily?" Suddenly, Emily sprang up, colliding with Chen Qi as if in a playful tackle. "Brother, you haven't done anything to betray me, have you?" Emily's small fist pounded against Chen Qi's chest, but it was more playful than painful. "What do you mean by betraying you?" "I'm more curious about how you got here so quickly. I came to Mech." Emily lifted her head, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "What do you mean? You drove a Mech in the city?" Chen Qi was dumbfounded. "Humph, it's all your fault. You said something about recompense." Emily replied with a look of deep melancholy that I was just joking. Chen Qi shrugged, his eyes beginning to dart around once more. "Besides, if there really was something, shouldn't you be happy for your brother?" "Happy?" Emily bit her lip, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, summoning her courage, she whispered, "Brother." Brother, I actually like..." Emily's attempts to express herself were interrupted thrice, and in a fit of frustration, she punched the wall. It was a moment of reckoning. She thought that as a girl. A punch wouldn't cause much damage, but with a loud crack, a large hole appeared in the wall. Emily glared at her astonished neighbor, exclaiming, "Why are you not sleeping at this hour?" Chapter 6. The Incredible Synthesizer. Duplicate programs and weapons. Chen Qi, puzzled, asked, "You like..." "What?" Emily snapped back to reality, appearing somewhat flustered. I hope that if you run out of money, you'll tell me rather than resorting to selling your body." The receptionist, drawn by the commotion, gazed at the collapsed wall in bewilderment, looking at Chen Qi and Emily. Even if it's a fiery passion, aren't you two being a bit too intense? Emily's face flushed crimson. I wasn't tea. At 3 in the morning, Chen Qi handed over a compensation fee of 2,000 yuan for the damaged wall to the hotel owner and then took Emily to a bridge underpass. He pulled out a black plastic bag and set it on the ground for Emily to sit on. I'm sorry, brother. Winky face. Chen Qi waved his hand dismissively. It's not your fault. The wall was damaged because of me. You just happened to be the last straw at I've caused you more trouble as siblings. Let us not speak of such formalities. Chen Qi sat beside Emily on the ground. Besides, Mom told me before she passed to take good care of you. He took off his jacket and draped it over Emily. Brother, Emily hesitated, then said, Brother, we aren't actually siblings. Moreover, Mom said before she died, not by blood, but closer than siblings that, don't you remember, I share the surname Shiru now. My name is Chen Qi, Shiru. Chen Qi affectionately ruffled Emily's hair. Brother, don't mess it up. My hairstyle is ruined. I'm no longer a child. Indeed, Emily had grown into a young lady. Having turned 18, Chen Qi withdrew his hand, realizing that he would need to limit their intimate interactions in the future. After all, as siblings, they should not be too close to avoid gossip. Brother, that's not what I meant. I meant to say, I'm already an adult. Look, Emily puffed out her chest, seemingly showcasing her femininity. Chen Qi took out half a piece of hard bread from the black plastic bag and began to eat. It had been a long day, and he had yet to have a proper meal. Brother, is this what you usually eat? Emily's eyes suddenly welled with tears. Chen Qi nodded. It's quite good. Want a bite? Emily took the dry, tough bread, and tears streamed down her cheeks. For all these years, her brother had been sending money home, providing her with pocket money, and saving up to buy her new clothes and shoes, all while denying himself proper food and clothing. She turned and threw herself into Chen Qi's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Chen Qi gently patted Emily's back. What's wrong? Aren't you grown up now? Why are you still crying like a child? I am crying because you lied to me. All right, I'm sorry. Emily sniffled. Don't say sorry. I'm the one who should apologize. I said I would protect you, but, sob, I've only caused you trouble. Chen Qi comforted her. By the way, Emily, hurry and show me your Mech card. Upon hearing Chen Qi's serious tone, Emily quickly ceased her tears and retrieved her Mech card from her chest, handing it to him. In truth, Mech engineers typically do not share their Mech cards with anyone, as it is akin to handing over their very lives. However, for her brother, what would it matter if she entrusted him with her life? Chen Qi understood that this was a significant display of Emily's trust in him. He carefully accepted the Mech card, still warm from Emily's touch. He opened the synthesizer interface and glanced at Emily's reaction. Emily seemed oblivious to the floating interface, still rubbing her eyes and sniffling. Chen Qi realized that it appeared only he could see this interface. He looked down at the Mech card in his hand, and an information box immediately materialized before his eyes. Mech level, rookie LV1 Mech type, ranged inherent program, flight skill, current Mech equipped with a flight-capable back armor increases flight speed by 10. Energy consumption increases by 10 current Mech stats. Health, 991 attack, 11 defense, 11 speed, 11 weapon. Rookie rifle, a plethora of modules, all displaying as unavailable. This was Emily's panel, and it looked quite promising. At the very least, she had an inherent program and a rookie weapon. It was worth noting that many individuals might possess a Mech card, but lack an inherent program. Furthermore, those without a rookie weapon would need to spend money to acquire one. Thus, it was clear that Emily would need funds in many areas. Additionally, ordinary individuals seeking new programs must level up, during which there is a chance to awaken new programs. However, this process relied heavily on luck. Even if a new program was awakened, it might not be useful. Chen Qi opened the synthesis page. Placing his Mech card in slot A and Emily's Mech card in slot B, the synthesis mode selected was Synthesis Mode 1. Transfer or replicate any program from card B to card A. Please select Replicate or Plunder. Plunder does not consume energy, or Replicate consumes one piece of D-grade energy, or he certainly couldn't plunder his sister's Mech card. Chen Qi chose to replicate and placed one piece of energy or into the designated slot. Then, a dialog box popped up on the screen. Please select a program to replicate. 1. Flight skill. There was no choice here. He could only select one, but thankfully, the flight program was quite valuable for mech engineers. Not a bad deal. Replication successful. You have obtained the program. Flight skill. Brother? Emily looked at Chen Qi, who was seemingly talking to thin air, puzzled. Emily, please wait just a moment. Chen Qi closed the prompt window and selected the synthesis mode again. This time, he chose Synthesis Mode 3. Transfer or replicate any weapon equipment from card B to card A. Once more, Chen Qi opted for replication, placing his last piece of energy or into the slot. Please select weapon or equipment. 1. Rookie rifle. There was no choice here. He had to select the rookie rifle. Upon clicking the synthesis button, Chen Qi was astonished to find a D-grade weapon named Rookie Rifle materialize in his backpack. Hooray! This synthesizer is truly a remarkable existence. Not only can it replicate others' programs, but it can also duplicate their weaponry. It is essential to understand that for an ordinary mech pilot, programs cannot be copied. One must invest a fortune to learn them from a mentor, while simultaneously spending exorbitant sums on the weapons or equipment necessary to support the programs as hardware. The acquisition of weapons and equipment poses even greater challenges. Firstly, the gear dropped by monsters within the temporal nexus cannot be utilized directly. It must be returned to a mech repair shop for installation and calibration by a skilled technician. Furthermore, if it pertains to a teammate's weapon or equipment, it cannot simply be seized unless the owner willingly offers it. Otherwise, such an act would result in legal consequences. For Chen Qi, however, a single synthesizer resolves all these issues. Nevertheless, judging by the weapon he currently possesses, known as the Black Dragon Crimson Flameblade, Chen Qi suspects he is likely a melee-type mech pilot. Would the replicated rifle or hand cannon be unusable? After all, he has never heard of a melee-type mech pilot wielding a rifle. The game's design dictates otherwise. Chapter 7. This is it. Pow wah. Turning off the synthesizer, Chen Qi grasped 2 mech cards, one in each hand. Emily gazed at the black mech card with curiosity. Brother, what is this? Whose mech card is it? Why is it black? Chen Qi felt it unnecessary to conceal anything from Emily. He would not mind entrusting his life to her. This is my mech card, but you must keep it a secret and not disclose it to anyone. Emily nodded vigorously, yet she inquired, but aren't novice mech cards always white? Moreover, you didn't awaken your mech pattern when you were 8, did you? I'm not entirely sure why, but it's best that this matter remains unknown to others. Emily obediently nodded, exclaiming, if you say not to reveal it, I won't breathe a word, even under duress. This must be of great significance to you, brother. After all, I've never heard of anyone without a mech pattern owning a mech card. Even those born with mech cards have patterns on their right arms. Brother, have you tried transforming yet? Chen Qi shook his head. Upon receiving the mech card, there were too many people around, and I had just dealt with Zhao de Biao and Ivan, so I didn't have the opportunity. Do you want to give it a try? Chen Qi glanced at his phone. It was 4 a.m., and they were in a desolate area on the outskirts, so it seemed a suitable moment to test it. He stood up, exited the bridge, walked a little further, then pressed the mech card against his chest. The moment the card made contact with his chest, it transformed into a beam of blue light and entered his body. Subsequently, Chen Qi's flesh began to rapidly metallicize from his chest outward. An exoskeleton mech enveloped his entire form at an astonishing speed. This mech stood 15 to 16 meters tall, primarily blue and white. Wielding a novice rifle equipped with an optical sight, a mechanical female voice resonated in his mind. Neural connections are normal. Power system operational. Mech activation successful. Current power reactor energy level 100. Chen Qi lifted his hand, glancing around, and the mech mirrored his movements. This is a mech. I don't possess a mech pattern, yet I can actually pilot a mech. Chen Qi felt an exhilarating thrill. Emily, from the bridge, covered her mouth in awe. Her eyes wide, unable to utter a word, Chen Qi raised the rifle in his hand and fired at a distant tree. Bang! The gunshot pierced the night sky, and the enormous bullet shattered the trunk. With tremendous inertia, it continued its flight, penetrating through a dozen trees before finally stopping. Chen Qi was overjoyed. The power, truly formidable. Huh. Why does this look different from the black and red mech on my card? Brother, how can you use my mech card? Emily could hardly believe her eyes, for the mech before her was precisely the one she had drawn earlier that day. yet it had yet to be named. Chen Qi soon noticed the discrepancy. The colors of the mech's arms and legs, as well as its weaponry, differed entirely from the mech depicted on his black card. In this world, each individual's mech card is unique and can only be piloted by its owner. The compatibility of neural connections between different individuals is almost non-existent. Imagine attempting to transplant an organ into another person without any immunosuppressive medications. The immune system would swiftly identify it as an invader. What is happening? Could it be that I mistakenly used the wrong mech card? Noticing the floating button in the upper right corner of his vision still active, he hastily tapped it. Indeed, the black mech card lay undisturbed in his backpack. Entirely unused. I truly did use the wrong one. For now, I must return to human form. Emily, how do I revert back? Chen Qi was uncertain how to transition from mech state back to human. You just need to say, restore to human form. Chen Qi attempted it once, and succeeded. The exoskeleton mech slowly dissipated, and he gradually descended to the ground. That Emily's mech card reappeared in Chen Qi's hand. Brother! Emily rushed over, grasping his hand. What is happening? Why can you use my mech card? Is it because we are siblings? Blood relatives? No. Even if I am your brother, I am not your biological brother. It cannot be for that reason. Chen Qi pondered for a moment, concluding that it could only be explained as one of the golden fingers provided by the Traverser's gift pack. He understood that the principle of this world was that each person could only use their own mech card. Emily, this must remain a secret. Otherwise, I could be captured and turned into a test subject. Emily nodded vigorously, her face alight with excitement. Don't worry, brother. I would never betray you, even at the cost of my life. Chen Qi quickly shook his head, gently ruffling Emily's hair. No, if it ever came to that, you are far more important. Even if it means my demise, I will not allow yours. Emily hastily placed her delicate fingers against his lips, exclaiming, No, brother, don't speak such ominous words. Where's your mech card? Try it out. Chen Qi returned Emily's mech card to her and then retrieved his own black mech card. Following the previous procedure, he pressed the black mech card against his chest. Nothing happened. Chen Qi furrowed his brow. Could it be, after all this effort to acquire a mech card, is it merely a useless card? Emily leaned in for a closer look at Brother, your mech card is out of energy. Of course, you cannot transform. As she spoke, Emily produced a crystal the size of a peanut from her pocket. She then placed the crystal against Chen Qi's black mech card. The instant the crystal made contact, it transformed into a beam of energy that surged into the mech card. The energy flowed swiftly through the card's energy conduit to its core. All right, now it should work. Emily gazed at her brother with eager anticipation, excited to discover what the black mech card would reveal. Chen Qi instructed Emily to stand back, then walked to a clear area and pressed the mech card against his chest. Unlike his previous transformation, this pure black humanoid mech did not undergo any transitional phase. In an instant, within less than 0.001 seconds, it completely enveloped Chen Qi. Not only that, a tremendous aura swept away the sand and stones surrounding the black and red mech within several meters. Emily gazed from afar at the dazzling black and red humanoid mech, unable to contain her applause. In Chen Qi's hands was a blood-red blade, measuring 8 to 9 meters in length, including the hilt. It was easily over 10 meters long. The blade's material was indiscernible, yet radiated the same patterns as the red energy conduits on Chen Qi's body. This must be the black dragon crimson flame blade displayed on the panel. Chen Qi swung the blade in the opposite direction of Emily, unleashing a powerful gust of wind with the strike. Crack, crack, crack. The distant trees fell one after another. 1, 2, 3. Finally, an invisible sword energy struck a massive boulder at the mountain's base. With a thunderous roar, the boulder split in two. This is power. This is a mech. This is Powa. Chapter 8. One strike, consuming a function stone at this moment. Chen Qi was overwhelmed with excitement. However, an unexpected wave of fatigue washed over him, and he soon could no longer maintain his mech form, reverting back to his human shape and collapsing onto the ground. Emily rushed over to support him, cradling him in her arms. Brother, are you all right? Chen Qi waved his hand. Emily, please let go. I can't breathe. He hastily escaped from Emily's tender embrace, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. What just happened? I swung a blade and suddenly lost all my strength. Emily tilted her head, deep in thought. Could it be that you ran out of energy? Chen Qi retrieved the black mech card, discovering that the energy glow within the conduit was indeed depleted. It seems so. Brother, I suspect that your earlier strike was too powerful, exhausting all the energy. After all, what I gave you was merely the lowest grade D-level function stone. As Emily had mentioned, D-level function stones possess the lowest energy density and are typically used for civilian mechs. Vehicles, ships, aircraft, or novice mech training. Higher grades, C, B, A, and S, exhibit progressively greater energy densities than AS for the functional, or known as SS and SSS, exists merely as a theoretical concept. No one has ever encountered it. Even if it were to exist, it would be of little value in the market. Emily pulled from her pocket a piece of functional or the size of a peanut. Wait a moment. Emily, is this given to you by the school? Emily nodded. Chen Qi understood the worth of this item. With a single cut earlier, he had effectively spent enough to treat Emily to 10 delightful meals. How impoverished he felt. It was as if his heart were bleeding. Chen Qi returned the black card to his pocket, rose from his seat, and helped Emily to her feet, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Let's not test it now. Let's go and indulge in some delicious food. Brother, where to? Anywhere, let's just go. In the early morning, two suns, one large and one small, ascended from the east. The sky was adorned with a particularly vibrant dawn. The siblings walked along the national highway for over an hour, returning to the vicinity of the high school that Emily once attended. When Chen Qi worked in this area, he had a fondness for a particular wonton shop. The owner, upon seeing Chen Qi, greeted him, back again. The usual? Yes, and give her one too. Chen Qi replied as he found a vacant seat. The owner was a young man, similar in age to Chen Qi, and also an ordinary person, who glanced up at them. Wow, haven't seen you in a few days. Where did you find such a beautiful sister? Get lost, she's my sister. From today on, you're my brother-in-law, if you want peaches. Hurry up and cook the wontons. Emily's cheeks flushed as she took a seat opposite Chen Qi. Although the wonton shop was right next to the school, she had never been there during her high school years. The school enforced strict management, leaving little opportunity to dine out. Halfway through their meal, Chen Qi said to Emily, I'll take you back to school soon. All right, brother, what are your plans after this? Chen Qi had already formulated a plan in his mind, but he did not intend to share the details with Emily to spare her any worry. What else could he do but continue to work? Emily, somewhat skeptical, suggested, why don't you come to our school? Now that you can transform into a mech, you must have the qualifications to enroll. Chen Qi furrowed his brow and shook his head. No, everyone knows me. They recognize that I am an ordinary person. Then, will you go to another school? Emily proposed. Besides the Hunter Academy, there are numerous other mech academies throughout the Blue Star. Their founding principle is akin to that of the Hunter Academy, aiming to cultivate exceptional mech engineers to resist the invasion of virtual beasts and defend their homeland. Perhaps, but the distances are quite far, Chen Qi acknowledged, showing signs of consideration. In any case, don't worry. I have hands and feet. I won't starve. After their meal, Chen Qi escorted Emily back to school, upon taking the bus back to the city. Just as he was about to transfer at the bus station, he noticed several unfriendly gazes directed at him, but this time the pursuers don't seem very pleasant. Two burly men caught his eye. With their appearance, freckled skin, and red hair, there was no mistaking them. They belonged to the Lawrence family. As expected, trouble had come knocking. The inner-city bus gradually set off, traveling towards the desolate outskirts, and by now it was noon. The temperature reaching its peak for the day. Unlike Earth, the Blue Star system is home to two suns. Every noon, the twin suns blaze in the sky, easily pushing the temperature beyond 40 degrees Celsius. Inside the bus, the heat was unbearable. One of the Lawrence family members, sporting a scruffy beard and an eagle claw tattoo on his right arm, exclaimed, I can't take this anymore. Let's just fight it out here. Driver, stop the bus. The driver initially thought he needed to disembark for a quick restroom break and replied that there was a service area ahead and to wait a moment. Unexpectedly, the tattooed man drew a knife and pressed it against the driver's neck. With the bus halted, a man with a scarred face pointed at Chen Qi, commanding, You, get out. What's fortune and what's misfortune? One cannot escape their fate. Chen Qi slung his simple bag over his shoulder and obediently exited the vehicle. The driver, fearing trouble, hastily pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving only the tattooed man and the scarred man confronting Chen Qi under the blazing sun. "Kid, you realize you've messed with the wrong people, right?" Although the tattooed man had red hair, he spoke fluent dragon language. The scar man did as well, his command of the language impressively adept. Chen Qi maintained an indifferent expression, responding, "What trouble? Are you suggesting that the lesson given to that fool, Ivan, wasn't sufficient?" The two exchanged glances, astonished. Damn, this kid is bold. Not the slightest bit intimidated in front of two elite mech warriors. Is he ignorant or merely fearless? "Kid, Ivan is dead. You must pay for his life. Do you have any last words?" Chen Qi nodded, gripping the mech card in his pocket. "Good riddance. I'll send both of you to hell to keep him company." With that, he drew out the mech card and slapped it against his chest. In an instant, a dazzling mech towering over 10 meters appeared before them, wielding a blood-red long knife. This intelligence is incorrect. Isn't this kid supposed to be an ordinary person? The two were taken aback, hastily retrieving their mech cards to transform and prepare for battle. However, Chen Qi transformed first, not granting them a moment's respite. With a swift strike, he cleaved the scar man in two before he had fully transformed, his innards spilling onto the ground as his upper half continued to struggle in vain. This time, Chen Qi had learned his lesson and tempered his strength. Otherwise, he might have exhausted all his energy in a single blow. With the scarred man delayed, the tattooed man successfully transformed into a white combat mech. However, compared to Chen Qi's, his mech was considerably shorter. Chen Qi gripped his curved knife tightly, launching a fierce attack against his opponent. With a resounding clash, the tattooed man's white mech lost an arm, which fell to the ground with a thud. The severed end of the limb appeared as if it had been melted by high temperatures. Dripping onto the earth, the tattooed man was tagged for lower-tier mech pilots or commoners. Encountering virtual beasts in this area undoubtedly poses a significant threat. However, for those with a modicum of combat prowess, this vicinity is indisputably a veritable paradise for novice hunters, as long as one does not recklessly venture deep into perilous territories. One is unlikely to encounter particularly formidable virtual beasts that eye in the deeper danger zones. Various spatial interweaving points exist from which virtual beasts emerge in search of functional ores and mech pilots. Conversely, mech pilots can also vanquish these beasts, plundering their crystal cores and seizing functional ores. Ultimately, the outcome hinges solely on individual capability. Chen Qi does not believe that possessing the so-called Transcender starter pack grants him the license to act without restraint. His purpose for coming to the front lines is to amass wealth. However, should he lose his life in pursuit of riches, leaving Emily alone and desolate, it would be a tragic fate for his sister. To earn money, one must also be alive to spend it. Hence, for the time being, he shall refrain from delving deeper, opting instead to test his luck at the juncture of safe and dangerous zones. The virtual beasts here predominantly rely on brute strength, with most measuring no more than 7 or 8 meters tall, considerably shorter than his transformed self. Smaller ones even stand roughly at human height, by defeating them, he can gain experience, extract virtual beast crystal cores and materials, and subsequently sell them in towns near the Eukuxis front, earning an income that would have been unimaginable in his former life as a commoner. Once deemed worthless and impoverished, he now possesses a mech, making monster hunting a rapid means of income. Nevertheless, earning money is but one aspect of his endeavors. Unlike others, Chen Qi harbors an additional goal: to collect mech cards, given that he has yet to fully explore the myriad functionalities of the synthesizer. He is particularly eager to obtain more mech cards for experimentation, to ascertain just how formidable this synthesizer truly is. Chen Qi surmises that within the interweaving points, there may lie numerous slain mech warriors, whose mech cards are left behind, either because they are deemed unusable by others or simply forgotten, save for those taken as mementos. What others consider useless, Chen Qi regards as treasure, spreading a pile of hay beneath him. He reclines and retrieves 2 mech cards from the Loron family pursuers he has just defeated, scrutinizing them intently, that he notes that both cards belong to pilots with levels around 10, lacking any special programming. Yet, due to their higher mech levels, Their stats far surpass his own. However, their neural compatibility hovers around a mere 40. This implies that if a mech possesses a base attack power of 60, under conditions of ample energy, it can only deal 24 points of damage, 60 multiplied by 0.4. The same logic applies to other attributes. This elucidates why higher neural compatibility equates to greater strength. Regrettably, individuals with initially low neural compatibility often struggle throughout their lives, and enhancing it by even 10 through various training methods is already an extraordinary feat. This attribute is intrinsically linked to innate talent, with external factors serving merely as auxiliary support. The two unfortunate members of the Loron family, believing it would be trivial for two novice mech warriors to hunt a single human, were unexpectedly met with swift retribution. Had Chen Qi not acquired the starter pack, would he not have perished? Hence, this account will need to be settled eventually. Resolute in his intent for vengeance, Chen Qi places his black mech card into slot A and a white mech card into slot B. He then selects Synthesis mode. 220 of B card's experience will be added to a card, but B card will be consumed, and clicks confirm. To his astonishment, Chen Qi finds himself elevated from LV1 to LV2. This is nothing short of miraculous. While others toil to slay dozens of level 1 virtual beasts for a single level up, he merely consumed a seemingly useless mech card to achieve the same. Opening his panel, he discovers that all his stats have risen. I need more mech cards. The greater the number of mech cards, the faster the leveling. Just imagine if he could find a mech card from an LV100 individual to fuse. Chen Qi struggled to contain his elation, but soon regained his composure. The challenge lies in the fact that encountering a LV100 individual also necessitates the ability to defeat them. Moreover, in Blue Star, mech pilots are expressly forbidden from harming their own kind. Unless in a duel, the murder of another mech pilot, if substantiated, carries the death penalty. Chen Qi considers himself not a mindless killer, yet he would show no mercy to those who provoke him. He would ensure that any necessary actions are executed discreetly and efficiently. In pursuit of wealth and a better life for his sister, a little bloodshed is a small price to pay. After all, he has promised his adoptive parents to care for Emily no matter what. When he first traversed into this foreign world, he was alone and desolate, but it was the Schweff family who took him in. Now that they have passed, Emily is the only one he can repay. As the saying goes, to be born but not raised, one can repay with severed fingers. To be raised but not born, one can repay with severed heads. To fulfill his promise, Chen Qi recognizes the necessity of becoming stronger, to grow stronger, by any means necessary. In any world, strength remains the ultimate truth. Chapter 10. The first dungeon expedition the following morning. Chen Qi awoke, having not slept well due to a torrential downpour that rendered the once dry cave oppressively humid. Fortunately, it was summer, and the skies had cleared by dawn. After traversing over a hill, he thoroughly entered the Eukux's front zone. After lingering in the peripheral area for some time, he finally identified a dungeon that had already been cleared by others. The entrance to this dungeon, a spatial interweaving point, resembled a colossal portal suspended above the ground. Dungeons that had been cleared appeared green or orange in color, indicating safety or relative safety. Most of the major monsters within had been eliminated. Conversely, if a spatial interweaving point bore a red hue, it signified that the dungeon had yet to be cleared, presenting the possibility of rare equipment and materials. However, great potential rewards come with great risks, as one can never anticipate which level of virtual beast might emerge out of course. Even green interweaving points do not guarantee absolute safety, as it is said that some dungeons have alternate exits leading directly to virtual beast lairs. Thus, it is entirely plausible for previously cleared dungeons to become reoccupied by more powerful virtual beasts. Chen Qi dared not recklessly enter the red or orange dungeons. Instead, he concealed himself near a green spatial interweaving point, waiting patiently. Only after several mech pilots, all below level 10, entered and subsequently exited the dungeon did he deduce that it was safe. Thus, he approached the green interweaving point alone to disguise the fact that he lacked a mech mark, yet could utilize mech cards to transform. Chen Qi drew a mech mark on his hand with a pen. Although it felt somewhat amiss, it was better than nothing. At least from a distance, it could pass for genuine. Lost in thought, Chen Qi heard a cheerful girl-esque laughter from a distance behind him. "Hey, a newbie." Turning around, he discovered two girls. One had a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, dressed provocatively, with large areas of skin exposed without a care. The other girl, in stark contrast, wore a cartoonish cat-eared onesie, covering herself entirely, even donning a mask that concealed all but her strikingly mismatched eyes. One blue, the other red. Was she cosplaying? Perhaps wearing colored contacts? After all, such things do exist in this world. Even Emily had warned them. The sun-kissed girl extended her hand toward Chen Qi, seemingly wishing to shake hands. "A newbie?" "It seems not, as you lack a mech mark." "A commoner, perhaps?" "Hello, I'm Chana." Chen Qi politely shook her hand, responding in a composed manner. "Hello, I'm Chen Qi." Chana appeared quite extroverted, holding on to Chen Qi's hand with reluctance. "Your hands are so nice. And you're somewhat handsome. Want to add me on WeChat?" Chen Qi was at a loss for words. "How shy are we?" Joking aside, Chana eventually released his hand, speaking earnestly. "So you're a commoner? What are you doing here? You should leave quickly. Otherwise, you might run into a virtual beast. Thank you for your concern, but I'm here to gather some materials." Chen Qi replied with a smile. "You here for ores, aren't you? These dungeons have been completely scavenged, with dozens of newbie teams coming in and out daily. Even the smallest piece of ore has been taken," Chana boasted in a carefree manner. Her masked companion remained silent. "Well then, take care, and goodbye," Chana said before the two departed. "What peculiar girls." Chen Qi watched them leave. However, her mention of numerous newbie teams entering and exiting provided him with reassurance. At least it indicated that the area was relatively safe. Chen Qi approached the spatial interweaving point, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. Shortly after entering the spatial interweaving point, the masked girl halted, turning around to speak in a tone devoid of emotion. "Do you want to follow and see?" Chana turned her head, gazing at her companion with surprise. "Wow, Qi, you actually care about someone?" The feline, named Qi, remained silent, her gaze fixated on the temporal nexus through which Chen Qi had just entered. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was somewhat extraordinary. "Meow." Chana, her eyes sparkling with infatuation, remarked, "He is particularly handsome, isn't he? I must tell you, it's my first time encountering someone so strikingly attractive of long descent. Those dark tresses, those black eyes as profound as the abyss. Oh, how deep." On Chen Qi's side, it felt like he had traversed a thin veneer of glass, stepping into the heart of the temporal nexus. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was astonished to discover a vibrant tableau teeming with life. Above him, celestial bodies of unknown origin floated, casting their luminous glow upon this bizarre realm. The perimeter of the nexus was adorned with lush green grass, while in the distance lay a thicket of trees and a serene pond. Within the pond, oddly shaped fish danced about, and on the branches nearby perched a one-eyed crow-like creature, its gaze locked onto the fish below, seemingly poised to pounce. This place appeared to be an extraterrestrial world. Though the scenery was enchanting, it was likely fraught with peril. Exercising caution, Chen Qi tapped his mech card against himself, transforming into a sleek black mech, and retrieved a novice rifle from his backpack. From the depths of the forest, strange sounds echoed, hinting at the presence of some creature lurking within. As Chen Qi stealthily approached for a better look, he discovered a being resembling a rhinoceros. Above its head, the inscription LV-10 Rhinoceros Beast was displayed. Beside its level and name, a health bar revealed the creature's vitality. The rhinoceros beast's mouth and horns emanated a ghostly blue light, reminiscent of the bioluminescence found in fireflies. Chen Qi was convinced that the rhinoceros beast's horn could fetch a handsome price. The quarry was right before him. He raised his rifle, aimed at the beast's head, and pulled the trigger with a resounding bang. He struck true, yet the shot veered off. The bullet impacted the rhinoceros beast's abdomen but failed to penetrate. This creature was tough-skinned and remarkably resilient. The health bar above it indicated that the shot had only diminished its vitality by a fraction. It seemed the novice rifle lacked the power to inflict a fatal blow. Swiftly, Chen Qi secured the rifle on the magnetic apparatus on his back and drew the Black Dragon Crimson Flame Blade. Charging towards the beast, the TO conserve energy, he meticulously gauged his movements and swung the blade at the rhinoceros beast. With a sharp hiss, the rhinoceros beast howled in pain, its fury igniting as its health bar dwindled. In a final desperate act, it charged at Chen Qi. Positioned close, he could not evade in time, so he opted to thrust upward with his blade. With a sickening squelch, the black dragon crimson flame blade plunged into the creature's eye, piercing its brain. Chen Qi withdrew the blade, and with a thunderous crash, the rhinoceros beast collapsed. Its ghostly blue blood pooled upon the ground, and the luminescence of its horn gradually faded. Excellent. The first hunt. Accomplished. Just as Chen Qi was assessing the experience gained from this hunt, he suddenly noticed 2 or 3 Mechs charging towards him, swiftly encircling him. Chen Qi glanced around. One was an assault-type mech, another an assassin type, and the last a tank type. If his deductions were correct, there must be a ranged mech lurking in the distance, aiming its weapon at him. What? Relying on sheer numbers to bully others? Chen Qi's voice was chillingly cold. Chapter 11. Wasn't this a gift presented to me? A white mech wielding a steel blade declared. Bullying you? My friend. Where do you get that notion? Our squad is merely hunting here and happened upon an injured rhinoceros beast. Chen Qi stepped forward, locking eyes with the white mech. Which of your eyes saw it as an accidentally injured creature? This is clearly my prey. The brown mech beside the white one interjected. What's yours? We found it first, so it belongs to us. The black assassin-type mech cackled. You claim it's your prey? Call to it, and see if it responds. Chen Qi mused that their banter clearly indicated their desire for the rhinoceros beast. The white mech, noticing Chen Qi's unwillingness to yield, threatened. This forest is our hunting ground, and that rhinoceros beast should rightfully belong to you. You understand. Firmly gripping the handle of the black dragon crimson flame blade. Chen Qi retorted with a smile. This forest belongs to you? Call to it and see if it answers. The white mech was momentarily at a loss for words, while the assassin mech grew impatient, daring to argue back. Do you think you are worthy? If you don't leave, you might not leave at all. Anything can happen in a dungeon, you understand what I mean? As he spoke, he raised his twin daggers, aiming them at Chen Qi. A level 10, 2 level 8 mechs. What audacity did they possess to issue a death threat against him? Chen Qi, having undergone several transformations and trials, knew his neural compatibility was certainly not low. Although he might be outmatched in level and stats, high neural compatibility could still turn the tide. Moreover, he was currently seeking a mech card, and wasn't this a fortuitous opportunity? Splendid. Do you dare duel with me? Chen Qi surveyed the trio. Boss, he actually wants to duel with us. Indeed, why should we duel with you when we are so many? Exactly, we are not fools, the 3 of them babbled, completely disregarding Chen Qi. Aware that further dialogue was pointless, Chen Qi swiftly swung his blade at the nearest white assault mech. The speed of his strike was astonishingly rapid. Had the white mech not been prepared, he would have been cleaved in two. Despite his utmost efforts to dodge, he was still struck by Chen Qi's blade upon his chest. In the next moment, Chen Qi drew a gun from behind and aimed at the white mech's head. Pulling the trigger, with a bang, the white assault mech staggered, clearly suffering significant damage, and stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground. The defensive mech finally reacted, hurriedly raising a steel shield to protect the white mech. Chen Qi could tell at a glance that this mech was particularly durable, opting not for a direct assault, but instead sidestepping and weaving like a serpent. Sure enough, gunfire erupted from the distant trees. Bullets piercing a large tree where Chen Qi had previously stood. Predictably, the enemy had ranged support. Before he could pinpoint the source of the incoming fire, the assassin mech suddenly appeared before him, thrusting its dagger towards Chen Qi's chest. Chen Qi hastily raised his blade to block, then countered with a retaliatory strike, matching the opponent's speed and ferocity without fear. The assassin mech, known for its swiftness, found itself evenly matched against Chen Qi. How could this be? How could a level 2 mech exhibit such prowess? Amidst the opponent's incredulous inquiries, Chen Qi unleashed a flurry of horizontal slashes, forcing the assassin mech to retreat and taking shelter in a corner where it couldn't be targeted by range fire. As the assassin mech's speed dwindled and its strength faltered, it pleaded, "Stop. No more fighting. It was just a joke. You can take the rhinoceros beast." Chen Qi chuckled. You think you can simply call it off? The white mech, supported by his companions, managed to stand once more. A gaping wound marred his shattered chest armor, and he seethed. What do you want? Didn't we agree that the rhinoceros beast belongs to you? This rhinoceros beast has always been mine, and how do you explain your unreasonable demands? Chen Qi replied, his actions unwavering as he struck with his blade. Once, twice, thrice, before entering the dungeon, Chen Qi had infused 10 out of 30 D-grade energy ores into his mech card, fully replenishing his energy reserves. After a few strikes, his energy levels remained largely unchanged, indicating that his control over strength was just right. Friend, please stop. We were only joking. Please stop. The assassin mech evaded while begging for mercy. Having abandoned all resistance, who could have anticipated that a level 2 mech would possess such strength, relentlessly pursuing and overpowering a level 8 individual? Seeing the opponent's movements grow sluggish, Chen Qi's black and red mech's eyes gleamed with a fierce red light. Prepare to meet your end. Chen Qi summoned the same ferocity he had exhibited during his first mech piloting experience. This strike would deplete the entirety of an energy ore as the long blade descended toward him. Both its speed and intensity had significantly escalated. The assassin mech finally realized that the opponent had not been fighting at full strength before. This time, there was no escaping with a piercing slice. Chen Qi's blade cleaved into the assassin mech's back, severing it in two. A thunderous explosion ensued, and as the smoke cleared, a bloodied young man with yellow hair lay among the wreckage, lifeless. Murder! Murder! You will face trial. You will be sentenced to death. The pilot of the white mech, witnessing his teammate being cleaved in half, was utterly paralyzed by fear. He turned to flee, but Chen Qi would not grant him the luxury. Since the first blow had been struck, it was a fight to the death. Chen Qi retrieved his rifle, aiming at the legs of the fleeing white assault mech, and pulled the trigger. With a resounding gunshot, a bullet struck the joint of the white battle mech's leg. The white battle mech fell to the ground with a thud, struggling to rise, only to have its head severed by the approaching Chen Qi. The brown meat shield mech stood dumbfounded. In less than a minute, 2 lives had been extinguished. Who on earth was this lawless fiend? Trembling with fear, his legs shook uncontrollably, and the massive steel shield in his hands quivered in response to his terror. However, Chen Qi's gaze was not fixed upon him, but rather towards the distant figure firing from the shadows. Bang! 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 3 rapid gunshots rang out, with bullets hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Chen Qi deftly evaded 2 of the bullets. But the last one was unavoidable. With no other option, he swung his blade and cleaved the bullet in 2. Hiding in the shadows and shooting from afar hardly qualifies as heroism. Watch as I deal with this meat shield before settling the score with you. Chen Qi dashed towards the brown meat shield mech with remarkable speed, executing a swift slash. The black dragon flame blade struck the massive steel shield, producing a dull thud. Indeed, it was impressive as a meat shield. Its thickness was undeniable. Given this, speed would be its Achilles heel, ensuring that it couldn't escape far even if left unattended. However, the immediate concern was to prevent the long-range mech from fleeing. Thus, Chen Qi promptly redirected his target. Sprinting towards the distant sniper. Chapter 12. Only the dead can soothe my worries. Braving the bullets, Chen Qi charged forward, covering nearly 90 meters in one breath, ultimately discovering a long-range mech concealed within the bushes. Without hesitation, he lunged forward with his blade. To his surprise, the opponent reacted swiftly, dodging the strike and desperately pleading, "Big brother, please, spare me. I surrender." Wait, was that a woman's voice? Big brother, I was just confused. This was all their idea. The long-range mech quickly reverted to its humanoid form and continued, "Big brother, please let me go. I was coerced." Upon closer inspection, Chen Qi realized it was a woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, with an unremarkable appearance and an average figure. Seeing Chen Qi pause his assault, the woman sighed in relief. Thinking she had temporarily escaped danger, to reassure him, she quickly declared, "Rest assured, big brother, I saw nothing. If asked, I'll say they encountered a fearsome certainty. The energy consumed by a D-grade laser cannon is destined to be less than that of a C-grade one. However, the corresponding power will also be significantly diminished. From this, one can infer that the black dragon flame blade in my possession undoubtedly possesses a high rank. Yet, whether it be the novice rifle replicated from my sister or the several novice weapons just seized. All are unequivocally of D-grade quality. In contrast, the specifics of the rank of this enigmatic longsword remain elusive. For now, I can only interpret this as a gift from the Traverser starter pack. Thank you, Tongzi. In the distance, the feasting of the gluttonous creatures continues unabated, and it appears that the sheep beasts are on the verge of being devoured. The adversary seems to have finally lost their composure. An object resembling a drone emerges from the little fairy's position. It first circles above the pterosaur beasts and then drops a small bomb on them, with a resounding explosion, while the pterosaur beasts suffer minimal damage. They are thoroughly incensed. Subsequently, Chen Qi observes a red and white, long-range mech rushing out from the stronghold, utilizing the drone as cover, firing at the pterosaur beasts while in motion. Behind the little fairy, a throng of enraged pterosaur beasts follows closely, spewing high-energy breaths in an attempt to strike down the instigator of their interrupted meal. The little fairy shouts to Chen Qi, "I will divert their attention. Remember to share a portion of the crystal cores you collect." Chen Qi thinks to himself, "Goodness, this fellow is truly reckless." Initially, he had perceived her as merely a little fairy retorting back, but unexpectedly, she seems to be remarkably naive. When he suggested she serve as bait, she actually complied. "Share with you? Aren't you afraid I will abscond with the crystal cores, and once the pterosaur beasts breach your power core, I will return to plunder your belongings. At that point, I could take your possessions without bearing the risk of murder and looting." Truly naive. This individual is excessively innocent. He hastily rises and dashes toward the little fairy's stronghold. Upon seeing Chen Qi sprinting toward her, the little fairy is taken aback. "You shouldn't come over. Didn't I tell you to gather the crystal cores from the sheep beasts?" Chen Qi does not respond. In mere moments, he has sprinted from his position to that of the little fairy. Upon nearing her, he raises his hand and strikes at an incoming pterosaur beast with his blade. "Miss, I was merely jesting, yet you truly took it to heart. Are you not afraid I might sell you off? It's fine that I trust you." Chen Qi is left speechless. Observing this little fairy, her combat prowess is commendable despite her low level. The laser cannon in her grasp wields considerable power. She skillfully evades attacks while, in the intervals, raises her laser pulse cannon towards the airborne pterosaur beast and fires it. It is then that Chen Qi notices she is piloting a newly minted level 13 long-range mech. Seeing Chen Qi circling her without collecting the crystal cores from the sheep beasts, the little fairy, in an exasperated tone, declares, "In that case, I will gather the cores. You hold on. I will be right back to assist you." With one hand gripping his blade, Chen Qi gestures an OK sign with the other. The little fairy nods, believing Chen Qi's plan to be feasible. However, it seems the energy consumption of her laser pulse cannon is excessively high. She appears somewhat fatigued and reluctantly switches to a standard machine gun. Pulling the trigger, a series of rapid gunfire erupts, sending a barrage of bullets towards the remaining pterosaur beasts. The sounds of impact echo as more pterosaur beasts plummet from the sky. There are still a dozen or so left, all of a more agile variety. They seem unable to unleash their breath attacks continuously, and thus begin to dive, attacking with their sharp claws and beaks. Chen Qi, proficient in close combat, draws the black dragon flame blade and cleaves at the incoming pterosaur beasts. With a swift motion, he slices them in two. Indeed, one strike per beast. Although this little fairy is naive, she is not foolish. She seizes the opportunity to quickly collect the crystal cores without any hesitation. It appears that the blood of the sheep beasts has no effect on her whatsoever. Could it be that the blood of virtual beasts is blue? Or perhaps the innards of the sheep beasts do not evoke enough dread. After dispatching the last pterosaur beast with a decisive strike, Chen Qi assists in gathering the crystal cores, claws, and beaks from the ground into his backpack, then rushes over to collect the remaining sheep beast horns and crystal cores. Turning back, he calls out to the little fairy, "Is it all set?" He had assumed she was nearly finished, but to his surprise, the little fairy, unskilled in close combat, is gradually finding herself at a disadvantage against the remaining pterosaur beasts. She urgently shouts to Chen Qi, "Help me. Classmate, my name is Yu Shi Ning H. Situ. I am the eldest daughter of the H. Situ family. If you save me, I will give you 1,000 units of, or please do not abandon me." Chen Qi is both amused and exasperated, thinking to himself, even if you didn't plead, I wouldn't be so cruel as to leave you behind. After all, it is not particularly difficult to save her. However, since she is so earnest, Chen Qi decides not to feign chivalry. It would be foolish to refuse a monetary reward. All right, but you must not go back on your word. 1,000 units of A-grade ore. Seeing that Yu Ning is on the brink of collapse, she exclaims, Okay, I swear by the honor of the Hage Situ family. Chen Qi positions the black dragon flame blade horizontally and charges toward the nearest pterosaur beast while stating, What family? Hage Situ, Chapter 14. So it turns out she is a young lady. The pterosaur beasts that ensnare Yu Ning are indeed far more formidable than those he previously dispatched. He had anticipated their prowess in aerial combat. Yet their capabilities on land are not to be underestimated. They peck at Chen Qi with their sharp beaks and occasionally coordinate attacks with their formidable claws. However, against the agile Chen Qi, their wings have become a hindrance. With a swift infusion of energy into his black dragon flame blade, he drives it through one pterosaur beast skull. Soon, 2, 3, within the span of a single cigarette. All the pterosaur beasts lie defeated. Chen Qi notices that his energy reserves are nearly depleted. Meanwhile, Yu Ning, witnessing the crisis averted, can no longer maintain her mech form and reverts to her human shape. Chen Qi gazes intently. Good heavens, this little fairy is quite lovely. Her figure and complexion exquisite. A rare beauty. If one were to describe her appearance, it would be fitting to say she embodies the positive connotation of the term little fairy. However, Chen Qi notices blood seeping from her eyes, ears, and even her nostrils. This is indicative of neural overload. After ensuring that all the virtual beast crystal cores have been extracted, Chen Qi glances at his backpack. 1 rhinoceros beast horn, 0.3 sheep beast horns, 0.11 pterosaur beaks, 0.11 pairs of pterosaur claws. 1 pair damaged by a decisive strike, 22 level 1 virtual beast crystal cores. Adding the 2 level 1 crystal cores scavenged from the small team in the woods. The total reaches 24 based on previous knowledge. 1 virtual beast crystal core can be exchanged for 10 units of D-grade, or thus 24 cores can be traded for 240 units. Moreover, his level has advanced from LV2 to LV3. Quite satisfactory. As for the market value of the virtual beast materials, Chen Qi is uncertain. He will need to inquire about prices upon reaching the town. However, Chen Qi is more concerned about whether the young lady's promise of 1,000 units of A-grade functional or will be fulfilled. Transforming back into his human form, Chen Qi uses the or to recharge his Mech card and approaches Yu Ning. The blood from her eyes, nose, ears, and mouth has ceased flowing. The neural overload does not seem to be severe. Chen Qi places his hand beneath her nose to check for breath. Excellent. She is alive. Such a beautiful girl. It would be a great loss if she perished. At the very least, cough, cough. Chen Qi shakes off distracting thoughts and reaches out in an attempt to rouse her. Just then, several Mechs come racing over from a distance, and upon seeing Chen Qi crouched beside the little fairy, they quickly revert to human form and rush over. It's the young lady. Young lady. Are you all right? Chen Qi notices that the newcomers, a male and a female, appear to be siblings. Upon seeing Chen Qi seemingly poised to harm the little fairy, the male seems to misunderstand the situation. About to speak, but is halted by the girl. Hold on, let's clarify the situation first. She then nods at Chen Qi. Thank you for saving the young lady. Otherwise, I would not have known what to do. Seeing their gratitude, Chen Qi feels a bit embarrassed. It's nothing. I share some responsibility in this matter. I never expected her to be so naive. The girl, puzzled, responds. Chen Qi has no intention of explaining. Waving his hand, she seems to be in a poor state. It's all right, just a mild neural overload. My name is Xiao Shi. This is my brother Xiao Zhilong. In any case, we are very grateful to you. Xiao Shi kneels to assess Yu Ning's condition, then retrieves some vials from her backpack, mixing a potion and administering it to Yu Ning. Before long, Yu Ning awakens. Jiao Shi and Kai's Hailong. What brings you here? Jiao Shi, while administering medication to Yu remarked, Yu, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Thankfully, it is merely a case of mild nervous exhaustion. Ning Yu lifted her gaze to glance at Chen Qi. smiling as she replied. It was he who saved me. Chen Qi chuckled softly, rubbing his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Initially, he thought he had encountered a fairy, only to discover he was in the presence of a genuine celestial being. This fellow has a rather charming smile. Ning Yushi rose from the ground, and with a mere gesture, several jet-black crystals materialized in her hand. After counting them, she extended half to Chen Qi. Here, as promised, we shall share the spoils. Chen Qi, captivated by her radiant smile, found himself momentarily dazed. Goodness, if Emily resembled a beautiful sprite, then the girl before him truly appeared as a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Classmate, Jiaoshi teased. Congratulations, young lady, you've enchanted yet another handsome lad, but this lad seems rather dashing. I wonder if the young lady's heart is stirred. Jiaoshi, in a fit of curiosity, began to jest with Ning Yushi, while Caius Hailong expressed his displeasure. What use is being handsome? Jiaoshi shot her brother an exasperated look. With so many pterosaur beasts around, could you manage? In my view, he is far more capable than you. Caius Hailong pondered and reluctantly admitted that he indeed struggled against so many pterosaur beasts. Muttering, all right, I concede that I cannot do it. Chen Qi mused that these three were indeed a stark contrast to those individuals he had fed fish in the grove. If those people had treated him with such kindness, he would not have met such a grim fate, would he? Chen Qi accepted the crystals from Ning Yushi and, after tallying his own collection, placed them in her hand. The moment their hands touched, a jolt of electricity seemed to surge through Ning Yushi's heart. She felt bewildered, wondering why her heart raced so rapidly. Was it the nervous exhaustion? Jiaoshi swiftly pulled her brother aside to avoid the two becoming awkward third wheels. Just then, Yushi noticed the peculiar patterns on Chen Qi's Mech card, which appeared oddly like a child's doodle, and to her astonishment, a corner of the pattern seemed to be melted. Chapter 15. The astonishing turn of events in the novice dungeon, just as Yushi was about to say something while pointing at Chen Qi's hand. He realized his miscalculation. The Mech pattern he had imitated with a pen had lost some color, revealing its falsehood to her. Without the Mech pattern, yet using a Mech in front of her. If this became known, it would spell trouble. However, these three seemed rather amiable. Chen Qi was not one to indiscriminately harm innocents. Thus, even without the constraints of law and morality, he would not resort to drastic measures. Point 1 could say his principle was to not provoke others as long as they did not provoke him. This was indeed a predicament. Just as Chen Qi hesitated, the ground suddenly trembled. If measured by seismic standards, that last jolt could be classified as at least a magnitude 5 earthquake. What was happening? Everyone was taken aback. Caius Hailong pointed skyward in alarm. Look at the sky. Chen Qi hurriedly glanced up and saw massive boulders plummeting from the heavens like meteors. In the distance, a gigantic tortoise, at least 100 meters tall, lumbered forward on its 4 stout legs, causing the very earth to quake with each step. The meteors raining down were spewing forth from the volcano on the tortoise's back. As the meteors struck the ground, they exploded, sending clouds of dust swirling. Caius Hailong was rendered speechless. It's the golden tortoise beast. Why is it here? Not far away, several Mechs were desperately fleeing, yet one was struck by a massive meteor, meeting an untimely end. The shockwave from the explosion sent Chen Qi and those nearby crashing to the ground. In the split second before the shockwave hit, Chen Qi swiftly activated his Mech card. With a resounding boom, Ning Yushi felt as if her ears had temporarily lost their hearing, replaced only by a persistent ringing. Transform quickly, Jiaoshi shouted, slapping her Mech card against herself, instantly transforming into an assassin-type Mech. Caius Hailong scrambled to his feet, spitting out sand from his mouth, but when he searched for his Mech card on his chest, he found it missing. Look at you, such a scatterbrain. Here, protect the young lady. Jiaoshi tossed the Mech card she had found to her brother, then activated her own card, transforming into a support-type Mech. Chen Qi, not daring to delay, hastily completed his transformation. The two encircled Yushi, left unsure of what to do. After all, Yushi had just experienced nervous exhaustion and was utterly incapable of transforming into a Mech again. The golden tortoise beast back erupted in a series of booming sounds, unleashing countless meteor bombs that began to rain down upon the nearby novice team. Casualties mounted swiftly. In the distance, a relatively high-level long-range mech set up a cannon, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the golden tortoise beast. Yet the enormous shells merely tickled the creature, inflicting little damage, only slightly hindering its advance. "It's the teachers," Kai's Hailong exclaimed, seizing onto the hope of salvation. However, the teacher controlling the mech was struggling to maintain their position, shouting, "Where is Slock? Is this the work of Slock?" Upon hearing Kai's Hailong's cry for help, they merely turned to glance in their direction and shouted, "Get out! Leave in novice dungeon! This dungeon is abnormal." Meanwhile, a colossal meteor bomb hurtled toward them with a terrifying speed. It was clear to all that should a novice be struck by such an object, it would surely spell their demise. In this dire moment, Jiaoshi swiftly plunged her hand into the earth beneath Ning Yusher's feet, using it as leverage to propel Yusher towards Chen Qi. Yusher screamed as she flew through the air, and Chen Qi quickly reached out to catch her, only to find that Jiaoshi and Kai's Hailong had already been engulfed by the fiery explosion. Chen Qi thought to himself, "Goodness, you two are incredibly brave, truly willing to risk everything for the young lady." As the flames subsided, there were no signs of the siblings left to end this critical situation. Chen Qi could not dwell on it any longer and had no choice but to move forward. He focused intently, inhaling deeply, and activated the jetpack he had salvaged from the long-range mech after defeating the Grove Squad. He had yet to test it, but now was the time to put it to use. The immense thrust propelled Chen Qi into the air, spinning erratically like a deflated balloon before finally stabilizing and soaring towards the only hope of escape, the temporal convergence point. Chen Qi flew 2 or 3 kilometers before finally landing before the temporal convergence point. Fortunately, after entering the dungeon, he had not ventured deeper. Otherwise, escape would have been impossible. A rookie mech facing such high-level phantasms had no choice but to flee, with no thought of fighting back. Just as Chen Qi believed he was about to escape, 4 or 5 individuals suddenly emerged from behind a hill near the temporal convergence point, opening fire upon him. Goodness! Chen Qi raised his hand, and 4 metal mech shields flew forth, blocking all the bullets. The clattering sounds echoed off the shields, with bullet marks clearly visible. "Have you all lost your minds?" Chen Qi merged the 4 shields into one, shouting angrily at those atop the hill. "Keek, lost our minds? No, we merely wish to play a game called catching turtles in a jar." Behind the hill, a burly man stood smugly among several long-range mechs. Laughing, "Open fire, kill them all. Not a single one shall escape." "Boss, it seems that Black Mech is holding someone. It's the principal's daughter." "What? That's splendid, truly a stroke of luck. With her, we need not worry about that old fool's defiance. Capture her alive." Chapter 16. A Rescue to the Bitter End Kid. "Hand over Miss Harjestu obediently, and I'll let you leave safely." The burly man waved his hand, and the dense barrage of bullets momentarily ceased. Chen Qi's recently acquired 4 shields had already been damaged, with 2 destroyed, and it was evident they would not hold for long. Seeing Chen Qi seemingly wavering, Ning Yusher quickly pleaded, "Please, I beg you, do not hand me over, otherwise it will lead to great trouble." "What trouble?" Chen Qi did not lower his shield. Instead, he sought nearby cover and retrieved several energy stones from his backpack, replenishing his energy. Ning Yusher declared, "They're members of the Skywalkers, fanatical escapists. They want to capture me and use me to coerce my father into surrendering the divine ore." "What divine ore? It's an SSS-grade energy stone." "Huh. Isn't that a legendary item?" "Indeed. Harjesta possesses only one. It was initially intended as a replacement energy source for the school's defense shield, an SSS-grade energy stone. The celestial maiden before me could be exchanged for it. What a colossal opportunity! If I capture you, could I then coerce your father into handing over the ore?" Chen Qi observed Yusher's face turn pale. "You wouldn't dare." "Just kidding. Don't take it a heartening," Yusher pouted. "That is not funny. How about this, just kill me and flee? That way they won't trouble you." Chen Qi shook his head. "What you propose isn't amusing either. As long as I am dead, they will not be able to blackmail my father. Likewise, take this opportunity to escape. You might even save your own life. The Skywalkers are inherently cruel and bloodthirsty. Many of them are bounty hunters wanted by the Alliance government. Do not trust any of their promises. Chen Qi thought to himself that he was already aware of this matter, even without being told. Whether it be kidnapping or any other scheme, the fewer who know, the better. Thus, Chen Qi would not believe the foolish words of the bearded man about letting him go. With a quick turn of his eyes, Chen Qi urgently shouted to the bearded man, "Beard, if you want this fellow, bring enough functional ore to trade." Upon hearing this, the bearded man quickly agreed. "How much do you want?" 1,000 pieces. Just as Ning Yushi was about to say something, Chen Qi whispered, "Don't rush. I'm contemplating an escape route. I don't truly intend to hand you over." The bearded man replied, "All right, no problem." Hearing the swift agreement from the opposite side, Chen Qi felt a twinge of apprehension and quickly added, "What I want is A-grade functional ore." The bearded man paused, a cold glint flashing his eyes before he said, "I don't have that much high-grade functional ore on me." "How much do you have?" Chen Qi shouted. "I can only gather 100 pieces of A-grade ore." "Very well. I will use a flying shield to send this fellow out, and you place the ore over there. I will send this fellow to the other side to ensure you do not breach our agreement." With that, Chen Qi summoned a flying shield. The bearded man readily agreed. No problem. This plan was the best escape route that Chen Qi could devise at that moment. It was akin to tossing a frisbee to a vicious dog, distracting it while Chen Qi, along with Ning Yushi, slipped away from another direction. Ning Yushi, intelligent as she was, seemed to grasp Chen Qi's intention. She quickly pointed to a direction and said, "Over there is a space-time interweaving point. Perhaps we can escape from there. But if they have laid a trap, how can you be certain there are no ambushes?" Chen Qi replied, "ISNT it better than being captured right now." Chen Qi conceded, "Indeed, you need not treat me this way. I've already caused the deaths of Qiao Shi and Qiao Zhilong, and my mother as well, that I am but a harbinger of disaster." Chen Qi had no time to indulge her melancholic thoughts. To rescue someone is to see it through to the end. With a low growl, Chen Qi shouted, "Hold on tight." The flying shield launched forth, drawing the attention of the crowd. Subsequently, the jet propulsion system behind Chen Qi fired at full power, propelling him in the opposite direction. Boom! Amidst clouds of dust, the payload capacity of the thrusters reached its limit. Chen Qi soared into the sky from his cover, racing towards a particular direction. Rat-a-tat-tat. The guards on the hill realized that the flying shield was empty and immediately recognized the ruse. Opening fire, the bearded man hastily waved his hand, squinting as he commanded, "Stop! Let them go." Several space-time interweaving points of guards. "I want to see where they can escape, but brother, that means the credit 1 TB hours." The subordinate protested. The bearded man shook his head. "For the great cause of our Lord, whose merit it is matters not." Chen Qi did not look back. He simply flew on in the distance. The bombardment from the golden tortoise beast ceased, and the occasional shells, striking it, felt like mere tickles, having no effect whatsoever. "Where are we headed?" Yushi shouted, nestled in Chen Qi's palm. However, due to the speed, her voice was drowned out by the rushing wind. After flying several dozen kilometers, Chen Qi finally reduced the power of his flight armor to 30. The energy consumption rate of the mech was too rapid. To prevent himself from succumbing to mental overload, he had to sacrifice speed. Fortunately, it seemed that the enemy had not pursued them at all, and the figure of the golden tortoise beast was nowhere to be seen. Chen Qi looked down to discover a sprawling mountain range below, lush with vegetation, perfect for hiding. "This will do." He descended but did not revert to human form. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings. In his line of sight, there were no virtual beasts or other teams. Through the thicket, he spotted a dark cave in the distance. For now, it would be prudent to hide and plan further. Chen Qi approached the cave's entrance, but he could no longer maintain the mech form. Stumbling, he transformed back into human form, collapsing onto Yushi's delicate frame. Hey, don't take advantage of me. Where are you touching?" Yushi exclaimed, trying to push Chen Qi away, only to see his exhausted face and bloodshot eyes, indicating signs of mental overload. Level 3, the most basic D-grade flight armor, had carried him several dozen kilometers in one go. Yushi was momentarily stunned. For a novice, this was nearly impossible. A typical beginner, if they were to activate their mech's potential in such a manner, would find themselves at a dead end. Yet this man before her seemed only slightly fatigued. Who? Who exactly are you? How can your hand-drawn mech patterns transform into a mech? Chen Qi sat up from Yushur, feeling dizzy, and said, "You'd best keep this secret to yourself. Otherwise, I might just have to kill you afterward." Chapter 17. The king's treasure. Upon hearing this, Yushur couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Here was a clearly good-hearted person, yet he insisted on putting on a fierce facade. What is this so hot and hard? It's pressing against me. Yushur suddenly realized something, her face flushing crimson as she exerted all her strength to push Chen Qi away, only to discover it was a pure black mech card. Chen Qi quickly stowed the mech card away, then stood up, surveying the area. Confirming there were no pursuers, he momentarily sighed in relief and approached the dark cave entrance, cautiously peering out to ensure safety before diving inside. He then retrieved several pieces of functional ore from his backpack to recharge the mech card. The mech card in his hand only emitted slight warmth, showing no peculiar issues. However, Chen Qi noted that the D-grade flight armor equipped on the mech was now showing signs of imminent damage. Had he known, he would have opted to copy rather than plunder the equipment when using the synthesizer. Although copying equipment with the synthesizer required some functional ore, that would have been preferable to the current state of the flight armor nearing zero durability. Ning Yushur attempted to squeeze into the cave, but was hindered by the top. Her shirt snagged on a rock, resulting in a rip that left her exposed. Seeing her clothing torn, Yushur found herself in a dilemma, but leaving her outside alone would surely frighten her. Despite the damage to her attire, she had no choice but to continue into the cave. "You mustn't look." As soon as Yushur entered, she noticed Chen Qi merely glanced at her before calmly lighting a candle and placing it on a relatively flat stone beside him. Not continuing to look at her, she pondered, was he truly oblivious, or was her form simply unworthy of his attention? Even though she had smeared some dirt on her face while entering, it could not conceal her beauty. Yet, this beauty, which others coveted, seemed less appealing to the man before her than a few pieces of functional ore. Yushur felt perplexed, an unprecedented sensation quietly rising within her heart. However, unbeknownst to Yushur, Chen Qi simply dared not look. Although he possessed an all-purpose mech, he had seldom used firearms and had no knowledge of how to steady his aim. He could only feign calmness, rapidly synthesizing all the experience from the mech cards he held into his own. After all, only he could see the synthesizer interface. He need not worry about Yushur's inquiries. Once the mech card was synthesized, Chen Qi's level surged from level 3 to level 10. The experience contained within 4 mech cards of over level 10, accounting for 20 of their value, perfectly elevated him to this level. Adding in the numerous virtual beasts he had slain previously, he barely reached level 10. That the downside was, for some reason, he could not see his experience bar like in games. Chen Qi felt that reaching level 10 was insufficient, but he was unaware that for an ordinary person, grinding through a novice dungeon for a month to reach level 10 would be considered a significant achievement. Chen Qi's gaze fell upon Yushur. Her level was 17. Perhaps the experience equivalent to 20 could elevate him to level 11. The flickering flame of the candle cast shadows on Chen Qi's face, illuminating his expression in an eerie manner, sending shivers down Yushur's spine. I think we can develop feelings first. After all, there's nothing here. The atmosphere is quite dreadful, and there are no contraceptive measures. Her thoughts sped off in an erroneous direction, and Chen Qi's next words left her momentarily speechless. Observing her misunderstanding, Chen Qi shook his head and said, "Could you hand me your mech card?" Huh. Yushur was taken aback, not expecting Chen Qi's seemingly predatory gaze was not meant to take advantage of her. "Don't worry, I just need to use it for a moment." Seemingly unguarded, Yushur was more embarrassed about her earlier musings than wary of Chen Qi, and she handed him the mech card. Just a glance was enough to leave Chen Qi astonished. What the hell? An A-grade laser hand cannon, a B-grade special rifle, an S-grade flying armor with rocket propulsion, A-grade limb modules, A-grade drones. This is truly a king's treasure. You, a mere rookie, possess equipment more luxurious than many seasoned generals. Compared to her gear, Chen Qi felt like a beggar. Upon observing Chen Qi's expression resembling that of country bumpkin, Ning Yushur smugly declared, These are given to me by my father. You saved me, so once I get out, I'll find you a badge just as good to show my gratitude." Chen Qi thought to himself that there was no need for her to find anything. He could manage on his own, but he licked his lips and asked, "Could you lend me some functional, or—" Ning Yusher shrugged her shoulders and replied, "I sneaked out this time, and didn't T bring anything with me, sigh." Chapter 18. Space compression ring. It turned out that she had been staring at me because she wanted to borrow money. Ning Yusher felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "It was all your fault for leading me to misunderstand." "I really have none. Just look," she said, raising her hand to gently press a ring on her right index finger. The ring appeared to be a sophisticated device, adorned with intricate metallic patterns and fine conduits resembling capillaries. Remarkably, as Ning Yusher pressed it once, a holographic projection interface sprang forth from her ring. She tapped on the functional or, and a plethora of various grades of or materialized from the hologram. Astonishingly, she even retrieved a new outfit from the ring. "What is this?" "This is called a space compression ring, a creation of god-level mecha engineers utilizing space compression technology designed for the convenient storage of items. Don't let its small size fool you. It can hold something as large as a football field. A god-level mecha engineer. In the entirety of Blue Star, there is currently only one such individual alive. Moreover, that person seems to be stationed at the front lines against the virtual beasts." Perhaps sensing Chen Qi's thoughts, Ning Yusher smirked and said, "I know you are thinking of Mr. Kasadi, but unfortunately, he doesn't possess this capability either. This ring is a relic. No one can create one like it anymore. Including the SSS-grade functional, or my father has, it is also a relic." "Relic?" Ning Yusher nodded, confirming, "Yes, this item was discovered on an ancient battlefield." "Ancient battlefield?" "Yes, you should know that the war between humans and virtual beasts has been ongoing for nearly 1,000 years, right?" Chen Qi thought to himself that he had only been reincarnated for 5 years and started doing odd jobs at 9 to support his family. Never having attended school, so how could he know about such ancient history? "I don't know, but that doesn't stop you from continuing to speak." "What are relics?" "It is said that humanity's technological level was once highly advanced. At the onset of the virtual beast invasion, humans established defensive positions not only on Blue Star, but across all planets in the solar system. Subsequently, the virtual beasts intensified their invasion of the solar system and activated time-space tunnels, creating numerous points of temporal intersection, directly attacking the stronghold of Blue Star. Humans found themselves besieged, suffering continuous defeats. Major cities faced unprecedented devastation. And then just... Ning Yusher seemed to struggle to recall the subsequent history. "In summary, this item is exceedingly rare." Seeing Ning Yusher wear a triumphant expression, Chen Qi felt disdainful. His backpack seemed far more practical than her ring. At least it didn't require projection. He could simply tap on the interface to retrieve items. However, despite his disdain, he knew the ring must be worth a considerable sum. "The ring, give it to me. You can forget about repaying the money you owe me," Chen Qi said, extending his hand. "Huh." Ning Yusher was taken aback. "What? Is that not acceptable?" As she spoke, Chen Qi began to collect the functional ores scattered on the ground. While doing so, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the deep valley between her figure, and it was impossible to deny that he felt a stirring within. Chen Qi's eyes couldn't help but linger a moment longer. Ning Yusher sighed internally, realizing that he wasn't entirely indifferent to her figure after all. "This ring is not for you." She hastily pulled her hand back, concealing the ring. "This is more precious than my life. If you desire a space compression ring, ask my father for a better one when I get out, but this one is off limits. It was left to me by my mother." Tears sparkled in the corners of Ning Yusher's eyes. Chen Qi's outstretched hand faltered. "Relic." He had initially intended to snatch it and give it to Emily, but decided against it. That would be rather unscrupulous. "Wouldn't it?" Chen Qi sighed, sat back down, and chose to ignore Ning Yusher, instead placing her mecha card into the B card slot of the synthesizer. Selecting Synthesis Mode 3, he aimed to replicate or plunder any weapon equipment from B card onto a card. "Please select equipment." Chen Qi chose the S-level flight exoskeleton. "Please select Synthesis Mode, plunder copy." Chen Qi opted for copy. S-level flight exoskeleton, copying successful. Chen Qi continued to replicate. Functional, or was being consumed at an astonishing rate. Laser hand cannon copied successfully. Specialized rifle copied successfully. Limb module copied successfully. Bombing drone copied successfully. Chen Qi noticed that after successfully equipping the limb module, his mecha panel underwent a transformation. This set of limb modules granted him an additional 5 points of defense. It was noteworthy that Emily's character defense was merely 1, the kind that could cry for ages after a slap. Even if she leveled up to 10, her panel would only display 1-10-10, yielding a defense of 20. Meanwhile, his defense of 55 was truly formidable. Not bad, at level 10, with a panel like this and a weapon like the Black Dragon Red Flameblade. I could easily dominate others of the same rank. Chapter 19. Please act normally. I'm scared. The candle's flame flickered and danced, the outside world enveloped in darkness as the temperature began to drop. The atmosphere between the two individuals in the cave felt peculiar. Ning Yushur. Chen Qi appeared almost deranged, his hands ceaselessly gesturing in the air, occasionally mumbling to himself, seemingly bordering on insanity. However, his eccentricity was merely due to her inability to see Chen Qi's synthesizer. He was engrossed in examining Ning Yushur's mecha card. Goodness, the neural compatibility of this individual reached an astounding 88. Based on the classification of neural compatibility levels, it was an SS-grade, just a step away from SSS. No wonder she could wield a laser hand cannon despite her low level. This was an enviable talent. Additionally, Chen Qi noticed that she possessed an innate program, something many innate mecha engineers lacked. Emily's innate program was flight skill, augmenting her flight speed by 10. Meanwhile, this individual S-fix program was aiming with precision, enhancing attack power and accuracy when using ranged weapons. Although Chen Qi coveted this program, he currently lacked the surplus functional or needed to replicate it. All remaining resources, whether his or this little fairy's, had to be reserved for combat. Hey, can you act normally? I'm scared. Ning Yushur finally couldn't hold back a reminder. Chen Qi returned the mecha card to Yushur, saying, I'm perfectly normal. Thanks, here you go. Ning Yushur chose not to argue with him, as one could encounter the same response from anyone in a mental institution. Could you step outside for a moment? I need to change clothes. Chen Qi nodded. I'll just turn around. Crawling back and forth is rather troublesome. Hurry up, I plan to quickly go out and get the money from you. Then we can part ways and return to our respective homes. Upon hearing this, Ning Yushur's eyes turned red, crystalline tears gliding down her cheeks. She choked out, I don't have a mother anymore. Just like Xiaoxi, I caused her death. That it was one thing to not cry, but once the tears began, they couldn't be stopped. Hey, let go of me. Stop rubbing. Are you still rubbing? Be quiet. Don't make a sound. Chen Qi whispered in her ear. For a moment, the cave was filled only with the sound of their heartbeats. Thump, 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 in perfect synchrony. The tips of the tentacles unfurled like a flower, each petal absorbing the surrounding sounds like an eardrum. This entity seemed to discern the prey's location through sound. Once they both fell silent, the tentacles appeared to lose their target, moving aimlessly as they probed around. However, as the tentacles continued to delve deeper, they quickly picked up the rhythm of the two heartbeats and launched an attack. From the core of the tentacle, a green liquid was sprayed towards the corner where Chen Qi and Yushur were positioned. They hastily dodged, but the liquid splashed onto the stone, instantly corroding a large hole into it. This was akin to concentrated sulfuric acid. If it splashed on a person, it would not just burn the skin, it would be fatal. Realizing they couldn't evade the next strike, Chen Qi slapped the mech card against himself, transforming into a mech with a deafening roar. The cave collapsed under Chen Qi's might, and a cacophony of falling rocks rained down from above. Chen Qi crouched down, hurriedly shielding Yushur with his hands, and then activated the laser hand cannon, firing a shot directly at the gaping maw of the cave entrance. The silent but potent beam of high-energy laser contained tremendous power. The heat from, according to Chen Qi's understanding of the game, high-mobility mech warrior, the third-level Phantom Beast corresponds to the stylish mech, and thus its offspring should conservatively possess the strength of a final commander-level mech. The multiplier for a final commander-level mech during panel calculations is already 60, assuming that the base attack power of the Hellhound Beast is 20 times that of an ordinary person. Then 2060 amounts to a terrifying panel of 120. Furthermore, considering that this little pup is at level 2, it can be deduced that its attack power is at least 121. Meanwhile, Chen Qi's current panel hovers around 50 to 60. Therefore, the combat power of the opponent is indeed significantly higher, nearly double. The Phantom Beast is a life form that is half silicon and half carbon-based. Its body constitutes its essence. Thus, there is no concept of soul compatibility. A panel of 120 translates to a tangible damage output of 120. This calculation was completed in the blink of an eye within Chen Qi's mind. Although this deduction may appear time-consuming, it was merely a fleeting thought. As the laser cannon continued to charge, Chen Qi began to feel symptoms of neural overload. A severe headache assailed him, a constant reminder that further charging could lead to perilous consequences. Such a level of laser hand cannon is not something a novice can wield. No, the charge is still insufficient. Chen Qi focused intently, charging to 500, 600. Excellent. That should suffice. However, rather than unleashing the laser cannon upon the hellhound, Chen Qi first unleashed a volley from his ordinary rifle. These standard bullets inflicted almost zero damage on the hellhound, yet they successfully captured its attention. Hey, little pup, what kind of skill is it to bully women? Chen Qi shouted at last. The hellhound ceased its assault on Ning Yushi, turning all three of its heads to fixate on Chen Qi, displaying a distinctly anthropomorphic mockery. The intelligence of a third-level Phantom Beast is considerable. Although a juvenile, it possesses the cognitive abilities of a 7- or 8-year-old human child. All three dog heads roared in unison at Chen Qi, seemingly conveying the message, I stand here for you to hit me. What can you do? At that moment, Chen Qi and the two dog heads of the hellhound formed a perfect line. Now is the time. Chen Qi raised his hand to unleash a shot from the laser cannon charged to 1,000. Silent as the shadows, a powerful beam, Ning Yushi remarked, There's no. We fled to the temporal convergence point, only to discover that they had already laid an ambush there. You? Yes, just a companion of mine. In any case, swiftly remove my needle. That person requires assistance. Chana prepared the medication, shaking it well before drawing it into a syringe and slowly injecting it into Ning Yushi's vein. Even if we must save someone, we should wait until you're well first. The medication may induce heightened mental activity or hallucinations, but that is entirely normal. That IT is the process of synaptic regeneration under the influence of the drug. I'm fine now. Qi, hurry and accompany me to rescue him. I'm begging you. It's in a cave, a black and red mech. Cat Qi, still clad in her cat-eared onesie, expressionless and masked, said a black and red mech. Could it be him? Chana exchanged a glance with Cat Qi, pondering if it could be that young lad from the Dragon Kingdom named Chen Qi. Chana turned to Ning Yushi on the sickbed. Is he the one with black hair who rarely smiles? He appears quite handsome, though his expression is somewhat melancholic. Yes, black-haired. Yes, his name Chen Qi. He mentioned it himself. We exchanged a few words with him on our way here. Cat Qi interjected, her face unchanged. Is it Chana who finds the lad handsome and wishes to develop a relationship further via WeChat? Meow. Chana shrugged. The fact remains, he is indeed handsome. He is in danger. I encountered the hellhound beast with him in the cave. He chose to self-detonate his equipment to save me. Ning Yushi attempted to rise again, but was restrained by Chana. A cave, but we found you in it on the branches. Chana pointed to the corner where the bomb-throwing drone lay. After multiple unsuccessful pleas for help, Ning Yushi gritted her teeth, rose, and tore away the tubes and four from her body, disregarding Chana's protests as she descended from a bed. However, the moment her feet touched the ground, she collapsed with a thud. Chana hurriedly crouched to support Ning Yushi, stating, My lady, you are far too weak to ensure your own safety. No one can be saved in your current state. Moreover, there are members of the Skywalker organization outside, searching the world for you. It is safest for us to wait for rescue in Chi-Chi's optical camouflage tent. Although Chana was a level 39 support-type mech and a military medic, her combat capabilities were not particularly formidable. Meanwhile, while Cat Qi was a level 55 general class, her assassin-type nature rendered her less effective in prolonged combat, and facing multiple foes was not in her favor. Thus, Chana insisted that hiding was the wisest choice for now. No, I cannot allow this. Ning Yushi struggled to rise, donning her clothing, and despite the objections from Chana and Cat Qi, she dashed out of the tent. Upon emerging, she discovered that daylight had already broken. She surveyed her surroundings and immediately recognized the crooked tree she had passed last night with the money-loving man. Determining her direction, Ning Yusher began running along the rugged mountain path. Despite her frail condition, she pressed on without a moment's pause. Behind her, Chana and Chen Qi swiftly packed away the tent and followed closely. Chana anxiously supported Ning Yusher, questioning whether the young lady might suffer another nervous overload. Chen Qi hastily assisted from the other side, glancing at Chana. "You're the doctor. Qi is not. Moreover, I can indeed smell it." "What?" "I could detect the scent of that person named Chen Qi nearby." Chapter 23. Surviving Calamity. Chen Qi felt disconnected from his body, his consciousness adrift like a leaf upon a vast ocean. He was unsure how much time had passed before his senses returned. The first sensation he registered was an overwhelming chill. It felt as though he was submerged in icy water, rapidly robbing him of his warmth. As he opened his eyes, he found nothing but darkness before him. Am I still in a cave? Or am I blind? The floating button in the upper right corner remained. However, it seemed insufficient to prove he wasn't blind, as it was likely situated directly in his mind rather than transmitted visually to his brain. Yet above the cold, the most prominent sensation was an excruciating headache, throbbing with maddening intensity. He stretched his hand through the water, and to his surprise, he managed to reach the shore. The texture beneath him felt like cold, sticky rock, uncertain if it was moss or something else, but at least it was preferable to being submerged in water. The silence here was profound, so quiet it sent chills down his spine. Apart from his heartbeat, he heard nothing else. He tapped the stone, the crisp sound echoing. Chen Qi tentatively assessed that he remained within a cave. Had he indeed been thrown into an underground river during the explosion? Had the current swept him deeper? After much exploration, he finally settled on a relatively flat stone, extending his hand to tap the floating interface, opening the synthesizer and backpack interface. The black Mech card lay quietly. Devoid of energy, even if it had power, his current state of mental overload rendered him incapable of operating the Mech. Thus, he held no hope of transforming into the Mech to escape. Furthermore, the flight backpack had been destroyed. He retrieved a candle and lighter from his backpack. With a click, the lighter failed to ignite. Or was it that he simply could not see it? He clicked the lighter again, reaching out to feel the flame's warmth. It was not the scorching heat he had expected. It seemed the lighter was broken, which was unfortunate. However, the good news was that he likely wasn't blind. Click, click, click. Chen Qi continued his attempts to ignite the lighter. And just as he was about to give up, he finally succeeded. A flickering orange flame sprang to life, and Chen Qi wasted no time igniting the candle, releasing a relieved breath. Not blind, I was merely scaring myself. Taking a deep breath, Chen Qi surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in a natural rock cave. The soft glow of the candle illuminated the pale, milky stalactites around him. Beside him lay a small pool of water, in which something seemed to float. Straining his eyes, he discerned that it appeared to be the corpse of a juvenile hellhound beast. Yet, there was no time to contemplate extracting the illusory beast crystal core, as he had only one candle left. If it extinguished and he plunged into darkness again, the thought filled him with despair. He had to escape before the candle burned out or find a dry, safe place that wasn't so cold to rest and attempt to transform into the Mech again. Then he could use the Mech's lights for illumination. Looking around, he found no resting place as perfect as he had hoped. Sighing, Chen Qi attempted to rise but failed. He could only crawl on the ground. Using 2 legs and 1 arm, he moved forward, leaving 1 arm to hold the candle, feeling like a peculiar axolotl. Strangely, he noticed no axolotls in the surrounding puddles. Eventually, Chen Qi found a relatively dry spot to sit, wringing out his wet clothes and taking out some emergency rations he had prepared. These rations were meant for quick sustenance while battling monsters in a dungeon. But now they had unexpectedly become a lifesaver. Chen Qi took a bite of the flatbread, pondering whether that little fairy had managed to escape. If Emily could acquire that 1000 A-grade functional ore, it would not be in vain for him to risk his life to save her. Yet, deep down, Chen Qi questioned whether he could have simply abandoned her. Sighing, it was perhaps all fate. After finishing the flatbread, he hesitated on whether to drink from the pool. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided against it. What if it caused him trouble? Just as Chen Qi prepared to rest, he seemed to notice a flickering dark red light in the distance. What the? Chen Qi rubbed his eyes, realizing it wasn't merely an illusion. There was indeed a red light flickering. After eating, Chen Qi felt a bit of strength return, so he picked up the candle and cautiously approached the light. The ground was slippery and uneven, and he stumbled several times, nearly extinguishing the candle, but he ultimately reached the source of the light. Chen Qi observed that the ground beneath him no longer felt like the damp, sticky stalactites, but rather solid, dry earth. As he continued forward, the scene before him left him utterly astounded. It was the wreckage of a mech. The flickering red light emanated from the damaged head of the mech. The mech's power core had been pierced by something, leaving a massive hole in its chest. Through this opening, Chen Qi could see the remains of the pilot within, now entirely skeletal, climbing into the cavity. He yanked a mech card from the pilot's neck. It was a level 37 elite mech card, a combat-type mech, with a neuron compatibility of 45. The equipment was decent, though not as exceptional as that of the little fairy. Regardless, he decided to stash it away for now. Jumping down from the mech's wreckage, Chen Qi bowed respectfully to the remains of the pilot inside. Placing the candle on the ground, he climbed atop the mech's head and successfully removed the still-functioning red light. While it could only emit light intermittently, it was far better than fumbling in complete darkness. As Chen Qi lifted the candle and continued on his journey, he stumbled upon not one, not two, but three, and in total, over a dozen remnants of mechas strewn about. Some of these mechanical giants had their power cores pierced through, while others were missing arms and legs. Chen Qi diligently collected all the mecha cards. Examining them one by one, he discovered that the mechas belonged primarily to the soldier rank, with the highest among them astonishingly reaching the divine soldier level of LV-90. This individual was merely 10 levels away from advancing to the rank of a general. For others, these deceased owners' mecha cards might hold little value, serving mostly as mementos. However, for Chen Qi, they were treasures indeed. Chapter 24. The Old Man Loses His Horse. How can one know it is not a blessing? Aside from the mecha cards, Chen Qi unexpectedly found a searchlight equipped with an independent power source attached to one of the mecha's helmets. Although the mecha's light was rather large to be used as a flashlight, it was certainly preferable to navigating in darkness. Chen Qi merely positioned the searchlight upward toward the stalactite-laden ceiling, and the reflected light was sufficient to illuminate a vast area around him. He extinguished the candle and stowed it back in his backpack, then carefully gathered the remains of the mecha pilots, digging a pit to bury them. Once all was done, Chen Qi noticed something massive, resembling a small mountain, lying in the distance within the shadows. Adjusting the searchlight, he was taken aback to discover that it was, in fact, a long-deceased adult hellhound beast. There was no way he would believe that this creature bore no relation to the smaller hellhound he had previously encountered. Approaching the remains, Chen Qi felt as insignificant as an ant. He rummaged through the bones of the hellhound beast multiple times, finally uncovering a black, glistening crystal core resembling obsidian. This was indeed a phantom beast crystal core. A core from a level 3 phantom beast. It was rare and precious. Humans could utilize phantom beast crystal cores to power aircraft, automobiles, cannons, or even spacecraft, and it was said that these cores could serve as independent energy sources for specialized ship-mounted weapons. Some brilliant scientists had even managed to transfer the unique energy and programming from phantom beast crystal cores into mechas using advanced techniques, allowing the mechas to mimic the breath of a pterosaur or grow horns akin to those of a rhinoceros. Previous news reports had mentioned a deranged scientist who, utilizing phantom beast crystal cores along with animal genes and human embryos, had cultivated the legendary hexagonal mecha warrior. However, ethical concerns had led to the project being halted. The question was simple. Could something born from the combination of humans, animals, and phantom beasts still be considered human? Such inquiries ventured into the realm of philosophy, a matter Chen Qi felt was beyond the contemplation of someone earning a mere 3,000 lian dollars a month. Ultimately, he concluded that what mattered was that this item could be sold for a profit. Securing the phantom beast crystal core, Chen Qi returned to the pond where he had awakened, and upon shining the searchlight, he confirmed that the body of the juvenile hellhound beast was indeed floating in the water. Despite its youth, Chen Qi was certain that the crystal core from the level 3 Phantom Beast would also hold considerable value. However, unlike its mother, this offspring had recently perished, and the core resided within its belly, requiring disembowelment to extract it. With his current inability to transform into a mecha or wield the black dragon flame blade, it was nearly impossible for Chen Qi to retrieve the core in his human form. Reluctantly, he had to abandon the idea and instead began to contemplate how to escape this cursed place. For who knew if more hellhound beasts lurked nearby? Carrying the bulky searchlight was cumbersome, akin to lugging around cannon, and he found it inconvenient to use. After trudging along the underground river for a short while, he was already panting heavily, with his nerves frayed and his body still recovering from previous injuries. Chen Qi was forced to proceed in fits and starts. Along the way, he encountered several eyeless fish that darted about in panic as he splashed water with his steps. However, he confirmed that these creatures posed no threat, feeding instead on plankton like many fish found in the depths of caves on Blue Star. Continuing onward, he discovered a massive, deep pool, far larger than the one he had previously encountered. Despite the searchlight's capability to illuminate 2 to 3 kilometers, the opposite bank of the pool remained shrouded in darkness. Yet, Chen Qi felt a breeze wafting from the far side, carrying with it the scent of fresh grass. Perhaps the exit lay just across the water. However, the thought of swimming across such a vast underground pool was daunting, not to mention his current physical state. The icy, pitch-black water concealed countless unknowns, and the fear of being suddenly ambushed by some lurking creature was palpable. Setting the searchlight upright, he found a spot beside the pool to rest. Opening his backpack interface, he extracted the mecha cards he had recently found. Taking a cursory glance at their equipment, there were A-level leg guards, B-level chest armor, C-level drones, and a D-level novice rifle. He also had one flying exosuit, albeit only of D rank. Regardless of their levels, Chen Qi was currently unable to replicate any of them. Only able to plunder, he attempted to assemble a relatively decent set of equipment for himself. Next, he retrieved the few remaining functional mineral stones from his backpack and charged his mecha cards with energy. Testing the waters, he slapped a mecha card against himself. This time, to his astonishment, he successfully transformed. In his mecha state, he hefted the searchlight once more, exploring the banks of the pool in search of a way around it. Although he had transformed, Chen Qi could distinctly feel his weakness. Fortunately, the neural overload he experienced was not severe this time. Otherwise, escaping would have been quite difficult. In his mecha form, Chen Qi moved swiftly. However, after wandering for over 10 minutes, he failed to find a way around the pool, only to discover a pitch-black cave in the distance, the entrance strewn with irregular functional minerals. Approaching cautiously, he realized the cave was rich in more functional minerals. Although they were merely D rank, their abundance was thrilling. Could it be that there was a vein of functional minerals here? That would be akin to striking gold in the wilderness. However, Chen Qi remained level-headed and vigilant, aware that not only humans coveted functional minerals, Phantom Beasts did as well. Given that Phantom Beasts fed on functional minerals, the likelihood of powerful Phantom Beasts inhabiting such a mineral-rich area was quite high. He picked up a piece of functional mineral and tossed it into the cave. The stone landed with a crisp sound. Suddenly, the once calm water surface erupted as a massive head emerged, snapping ferociously at the spot where the mineral had fallen. Chen Qi clearly discerned the head's features. It resembled a crocodile, but it was far larger than an ordinary crocodile. While crocodiles have rows of teeth, this beast's teeth were arranged in a spiraling formation, akin to a rotating meat grinder. Chen Qi caught a glimpse of the creature's information above its head. Crocodile beast, level 2 medium. Good heavens, a level 2 medium creature, comparable in strength to a high-ranking human mecha. This beast lay in wait beneath the water. It was fortunate he hadn't recklessly jumped in earlier. Who knew how many more lurked beneath the surface? This creature now obstructed his escape route, presenting a significant problem. Although Chen Qi could transform into a mecha, his strength had yet to fully recover. Moreover, the D-level flying exosuit was not very fast, and with the cave's jagged stalactite formations, he couldn't fly high. If this beast lunged from the water and bit him, it would be game over. For now, he decided to collect the nearby functional minerals to replenish his energy before considering his next move. Moments ago, Chen Qi observed that although this creature possessed sharp fangs and a formidable bite, it appeared to lack eyes. Having thrived in such a dark environment for an extended period, eyesight had become a superfluous trait. Much like the peculiar fish encountered along the way that relied solely on echolocation to validate his suspicions, Chen Qi picked up another mineral and hurled it deeper into the cavern. Sure enough, the crocodile beast surged from the water once more, snapping ferociously at the spot where the mineral had landed. This time, it was not just one, but 7 or 8 crocodile beasts, all drawn by the sound of the mineral's impact. Converging frantically towards that location, Chen Qi retrieved his B-grade special rifle. Although uncertain whether he could manage so many crocodile beasts, it was certainly better than remaining passive. Simultaneously, he began to contemplate his escape strategy. Unlike laser weapons, the special rifle produced a significant noise upon firing, and the bullets were standard ammunition that if he recklessly opened fire, the sound would undoubtedly attract a horde of crocodile beasts eager to tear him apart. Taking a deep breath, a plan formed in his mind that he first took out the C-grade drone and the D-grade novice rifle he had recently picked up, attaching the rifle to the drone. He then disengaged the safety and connected the trigger to the drone's mounting point with a piece of wire. This way, when the drone took off, he could command it to fire the rifle. With the drone programmed to fly and circle within the cavern, he would have the opportunity to escape to the opposite shore amidst the chaos. Yes, the plan was flawless. Chen Qi inhaled deeply. Fear, compared to death, he was far more terrified of never seeing Emily again that it was time to act. Instead of directly activating the drone, he forcefully launched it into the air, just as the drone was about to descend. He activated its 4 rotors. The drone's onboard flight system quickly stabilized in midair, but its buzzing noise soon attracted the attention of the crocodile beasts below. The water rippled, revealing at least a dozen crocodile beasts swimming in the vicinity. Chen Qi commanded the drone to fire a shot, and a crocodile beast leaped from the water, opening its massive jaws towards the drone. However, due to a slight height difference, the drone narrowly escaped and sped away along the predetermined flight path. As it flew, it fired aimlessly, the gunfire quickly drawing the attention of the crocodile beasts along the way. In an instant, the vast pool of water erupted like a boiling cauldron, with splashes and the sounds of creatures diving in all around. Chen Qi, now in his mech state, did not sweat. Otherwise, he would have had to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. With so many crocodile beasts, plunging into the water would surely result in being torn to shreds. As he watched the drone lead a throng of crocodile beasts further away, Chen Qi realized it was now or never to escape. He activated his jetpack, propelling himself into the air at the fastest speed possible towards the opposite shore. The jetpack's engines produced quite a racket behind him. The water surface quickly began to ripple with waves. Several large crocodile beasts surged from the water, attempting to snap at him. Chen Qi drew his black dragon crimson flame blade, severing the hanging stalactites that dangled from the cave ceiling. The sharp stalactites fell. Though they could inflict little damage upon the tough-skinned crocodile beasts, they did serve to hinder them to some degree. Gritting his teeth, Chen Qi maxed out the power of his jetpack, increasing his flying speed even further. Meanwhile, he began to experience symptoms of nerve overload. Having just suffered from neural strain, the headache he felt this time was even more intense. He was going to die. It hurt so badly, but he could not give up. He had promised his adoptive mother to take care of Emily. At the very least, he wanted to see her married. Didn't he? In the distance, he could hear the sound of a waterfall. Could the end of the pool lead to a waterfall? Oh no. As more and more crocodile beasts were drawn in, Chen Qi had no choice but to push the jetpack to its limits. Ultimately, he could no longer maintain his mech form, transforming back into his human shape midair and then plummeting directly into the abyss below. Chapter 26. Soul Resonance. Cat Chi and Chana caught up with Ning Yushi and hurriedly stopped her, saying, "We have searched for 3 days with no results. If we continue like this, we might attract the attention of the Skywalker's thermal imaging drone, which would be catastrophic." Ning Yushi attempted to shake off Cat Chi-Chi's grip, insisting, "Let us keep looking. There is still one valley we haven't searched." The sound of water in the cave suggests there might be an underground river that could wash him out. Chana interjected, "But you must know that this is nearly impossible, right? Let us keep searching." Ning Yusher's determination remained unshaken as she pressed forward. Chen Qi frowned, tearing off her mask and inhaling deeply. I think I can actually smell him. Meow. It's in that direction, meow. Pointing to the very valley Ning Yusher intended to head towards. Ning Yusher's eyes lit up. To be honest, she was on the verge of giving up, but if Chen Qi could catch a whiff of him, it likely meant he was nearby. Ning Yusher quickened her pace. Weaving through the dense forest, branches tore at her clothing and scratched her skin. Despite stumbling numerous times, she persevered. After climbing over a small hill, Chen Qi's keen eyes spotted a figure in the stream. Meow, over there. The three girls rushed forward and discovered that the figure submerged in the stream was indeed the black-haired boy from the Dragon Nation. Ning Yusher hurriedly lunged, placing her hand on Chen Qi's nose and finding he had no breath. With a cry, she broke down in tears. He.S. dead. How could he be dead? How could this happen? Chana quickly leaned in. Wait, let me check. Together, the three lifted Chen Qi onto a dry rock, and Chana promptly began her examination. Qi, activate the optical camouflage tent. I need to use some emergency equipment. Okay. Chen Qi retrieved a suitcase-sized device from her spatial compression ring and pressed a red button. The suitcase rapidly transformed, resembling a sci-fi transformer. And in mere moments, it unfolded into a mechanical tent. The tent's surface, made of a special material, blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Even standing beside the tent, one would not notice it without touching it. The three girls worked together to carry Chen Qi inside the tent, where Chana methodically began the emergency procedures. First, she connected various instruments to Chen Qi. The instruments indicated that his heart rate was 0 and blood pressure was non-existent. Chana and Chen Qi tore open Chen Qi's shirt, revealing countless bruises and contusions as if he had endured multiple impacts. His head bore several deep lacerations, and his mouth and nose were stained with blood. Chana immediately administered a defibrillator to Chen Qi, followed by chest compressions. Once she ensured his airway was clear, she performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After a complete cycle, the ECG still displayed a flat line. Next, Chana initiated a second round of CPR. Due to the limited strength of the girls, and since CPR was physically demanding, Chana soon grew weary, allowing Chen Qi to take over chest compressions. When it came time for mouth-to-mouth breaths, Chen Qi hesitated briefly, but then continued. Then it was Ning Yusher's turn. Finally, through their combined efforts, Chen Qi's heart began to beat once more. All right, this is wonderful, Ning Yusher exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she witnessed Chen Qi's revival. However, the grave expression on Chana's face did not dissipate. Let us not celebrate too soon. He is experiencing severe neurological overload and is currently in a deep coma. This statement hit Ning Yusher like a thunderclap, sending her into a panic. Chana, please save him. Aren't you the best military doctor? I'll do my best. Although his vital signs have stabilized, if the neural overload is severe, he might become lost in his dreams and never awaken. Neurological overload leading to a vegetative state was not uncommon on the battlefield. Currently, there are no effective treatments for such cases. Mild overload could heal with ordinary rest, but severe cases required medication for recovery. In worse scenarios, one could lose consciousness entirely or even die. What should we do? Quickly, give him medication. Don't you have anything to accelerate neural synapse regeneration? Chana shook her head. I've already given you everything. Then what can we do? Chana continued, shaking her head. There is one other option. Using a neuronal repair device to mend the damaged brain cells, but that equipment is large and only available in hospitals. We are currently inside the instance, and the time-space convergence point is guarded by the Skywalker. Ning Yusher sank to the ground, murmuring to herself, Daddy, why hasn't he come to save me? He must hate me. How could the principal hate you? He might be facing some issues. Ning Yusher, don't be anxious. No, he must hate me. My mother died because of me. It was my fault that she became a casualty of neural overload. I am a disaster. I'm sorry for causing you harm. Ning Yusher looked at Chen Qi, her face filled with self-reproach and guilt. Unexpectedly, along this journey, having received so much care from him, she ultimately caused his demise. Contemplating this, Ning Yusher began to weep. Mao Qi and Chana exchanged glances, the condition of a young man from the Dragon Kingdom. with his dark hair, seemed precarious and unlikely to endure for much longer. "You sure which class is this student from? I did not know that he does not appear to be part of the research team. Could he be a free mech engineer? Perhaps." Chana stroked her chin, hesitating for a moment before stating, "There is another method that might prove effective, but it requires someone to take a considerable risk. However, such matters are typically undertaken only by close friends or family. No one else would willingly do it." Upon hearing this, Ning Yusher's eyes brightened. She hurriedly wiped away her tears and grasped Chana's hand, asking, "What method? Please tell me." Chana sighed and replied, "Do not harbor too much hope just yet. Have you heard of soul resonance?" "Soul resonance? Yes. You are aware of dual Mechs, correct? It involves two individuals merging into one. Ning Yusher's face flushed at the thought. When two Mechs fuse, the souls or consciousness of the two individuals also intertwine, allowing them to operate the Mech together. This phenomenon is known as soul resonance. Currently, this young man's consciousness may be lost, which has resulted in his coma, that if someone were to venture into the sea of consciousness to awaken him, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Chapter 27. He is different. He is special. Upon hearing that there was a chance, Ning Yusher exclaimed, "Even if it is but a sliver of hope, I wish to try." Chana was taken aback by the sight of the once spoiled and willful young lady, now so concerned for a stranger. If her actions were solely based on the youth's good looks, it would seem rather unreasonable. Yet, the young lady's intentions were not for her to question. Nevertheless, soul resonance is not something to be taken lightly. First, while theoretically possible, it is exceedingly difficult to achieve in practice. Among the few successful cases, most have involved twins, and even then, they must be identical twins in non-twin scenarios. Only one pair has succeeded, Boru Haxatu and Ning Yushi, the parents of the young lady before them. Boru Haxatu currently serves as the principal of the academy, while it is said that Ning Yushi perished in a severe virtual beast attack in her youth. Chana sighed and briefly outlined the requirements for soul resonance. First, the individuals involved must share an exceptionally close relationship, typically twins, siblings, parents, and children, or at the very least, spouses. Second, their neuronal compatibility must be similar, with a maximum difference of 20. However, this young man lacks a mech tattoo. And ordinary individuals typically do not exceed a compatibility of 10, while yours is 88. Third, the consciousness of both parties must intertwine. If the lost individual cannot return, the rescuer may also be unable to return. The implications of not returning need no further explanation, I presume. Ning Yusher nodded, seemingly understanding. "You mean I would become a vegetative state like him?" Chana confirmed with a nod. The other party might become ensnared in a fog, trapped in their past, unable to extricate themselves, and unable to regain consciousness. You would need to guide him out of that fog and restore his will to survive. Chana relayed all she knew about soul resonance. "If we were not in this instance, we could seek assistance from a chief scientist named Heyman, who specializes in neural overload recovery at the Academy of Sciences." Ning Yusher sighed and cast a glance at Chen Qi, whose complexion had begun to pale. This fellow could no longer inflict harm. Yet he had bullied others so mercilessly. Must he die just like that? Reflecting on it, their acquaintance was merely a fleeting one, even if she did not risk her life to save him. "No, it is not like that." Ning Yusher shook her head that he seems quite special. Ultimately, Ning Yusher resolved, "I want to try. What must I do?" Chana appeared somewhat astonished, setting aside the likelihood of successful resonance. Was it truly necessary? Both Chana and Mao Chi had seen their fair share of battles, witnessing life and death. They had encountered many who suffered from neural overload and became vegetative, and no one had ever expressed a desire to attempt soul resonance to save a stranger afflicted by neural overload. Chana shook her head, saying, "My lady, our purpose here is to ensure your safety. His life is beyond our responsibilities." Chana glanced at Mao Chi, who still bore an expressionless demeanor. She furrowed her brow and said, "It seems we have overlooked a crucial question, Miao." "What question?" Ning Yusher and Chana asked in unison. "This person lacks a mech tattoo and cannot transform into a mech. How did he suffer in neural overload?" "Miao." Chana wore an expression of realization, while Ning Yusher responded, "This person is peculiar. He could transform even without a mech tattoo. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Everyone from Blue Star knows that mechs are a unique evolutionary form of life for special Blue Star individuals. A transition from carbon-based to silicon-based life. Whether innate or acquired, mechs are hybrid carbon-silicon entities that a lack of a mech tattoo signifies that this individual has not undergone evolution. How could he possibly transform into a mech? Ning Yushir, puzzled, replied, but I saw him transform by slapping a black mech card against his chest. Chana reminded her, soul resonance requires the mech cards of both individuals to be pressed together. Where's his mech card? Ning Yushir hastily searched Chen Qi's left and right pockets, but found nothing. She failed to locate the mech card. She also noticed that his body temperature seemed unusually low. Chana, he feels so cold. Chana quickly touched Chen Qi's forehead, her expression shifting. This is bad. He must have been submerged in icy water for too long and is suffering from hypothermia. What do we do? What can we do? First, we must remove all of his soaked clothing. The three women worked together to strip Chen Qi down to his skin. Lacking towels, they used whatever they could find to dry him off, and then... We need to find a blanket to keep him warm. Chana frowned and continued, but we do not have a blanket. Who would bring a blanket for research? Mao Chi-Chi lacked a spatial compression ring. But Chana possessed one that after searching her ring's projection for some time, Chana found only a bedsheet. For now, let us wrap him in this. After a flurry of frantic activity and blushing faces, the three women sighed in relief. Yet, upon checking Chen Qi's forehead again, there was still no improvement. What now? Is there truly no other way? It seemed as though all hope was lost. Normally, Ning Yushir, exuding the demeanor of a refined young lady, would possess a degree of assertiveness, yet she now appeared utterly lost. They could start a fire for warmth, but that would surely alert the Skywalker organization outside, wouldn't it? Chana also felt a headache coming on. Perhaps we could rely on body heat, meow. I recall that in the Research Institute, animals would huddle together to warm one another. Mao Chi-Chi suggested. Rely on body heat? Ning Yushir seemed to have an idea, biting her lip and then blushing. She removed her dress and placed it aside, then crawled under the bedsheet, laying on top of Chen Qi as Mao Chi-Chi and Chana stared in stunned silence. Embarrassment caused Ning Yushir's temperature to rise several degrees as she gazed at the young man from the Dragon Kingdom, hoping fervently for his recovery. Why, lady, do you really need to go to such lengths for a man? Ning Yushir, feeling both shy and indignant, retorted, You two must not speak of this. Otherwise, I shall be utterly humiliated. After a pause, Ning Yushir added, He is different from other men. When he met me, there was no flattery, no deliberate attempts to please. Even after discovering I am the principal's daughter, he still created troubles for me. Is truly a rogue. He gives me a feeling that is quite unique. Mao Chi-Chi's expression remained unchanged, yet her words were earth-shattering. I see, my lady, you have awakened your fighting constitution. Chapter 28. Tired. I wish to rest for a while, son. Your father is gone without luxuries, working tirelessly all day to afford this meal. Why do I endure such hardship? It is all for you to study well, to grow up and achieve success, to stand out. You must understand your father's sacrifices and not let me down. Indeed, isn't all for you? Yet, how can you justify your grades to us? Perhaps you should drop out. Otherwise, you will only drag our class down. Go to martial arts school, grow stronger, and just go to the construction site to carry bricks. This lad is quite sturdy. He would make a fine martial artist. But alas, he has come to us too late. This man is a madman. Whether teaching disciples or fighting, he is reckless. Are you certain you wish to take him as your master? He went inside, and someone harassed his daughter. It is said he accidentally killed the man. Who is speaking? Where am I? Chen Qi's consciousness stirred once more, awakening from a haze. Surrounding him was a white mist, rendering everything invisible. Chen Qidong gazed around, and amidst the surrounding mist, dark silhouettes began to emerge. In the next moment, the fog suddenly dissipated, and Chen Qidong found himself in the midst of a bustling street. Judging by the inscriptions on the roadside, it seemed he was on Earth, not the blue planet. Have I traversed back again? Chen Qidong looked around, attempting to see his own hands and body, but upon lowering his head, he discovered nothingness, an empty void in the following instant. The mist enveloped him once more, and when it cleared again, the scene shifted to his own home. His father and mother were celebrating his sister's birthday. A name was inscribed on the cake. Chen Qi. 17 candles adorned it. The girl blew out the candles and closed her eyes to make a wish. The family exuded warmth and joy. Dad, Mom, little Chen. Chen Qi tried to attract their attention, yet no matter how loudly he called, they remained oblivious. Today is a double celebration. Our little Chen is turning 17. She has received the admission notice from Qingbei University. You are the pride of your parents. Chen Qi fell silent. Indeed, his biological sister Chen Qi had always been an exemplary student, a model child in the eyes of others. Memories flooded back. I love my brother the most. TSK. Why haven't you found a girlfriend yet? Get lost? Chen Qi felt a profound sense of loss, letting out a deep sigh. The scene began to shift again. He looked around, and it appeared to be a hospital. On the hospital bed lay a middle-aged woman with graying hair. However, her white hair was not due to age, but rather a characteristic of her ethnicity. She belonged to a race unique to the blue planet. With white hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes, this is my adoptive mother. Little Qi, I entrust Emily to you. Cough. I fear I may not cross this threshold. Little Qi, although I'm not your biological mother, I have regarded you as my own son all these years. Emily considers you her elder brother, too. However, if one day you do not mind, I hope you can marry Emily. Will you take good care of her for me? Before Chen Qi could respond, the scene shifted again. On the blue planet, beneath the snowy mountains of a remote town in northern Europe, was the funeral of his adoptive mother. Emily wept inconsolably, while Chen Qi fought back tears, greeting the relatives and friends who came to pay their respects. That year, Emily was 8, and Chen Qi was only 9. He had begged every relative until finally his uncle agreed to take Emily in. Yet, Emily cried bitterly, refusing to go with him. From that moment on, Chen Qi took on odd jobs to support his sister's education. Damn it, it's that damned revolving door again. Am I on the brink of death again? It was one thing not to have a golden finger before. But now, with a time-traveling gift pack, and I still end up in this predicament. Chen Qi recalled the girl who had been trapped in a cave due to a bear being too large, who also tore her clothes. She had inadvertently shattered the functional mineral, awakening the hellhound beast. Utterly foolish, but she had suddenly pushed me away and got bitten instead. What was her name? Something Ning. I can't remember. Compared to her name, the term little fairy left a deeper impression on Chen Qi. Damn it, what was her name again? I remember she was beautiful, like a fairy. Oh, right. Ning Yushi. Chen Qi recalled the blindingly white scene. If I had known I was going to die, I would have caressed her a bit more. I saved her life. What's wrong with a little touch? The surrounding scenery faded away, and the entire environment gradually dimmed. I am so tired, really tired. I feel so sleepy. Chen Qi felt an overwhelming urge to sleep. In his past life, he had lived 15 years as a failure, embodying the archetype of a bad child. In this life, he had lived for over a decade, becoming the epitome of a beast of burden. I'm exhausted. Let us rest for a while. Chen Qi. Chen Qi. Who is calling? Chen Qi. Where are you? Damn it. You're getting handsy with me. You need to take responsibility. Chen Qi. So noisy. It's the little fairy's voice. Upon hearing her voice, Chen Qi felt a headache coming on. Stop shouting. It's so annoying. Chen Qi, still shouting. If you keep it up, I'll deal with you first. Huh. Was the she sent out of the cave by my drone? How did she come back? Wait, if she is back, how will she give me the $1,000 worth of A-grade functional minerals to Emily? As he reopened his eyes, Chen Qi saw a blurry figure. He looked at the figure, but could not discern who it was. Are you the little fairy? I'm Yushi. You can call me Ning Yushi. Why is it you? How did you get here? The figure before him grew clearer, and Chen Qi focused, confirming it was indeed the little fairy. But where are your clothes? No, even in a dream. Can't you keep it together? Where are your clothes? Chen Qi gazed at her gradually materializing beautiful form. Ning Yushi replied, wearing clothes won't keep you warm. You're freezing. You're the one who is freezing. Just as Chen Qi was about to retort, he suddenly recalled that he indeed felt cold. I came to save you. Hurry and come with me. As Ning Yushi spoke, she reached for Chen Qi arm. No, I'm not going. Chen Qi shrugged off her hand. Just give the functional minerals to Emily. That money is enough for her. I'm tired. I just want to rest for a while. With that, Chen Qi couldn't resist the drowsiness and wished to sleep. The bright surroundings were about to dim again. No, don't sleep. Whatever you do, don't sleep. Wake up! The figure suddenly rushed over and embraced Chen Qi, then kissed him on the lips. Chapter 29. It was my suggestion that she do this. This kiss felt overwhelmingly real. The delicate body in his embrace trembled incessantly. The softness and warmth were all too tangible. Chen Qi jolted awake, suddenly opening his eyes. What are you doing? His mouth was covered, yet he could still speak. So it turns out, I'm still dreaming. I'm here to save you. Hurry and come with me. Go. Where to? In both my past and present lives, where's my home? Seeing the bewildered look in Chen Qi eyes, Ning Yushi dove back into his embrace and kissed him again. Hey, if you keep this up, I might have to call for help. Chen Qi covered his face. Let me tell you, I'm not someone to be trifled with. I warn you, if you kiss me again and something unexpected happens, don't say I didn't warn you. Despite his repeated warnings, Ning Yushi continued to kiss him. Thought if you kiss me again, I swear I'll lose my mind. With multiple warnings falling on deaf ears, Chen Qi made up his mind, tightly embracing Ning Yushi. Ning Yushi lost her balance and fell in the next moment. The white mist behind her suddenly coalesced into a fluffy white cloud, lifting both of them into the air. Chen Qi propped himself up, gazing at the exquisite visage so near, swallowing hard. Ning Yushi's cheeks were flushed, and ultimately, she slowly closed her eyes, presenting herself as if ripe for the picking. This is permissible, right? Ning Yushi didn't respond, merely nodded, turning her face aside, too shy to look at Chen Qi. Uncertain where the cloud was drifting, and not knowing how much time had passed, Chen Qi opened his eyes. I can't move. Damn it. Not again. This is sleep paralysis. He attempted to struggle, but inadvertently grasped something. Ning Yushi suddenly awoke. Their eyes locking. You're awake. You're awake. Ning Yushi cried out, tears streaming down her face. You finally woke up. Boo-hoo. Chen Qi tried to move, but it was a dire situation. This position, in the next second. Ning Yushi's expression changed. You, what is poking me? Chen Qi let out a bitter laugh, pulling out a black card from between them and saying, Don't panic, it's just a mecha card. Now can you please get off me? Ning Yushi nodded and sat up abruptly. Oh no. Don't just sit up like that. This is bad. Ning Yushi seemed to realize her faux pas, hastily covering herself and jumping down from the makeshift cot. The commotion roused the sleeping Qi and Chana in the corner. Both sprang up, their faces alight with surprise. Chana, after a moment of stunned silence, exclaimed, Incredible, incredible. You two are the only pair in human history that can resonate souls without being related. Qi nodded. I assent this like a marriage on the spot. Huh. You two? Chen Qi recognized the two girls before him. How did you both end up here? Where am I? Didn't I fall off a waterfall? Chana nodded. Then she searched the mountains for 3 days, using her body heat to warm you up, and bravely entered your consciousness, pulling you back from the brink of death. She looked relieved and continued. All right. You sure? I admit defeat. I'll concede this black-haired dragon kingdom handsome guy to you. Qi nodded in agreement. I'll concede him to you too. However, hiding in the dark corner of the tent, Ning Yushi was completely flushed. What just happened in the dream? Something like that happened. Oh my gosh. Ning Yushi said, her voice trembling. Qi, help me get my clothes. Taking advantage of the darkness, Ning Yushi quickly dressed. Chana approached Chen Qi, admiring his physique, and asked, So, young man, how do you feel? Chen Qi pulled the sheet over his body and replied, Where are my clothes? They were torn. You were soaked, suffering from hypothermia. And this was the only solution we had. Chana's gaze roamed over Chen Qi form, and then she mischievously said, Mr. Chen, you're quite formidable, aren't you? Goodness, is this self-teasing? Chen Qi was not one to indulge her. And with a hint of anger, he exclaimed, Ms. Chana, you possess quite the discerning eye, don't you? What, are you contemplating the delightful combination of a big stick and sweet dates? Huh. It's not entirely out of the question. However, if I were to acquiesce, someone is likely to feel quite envious. Chana stifled a giggle, casting a glance at the hidden Ning Yushi. Concurrently, she keenly sensed something amiss. You too? Has something transpired in the realm of consciousness? Absolutely not. No way. Definitely not. Ning Yushur hastily refuted. Meanwhile, Chen Qi appeared pensive. How would you know? Oh, so it is true. Chana's face lit up with envy. How remarkable. Why aren't you two hastening to tie the knot right here and now? Chen Qi furrowed his brow. Isn't it merely a dream? I'm more curious about how you came to know that, of course. It wasn't mere conjecture, but rather my orchestration. Chana feigned innocence. Continuing, I suggested she undertake such actions. She pointed at the corner where the mortified Ning Yushur was concealed, adding, moreover, that was no dream, but reality. You two experienced a soul resonance if two individuals, who share no blood ties, wish to achieve such resonance. Then only you grasp my meaning, don't you? Only couples can attain that. Then, what do couples do when their feelings run deep? Chen Qi inquired. They engage in even more profound exchanges. Chana clapped her hands. Exactly, clever. It is said that to engage in deep communication in the realm of consciousness with another is an extraordinary experience. Furthermore, their ability to achieve soul resonance implies the potential for Mech fusion. The compatibility of their neurons would directly amplify, yielding a result greater than the sum of its parts. Young man, you are invincible. You and Yushur shall become the second couple in the entire blue star capable of Mech fusion. Chen Qi cast a glance at the corner where Ning Yushur remained hidden. Couple? US? Chana swiftly interjected, placing a finger over Chen Qi's lips. Young man, refrain from uttering words that might sadden a girl. Do you think she would risk losing herself in the sea of consciousness to save you if she couldn't capture your heart? Or perhaps, you are already smitten with another? Smitten? Chen Qi was taken aback. However, this moment of surprise was keenly noted by the perceptive Chana. Ning Yushur emerged from her corner, then bolted out the door. Chana gave Chen Qi a playful smack on the head. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and chase her. Chen Qi hastily leapt from the bed, only to realize that the feeling of weakness that had enveloped him had completely vanished, just as he was about to pursue her. He suddenly halted. Chase her? Hell no. I'm currently in a rush. Chapter 30. The fatherhood is a bit overwhelming. Bursting from the tent, Chen Qi found himself in an inky black night. The interior of the dungeon was cloaked in darkness. However, two large and one small crescent moons hung high in the sky, illuminating the ground as if it were a bowl of kanji. Not far away, Ning Yushur sat upon a large stone beneath the trees. Her back turned to him. Her ebony tresses shimmered beautifully in the dappled moonlight, making her appear like a forest sprite, exuding an enchanting aura. Chen Qi mused, this silhouette is simply breathtaking. That he approached with slow steps. Smiling, why have you stopped running? Why should I inform you? Ning Yushur huffed, turning her head away to conceal her face from Chen Qi. Chen Qi circled her other side. Because you're afraid of the dark. Aren't you? I've told you it's none of your concern. You saved my life, I saved yours. We're even now. Chen Qi chuckled. Oh, is that so? Yet, I seem to recall that we engaged in something rather significant in the dream realm. Didn't we? Ning Yushur instantly flushed. Forget it. Just forget it all. Don't mention it to anyone. It was all to save you. Chana had mentioned that twins could rely on their innate psychic connection for soul resonance. Siblings could resonate through their blood ties, and to save you back then, it could only be accomplished through that act. Don't misunderstand. It's not because I have feelings for you that I simply don't want to owe you anything, especially since it was my fault that you were put in danger. After we leave, you must not mention this to anyone, or else. Chen Qi sat beside Ning Yushur, letting his legs dangle over the giant rock. I merely spoke in jest. Why did you feel the need to explain so much? It was just a dream that I merely hope you don't overthink it. He chuckled. Ha ha. Oh ha ha ha. Ning Yushur turned to face Chen Qi, her words faltering as she took in the sight before her. It turned out that Chen Qi had no change of clothes and could not simply dash out of the tent. Thus, he had borrowed a dress from Chana to wear. Ning Yushur erupted into a fit of giggles, tears of laughter streaming down her face. My apologies, my apologies. Turns out you're quite the cross-dresser. Chen Qi's expression darkened. Laugh again, and I'll first seduce, then kill, is it? Then I shall laugh. Ha ha. If you dare to speak of this, don't blame me for turning against you. Chen Qi warned, shaking his fist in front of Ning Yushur ominously. Do you even dare to touch me? My father is a formidable figure. With a single slap, he could crush you. Chen Qi's expression turned sullen. Indeed, this was one individual he could not provoke. Yet the moment Ning Yushi mentioned her father, the smile vanished from her face, replaced by a stark sorrow in her eyes. If your father is so powerful, why hasn't he come to rescue you yet? I merely entered a novice dungeon. And because of you, I've been caught in this predicament, beset by golden tortoise beasts and hellhounds, while a host of mysterious figures pursue you. They are the Sky Walkers, a group of insurgents. With the threat of the virtual beasts looming, instead of uniting to combat the enemy, they have taken to building their own armed forces and plundering strategic resources, utterly disregarding the lives of others. I recall you mentioned they sought after some divine, or correct? Ning Yushi nodded, brushing her hair from her forehead. Yes, that or was meant to replace the defensive shield for our school district, as long as the shield is operational. Virtual beasts cannot breach the space-time interweaving points within. So, if the or is surrendered, it would spell great trouble. Ning Yushi nodded affirmatively. Even if I were to perish, I would never allow my father to face difficulties. He is the head of the family. Her voice faltered midway. Chen Qi tilted his head, observing the anguish etched on her face, and understood that a rift existed between her and her father. My father and mother were the only couple among the younger generation of frontline defenders capable of soul resonance, mech fusion, and fighting against virtual beasts as long as my parents remained together. Many high-level virtual beasts stood no chance against them. However, when I was younger, I insisted that my mother take me to the amusement park, while my father was unable to leave his duties. Thus, only my mother took me. While we were enjoying ourselves at the amusement park, a high-level assassin-type virtual beast invaded. My mother sacrificed herself to save me by self-destructing AS. She recounted the tale. Tears flowed freely down Ning Yushi's cheeks. I am sorry, mother. I am sorry, father. Since that day, for a long time, my father seemed to lose his soul, shutting himself away at home, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He must hate me, right? Seeing Ning Yushi's tears cascade like a dam bursting. Chen Qi reached out, gently patting her head. Just a simple touch usually sufficed to comfort Emily when she was upset. But this time, it only made Ning Yushi cry harder, burying her face in Chen Qi's embrace. Chen Qi felt somewhat at a loss. After so many years of being single, he had hardly interacted with any other women aside from his sister, in situations where they were not well acquainted. Casual banter was usually sufficient to navigate through. However, upon hearing her tragic past, his CPU nearly overheated as he grappled with how to respond. In the distance, Mao Chi and Chana peeked out, and upon catching Chen Qi's pleading gaze, Chana silently mouthed, "Hug her." Mao Chi nodded, softly murmuring, "Hug, meow." Chen Qi gently placed his hand on her shoulder, saying, "Perhaps he is just too heartbroken. How could he possibly hate you? No, ever since my mother passed, he has ignored me, speaking to me only when absolutely necessary." Upon hearing this, Chen Qi was at a loss for words. After all, this was a matter of family. Helpless, he could only lightly pat her shoulder, and they sat there together in silence. Uncertain of how long she had been crying, her sobs gradually subsided, prompting Chen Qi to attempt to change the subject. Speaking of which, we defeated the monster. Yet we Haven-T collected the spoils. Did you not say we would split them in half? Ning Yushi lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Chen Qi. You mean the ore vein for that functional mineral? Let us not split it. You can take it all. After all, I didn't contribute anything and only hindered you. Chen Qi nodded but shook his head upon seeing her pitiful demeanor. That doesn't mean you did nothing. You saved my life. Thank you. However, I am quite curious. Why would a young lady like yourself compete with me for resources in a novice dungeon? Ning Yushi rubbed her eyes. He is always busy with work. I hardly get a chance to see him. I just want to prove myself. Chen Qi thought to himself, this fatherhood is indeed a bit overwhelming. Chapter 31, a bold plan as the night deepened. In the tent, Cat Chi-Chi and Chana were engaged in a hushed conversation. Upon noticing the two approaching from outside, Chana hurriedly grabbed Cat Chi-Chi, ready to step out. Where are we going, meow? Where else can we go? After all those sweet nothings, isn't it inevitable that the flames of passion will ignite? Do you intend to be a third wheel here? Chana, with her loud voice, caused Ning Yusher's ears to flush crimson at the implication. That's not what you think. I have no desire to get involved in anything like that. Chana, however, said no more and pulled Chen Qi outside, for explanations often serve as mere veils for the truth. At that moment, a buzzing sound filled the air, reminiscent of a drone's rotor blades. Both Chana and Chen Qi froze in their tracks, for the Skywalker-S search drones were equipped with thermal imaging cameras. Once outside, even in the pitch darkness, they could be discovered instantly. Listening as the drone's sound gradually faded, Ning Yusher sighed. What should we do? We can't just sit here and wait for our doom. Can we? We must take action. Chana shook her head. What action? With just the four of us, we stand no chance. I'm a support type, and Qi is an assassin. She can execute a quick kill, but she cannot single-handedly hold the line. Besides, you two are novices. We don't have the upper hand in a fight. Chen Qi fell silent. He was uncertain of Chana and Chen Qi's levels. But at the very least, they were not weaker than him. Furthermore, Ning Yusher was currently at a rookie level of 17, essentially at a level where she could barely contribute. In contrast, his own level was rookie level 87, and unless he found a substantial number of high-level mech cards. Defeating the numerous second-tier crocodile beasts in the cave would be impossible in the near future. Moreover, Chen Qi noticed that the experience bar did not display specific numbers, only a rough percentage, leaving him clueless about how much experience was needed to reach level 100 and advance to the next stage. Additionally, until Ning Yusher's principal father arrived, they could not leave the instance through the time-space intertwining point. I have a plan, but it requires you to take some risks. After a long contemplation, Chen Qi spoke while looking at Ning Yusher. What is the plan? It's quite simple. We lead this group chasing after the young lady to retrace my steps. Seeing the three women still puzzled, Chen Qi elaborated, we pretend to expose ourselves, luring the pursuers into the cave, and let them have a fun time with those crocodile beasts. You intend to use her as bait? She saved your life. Chana immediately reacted with anger. Protecting the young lady is our duty. We would rather hide here than take such a risk. Chen Qi waved his hand dismissively. Don't speak so harshly. I am merely suggesting. The decision lies with your young lady. Then, turning to Ning Yusher, he asked, do you remember the place where you crushed the ability? Or, Ning Yusher nodded. I suspect that vein might extend all the way to the mountain's base. The reserves of that vein could make us both overnight millionaires. No, I oppose this. The young lady is already from a prestigious family. The Hagestida family is already wealthy beyond measure. Chana continued to shake her head. Chen Qi remained silent, her expression as impassive as ever. Chen Qi chose not to speak further and instead turned his gaze back to Ning Yusher. The Hagestida family may not lack money, but that does not mean Ning Yusher is financially secure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned splitting the profits in half. Moreover, who would ever complain about having too much money? Chana stepped forward, grasping Ning Yusher's arm. My dear young lady, please don't stir up trouble. The principal will surely be furious if he finds out you sneaked out like this. If anything were to happen, Ning Yusher patted Chana's hand reassuringly. No, I believe Chen Qi's suggestion is worth considering. That Chana's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of exaggerated despair. You two aren't even together yet, and you're already breathing the same air. Great. Not only have I lost my romantic interest, but I've also lost my best friend. The previously silent Chen Qi chimed in. I think it's worth a try, meow. After all, I need money too, meow. If they're SA mine, then splitting the profit sounds fair. What? Qi, even you have betrayed us? Don't worry, meow. I will definitely protect the young lady. Chen Qi nodded. If you can't protect her, it won't matter. There will be one less person to share the spoils. Ning Yusher, upon hearing this, was instantly furious. I was blind to have saved such an ungrateful wretch like you. Had I known, I would have let the hellhound beast directly snap your neck. See, your true colors are revealed. Was your delicate young lady facade just an act? Their bickering continued, but Chen Qi understood that this plan was indeed risky. Yet the adage of seeking fortune in danger has been true since time immemorial. Having previously never faced death, he always found it terrifying. However, after several encounters teetering on the brink of life and death, Chen Qi had come to a new understanding. Whether in this life or the next, he was tired of living in poverty. If he succeeded this time, wouldn't have to work odd jobs for the rest of his life? Of course, if he failed, he wouldn't need to work either. You three, could you pass me the Mech cards? After Chen Qi's request, Chana was momentarily stunned, thinking she had misheard. Cat Qi displayed no reaction, while Ning Yushi promptly took out her Mech card and handed it to Chen Qi. Chen Qi gave Ning Yushi a thumbs up. Excellent, you're a friend worth having. And who said I was your friend? Chen Qi chose not to engage further in their banter and turned to Chana and Cat Qi. If you two trust me, please hand over your Mech cards. But if you don't trust me, that's fine, but the success rate of this operation will significantly diminish. Chana, skeptical, withdrew her Mech card, glancing at Ning Yushi for approval. Ning Yushi nodded, prompting Chana to pass her card over. As Chen Qi examined it, he was astonished to find it was a level 39 support-type Mech card with a neuron compatibility of 68. Cat Qi then produced her Mech card, and Chen Qi was even more impressed to see a level 55 assassin-type Mech card with a neuron compatibility of 70. Both of their compatibilities would make them top talents in any school. Adding in the 88 compatibility of the little fairy, they were just missing a warrior and a tank. Holding the 3 Mech cards, Chen Qi addressed the 3 women. Additionally, I require some ability, or the more, the better. Copying equipment consumes a significant amount of ability, or, fortunately, under the young lady's suggestion, Cat Qi and Chana brought forth all their possessions. Chana emphasized, don't think just because you're handsome that you can get away without paying me back. I'll tell you, if you can't repay, I won't mind taking your body in exchange. Chen Qi, uninterested in her antics, nodded dismissively and instructed, all right, all 3 of you, turn around and don't look this way. Chana, confused, asked, huh, why? Ning Yushi, knowing he was about to point at the sky again, whispered a few words to Chana. Chana's expression shifted to one of realization as she exclaimed, are you insane? I have meds. I can give him Ning Yushi quickly made a silencing gesture towards Chen Qi. Chen Qi, with keen ears, caught snippets of their hushed conversation, but chose to ignore them for the moment. The immediate priority was to clear out the king's treasury once more. Chapter 32. At most, I'll save you again, or you'll save me again holding 4 Mech cards. The first thing Chen Qi did was copy a flying technique program for the 3 women's Mech cards. This enhancement would allow their current Mechs to equip a flight-enabled back armor, increasing their flying speed by 10. Don't underestimate this 10. Sometimes, that small margin is all it takes to keep the enemy at bay. Subsequently, Chen Qi replicated the little fairy's A-grade laser hand cannon, B-grade special rifle, S-grade flying back armor, A-grade limb modules, and A-grade drone once more to that moment. A prompt appeared on the Synthesizer interface. Detected 2 identical B-grade special rifles. Would you like to attempt enhancement? Chen Qi opted for enhancement, but as expected, it was not free. It required ability, or he clicked cancel. Now was not the time for experiments, especially since his supply of ability was limited. Moreover, he didn't believe that enhancing a B-grade special rifle would yield significant improvements. Based on his previous gaming experience, it would likely only add a slight increase in attack power or explosive damage. Chen Qi then examined Chana's Mech card and discovered that she also had a unique program called Emergency Repair, which increased healing effects by 10 for teammates with health below 10, while also providing a shield. Excellent, copying that. This would allow her to moonlight as a battlefield medic. Melee Mechs typically wield knives, guns, and clubs, while ranged Mechs are armed with firearms and bows. As for support-type Mechs, Chen Qi was seeing one for the first time. A robot capable of emergency repairs. Chana's limb armor and helmet were inferior to those of young Lady Ning Yushi. Therefore, Chen Qi copied Ning Yushi's limb armor for Chana. Next, he copied the S-grade flying back armor for her as well. The rifle, laser hand cannon, and drone could not be copied due to the restrictions on Mech types, preventing cross-class equipment usage. Then, looking at Cat Qi's Mech card, he noticed her equipment was also not as good as the little fairies, so he replaced it all for her. Cat Qi's weapon was steel claws, humorously named Invincible Meow Meow Fist, which turned out to be her signature weapon. The implication is that when Cat Qi awakens her Mech card, the weapon is inherently included, much like Chen Qi's Black Dragon Red Flameblade. With a limited budget, Chen Qi could not replicate her Meow Meow Fist. Instead, he found himself quite intrigued by Cat Qi's inherent program, known as Hunting Instinct. This is an actively triggered program, and Chen Qi glanced at the description. once the driver's adrenaline reaches a certain level. The program activates automatically, enhancing attack power by 100, speed by 100, and mech energy consumption by 100. Goodness, a 100 enhancement. That means both attack power and speed are doubled, truly befitting of an assassin-type mech. Adhering to the principle of delivering a single fatal blow. Excellent. It's mine. Currently, aside from his primary universal synthesizer, Chen Qi possesses flight skills, unparalleled accuracy, emergency repairs, and the hunting instinct. By the time Chen Qi finished his preparations, the three women could no longer resist turning around to see what he was up to. Chen Qi was unperturbed, as they could not see the synthesizer interface. When he returned the mech card to the three women, they all stood in astonishment. Huh? How did I gain an extra program? Indeed. How did you manage that, Meow? Chen Qi naturally would not divulge the matter of the synthesizer, so he feigned mystery and replied, "A secret. I don't share this with just anyone." Zhana frowned and said, "At least tell our young lady. She's your wife now. Not just anyone, right?" As soon as Ning Yushi heard her friend teasing her, she immediately blushed, huffing, "Who is his wife?" Chen Qi was somewhat exasperated by Zhana's loose lips, and upon looking at Ning Yushi, he thought to himself. Her face was crimson. Zhana covered her mouth and chuckled. "TSK, no wonder you would risk your life to save him. It seems you have fallen deeply in love." Cat Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. A fire ignited. "Meow, oh dear, you two, stop it. Be careful, or I'll have my father expel you both." Zhana quickly pleaded, "Oh dear, young lady, I was just joking. You're not his wife." "I am, right? And you too, Chi-Chi." Ning Yushi was momentarily taken aback, saying, "Oh, what is this nonsense?" Chen Qi scratched his nose, reflecting that his ancestor was indeed right. Three women form a play. Their incessant chattering was almost like a flock of ducks. Nevertheless, the topics they discussed seemed rather pleasant compared to Ning Yushi. Zhana was somewhat lacking, yet her beauty would have made her the belle of the class in the middle school he attended in his previous life. As for Cat Chi-Chi, despite her usual expressionless demeanor, her heterochromatic eyes added to her allure. Finally, Ning Yushi's beauty was indisputable. Her school belle level looks combined with the status of Chabel's daughter were truly extraordinary. Chen Qi found himself puzzled as to how he became entangled with such a group. Had he failed to check the calendar before stepping out? Was he destined to be plagued by romantic misfortune this year? Yet, he had entered the dungeon seeking fortune. After the three women frolicked for a while, they packed up the tent and followed Chen Qi, retracing the mountain path they had traversed once before towards the previous cave entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, they discovered the remains of a virtual beast lying on the ground, its head having been blown apart. Chen Qi retrieved the virtual beast's crystal core, discovering it to be a medium-level virtual beast of the first tier. The previously narrow entrance had now collapsed from the explosion, and the four transformed into their Mechs, working together to clear the entrance once more, before proceeding inside. Chen Qi noticed that the cave's floor had been blasted open, presumably where he had fallen. Above, there was another opening through which the sky was visible, and one or two bat-like virtual beasts were startled awake and flew out. Approaching the opening, Chen Qi activated his helmet spotlight, shining it downwards into the abyss. Ning Yushi remarked, "What if there are hellhounds down there?" Chen Qi laughed. "What? Are you scared?" Ning Yushi pouted defiantly. "I'm not scared." "Then why don't you go down first to scout the way?" Ning Yushi retorted angrily. "Fine, I'll go." "Oh, come on. Have you really not learned your lesson? Didn't T.U. just tell me to go? Forget it, we'll go together. At worst, I'll just save you again." With that, Chen Qi jumped down. "Or you might save me again." Chen Qi's flight exosuit operated at low power, maintaining a nearly silent state. After a slow descent of 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the site where he had encountered the hellhounds. The area appeared unchanged, with traces of explosions and signs of battle. In the distance lay an underground river, which Chen Qi suspected was what had carried him and the hellhounds away. The three women followed closely behind Chen Qi, and upon seeing the mine, they were all stunned. Chen Qi laughed. "Stop gawking. Let us get to work. Ning Yushi and I will keep watch while you two take on the role of miners." With that, Chen Qi drew a laser cannon with his left hand and a rifle with his right. Chapter 33. Luring the enemy deeper, truly a support-type mech, as soon as Zhana landed. Her mech's body transformed, releasing several robots of varying sizes and shapes. They were controlled by the Mech's central AI and ultimately obeyed Zhana's commands. One particularly interesting robot, upon landing, sought a suitable position and transformed into a tall stand, hoisting a remarkably bright lamp into the air, illuminating the area around the mind eye in the pitch-black cave. The presence of light instilled a sense of safety. Furthermore, as Zhana retrieved 2 pickaxes, she stated, "I've activated the Micron radar. I will detect any enemy presence immediately." Chen Qi had noticed this Micron radar when he examined her mech card earlier. It was a helmet equipped with a special radar antenna. However, due to a lack of sufficient functional or Chen Qi had refrained from replicating it as they spoke. The 2 women began to diligently extract functional ore from a mine. The functional ore circulating in the market has been cut and polished to uniform size and weight. In contrast, the ore within the mine was irregularly shaped and varied in size, making it unsuitable for direct market circulation without special processing. However, its inherent functionality remained unaffected, still capable of providing energy for machinery or mechs. According to Chen Qi's understanding, functional ore on Blue Star was akin to oil in his previous world that in the past, people relied on oil to power ships, trains, and planes. In the present world, they relied on functional ore. Nevertheless, in the past, there were no virtual beasts competing with humans for resources. The extraction of ore continued for approximately an hour. Ultimately, nearly 90 of the functional ore in the mine was excavated. Zhana stored all the ore in her spatial compression ring, and upon continuing deeper, she found only ordinary stones. After a preliminary estimate, this excavation yielded approximately 3 tons of functional ore, predominantly of D-grade quality. With only a few C-grade pieces, different grades of functional ore have distinct appearances and varying energy densities. The initial assessment suggested that the 3 tons of functional ore could be exchanged for around 30,000 to 40,000 pieces of D-grade marketable functional ore, sufficient for equitable distribution among those present. "What shall we do next?" Zhana inquired of Chen Qi, while the other 2 women also turned their gazes toward him. Although Chen Qi was not the highest level among them, it was his idea that led to this point. The bait should make its appearance now. The underground river flows into an underground lake, which is home to numerous crocodile beasts, each a second-tier virtual beast. We need to devise a way to lure the pursuers into that lake. Those crocodile beasts are quite robust, with sharp teeth and adept swimming and jumping abilities. Yet they're largely blind, relying solely on sound to detect the location of their prey. Therefore, you understand my meaning. Be cautious not to create too much noise. The 3 women nodded in agreement. Chen Qi continued addressing Ning Yushi. "Little fairy, shortly, you will fly out from the opening above and pretend to be in a state of panic, while Cat Chi-Chi uses optical invisibility to follow closely behind. The enemies will certainly not strike with lethal force, as they will want to use you as leverage, so there's no need to worry too much. Avoid revealing yourselves unless absolutely necessary." Cat Chi-Chi nodded in acknowledgement. "Zhana, you and I will wait here and set up some little surprises that we'll regroup here shortly. And it will be best to circle around outside a few times to attract enough enemies before feigning an accidental discovery of this cave and hiding inside. You understand what I mean, right?" Both Cat Chi-Chi and Ning Yushi nodded. "Excellent. Then let us proceed. The crystal cores of hundreds of second-tier virtual beasts and a larger vein of ore await us." Zhana contemplated briefly and concluded that the plan posed minimal issues. Cat Chi-Chi, being swift and adept at stealth, would have no significant trouble protecting Ning Yushi while escaping S. She watched Ning Yushi and Cat Chi-Chi disappear into the distance. Zhana remarked, "Young man, what do you think of our Yushi?" "What do you mean by that?" Chen Qi secured an extra B-grade special rifle at the cave entrance that he had experienced the explosive power of this weapon before. Both he and the Hellhound had felt its overwhelming force. Especially within this confined cave, its impact would be magnified. Leaving one entrance open would cut off the pursuer's escape route. It would be a classic case of closing the door on the dog. To ensure sufficient power, Chen Qi insisted that Zhana hand over her mech card again, using the recently excavated ore to replicate a set of her robots. Chen Qi noted that Zhana's repair robots were divided into 3 components, which could either combine or operate separately. However, Chen Qi did not intend to use the newly replicated robots to blow the cave entrance. He had other plans, still playing dumb. You two were quite intimate in the realm of consciousness. Whereunto you? Although Chana's expression is concealed within the mech suit, her tone betrays that she indeed possesses some knowledge. There is nothing to hide. Chen Qi states, yes, that's so. How does it feel? Are you satisfied with Are you sure? Chen Qi, at a loss for words, responds, do you realize that engaging in intimate acts within the realm of consciousness is a coveted desire for many couples? Not to mention that soul resonance implies a mech fusion. Compared to mere physicality, the sensation derived from the merging of consciousness is said to be utterly addictive. Pray tell, what does it feel like? Quickly describe it in detail, with nothing else to occupy his mind. Chen Qi reflects and replies, it feels surreal, almost dreamlike, soft and gentle, as if the two of us are enveloped in a cloud, floating through the air. Chana's eyes sparkle with envy. I'm so envious. I too wish to share a collective spring dream with someone I love. Chen Qi retorts, enough of that. You nearly didn't make it back, did you? Chana shakes her head, saying no, even without the risk of mental overload. Two fated souls can still achieve soul resonance. Admit it, young man, she is your soulmate. Chen Qi, exasperated, exclaims, is this really the right time for such talk? Just then, a cacophony of jetpack sounds and a barrage of gunfire and explosions erupted from outside. Chen Qi hastily rises. They're here. Prepare the jetpacks for charging. Chana, equally wary, nods in agreement. Soon, two figures swoop down from above, accompanied by at least a dozen various mechs. Ning Yushi shouts to Chen Qi below, run! Chen Qi and Chana initially feign shock, then hastily dart about in a chaotic manner, ultimately fleeing rapidly along the underground river. The burly man bellows, ha ha! Kid, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. I told you you wouldn't escape. This is what we call catching a turtle in a jar. Chapter 34. The reluctant pursuit amidst danger, the burly man, leading a motley crew of Mechs, descends slowly from the air. Their weapons swiftly trained on the forward. Chen Qi dismisses the burly man's bravado. What a pretentious intellectual, claiming to catch turtles in a jar. I'm the one who will shut the door and beat the dog. Though he remains calm internally, Chen Qi feigns desperation, soon retreating to the bank of the underground river. The dark, turbulent waters resemble a demonic abyss, seemingly unfathomable, instilling a sense of dread. The four find themselves increasingly surrounded. As if escape were impossible. Why run? Wouldn't it be better to surrender the person and claim the bounty? Now, perish! The burly man gazes at Chen Qi and Ning Yushi as one would at meat on a chopping block. One is a minor officer, the other a general, presenting some threat, while the remaining two recruits are mere burdens. In contrast, he himself is a general, flanked by 3 general-level subordinates and 4 minor officers. The burly man considers this operation nearly concluded. Go, my subordinates, kill the man outright. The young lady is off limits, but her little attendant seems quite appealing. Capture her for some amusement, upon the burly man's command. A red long-range mech immediately opens fire on Chen Qi's group. The sound of gunfire echoes through the cave as bullets fly towards Chen Qi, who effortlessly deflects them with the black dragon red flame blade. The opposing minor officer mech stands dumbfounded. How is this possible? A mere recruit mech can withstand all my bullets. The burly man waves dismissively. No more chatter. All of you attack. Chen Qi and Ning Yushi take refuge behind stalagmite. Firing back. Although it seems like a back-and-forth exchange, the vast difference in levels means Chen Qi's cover is on the verge of being shattered. Faced with a dead end, the four continue to retreat without surrendering. The enemy presses on relentlessly, leaving Chen Qi's group struggling to hold their ground. With a loud crash, the stalagmite where Chen Qi and Ning Yushi are hiding finally shatters, collapsing around them. Be careful. Damn it, don't harm the young lady. Otherwise, all will be for naught. Kid, if you surrender now, I'll let you leave alive. The burly man begins to coax Chen Qi under the pretext of caution. Chen Qi fires a shot from his laser cannon at the burly man, who, being in a tank-like mech with thick armor and a mirror shield specifically designed to counteract laser weapons, doesn't even bother to dodge. Ha ha! Kid, that shot of yours barely tickles. With a resounding explosion, The entire cave seems to tremble as countless fragments rain down from above on the burly man's side. Two unfortunate souls are caught off guard, crushed under the massive debris. Chen Qi leaps into the underground river, discovering its depth is far beyond expectation. The water is so deep. He shouts to the hesitant three women, "Stop dawdling, jump." The current is swift, sweeping the four away in an instant. While Chana and Cat Chi-Chi seem to manage, Ning Yushir struggles, seemingly unable to swim, and disappears beneath the surface. Chen Qi communicates through the team voice, "Everyone, don't panic. Just go with the flow." Thus, they follow Ning Yushir's lead, allowing the current to carry them further away. Meanwhile, the landslide continues on the bank. One subordinate, in a panic, exclaims, "What's happening, an earthquake?" Another responds, "Boss, could it be a trap? Shouldn't we hurry back?" The burly man rejects the notion. "Nonsense. Even if it is a trap, with so many of us, why should we fear it? Don't be afraid, pursue." With that, the burly man jumps into the water first, and the others have no choice but to follow suit. After being swept along by the current for several minutes, Chen Qi finally surfaces in a pool of water. He immediately spots the corpse of the hellhound beast. Without hesitation, he drags it ashore and extracts the virtual beast crystal core with the black dragon red flame blade. The third-tier virtual beast crystal is easily taken. Why not? Chen Qi, familiar with the terrain, quickly finds a stalagmite to hide behind. The three women follow closely, and Chen Qi turns to Cat Chi-Chi, saying, "You're a general-level assassin. Are you confident in ambushing the burly man to claim his head?" Cat Chi-Chi shakes her head. His skin is tough, and his flesh is thick. It's hard to say. Chen Qi points in a direction. "All right, then let us avoid a prolonged engagement. We'll escape in that direction." Little Fairy, when the enemy reveals themselves, open fire, but don't use rifles. Use laser hand cannons. Don't seek high power for damage. Low power to provoke them will suffice. Could you please refrain from calling me Little Fairy? Ning Yushir protests, but Chen Qi ignores her, instructing Chana, when the enemy shows themselves, have your support robot emit a strong light at maximum power, focusing primarily on that pool of water. Chana questions, "How can you be so sure they will emerge from that pool?" Chen Qi replies, "Because I've explored this area thoroughly." Subsequently, the four extinguish their lights and hold their breath, keenly observing the water's surface. Sure enough, soon bright lights appear from below, and the burly man surfaces from the pool first. As soon as he emerges, Chen Qi and Ning Yushir fire simultaneously at his head, delivering a punishing blow with the laser cannons, an insult of significant magnitude. However, thanks to Chana's strong light, the burly man struggles to adjust his vision. Cursing, "Kid, when I catch you, I'll skin you alive." As more figures emerge from the water, Chen Qi halts Ning Yushir. "All right, no need to linger. Conserve energy. When we reach the pool where the crocodile beast resides, make no loud noises. Once they pursue, activate the jetpacks at maximum power and fly to the opposite bank." Understood? The three women nod in agreement. Chen Qi then signals, and they dash towards a direction in the cave. "Run, run, you damned mutts!" The burly man commands his subordinates as they chase after Chen Qi. However, not everyone possesses S-class jetpacks. Despite most of his team being general level, the burly man's jetpack is only B-class. Even with a vast difference in levels, the equipment gap compensates for that. As they chase each other, the burly man exclaims in frustration, "Damn it! Where did these three little brats procure 4 S-class jetpacks? Hurry, pursue! Once we catch up to them, they are ours." Chapter 35. Knowing it's a trap yet still walking into it. Are you foolish? As Chen Qi escapes, he occasionally turns back to fire a shot for a surprise attack. Behind him, the group relentlessly pursues, but each time they nearly close the gap, he skillfully stretches their distance, causing them to become increasingly frustrated. "Damn it! If I catch you, I'll crush you." The burly man, disregarding any potential ambush, is singularly focused on capturing Chen Qi to flay him alive. As they reach the cave where the crocodile beast resides, Chen Qi fires a few shots before telling the three women, "The pool ahead. Make haste. Don't look back or delay." The three women nod, activating their jetpacks to the maximum. This moment, the crocodile beasts in the water were drawn by the thunderous roar of the flying armored backs, rising from the depths of the pond to reveal their heads. By the time they realized what was happening, Chen Qi and his companions had already dashed to the opposite bank. Upon seeing Chen Qi come to a halt, the bearded man mistakenly believed they had reached a dead end and hurriedly raised his hand, prompting the group to stop as well. "Kid, don't run," he exclaimed, and no sooner had he spoken than a blood-curdling scream echoed from the team channel. A shadow leaped high from the water, snapping up the lowest flying member in its jaws before plunging back into the depths with a splash. The razor-sharp teeth of the virtual beasts, akin to blades, proved impervious even to the metallic armor, and the scream abruptly ceased, marking the end of the young man's life. Be careful. There is something in the water. Even without the bearded man's warning, everyone was acutely aware of the lurking danger. As another shadow surged from the depths, hurtling toward the weakest member of the bearded man's team. This member, a ranged mech, instinctively squeezed the trigger at the sight of the gaping maw. Da-da-da! The thunderous gunfire of an ordinary rifle reverberated through the cavern, and the pond below erupted into chaos. Countless crocodile beasts sprang forth, and two more of the young men were seized and dragged back into the water. One of them activated the self-destruct mechanism of his mech just before death, resulting in a deafening explosion that sent a massive spray of water into the air, killing or injuring several crocodile beasts whose white bellies floated to the surface. However, just as the group was about to breathe a sigh of relief, even more crocodile beasts surged from the water. Reluctantly, the bearded man and his companions had no choice but to unleash a full barrage in defense. In terms of combat prowess, the strength of the bearded man's team was beyond question. Yet the dimness of the cave and the sheer number of the crocodile beasts, despite being merely low-level, second-tier virtual creatures, overwhelmed them. Soon, more screams rang out as two more low-level members fell victim to the jaws of the beasts. Meanwhile, Chen Qi and his three companions floated in mid-air on the opposite bank, just above the once-overloaded waterfall. "Come on, bearded man," Chen Qi called out, observing the battle with an air of detachment. The bearded man, undeterred, sent 4 pieces of metallic flying armor soaring to block and knock back several crocodile beasts into the water. "You little brat, you really set a trap." Chen Qi laughed heartily in response. "If you knew it was a trap, why did you fall for it?" "Are you foolish?" the bearded man retorted angrily. "Once I deal with this horde of crawlers, I'll settle the score with you." Good. I'll be waiting," Chen Qi replied, then aimed a laser cannon at one of his subordinates who was about to cross to the opposite bank. This young man, having been shot by Chen Qi numerous times without significant damage, decided to take this one head-on. Little did he know, Chen Qi had cranked the laser cannon's power to maximum. The blast struck him, severing half of his arm, but that was not the worst of it. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a crocodile beast leaped from the water, snapping at him. The outcome was inevitable, and the young man who was so close to reaching the opposite bank met his demise in his final moments. He chose to self-destruct, unleashing the tremendous power of a high-tier Mech-S explosion, resulting in the death or injury of over a dozen crocodile beasts. The bearded man was furious. This young man was clearly taking advantage of the situation. "Everyone, retreat back to the cave and devise a plan," the bearded man commanded as they hurriedly flew in the opposite direction. As long as they returned to the cave, they need not fear the crocodile beasts leaping from the water. However, just as they were about to retreat, a deafening explosion resounded at the cave entrance, where Chen Qi had previously said a little surprise. The blast was perfectly timed to collapse the entrance. "Damn, this brat is too ruthless." The bearded man was stunned. The debris at the cave entrance would take half a day to clear under normal circumstances. But now, with a horde of crocodile beasts behind them, there was no time to excavate so much rubble. Helpless, the bearded man and his team had no choice but to turn back and unleash a furious barrage at the crocodile beasts crawling onto the land. The louder the gunfire, the more frenzied the crocodile beasts became, their numbers swelling. The bearded man's shield flew amidst the crowd, protecting his teammates from the beast's gaping maws. The combat Mechs followed closely behind the bearded man, assisting him in slaying the crocodile beasts that broke through their defenses. Soon, the numbers of the beasts began to dwindle, and by the end, the ground was littered with their corpses and severed limbs. However, the bearded man's team was not faring much better, having suffered losses until only 4 remained. Excluding the bearded man, the team was left with just 3 relatively high-level mech warriors. Yet, even in this diminished state, the situation remained dire. All 4 were experiencing varying degrees of mental overload, and the Mechs had little energy left. At that moment, Chen Qi returned, calling out to the bearded man from a distance, "Beard, need a hand." The bearded man felt like cursing, after leaving him to fend off so many crocodile beasts and even shooting at him. Now Chen Qi feigned concern. Was this not a blatant mockery? Chen Qi stowed his rifle and switched to a laser cannon in each hand, drawing the black dragon scarlet flame blade with his right. "Now it's 4 against 4. 4 against 4, the bearded man mused, involuntarily counting their numbers. Wait, Chen Qi was 1 person short. Not good. The enemy's assassin mech was nowhere to be found. Just as the bearded man realized this and was about to summon the 4 flying shields back to his side, a flicker of light twisted before him, and a ghostly figure surged forward, landing a vicious claw on the bearded man's power reactor. With a sharp sound, the reactor was ripped straight from a mech. The power reactor was akin to the heart of the mech. Without it, the mech warrior could no longer maintain their mech form. The bearded man instantly reverted to human form. His subordinates, witnessing their leader's decapitation, had no intention of helping. Ridiculous. They were already on the brink of mental overload and could barely save themselves. They had to flee. The assassin Mech's first strike was swiftly followed by a second. However, a blood-red long knife stood before the 3 of them. Chapter 36. I shall no longer pay you any mind despite the significant disparity in mech levels. To Chen Qi, the 3 men before him appeared as mere prey. One of them had even reverted to human form, unable to maintain his mech state. Chen Qi wasted no words. In his view, swiftly obtaining all the mech cards and leaving this place was paramount. With a flash of the black dragon scarlet flame blade, the head of the man who had been bleeding from his orifices due to mental overload flew off, spilling blood and brain matter everywhere. The other 2, witnessing Chen Qi's ruthless decisiveness, knew they would not be spared. However, not everyone had the courage to self-destruct their mechs. If it were merely a self-destructive equipment, they could always buy new or steal replacements later. Finding an engineer from the academy for repairs would suffice. Material possessions could always be replaced, but self-destructing the mech itself was tantamount to suicide, trading one life for another. The 2 men dropped to their knees, their voices thick with desperation. "Brother, please stop. We concede. Can you let us go? We are willing to offer all our functional or..." Qi and Zhana halted, showing no signs of compassion. They were seasoned veterans who had faced life and death on the front lines. Unlike Ning Yushi, who, upon seeing the brains and blood on the ground, couldn't help but retch, Chen Qi merely smiled, raising the black dragon scarlet flame blade to decapitate one of the men. When a mech loses its head, it reverts to human form, and a mech card appeared on the chest of the headless corpse. The other man's eyes widened in fury as he resolved to self-destruct. But before he could issue the command, his head was already flying. Chen Qi collected the 4 mech cards from the ground and proceeded to extract the energy cores from the multitude of crocodile beast carcasses. Piling them together, "Gentlemen, let us divide the energy cores, shall we? I'm fond of collecting mech cards, so these individuals' cards will rightfully belong to me. Is that agreeable?" Seeing so many energy cores, which could amount to 1,000 or 1,800, Zhana and Qi were elated. Chen Qi pointed toward the distance and said, "Let us go. There's a mineral vein over there. Let's hurry and mine." Following Chen Qi's direction, they arrived at the cave Chen Qi had passed through on his first visit. This time, up close and under the light, Chen Qi discovered that the mineral reserves here were more than double those above. Moreover, at the core of the vein, there were even C-grade and B-grade functional ores. Zhana eagerly rolled up her sleeves, not waiting for Chen Qi to say anything, and began mining on her own. "You all keep mining here. I'll be right back." With that, Chen Qi activated his flying armor, gathering all the energy cores floating on the water surface and collecting several mech cards scattered at the bottom of the pond. These were all invaluable resources. With them, Chen Qi felt confident he could level up to elite rank. Upon returning, Chen Qi found the 3 women working together diligently at the mining site. Even so, they had only managed to scrape a small portion of the vein. "We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich, ha ha." Zhana exclaimed, cradling the functional ore in her hands, drooling as she said, I'm going to eat the best barbecue in Lanning City. Until I'm sick, I want to stay in the presidential suite. I'm going to be rich. Chen Qi, hearing this, merely smiled in silence. As Zhana had pointed out, even if the four of them split the functional ores, it would still be a considerable sum. To put it in perspective, a D-grade functional ore is worth $100 Union in this world known as the Blue Star. The purchasing power of 100 Lian Yuan is roughly equivalent to that of 100 soft sister coins from the previous world. From the aforementioned ore vein, Chen Qi obtained 12,000 pieces of D-grade functional ore, which equates to a staggering 1.2 million Lian Yuan. The situation is even more exaggerated with the lower ore vein. 4 individuals in mecha form dug frantically for over half an hour before reaching the end. Although it is also a modest vein, it yielded a total of 10 tons of functional ore, with 20 of it being of C-grade quality. Consequently, the amount of functional ore in Chen Qi's possession reached an astonishing figure. Gazing at the abundance of functional ore, Chen Qi even contemplated eliminating the 3 women. Disguising the crime scene as a result of an attack by crocodile beasts or those pursuers known as Skywalkers. However, these 3 individuals were rather presentable. While they fell slightly short of Emily's charm, it would indeed be a pity to kill them outright. Moreover, the young lady named Ning Yushi had shared some intimate experiences with him in his dreams, after witnessing the gruesome sight of human brain matter. Ning Yushi had retched for quite some time, and her complexion still appeared somewhat pale. Noticing Chen Qi's gloomy expression, Ning Yushi exclaimed in astonishment, You can't possibly be thinking of keeping it all for yourself, right? Taken aback by her words, Chen Qi mused on the remarkable nature of women, capable of reading minds. Not at all. I was merely pondering why you were so ill during that dream. Ning Yushi's brows furrowed in indignation. Oh, just leave me alone. Don't bring it up again. If you dare tell anyone, I will never speak to you again. Chen Qi, rendered speechless, thought to himself, what a frightful threat. Thank you, he replied. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow and inquired. What do you mean? Nothing much. It's only thanks to your meticulous planning that we have reaped such benefits. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Chen Qi shook his head. What meticulous planning? They were simply foolish. Weakness and ignorance have never been barriers to survival. It is arrogance that poses the true threat. Observing Ning Yushi's expression of admiration, Chen Qi furrowed his brow and asked, Haven't you read a book called The 3-Body Problem? Ning Yushi shook her head. Chen Qi recalled that he had almost forgotten this world lacked that book. It seemed he could contemplate the content of the 3-body problem during his free time and perhaps write it down for publication. Surely, it wouldn't constitute copyright infringement in this reincarnated world. With no time to dwell on it, Chen Qi gathered his belongings and led the 3 women as they soared down from the cliff where he had once fallen. Ultimately, emerging from a cave through an opening along the water's flow, soon as they exited, Chen Qi spotted a squad of Mechs skimming low across the sky. Here they come again. Chen Qi frowned. Don't panic. Look, it's Teacher Slock, exclaimed Chana, shaking her head. Hey, Chana shouted, waving at a black-painted long-range mecha in the sky. She recognized both the paint job and the mecha's design. However, when Teacher Slock turned to face them, Chana was left dumbfounded in a swift motion. One of Teacher Slock's arms underwent a mechanical transformation, aiming a plasma cannon directly at Chen Qi and his companions. What the hell? Chen Qi gasped, quickly retrieving his mecha car to transform while simultaneously grasping Ning Yushi and Chana, who were caught off guard, one in each hand, an assassin-type mecha. Cat Chi-Chi reacted far more swiftly than the 2 of them, having already transformed and evaded the plasma blast. Chen Qi, gripping Chana's hand, urged, Stop dawdling, transform quickly. Is Teacher Slock betraying us? Why is he attacking his own people? Chapter 37. I don't want to either, but who asked her to save me so many times? No one expected that the usually gentle and refined teacher would suddenly open fire on his students. Even after narrowly avoiding a plasma blast, Chana and Ning Yushi seemed unable to believe that the scene before them was real. As students of the prestigious H2 Academy, each individual was invaluable to the entire Blue Star. Although their current levels might not be high enough, the potential of every student was undeniable. How could Slock dare to fire upon students? That would warrant a military tribunal from the Blue Star Defense Council. Chana, still in disbelief, exclaimed, "Teacher, it's us." To her astonishment, the usually smiling teacher Slock responded with a menacing grin. "Indeed, I am targeting you." As Chana attempted to say more, Chen Qi interrupted. "Enough chatter, you two. Transform quickly. We need to replenish our functional ore." As the two women followed Chen Qi's advice and complied, Slock refrained from launching a second attack. Instead, he spoke with a hint of curiosity. "I wonder which damned golden turtle beast delayed my quest for vengeance. After finally dispatching it, I couldn't locate you. You've caused me great concern. But now, you've come right to me." Slock's laughter grew increasingly sharp and eerie, enhanced by the electronic effects of the Mech's sound system, rendering it particularly unsettling. Chen Qi noticed that Slock's gaze seemed fixated on Qi. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. Slock, tiring of the amusement, abruptly ceased his laughter and declared, "Clan, are you prepared for blood debt repayment?" Ning Yushi discreetly cast a glance at Chen Qi before raising her laser hand cannon. "Mr. Slock, is this how you speak to me? A young lady? Huh? How could the Ning family produce such a foolish descendant? Or is it that the genetic defects of the clan are too severe, resulting in your intellectual disability?" Chen Qi understood that Ning Yushi was gauging his reaction, that Slock's intentions were evidently fueled by a personal vendetta against the family. Moreover, Chen Qi could discern from a distance that teacher Slock's mecha was of the divine general rank. This implied that he was one tier higher than the general rank of Big Beard. Had Big Beard not fallen into the clutches of a horde of crocodile beasts, it would have been impossible for Chen Qi and his companions to defeat him solely based on their abilities. Although Qi and Chana were relatively high in rank, neither was strictly a C-position in mecha combat. Warrior type and long-range mechas were the primary sources of damage output. Chen Qi's team consisted of one long-range and one warrior, both of whom were at the novice level. Even with the support of an auxiliary mecha providing energy and emergency repairs, it would be futile. In other words, they were akin to a burden. Qi, as an assassin-type mecha, either struck decisively or faced certain death. While it was said that assassin-type mechas excelled in stealth, the opposing team also possessed auxiliary mechas, and Chen Qi noted that one of them had a peculiar antenna atop its head. If he guessed correctly, that contraption functioned similarly to a phased array radar used in traditional military forces. Simple optical cloaking would be no more than a jest to it, Chana stated. "I'll hold off for a moment with Qi. You take Yushi and flee. This person has betrayed the academy and joined the Skywalker faction. Although I don't know their intentions, it likely pertains to the divine or..." Chen Qi remained silent, quietly extracting a piece of functional or to charge. "Honestly, I quite like you. If Yushi hadn't gotten to you first, I would have surely pursued you. However," Ning Yushi, hearing Chana's words, quickly interrupted. "Oh, Chana, what are you talking about at a time like this?" Chana shook her head, transferring a portion of her energy through her mechanical arm to Qi, saying, "No. What I'm saying is important. Please let me finish. The phenomenon of non-relatives experiencing soul resonance, if publicized, would shock the entire Blue Star Defense Council. At that time, even the leader might seek an audience with you. Your parents experience the same, and you must understand what mecha fusion signifies. Mecha fusion will yield results greater than the sum of its parts. You two will become the new hope for the Blue Star." Upon finishing, Chana retracted her mechanical arm and nodded at Qi. In an instant, Qi vanished from her spot, reappearing moments later behind Teacher Slock, her sharp claws aiming for his neck. Slock, not daring to underestimate her, recognized that although Qi was only one rank below him, he could not disregard the threat posed by an assassin-type mecha. Chana shouted, "Now's your chance. Quickly go. Remember, in emergencies, you too can resonate souls. Mecha fusion." Chen Qi remained silent, but Ning Yushi spoke up. "Slock, if you have a grudge, take it up with me and let my friends go." After dodging Qi's surprise attack, Slock's two defensive mechas immediately deployed their metallic shields. Slock waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. She won't be able to launch another surprise attack." Hearing Ning Yushi's words, Slock nodded and replied, "Friends, you amuse me. You clan members are hypocritical, fickle, and disgraceful. How dare you claim to have friends? Upon hearing his derisive remarks and grievances, Chen Qi was convinced that this individual likely held a deep-seated grudge against the Haged family. Such matters between prominent figures were not something Chen Qi wished to involve himself in. Thus, he maintained his silence, observing the unfolding events. Ning Yushi, incensed by the slander against her family, retorted, "Mr. Slock, as a gentleman, is it not absurd to speak so condescendingly about my family? If I recall correctly, you hail from a distinguished lineage. Your ancestors, too, made notable contributions on the battlefield. Your ancestors and those of the Haxada family once received personal commendation from the esteemed leader. Do you not fear tarnishing your forebears' legacy with your current despicable demeanor?" Ha! Slock, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage yet forced a laugh. Ning Yushi, undeterred, retorted, "What is so amusing? Do you admit it? I laugh at your foolishness. You merely wish to buy time. Do you really think your father will come to your rescue? Spare yourself the delusion. Your father is a traitor, a thankless scoundrel. Had it not been for him, your mother would still be alive. Do you understand? She would not have perished." As Slock continued, his emotions spiraled out of control. His frantic roar ceased abruptly as the plasma cannon in his hand began to charge once more. "Do you know the best way to take revenge on someone?" Ning Yushi remained silent. After a brief pause, Slock continued, "Is to make them watch as their most cherished ones perish before their eyes." He aimed the plasma cannon at Ning Yushi's power core. Just at that critical moment, Chen Qi positioned himself in front of Ning Yushi. Slock mocked, "Kid, what are you pretending to be? A hero saving a damsel in distress?" Chen Qi shrugged and replied, "I would rather not, but who could forget how many times she saved me?" Chapter 38. Your ideas are rather avant-garde. A typical rookie would have been terrified upon encountering a divine general. Yet this brash youngling dared to jest. Money. You must be alive to spend it. Slock felt he had been made a fool of. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. The plasma cannon fired at the speed of light. Possessing immense power, it was said that with sufficient energy, its temperature could reach millions, even tens of millions of degrees, capable of sublimating its target. Certainly, a plasma cannon of such staggering temperature would be at least of SS rank. Even a divine general could not acquire such formidable resources. The plasma cannon in his possession could not possibly be of high rank. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to withstand. Chen Qi reacted with lightning speed, immediately activating his flight exosuit to its full power, hastily retreating with Ning Yushi behind him. "Shall I take my leave first?" Chen Qi inquired as he brushed past Chana. Chana nodded in agreement. "All right." Chen Qi detached the limb modules from his body and commanded them to self-destruct. The explosions of these limb modules unleashed clouds of dust, akin to smoke grenades, obscuring Slock's vision, in such circumstances. He could only rely on sheer firepower. However, the plasma cannon required charging, so his other arm transformed into a rifle. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down like a swarm of locusts. Should even a single bullet strike true, it would be more than 2 rookie mech pilots could withstand. Yet he had evidently underestimated Chen Qi's capabilities. Of course, this prowess did not stem from capacity to endure, but rather from unparalleled speed. At that moment, Chen Qi had adjusted the power of his S-rank flight exosuit to its maximum. Due to the excessive power, the rocket nozzles of the exosuit had begun to show signs of melting. Initially supported by Chen Qi, Ning Yushi soon activated her flight exosuit to full power as well. The two shot into the sky like cannonballs, soaring away from the dust cloud, seeing their astonishing speed. Slock was taken aback, but then he thought, what tricks could 2 rookies possibly pull? He promptly activated his flight exosuit to pursue them. His companions from the Skywalker squad exchanged glances. .1 Golden Mech inquired, "What do we do? Should we follow? What else can we do?" The bearded one is unreachable. Upon reaching a consensus, the group followed Chen Qi and Ning Yushi as they sped through the skies. Although it was merely a rookie instance, the expanse of this space was vast, and while Chen Qi and Ning Yushi flew at remarkable speed, they soon began to exhibit signs of mental overload after only half an hour. After all, both had recently experienced mental strain and had not fully recovered. "Leave me behind. You go on." Ning Yushi's voice came through the team channel, calm yet resolute. And no way, you can't just run out on me. You still owe me. After we escape, you can go directly to the Haxita family to settle your debts. Chen Qi gritted his teeth, insisting, that won't do. A debt has its master. If you run, how am I to seek redress for your family's debts? Do you have feelings for me? Chen Qi. Is that so? Ning Yusher's tone held a hint of expectation. Chen Qi, in a frank manner, admitted, yes, I acknowledge I have some reservations about you, but I would never abandon you here. Ning Yushi. The propulsion from her flight exosuit was beginning to wane, indicating a decline in her flying thrust. At this moment, their flight was intertwined, meaning she had become a burden to him. Ning Yusher began to panic. If this continues, you will be putting yourself in danger because of me. Chen Qi rolled his eyes. One more time won't hurt, as long as there is sufficient compensation afterward. Ning Yusher, exasperated yet amused, retorted, money, money, money. Is that all you think about? Missy, have you ever been poor? Ning Yusher offered a sad smile. Indeed, Chen Qi remained silent for a moment before saying, instead of wallowing in self-pity, why not devise a solution? Let me go, and they won't pursue you anymore. As she spoke, Ning Yusher gradually loosened her grip on Chen Qi's hand. Chen Qi quickly tightened his hold on her wrist. That plan is unacceptable. Rejected. Think of another. Though merely holding hands in their mech forms, Ning Yusher felt her heart racing at the moment he gripped her tighter. Thump, thump, thump. Several missiles approached, prompting Chen Qi to make a sharp turn to evade them. Shouting, if there is no better plan, just hold on to me. With that, he turned his body, embracing Ning Yusher entirely. Though in mech form, Ning Yusher felt her heartbeat quickening. Chen Qi, unaware of her infatuation, could only grit his teeth to persevere. He could distinctly feel that he was nearing his limits as well. Damn it. After acquiring so many functional ores and mech cards, if only he had a moment to breathe and feed the dog food. He wouldn't be in such a predicament. After all, he currently possessed the mech cards from the bearded 1S crew. If he could just escape, even finding a place to hide for a while would suffice. Shall we attempt soul resonance again? Ning Yusher tightly clung to Chen Qi's chest as she proposed. How do we do that? In midair, your ideas are rather avant-garde. Ning Yusher, blushing profusely, exclaimed, oh, where are you letting your imagination wander? I mean mech fusion. Chen Qi thought to himself, how on earth does that work? How do we fuse? In mech form, like Transformers. Mech fusion is quite simple. I heard my parents say that when they faced formidable foes, all they needed was a kiss to fuse. Chen Qi. Huh. Is that the only option? No, miss, this is not the time for such discussions. Kiss me. He leaned down and pressed his lips against Ning Yusher's face. Ning Yusher, big brother, we need to revert to human form first. Chapter 39. Mech Fusion. Chen Qi, with one arm around Ning Yusher, scratched his head, realizing the truth, and said, all right, let us count down to 3, and we'll revert to human form together. Ning Yusher's voice carried a hint of shyness. Okay. 3, 2, 1. As the count ended, their figures in midair transitioned from mech form back to human form. Plummeting rapidly, Slock and his companions halted their assault upon witnessing this, for to them, it was clear that the continued attack was pointless. This was evidently a sign of mental overload, unable to sustain the mech form. Slock coldly instructed his Skywalker team. Speed up. Time is of the essence. Humph. Who do you think you are to give us orders? Indeed, we only heed the bearded one. Upon concluding their remarks, one wielding a longsword and another with a submachine gun, launched their attack from behind Slock. It mattered not where the bearded one had gone. Capturing the young lady would earn them the same reward. Brothers, we'll keep this fellow occupied while you hurry down to rescue the young lady. As for that brat, let us eliminate him. Several Skywalker Mechs sped toward Chen Qi, attempting to reach Ning Yusher before they landed. However, as they navigated through the clouds and neared their target, they found Chen Qi and the young lady had vanished. What is going on? At this height, they shouldn't have fallen so quickly. Another Skywalker was equally incredulous, and just as he pondered, a red and white mech, larger than the average, flashed before him from the clouds. A crimson longsword glinted as it sliced through the air, resulting in a thunderous explosion as a Skywalker elite mech was cleaved in two. Who goes there? Another Skywalker, a long-range type, shouted, leveling his net gun at Chen Qi. Chen Qi could not be bothered to respond. Although the opponent was also an elite class, after the mech fusion, he felt his strength had vastly surpassed theirs in terms of the energy he could now wield. It was several times greater than before. This sensation is truly remarkable. If one were to discuss the drawbacks of mecha fusion, it would likely be the ability to glimpse one another's fragmented memories. Never mind, I shall inquire with the little fairy later regarding the matter. The immediate priority is to dispatch the enemy and then discreetly retreat to a safe haven. Chen Qi brandished his sword with one hand while drawing a laser hand cannon with the other, aiming it at the Skywalker and pulling the trigger. The silent laser beam effortlessly penetrated the adversary's skull, and Chen Qi swiftly stowed away the two mecha cards, making his escape. Slock noticed Chen Qi breaking through the clouds once more. His pupils narrowing. Soul resonance. Mecha fusion. Damn it. You fools, stop immediately. The prey has fled. The Skywalkers surrounding Slock halted at once, the leader among them chuckling as he gazed into the distance. What are you afraid of? The entrances and exits of this novice dungeon are all blocked. Foolish. Do you truly believe the Hagestetta family is as dim-witted as you? The leader of the Skywalkers, known for his volatile temper, erupted in fury. Damn it. If the bearded man cursed me, that would be one thing. But who do you think you are? I'll fight you. Slock was equally incensed from the moment your attacks commenced. Our fragile alliance has come to an end. If that is the case, then you shall perish. With that, he directly manipulated the mecha to transform, unveiling his devastating weapon, the multi-launch missile pod, with a series of explosive sounds. High explosive projectiles soared towards the Skywalker group. The Skywalkers hurriedly dodged and retaliated, managing to avoid complete annihilation for the time being. Slock, a god-level warrior, faced opponents who were either generals or lesser officers. So it was not long before they were defeated. By the time he dealt with these minor nuisances from the Skywalker organization, Chen Qi had long since vanished from sight. Slock gazed into the distance, his thoughts racing, and with a determined grit of his teeth, he took flight in pursuit. Aware that his pursuers would not relent easily, Chen Qi did not follow a straight path. After making several turns, he found himself disoriented. As he descended, a thick white mist enveloped him, and upon reaching the ground, he realized that it was not solid ground at all, but rather a body of water. The white mist was rising from the water surface. This shall serve as my refuge. This mist provides excellent cover. Ning Yusher's voice echoed in Chen Qi's mind. However, I can't shake the feeling that there's something dangerous lurking beneath the surface, as if something might leap forth and seize us. Continuous flight, even in a fused state, began to wear on Chen Qi. Fortunately, after flying slowly along the water surface for a while, he spotted a small island. This island was modest in size, entirely shrouded in mist, rendering it nearly invisible from a distance. That if there are no natives here, it would be an ideal hiding spot. Chen Qi cautiously circled the island, dispatching Ning Yusher's drone to land atop the island's only small hill. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, this shall suffice. Chen Qi maneuvered the mecha to land on the island, opting not to revert to human form, but instead positioning the Black Dragon Crimson Flame blade across his chest in a combat-ready stance. Yet, nothing transpired. You are being overly cautious, Mr. Cautious. Ning Yusher's tone sounded somewhat at ease. Though she lacked control over the mecha at that moment, her eagerness was palpable. The fabled mecha fusion, it can be operated by two, or one can control while the other rests. Mother once told me that fusing with someone is an incredibly pleasant and extraordinary sensation. It certainly seems to be so. Mecha fusion not only doubles one's combat prowess, but also minimizes the negative effects of nerve overload, truly achieving the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Just imagine, after a fierce battle where both sides are left exhausted, the opponent fuses and is fully revitalized. How can one continue fighting? Quickly, let me give it a try. Ning Yusher attempted to seize control of the mecha. Very well, just be careful. My blade possesses considerable power. With a mere thought, Chen Qi relinquished control. Haha, I never imagined I could experience the thrill of being a close combat mecha. Once Ning Yusher gained control, the movements of the towering black, red, and white mecha took on a somewhat comical air. She repeatedly swung the Black Dragon Crimson Flame blade in small arcs. Shall I strike something? How about that rock? Ning Yushur pointed at a massive boulder behind her. Chen Qi immediately objected. Don't be reckless. If you break it, you'll pay. Before Chen Qi could finish his warning, Ning Yushur swung the blade, evidently not restraining its power as Chen Qi had had a flash of blood-red light slice through the air, and the boulder was cleaved in two, the cut seeping molten rock and emitting wisps of black smoke. As Ning Yushur stood in stunned silence, the island's Soul Mountain was split in two. Subsequently, both lost consciousness. Chapter 40. Are wooden spikes toxic? Chen Qi felt as if his consciousness were enveloped in a warm cocoon. Floating and bobbing upon the surface of the SES, awareness gradually returned. He discovered he was cradling someone in his arms. The individual was none other than the instigator, the little fairy. However, she had reverted to her human form. And were her clothes? Glancing down at himself, he found his own attire had vanished as well. Does mecha fusion come with an explosive clothing removal effect? Chen Qi swallowed hard, the scene before him overwhelming him. He dreaded the thought of losing control and making an unforgivable mistake. Yet, if a mistake were to occur, so be it. After all, this little fairy was rather attractive and owed him a debt. He could simply consider it settled, just as he was lost in thought. Ning Yushur awoke. Contrary to Chen Qi's expectations, she did not scream and berate him as a pervert, but instead blushed fiercely, burying her face in his embrace and whispering, "Please don't look. I haven't bathed since entering the dungeon. I smell terrible. Chen Qi, does that mean once you've bathed, I can look?" Tisk, upon reflection, Chen Qi felt a rush of blood to his head, in the realm of consciousness. Ning Yushur had already experienced such moments and was acutely aware of the perilous situation they now faced. Please, do not act impulsively. Be careful, or I will report you for assault, claiming you forced me. My goodness, this girl is all bark and no bite. Despite feeling tempted, Chen Qi restrained his desires, engaging in deep conversation on a deserted island shrouded in mist. Surely that would be too reckless. If any danger were to arise, there would be no time to react. Chen Qi attempted to push Ning Yushur away, but she only clung tighter. Hey, lady, if you continue like this, I might. Ning Yushur shook her head. A few strands of hair brushing against Chen Qi's nose, nearly provoking a sneeze. Is it alright to stay like this? Otherwise you'll see everything. Chen Qi thought to himself that this position might lead to even worse outcomes. He surveyed his surroundings and realized they were on a barren island, devoid of any vegetation. Suddenly, he remembered that he had a spare jacket in his backpack, so he opened the backpack interface to retrieve it. However, at that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. The instant the jacket made contact with the air, it appeared to melt away, leaving nothing behind. The two exchanged glances, realizing that their clothing had met a similar fate. Ning Yushur felt a bit awkward, although they had shared intimate moments in the realm of consciousness. This was reality. Could you close your eyes? Chen Qi chuckled. What if there's danger while my eyes are closed? Afterward, he took out a functional mineral stone to charge his black mecha card. Ning Yushur considered this and agreed, moving behind Chen Qi to sit back to back with him. The sand on the beach was relatively soft, akin to sitting on a pile of plush cotton. Chen Qi felt somewhat at a loss in a state of undress, so he stood up and approached the nearby thicket, fashioning a makeshift grass skirt from vines and leaves. Although it looked rather peculiar, at least it was better than being completely naked. Hearing the rustling, Ning Yushur turned her head in curiosity and spotted Chen Qi's new attire, her eyes lighting up. Hey, could you make one for me too? Chen Qi looked up at Ning Yushur, who quickly covered her face. Hey, don't look. Chen Qi grinned. Sure, I can make one for you, but it'll cost you 100 functional minerals. Ning Yushur nearly ground her teeth in frustration, thinking to herself that she would deal with him later. Fine. With his first experience crafting a grass skirt under his belt, Chen Qi managed to create a second one that resembled a proper garment. Additionally, he adorned it with a small flower, which Ning Yushur blushed at and promptly tore off, discarding it. After donning the grass skirt, Ning Yushur hesitated. Could you make another one? Chen Qi was about to explore the island when he turned back, only to find Ning Yushur still needing to cover herself to speak directly to him. That will require another 100 functional minerals, my dear customer. Ning Yushur felt a strong urge to punch the smirking figure before her. 100 functional minerals was nothing for a young lady of her status, but the way he was taking advantage of the situation was downright despicable. After all she had done to rescue him, how could he still behave this way? However, Ning Yusher quickly realized that now was not the time to confront him, so she nodded in agreement. Chen Qi added, "It must be A-grade minerals. Though, you must not be so unreasonable that I have rescued you countless times, yet you dare to—" Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. "I have saved you many times as well." Ning Yusher fell silent, and upon reflection, she realized he could have simply abandoned her to avoid being pursued. Fine. If it's an A rank, so be it." Chen Qi nodded with a smile and approached the thicket to prepare a new garment for Ning Yusher. After laboring for over half an hour, he finally completed it. However, when he handed it to Ning Yusher, she frowned. Is the rope too short? Huh. Chen Qi turned around, only to be scolded back by Ning Yusher. Too short? I estimate you're about a B, or maybe an A. Ning Yusher was infuriated. You're the A. Your whole family is A. I'm a B. All right. Chen Qi thought to himself that her figure was far more slender than Emily's. He had intentionally made it smaller to avoid it being too long and loose, yet she was now complaining about him, eager to find a place to upgrade himself with a synthesizer. Chen Qi grew weary of bickering with her and found a new vine for her to wear. However, while changing the vine, he accidentally created a hole in the bowl. Chen Qi made it clear he did not wish to continue with this task and declined Ning Yusher's request to make another, heading toward the center of the island without a backward glance. Ning Yusher's face flushed crimson as she watched Chen Qi's departing figure, stamping her foot in frustration before following after him. Leaving the beach, the two of them ventured into the thicket. The surrounding bushes, whose names were unknown, bore strange colors, seemingly a result of growing in insufficient sunlight. They appeared rather dark, and some even had sharp wooden thorns. Ning Yusher was pricked countless times along the way, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chen Qi was not faring much better, as something had pierced the soles of his feet, causing them to bleed. Eventually, Chen Qi found a relatively dry and spacious tree hollow to stop. Hiding here, they would not be easily discovered by pursuers. He searched around for some dry grass, soft leaves, and cotton fluff to line the hollow, then used a piece of rotting wood to partially block the entrance, finally nodding in satisfaction. When he turned back after completing all this, however, he noticed something seemed amiss with Ning Yusher. Her complexion was flushed, breathing rapid, eyes slightly squinted, and her delicately pale skin, pricked by the thorns, had begun to show speckles of darkening scars. Chen Qi thought to himself, "Oh no, could these thorns be poisonous?" Chapter 41. Promotion to Divine Soldier Level. Chen Qi recalled that he too had been pricked several times by the thorns and hurriedly checked himself, discovering small black dots forming at the sites of the punctures. Panicking, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body growing heavy as he collapsed onto Ning Yusher. Meanwhile, Ning Yusher, suffering from deeper poisoning, could not move, merely gasping for breath. In his last moments of consciousness, Chen Qi thought, "This is bad. In these desolate mountains, there are no medicines or doctors. I might very well meet my end here." Subsequently, his senses were drawn to the softness beneath him, though he wanted to admonish Chen Qi for being so careless. Ning Yusher could only murmur weakly in his ear, "You're so heavy. You'll crush me." Chen Qi thought to himself that she should be grateful for the dry grass he had laid out beforehand. Otherwise, she would have become his mattress. Seeing that Chen Qi remained unmoved, Ning Yusher snapped, "Hey, get up. I feel strange. I feel so hot, so odd." The scent emanating from Chen Qi's body intensified her inner turmoil. If before she could suppress and endure this restlessness, now it seemed impossible to control such impulses. Ning Yusher knew very well what this impulse was. However, she seemed unaware of whether Chen Qi was experiencing the same state. Yet, judging by his gradually quickening heartbeat and rapid breathing, it certainly appeared so. Both Chen Qi and Ning Yusher harbored a suspicion. This might have something to do with the thorns, should they yield to their instincts. Chen Qi felt conflicted. He had originally entered the novice dungeon to earn some money, never intending to become entangled with any woman in his past life. Impoverished and a loser, he had never thought himself worthy of anyone. thus never considered pursuing a romantic relationship. However, after being reborn into this world, perhaps divine fate sought to compensate him, first granting him a beautiful sister, and then arranging for Ning Yushi to continually throw herself at him. Chen Qi's mind began to swirl, his heart igniting with heat. The warmth of Ning Yushi's breath seemed to possess a strange allure. Will you take responsibility? Responsibility for what? Fine, you can forget about repaying the money you owe me. Upon saying this, Chen Qi leaned in to kiss her. Time passed, and though the temperature outside began to drop, the fervor within the tree hollow lingered. The black scars on the places where Chen Qi and Ning Yushi had been pricked by the thorns had completely faded. Exhausted from recent events and the strenuous activity they had just engaged in, Ning Yushi had yet to awaken. Chen Qi sat cross-legged, fashioning a makeshift pillow from dry grass to cushion her head and prevent her from waking with a stiff neck. If what he had experienced in the realm of consciousness was but a daydream, then this time they had truly encountered a significant event. Chen Qi questioned himself. He was not a scoundrel, and since she was now his, he ought to treat her well. Noticing she showed no signs of waking, he shifted to another corner of the hollow and began to sort through the mecha cards he had recently acquired. The bearded man had mediocre equipment, hardly comparable to the esteemed gear of Ning Yushi, so there was no need to replicate IT most. He would extract a few seemingly decent flying exosuits to replicate for use as explosives. Additionally, he considered the levels of the mecha cards. The higher the level of the original owner, the more experience Chen Qi could obtain. Among them, the highest level belonged to the bearded man, allowing Chen Qi to leap from rookie to elite level. The experience gained from a general was indeed substantial. Chen Qi eagerly fed the remaining 3 elite-level mecha cards from the bearded man's subordinates to the Synthesizer, instantly elevating himself to the late elite level. With only a small amount needed for the next upgrade, Chen Qi sighed as he gazed at the nearly full experience progress bar. A 20 experience acquisition rate was still too low. However, upon reflection, ordinary individuals would need to slay countless virtual beasts to reach such heights. While he had accomplished so much in the blink of an eye, he ought to be content. After consuming the mecha cards of the 4 low-level subordinates, Chen Qi successfully upgraded to Divine Soldier level 23. As his level continued to rise, the experience required for further advancement increased significantly. This was consistent with the upgrade mechanics in games. Higher levels necessitate more experience for advancement. However, Chen Qi was rather astonished to see that, according to the panel, both his character attributes and mecha attributes were exceptionally high, even rivaling the mecha card panel of the renowned Cat Chi, which he had casually glanced at before. A Divine Soldier level mecha, with attributes comparable to that of a general level. If this were to be shared, few would believe it. Perhaps this was the flaw in the mecha cards gifted by the grand prize. While others might be overpowered, as a fellow traveler, it was only natural for him to possess some strength, wasn't it? Overall, Chen Qi found this novice dungeon expedition quite satisfactory. Firstly, the financial issue he had set out to resolve had been addressed. The wealth he had amassed could sustain him for the rest of his life. Secondly, his strength had significantly improved. No one would have expected that a mere janitor from a mecha academy, typically a victim of bullying, could return as a divine soldier. Of course, there was also the unexpected delight of Ning Yushi. This girl not only possessed stunning beauty that rivaled his sister Emily's, but also an alluring figure and skin as smooth as milk. Yet, this was not the primary concern. The most significant aspect was that if she truly were the young lady of the Hagashida family, then marrying her would undoubtedly elevate his status. After all, the reputation of Hagashida Mecha Academy far surpassed that of Hunter Mecha Academy. He vaguely remembered that the younger generation of mecha engineers from Hagashida had repeatedly won championships in the mecha competitions held every 4 years, earning accolades from the Supreme Leader. That it is worth noting that in this world, the Supreme Leader is the highest authority, wielding unparalleled power. Gaining the Supreme Leader's recognition is a supreme honor for both the Academy and its students. Speaking of the mecha competitions, Chen Qi recalled that the upcoming tournament would soon be held. However, Emily, being a first-year student, was unlikely to qualify. This event was initiated by the Supreme Leader to select outstanding talents among the younger generation of mecha engineers. aiming to concentrate resources on nurturing the most exceptional engineers to support the front lines against virtual beasts, essentially filtering out special forces from ordinary soldiers. Historically, the champions of this competition were not individuals, but teams of at least 4 members. These 4 would receive the most generous rewards and resource allocations that S-grade exosuits, S-grade hand cannons, and other advanced weaponry would be unconditionally provided to these individuals, with the Academy equipping them with cutting-edge arms at no cost. It was truly enviable. Emily had once expressed her hope of standing on the podium of the Mecha competition one day, even if it were just as a runner-up or a third-place finisher. But halfway through her statement, she had lost heart, deeming it too difficult. However, at this moment, Chen Qi felt that it might be worth a try, for he had already experienced the significant enhancement that Mecha Fusion could bring him. It is no exaggeration to say that the improvement was at least 4 or 5 times. With this thought in mind, Chen Qi's gaze fell upon Ning Yushi. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Ning Yushi fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes. Chapter 42. Perhaps by the time I emerge, I will be of the same rank. Just as Chen Qi finished his tasks and closed the synthesizer interface, he remarked, "Awake at last, Sleeping Beauty." Their eyes met, and Ning Yushi instantly recalled what had transpired earlier, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Pouting, she retorted, "Still call me little fairy?" Unable to suppress a laugh, Chen Qi replied, "Relax, calling you that is a compliment." Ning Yushi responded with a puzzled expression. "It means you're as beautiful as a fairy," Chen Qi clarified. Upon hearing this, a trace of undisguised joy flashed across Ning Yushi's face, though she feigned annoyance, saying, "Humph, you only know how to sweet-talk me." As she slowly sat up and noticed the vibrant coxcomb flower on the hay, she momentarily lost her train of thought. "You will take responsibility, right?" Chen Qi pretended to be oblivious. "Responsible for what?" Ning Yushi's brows furrowed in irritation. "Ew, how can you be so... oh." Chen Qi quickly waved his hands, saying, No, don't cry, didn't I say you don't have to pay me back?" Ning Yushi grew even angrier. "Is my innocence worth only this much money?" Chen Qi, feeling mischievous, suggested, "What if I give you a little more?" Upon hearing this, Ning Yushi truly wished to tear him apart. She had gotten up too hastily and bumped her head against the top of the tree hollow, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Seeing her genuinely angry, Chen Qi ceased his teasing and said, "If I must take responsibility, then consider it a blessing to marry you." Ning Yushi froze at his words, overwhelmed with joy, and leaped onto Chen Qi, pinching him, "Letting you tease me? Ow! Hey, are you a dog? Why are you biting me?" Chen Qi exclaimed, though he did not push her away. "Humph, you've made me hurt for so long. What's wrong with me biting you a few times? Is it just pain?" Ning Yushi paused in surprise that, "Oh dear, you're so bad. Tell me, did you intentionally lead me through this little grove?" Chen Qi innocently waved his hands. "I had no idea what this plant was. After being pricked, it surprisingly has such remarkable effects. We should gather more of its needles. It might prove invaluable." Ning Yushi seized Chen Qi's ear. "Who are you planning to use it on?" "Whomever I find beautiful," he replied. "You dare. If you use it, it can only be on me." The two playfully exchanged flirtations within the warm tree hollow, and as the atmosphere grew increasingly heated, certain inevitable developments were bound to occur. 3 hours later, as dawn broke outside, Chen Qi emerged from the tree hollow with Ning Yushi. Now, Chen Qi felt confident that, in the state of Mecha Fusion, he could indeed challenge his mentor, the God General Slock, without hesitation. After all, with the formidable might of the Black Dragon Scarlet Flameblade, combined with the hunting instincts that a combat mecha should not possess, his combat prowess had multiplied several times over. The notion of a divine weapon level confronting a God General level might seem laughable to others, yet Chen Qi was acutely aware of his own capabilities. According to the Game World S design for high-mobility mecha warriors, a higher-tier mecha does not necessarily guarantee invincibility against a lower-tier one, if the damage one inflicts is sufficient to shake the opponent's defenses. It is entirely possible to triumph against the odds. This principle mirrored the tales he had secretly read during his school years about cultivation. Even a nascent Qi stage Karami could unleash a powerful strike that would instill fear even in foundation-building stage opponents. thus presenting an opportunity to severely wound them. Moreover, Chen Qi had a trump card in the form of equipment enhancement. Previously, due to a lack of functional, or he had been unable to conduct experiments. But now he had already tested IT.8T this moment. His treasury had undergone a remarkable transformation. 12 A-grade laser hand cannon, 11 B-grade special rifle, 13 S-grade flying back armor. 2 pieces of equipment with the same name and level could be enhanced. Although the consumption of functional or made Chen Qi wins, the direct doubling of values was indeed tangible. Not to mention, the 13 flying back armor had increased his speed by several times compared to before. Chen Qi had yet to hear of anyone in this world possessing 13 equipment, for such a miraculous synthesizer was not available to just anyone. When he returned Ning Yusher's mecha card to her, she was utterly astonished. Heavens, equipment enhancement! How? How did you achieve this? This is legendary. Ning Yusher's eyes widened in shock, and as she walked, her skirt swayed gently. Now that the weather had improved and the thick fog that could melt clothing had dissipated, Chen Qi could not help but take out another piece of clothing from his backpack and offer it to her. It was a light yellow floral dress belonging to Emily. Emily had a habit of carelessly tossing her belongings. And while tidying up the clothes, Chen Qi had inadvertently collected one of her dresses. Ning Yusher noticed Chen Qi's silence regarding the equipment enhancement and instead presenting her with a woman's garment. She tilted her head in suspicion. "Is this your clothing?" Chen Qi chuckled. "Not at all. I have no such proclivities." "Then what is this?" Ning Yusher took the garment, sniffing it. It has a woman's scent." "Be honest, where did you steal this from? Or do you already have a woman?" Chen Qi found himself both amused and exasperated. He could not help but marvel at how acute a woman's sense of smell was. "Oh, so many questions. Just tell me if you'll wear it or not." "It's my sister's." "You have a sister?" "What's her name?" Upon hearing about his sister, Ning Yusher visibly relaxed. Chen Qi stepped through the last bit of underbrush and turned back to say, "Yes, she's my adoptive sister." Upon hearing the term adoptive sister, Ning Yusher was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this what they often say about a boy having ambiguous relationships with multiple girls, justifying it by calling them his adoptive sisters? Unintentionally, she got pricked by that strange wooden thorn again, causing her to wince in pain. "How did I get pricked again? What should we do? Do we need to address this?" As she spoke, Chen Qi, grinning mischievously, began to untie his grass skirt. "Pa, get away from me." Ning Yusher, furious, stomped her foot and sprinted behind a large rock to change her clothes. Chen Qi called out from behind, "Hey, I've seen what I should and shouldn't see. Can't you change here, from behind the rock?" Ning Yusher retorted playfully, "Shut up. Don't say anything when we go out. If my father finds out you did that to me, he'll..." As she spoke halfway, Ning Yusher let out a shriek. Chen Qi quickly took out his mecha card and hurriedly dashed to the rock's rear. Surveying the surroundings, he found no immediate danger that he looked at Ning Yusher, who had only changed partially and wore an expression of sheer terror. "What happened?" Ning Yusher pointed at a white object on the ground, saying, This is a skull. There are so many dead bodies here." Chen Qi crouched down to examine the skull in his hand. It was undeniably a human skull. Digging further, he discovered many more. Ning Yusher, having adjusted her dress, was driven by curiosity to observe Chen Qi as he excavated the bones. And her apprehension grew with every glance. Just from the skulls alone, there were at least a dozen bodies here. Besides human bones, there were also numerous bones of ethereal beasts, in addition to the bones. There were several mecha cards. When Chen Qi picked one up and examined it, he nearly jumped in shock. This mecha card was purple. It was unmistakably a handsome level mecha card. Chen Qi's face lit up with excitement as he hurriedly continued to dig, discovering even more beneath the surface. Eventually, seawater began to flood in, preventing him from proceeding any further. In total, Chen Qi retrieved 7 mecha cards. Regrettably, only one was of the handsome level, and it was a grand handsome level, while the others were all general level. "This is fantastic. With this bounty of resources, what do I have to fear from Slock? Perhaps by the time I emerge, I will be of the same rank." Chapter 43. Shall we start by nurturing our relationship first? Chen Qi gathered the scattered human bones together and dug a pit to bury them. He then found a stone to serve as a tombstone and constructed a simple grave for them. Before coming here, Chen Qi had researched the area. Although it was now a novice dungeon, it had originally been a point of entry for numerous ethereal beasts into the human world through the intertwining of time and space. Ethereal beasts could not create spatial tunnels. They could only enter Blue Star through these naturally formed jump points. These individuals were the original resistors, and they lay here in eternal slumber, having fought valiantly against external threats, thus deserving someone to gather their remains. Ning Yushi looked at the mecha cards in Chen Qi's hand and suggested, "Once we return to school, let us enshrine them in the Hall of Souls." Chen Qi was unfamiliar with the Hall of Souls, so Ning Yushi explained, "The mecha cards of mecha masters who sacrifice themselves on the front lines are all placed in the Hall of Souls. Currently, the Hall of Souls in Hartstadt has enshrined thousands of mecha masters." Chen Qi's eyes brightened. "Does that mean there are thousands of mecha cards in the Hall of Souls?" Seeing Chen Qi's eyes gleaming with excitement, Ning Yushi mistakenly thought he was looking at her and hurriedly covered her chest, saying, "Don't look at me like that. Let us talk about this outside." Chen Qi snapped back to reality. "What do you mean?" Uncertain whether Chen Qi was genuinely feigning ignorance or if she was misunderstanding him, Ning Yushi could not help but laugh at the sight of him squatting on the ground in his grass skirt, resembling a primitive man. Realizing she was mocking his attire, Chen Qi stood up and pulled out a fresh set of clothing from his backpack to change into. Ning Yushi was utterly astonished. "What is going on? I don't see a ring on your finger." Chen Qi waved his hand dismissively. "It's a secret, and oh, more chatter. Just hand over your mecha card for a moment." Ning Yushi had grown accustomed to entrusting her mecha card to the man before her. After all, she had already given him her body, so it hardly seemed a significant issue to let him borrow her mecha card. Moreover, each time he returned it, there was always a delightful surprise. Chen Qi took the mecha card and placed it in a slot. He then placed all the mecha cards he had just unearthed into slot B. If his mecha card could be upgraded through consuming dog food, then surely Ning Yushi's mecha card could too. As it turned out, Chen Qi's hypothesis was correct. The synthesizer did not discriminate against mecha cards. Any card could be upgraded through this plundering method. When Chen Qi returned the mecha card to Ning Yushi, she was nearly dumbfounded. Originally a rookie, she had now ascended to the rank of a general. Why had Chen Qi only advanced to the rank of a divine soldier, while Ning Yushi had achieved the status of a general? Chen Qi could not fathom it, feeling that the experience required for his mecha card's upgrade was significantly greater than that of Ning Yushi's. Ning Yushi only knew that defeating virtual beasts could lead to upgrades. She had never heard of any other method. Despite her high neural compatibility, she had never had many opportunities to slay virtual beasts and accumulate experience. She had secretly ventured out with the intention of leveling up. Little did she expect that simply lending her mecha card to this man before her would result in such a substantial increase in rank. Chen Qi used the mecha cards he had just unearthed, except for the impressive one, to enhance Ning Yushi's abilities. Consider a compensation for their earlier intense exchange. "Can you tell me how you accomplished this?" "Oh my goodness, am I dreaming?" Chen Qi waved his hand mysteriously and said, "Since you are now my woman, I shall reveal my secret. I am a cheater." Chen Qi did not wish to elaborate further. After all, knowing too much could be detrimental for both parties. Although Ning Yushi did not fully understand what a cheater entailed, hearing him affirm her status as his woman prompted her to nod cautiously. Women, after all, are drawn to strength. Chen Qi's performances in previous battles, while not overwhelmingly powerful, had demonstrated both courage and strategy. Now, with such astonishing abilities to elevate mecha cards in an instant, he seemed almost divine. Ning Yushi pondered the implications and then tilted her head in confusion. "So what exactly is a cheater?" Chen Qi waved his hand dismissively. "Don't concern yourself with such details. We should be on our way." "Where to?" "Of course, we are going outside. Otherwise, we might end up exposed if it gets foggy." One must admit that the healing effects of soul resonance on neural overload were truly exceptional. At this moment, both Chen Qi and Ning Yushi transformed back into their mecha forms. After activating their flight gear, they felt invigorated, free from any lingering effects of neural overload. Ning Yushi's voice came through the team channel. "Where are we headed?" Chen Qi replied, "Back to find Chana and Cat Chi-Chi." Leaving the two girls behind felt somewhat remiss to Chen Qi. With a 13S-class flight gear, Chen Qi exceeded the speed of sound, creating a sonic boom in his wake. Ning Yusher's flight gear had been enhanced to 8 by Chen Qi. Any further enhancements risked shattering it into scrap. Chen Qi did not possess sufficient functional or to fortify her equipment at the moment. He decided to address that later when he could reclaim his debts from her father. The return journey, utilizing the new flight gear, was astonishingly swift. Upon arriving at the meeting point with Chana and Cat Chi-Chi, they found it deserted. Chen Qi landed and discovered several mecha cards left on the ground, remnants of the Skywalkers slain by Slock. There are no signs of Chana or Cat Chi-Chi's bodies, nor much evidence of battle, leading Chen Qi to conclude that the two women were likely unharmed. Let's head to the time-space convergence point. Isn't that place guarded? Ning Yusher questioned, puzzled. Chen Qi shrugged. What's there to fear? You are now a general. Don't joke with me. The Skywalker must have mobilized all its forces this time. The guard at the time-space convergence point will surely be above general rank. Chen Qi was well aware of this, but with the Mecha fusion and several trump cards at his disposal, he felt no need to overly fret about the possibility of defeat. After all, if they could not win, they could always flee, right? Chen Qi held confidence in his 13 flight gear. Don't worry, I have my own as well. Ning Yusher frowned, thinking to herself that he was not better off than she was. Chen Qi, sensing her thoughts, reassured her. As long as we eliminate those within the instance, I refuse to believe your father would not come to your aid. Is truly that heartless? Speaking of her father, Ning Yusher sighed over the team channel. There was clearly some rift between the father and daughter. Chen Qi decided it was best not to probe further. Hey, once we get out, you can come to my house for a proposal. Okay. Just as Chen Qi was about to activate his flight gear, he stumbled in surprise. Seeing him startled, Ning Yusher stamped her foot in anger. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Be careful, or I'll report you. Chen Qi quickly waved his hands. It's not that I'm unwilling. I just think it might be a bit too soon. How about we start by nurturing our feelings first? Ning Yusher clenched her teeth in frustration. Did you consider nurturing feelings when you were doing that with me? Chen Qi was at a loss for words. Now that the conversation had reached this point, he felt that prolonging the discussion would only make him appear petty. Fine, but I must clarify that I will not be the one to move in. Chapter 44. You three must fall here today for the trio station to the time-space convergence point. Life had become exceedingly dull. Once the bearded man departed, he took all his underlings with him, leaving the three, Zhang Ping, Wang Shenghua, and Tulu, stripped of any support. This was not the worst part. The worst was that the credit for this operation would undoubtedly elude them. Zhang Ping grumbled. That bearded fool is so biased, only leaving us three here to lie in wait. Indeed, that lady, no matter how foolish, would surely avoid a place known to be guarded, Wang Shenghua added. At this rate, we three have become neglected NPCs, haven't we? Zhang Ping continued to voice his discontent. It was a shameful tale to tell. 3 generals guarding a rookie level, which would only invite ridicule. Yet prior to their arrival, the master had ordered them to be fully alert, stating that the SSS class functional or was imperative. Zhang Ping lamented. What good is acquiring such high-level or to directly charge mecha cards? That would be far too extravagant. Besides, what level of mecha master could even utilize such materials? Wouldn't it just blow up the power furnace? Of course, such matters were beyond their comprehension. Everything was for the master's grand ambitions. Tulu remained silent, as was his nature. Tulu, I'm about to take a nap, Zhang Ping announced, lying down beneath a large tree not far from the convergence point. This time, Tulu did not remain quiet. Instead, he gazed into the distance and said, Someone is approaching. As a support-type mecha, Tulu's perception was far superior to the close combat-oriented Zhang Ping, even in human form. Wang Shenghua, the only range type among them, also noticed the anomaly in the distance. Before long, 2 mechas, one black and one white, soared towards them. The 3 transformed, and before they could exchange words, several laser beams shot forth from the white mecha's hand cannon. The laser beams traveled at the speed of light, leaving Zhang Ping no time to evade after seeing the attack. Half of his arm was scorched by the laser, causing him to howl in pain. Since the mecha pilots were neurolinked to their machines, any damage inflicted upon the mecha would be felt by the pilots instantaneously. Zhang Ping gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Who the hell is that? The voice emanated from the loudspeaker of Zhang Ping's Mechavisor. As there were no paired channels, he could not communicate through the team channel, though Chen Qi possessed a similar vocal apparatus. He chose not to reply and charged forward with his Black Dragon Flame Blade. The enhanced flight gear allowed him not only remarkable speed, but also significant agility to in the blink of an eye. Chen Qi was upon them. Upon seeing the small lettering above Chen Qi's head, Divine Soldier level, Zhang Ping scoffed. A mere soldier dares to attack me. He wielded his trusty hammer, a weapon of pride. Though the reason it was a hammer remained a mystery, perhaps it was due to his father being a blacksmith. When the Black Dragon Flame Blade clashed with the hammer, a sharp crack echoed. Zhang Ping chuckled. Your sword looks impressive, yet it seems quite fragile. Chen Qi finally spoke. You think you could just break it? I advise you to surrender immediately and let us go. Or else you three will meet your end here today. Zhang Ping was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. This is the first time I've heard a rookie threaten a general. Even as a minor general, I am not someone you, a mere soldier, can intimidate. Moreover, the three of them were generals. Zhang Ping perceived the person before him as nothing more than a clown summoned by a monkey. Tulu, what are you waiting for? The riches are right in front of us. Let us take down this kid and capture the lady for a reward. The support-type mech known as Tulu underwent a transformation, releasing several buzzing rotor-wing drones that swiftly approached. However, these drones did not directly assault Chen Qi. Instead, they landed on Zhang Ping's back and limbs, merging with him like a transforming robot. Kekekek, with the assistance of the support robot, my speed and strength can double. What do you have to defeat me? With that, Zhang Ping swung his massive hammer towards Chen Qi. Chen Qi could clearly sense that the opponent's speed had indeed increased significantly this time. Although he felt confident in dodging the strike, he feigned a stumble and remarked, "Is this the function of a support-type mech? Dismantling one S own parts to enhance another S capabilities. Haha, that is one way to look at it. You truly are a Na'vi fool." Zhang Ping's tone dripped with sarcasm as he pressed the attack, his hammer whirling with ferocity as he unleashed a flurry of blows upon Chen Qi. Chen Qi dodged continuously, appearing to narrowly escape each strike, yet managing to evade each time. If it were just once or twice, it could be chalked up to luck, but his consistent evasion suggested something more. Zhang Ping began to realize that this soldier, despite his low rank, might actually be faster than himself. Though unlikely, the thought lingered. Suddenly, Zhang Ping felt a sharp pain in his chest, a sensation of impending bloodshed surging within him. As he focused, he discovered that a blood-red long knife had pierced through his power core. The crimson energy fluid dripped from the blade, sizzling as it burned the surrounding grass like molten lava. No, it can't be. How could you be so fast? Chen Qi shouted in anger. You think you're fast. Your entire family is fast. He then drew the Black Dragon Crimson Flame Sword, shaking off the blood-like energy fluid as he declared. There's an old saying in my hometown. Arrogant soldiers are destined to fail. With that, Chen Qi swiftly severed Zhang Ping's head, expertly stowing away the mech car before glancing up at Zhang Shenhua, who was exchanging fire with Ning Yushi in the air. One must admit, the combat of long-range mechs is significantly simpler than that of melee types. It boils down to accuracy and evasion. Ning Yushi, despite her flying skills and shooting precision, fell slightly short against the battle-hardened veteran, the Skywalker. Though I am unaware of how the young lady managed to ascend to the rank of general so swiftly. In terms of combat experience, you are merely a novice, a sheltered flower. With that, Zhang Shenhua sacrificed his energy for evasion, concentrating more power into his hand cannon. His hand cannon was of the traditional chemical type, firing projectiles to eliminate foes. Meanwhile, the laser hand cannon in the hands of the young lady was legendary. Capturing her and presenting her to the master might just secure that laser hand cannon for himself. The more Zhang Shenhua pondered, the more fervent his desire grew, completely oblivious to the fact that the ground battle had already concluded. When he finally noticed Chen Qi on the ground, his pupils dilated in shock. There stood a mech wielding a black and red long knife, with the other hand raised, brandishing a laser hand cannon. What is going on? Aren't you a melee-type mech? How can you also use? Chen Qi, disinterested in Zhang Shenghua's inquiries, called out to Ning Yushi. How are you doing? Need any assistance? Ning Yusha replied confidently. No need. I can handle this. Chapter 45. Good bamboo yields fine shoots upon hearing Ning Yusha's refusal for help. Chen Qi's gaze fell upon the awkward Tulu as a support-type mech. Tulu possessed relatively weak combat capabilities, wielding only a standard small-caliber machine gun to fire at Chen Qi. The gun's muzzle velocity was slow, and its power was minimal. At this distance, being hit felt akin to a mere tickle. Tulu glanced at Zhang Shenghua, who was struggling against Ning Yusha, and then at the decapitated Zhang Ping on the ground. Hastily lowering his machine gun and pleading, "Sir, please spare me. I was once a frontline soldier, but after being injured and receiving no government aid, I had no choice but to join the Skywalker organization. Have pity on me and let me go. I swear I will leave the organization. Oh no, I promise to sever ties with the Skywalker organization from today onward and will never oppose your Harjesta family again." Chen Qi mused inwardly. So you miss too, as the individuals behind prepare to draw their mech cards and surge forward. Ning Yusha's heart leapt with joy upon hearing the words, "Daddy, you've finally arrived." Chen Qi stumbled, nearly losing his balance. "This rotund figure is your father?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This defies the principles of genetics. Although her adoptive father may not be particularly handsome, her adoptive mother is renowned as a stunning beauty throughout the region, which naturally explains why Emily is breathtakingly beautiful. Even if Ning Yusha's mother were also an undeniable beauty, this hefty individual would undoubtedly be a hindrance, beauty notwithstanding." The portly man, seeing his daughter unscathed, radiated joy, entirely oblivious to the incredulous gazes of those he had brought with him, who were now fixated on Ning Yesai. That moment, a blonde little girl beside the rotund man poked his waist with her delicate finger and exclaimed, "Uncle, have you noticed? Sister has actually leveled up to the general rank." Chapter 46. Small injustice leads to great chaos. Chen Qi observed the rotund man scrutinizing Ning Yusha with a genuinely concerned expression, realizing that the sentiment of parental care is indeed genuine. The promotion to general rank is undoubtedly a good thing, and the man appeared extremely pleased. Besides, Ning Yusha couldn't he possibly mistake her father? Could she? Yet, in Chen Qi's preconceived notions, the principal of Hagsadu should at least be a tall, robust, and stern-looking middle-aged man. However, it seemed his assumptions were mistaken. The individual before him was none other than the illustrious frontline star, Buluan Hagu, yet with such an ample physique. "Hey, sister, who is this person?" the little girl with blonde twin tails inquired, pointing at Chen Qi. Upon hearing her sister being questioned about Chen Qi, Ning Yusha's expression betrayed a hint of panic. "Oh, he is my—" The little girl, observing Ning Yusha's demeanor, with her beautiful big eyes sparkling, interjected, "A friend?" No, not that." Ning Yusha waved her hand. "Then is he your husband?" The urgency in Ning Yusha's gestures intensified. No, he is not." Seeing her sister stutter, Yuga felt more certain than ever that this person was definitely not simple. "Oh, so he is sister's friend. Then that means sister S friend is also Yuga's friend." The little girl stepped forward and extended her tiny hand towards Chen Qi. "Hello, my name is Yuga, Deluo Hagsatu. You can call me Yuga. You are truly handsome, and I like you very much. Let us be friends, and we can slowly develop our relationship. Of course, if you're eager, I wouldn't mind agreeing to something more than just friends." Seeing her cousin attempting to intercept, Ning Yusha was left dumbfounded and hurriedly placed herself between Yuga and Chen Qi, exclaiming, "Hey, don't be ridiculous." Yuga, wearing a look of understanding, turned to the rotund principal. Buluan Hagsadu, however, was already in a state of shock. With a mischievous smile, Yuga seized the moment and probed, "Sister, how far have you two progressed? Have you held hands, shared a kiss, or—" As she spoke, her mouth formed an O shape, and she covered her lips with her delicate hand, revealing an expression of "I understand." Ning Yusha's face flushed crimson as she quickly denied. No, we really haven't done anything like that." The insincerity of her denial was evident even to herself, and upon glancing at her father, she noted that he had completely short-circuited. Ning Yusha had never found a way to deal with this cousin, and could only look to Chen Qi for help. Chen Qi remained silent, observing the group of individuals behind the rotund principal, who who were clearly there to confront him as they all clutched their mech cards. It was a startling sight, as they were all of high ranks, their gazes intense and unmistakably formidable. Among them were Haxatu's teachers and outstanding senior students, many of whom harbored feelings for the principal's daughter, who was regarded as an unattainable beauty. What? The untouchable young lady, the principal's precious jewel, the only one in a century who might awaken a mech fusion, and so exquisitely beautiful, had actually been deceived by this mere rookie. The young elites who had previously competed for Ning Yusher's affections exchanged glances of disbelief. Without further ado, they drew their weapons. Naturally, this was merely a thought. With the principal present, no one dared to act rashly. After all, with his martial-level strength and notorious reputation as a doting father, if this young man were to commit any egregious acts, his fate would be sealed. Chen Qi took note of the hostility in everyone's expressions. Though he did not recognize them, their animosity was palpable that he slipped his hand into his pocket, grasping his mech card, and then addressed the little blonde girl. "Little sister, though you may be small, you seem to know quite a bit. What is it you were referring to? I'm afraid I don't quite understand." This sarcastic inquiry caught Yuga off guard. Everyone present knew who she was, and no one would dare speak to her in such a manner. Though she was young, which man wouldn't he treat her with utmost respect? Those who dared to jest with her were either audacious or genuinely unfamiliar with her identity. With a haughty huff, Yuga retorted, "Humph, I was merely teasing my sister. Did you really think I had any intentions towards you? How dare you speak to me like that?" Chen Qi chuckled at her response. "Of course not. Why would I harbor any thoughts about a little girl who hasn't even grown up yet? I merely find it curious if teasing your sister is truly appropriate." Yuga was momentarily taken aback, surprised that he actually defended her sister. Unable to resist, she gave the handsome boy a thumbs up in her heart, yet her lips continued to protest. "Humph, how do you know I haven't matured yet?" Once those words escaped her lips, Yuga realized the misstep. With so many people around, continuing along Chen Qi's line of thought would surely tarnish her refined image. With a stomp of her little white shoe, Yuga dashed to the rotund man's side and sweetly exclaimed, "Uncle, if you don't speak up, your precious daughter will be snatched away by the big bad wolf." Waluen finally snapped back to reality. His face flushed with rage. "Die, die, die. Go to hell, you wretched little brat." With that, he reached for his mech card to transform. The teachers behind him quickly intervened. "Principal, calm down. Mech engineers cannot just attack other mech engineers. It could lead to legal repercussions. Let go of me. I will flay this little brat alive." Waluen's eyes were aflame, and he put away his mech card, ready to engage Chen Qi in hand-to-hand combat. Fighting, Chen Qi was unafraid, having trained at a martial academy. However, considering that this man might potentially become his father-in-law, he couldn't afford to act recklessly. To take it a step further, he was quite interested in the Hall of Heroes at Hagzid. Provoking him would make visiting that hall exceedingly difficult. Patience is a virtue. I shall endure. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Ning Yusher could no longer contain herself and erupted, "Daddy, please stop this. We are indeed in a romantic relationship. Therefore, engaging in those kinds of activities is only natural, so please do not interfere excessively in my life." On ordinary days, these three individuals would go to great lengths to curry favor. Much like persistent flies that one finds irksome, the underlying reason for their behavior is as transparent as the intentions of Sima Zhao. Known to all, Ning Yusher tilted her head and whispered a few words to Chen Qi, who replied with a chuckle, "Everyone, this is my wife. Please refrain from bothering her in the future, or else," as he trailed off, his tone grew icy and on equal footing. Chen Qi was confident he could utterly dominate his adversaries. Upon hearing this, the trio became incensed, promptly introducing themselves. "Ha! Such arrogance! I am Zhang Teng, with a compatibility of 48, a melee type, armed with a signature weapon, and I ascended to elite status within a year. What do you have to compare with me?" A youth with brown hair and a smattering of freckles beside him chimed in. "I am Sidek, boasting a compatibility of 51, the highest among this year's newcomers. I am far more suited to Miss Ning Yusher than you. To facilitate our mech fusion for frontline support, I advise you to break up with Miss Ning at once. Die swiftly? That's a delightful name." Chen Qi remarked with a smile, remaining silent. "Mech fusion? I have already merged with her in every conceivable sense. When will it be your turn? The last boy, who appeared somewhat timid, opened his mouth to introduce himself. But Chen Qi waved a hand to halt him. I don't care who you are, get lost. Otherwise, if you enter the dungeon, you might not return, and don't blame the virtual beasts for their cruelty. The threat was unmistakable that a mech technician could not casually attack another mech technician, akin to how a person cannot indiscriminately kill another. However, if a mech technician failed to return from a dungeon, it would be deemed quite normal. You arrogant fool, the timid boy fumed, not expecting Chen Qi would deny him even an introduction, which was exceedingly humiliating. Chen Qi, disinterested, tugged at Ning Yushi, intending to leave, when he pulled her slightly. She did not budge. Upon glancing back, he found her resting her chin on her hand, her eyes twinkling with starry delight, a blissful expression of infatuation. He. Chen Qi pinched her cheek affectionately, the gesture both intimate and natural. Let us go. We should find a place to dispose of our spoils to indulge ourselves. Having been impoverished previously, he had seldom enjoyed fine dining or donned elegant attire. Now, after a bountiful harvest from a dungeon, he yearned for a sumptuous meal followed by a luxurious stay at a star-rated hotel to relish a hot bath and a good night's sleep. Who had the leisure to waste time standing here with three fools? As the trio refused to yield, Chen Qi shoved his hands into his pockets, his expression darkening. Just as the atmosphere became tense, two more individuals emerged from the temporal convergence point. Chen Qi focused and realized it was Chana and Cat Qi. Cat Qi was bloodied, while Chana appeared relatively unscathed. Oh, you too, and the young lady. You're both all right. How wonderful. Chana's face brightened upon seeing Chen Qi and Ning Yushi. Chen Qi furrowed his brow, regarding Cat Qi. What happened? Are you hurt? Was it that guy's doing? Chana shook her head. No, just after you left, Teacher Slock and Skywalker had an internal conflict, and we managed to escape. Ning Yushi hurried over to assist Cat Qi. Her voice laced with concern. Then how did you get hurt? We were running about and encountered a few formidable virtual beasts, which is how I ended up like this. But don't worry. I've administered first aid. It's nothing serious. A few days of rest at home will do the trick. Who would have thought the newbie dungeon would be so lucrative? We struck it rich. After Chana spoke, she finally noticed the three youths with grim expressions Zhang Teng, Sidek, and Li Daoran. What are you doing here? The three exchanged glances, clearly recognizing Chana. They were astonished as she appeared to be familiar with Chen Qi. It is worth noting that Miss Chana is considered one of the beauties of Hagerstu, and Cat Qi is similarly esteemed. Although they may not rival the principal's favored pupil, their admirers could line up from the southern to the northern gate of the school. Girls with striking looks and high neuron compatibility are exceedingly sought after within the institution. How is it possible for this fellow to win the affection of a lady and be acquainted with the esteemed Chana and Cat Qi? Zhang Teng, Sidek, and Li Daoran were nearly driven to madness, wishing to confront Chen Qi and clarify whether this was indeed true. However, they were powerless to do so, as their flying speed was nowhere near comparable to Chen Qi, who possessed enhanced flying gear. Just then, the air shimmered near the temporal convergence point, and a figure emerged. It was none other than Slock, who had been relentlessly pursuing Chen Qi. Upon spotting Chen Qi and Ning Yushi, Slock seethed. Humph, what a small world for adversaries. Meanwhile, Borin, who had been seething with rage from a distance, shouted at the traitor Slock. Slock, how dare you deceive me about the frontline warriors? Are you prepared to face a military tribunal? Slock retorted angrily. Humph, I didn't expect you to return so quickly, you fat fool. But it doesn't matter. As long as I'm alive, you find peace. With that, Slock hastily transformed into his mech and attempted to flee. Borin was indeed powerful, but he was a defensive-type mech. While he could erect a shield, pursuing someone was not his forte. In terms of flight speed, Slock retained his confidence, ascending into the air. Slock shouted down to Chen Qi. Kid, don't let me catch you, or I will surely kill you. Chen Qi chuckled. There is no time like the present. Why not do it today? He then retrieved his mech card, turned to Ning Yushi, and said, With your father here, let us eliminate this future threat. Ning Yushi nodded, also producing her mech card. Chapter 48 displayed only question marks. Slock, who had activated his flight gear and soared into the sky, heard Chen Qi's words and, in his fury, laughed derisively. Arrogant brat, try to intimidate me. Who do you think you are? I'll just stand here and let you strike. You want to even scratch me? After making his boast, Slock did not actually stand still for Chen Qi to attack. Instead, he made a hasty retreat. He was not afraid of Chen Qi, but he did fear Born Hagerstu. Naturally, Chen Qi would not allow him to escape and immediately addressed Born. It's this guy who has repeatedly targeted your daughter. You wouldn't want him to flee, would you, since you're a defensive mech? Quickly equip me with a shield or something. I'll intercept him. Upon learning that Chen Qi was his daughter's boyfriend, Born's demeanor soured, thinking to himself that this rookie stood no chance of catching up, let alone inflicting any substantial harm on Slock. Nevertheless, he raised his hand and transformed into his mech, equipping both Chen Qi and Ning Yushi with defensive shields. The shield was remarkable, with a flying apparatus at both ends, emitting light that formed a force field enveloping Chen Qi and Ning Yushi. While Chen Qi was unaware of Born's prowess, Ning Yushi and the teachers present were well aware. This was a force field shield. Below the rank of handsome, it could be regarded as absolute defense. Kid, I'll settle the score with you later. Born snapped at Chen Qi, then initiated a team channel matching request. Chen Qi accepted the request, thinking to himself that he had an account to settle as well. Your daughter still owes me a substantial amount of functional, or when will she repay me? Now was not the time for banter. They needed to eliminate their enemy first. Chen Qi and Ning Yushi joined forces, soaring at a speed that rivaled Slock's. During their pursuit, under the watchful eyes of onlookers, Chen Qi and Ning Yushi completed their second mech fusion. Having learned from their first experience, this fusion process went smoothly. Zhang Teng, Sidek, and Li Daoran, witnessing Chen Qi kiss the goddess they had long pursued in vain, nearly lost their minds. In that moment, they wished they could rush over and demand to know the truth of the situation. Yet, they were powerless, as their flying speed was no match for Chen Qi, who was equipped with enhanced flight gear. Hearing the sound of air slicing behind him, Slock turned and fired several shots. The ordinary ammunition ricocheted off the force field shield, proving utterly ineffective. Though he contemplated using the plasma cannon, the majority of his capabilities were currently focused on his flight gear, leaving him without the energy to power the plasma cannon. Unlike the previous fusion, this time, both Chen Qi and Ning Yushi controlled the mech together. While some movements appeared slightly uncoordinated, they were able to resonate with each other's souls, sensing each other's thoughts. It felt as though they were intertwined. Chen Qi drew the Black Dragon Scarlet Flame Blade and closed in on Slock from behind, delivering a swift slash. Although Slock boasted about standing still for Chen Qi to strike, he quickly evaded the blow. Most melee-type Mechs wielded swords and blades as weapons, primarily relying on physical attacks. The weapon of this elite-grade youth radiated an eerie blood-red hue, which immediately raised alarm bells for Slock. Thus, he was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Yet he still underestimated Chen Qi's speed at that moment. Chen Qi, in a state of mech fusion, activated his hunting instinct skill. The sudden doubling of his speed caught Slock off guard. Kid, I'm a divine general. You think you can challenge me? Slock scoffed. If I were afraid of you, how would I face the ridicule? Chen Qi coldly retorted. Then why are you running away? Didn't you say you'd stand still for me to strike? I'm a ranged type. Of course, I'm not adept at close combat. This battle isn't fair, Chen Qi thought to himself. Isn't it unfair for a divine general to engage two rookie-grade fighters? Disregarding such double standards, Chen Qi began to unleash a flurry of attacks with the Black Dragon Scarlet Flame Blade. In the sky, the sound of slicing through the air echoed incessantly, and on the ground, Born and his companions had arrived. Born turned to the two teachers behind him and ordered, "What are you doing just standing there? Pius, Bowfight, go and capture him." The middle-aged man named Pius, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and towering tall and slender, suddenly broke into laughter and remarked, "Buluin, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Indeed, having a dimwit like you in the Harges family is a misfortune." Bowfight concurred. After their exchange, one brandished a steel claw, while the other drew forth a long sword gleaming in emerald green. "You two are fully aware of the consequences of your actions, aren't you? Buluin appeared unfazed. Instead, heaved a sigh and continued. If you both lay down your weapons, I can pretend nothing has transpired. Pius adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and chuckled. Is that even a possibility? Do you think we would believe such a thing? What benefits has the Skywalker bestowed upon you? Benefits? What benefits could possibly restore the lives of my wife and children? Buluin erupted in a hysterical roar. If it weren't for your obstinacy, M City would not have been destroyed. My wife and children would still be alive. You sacrificed the innocent citizens of M City for your position as principal, for that so-called merit. What a hero against the void beasts. You are nothing but a blood-stained executioner. Listening to Pius's accusations, Buluin sighed. Pius, you are an exceptional teacher and were once a frontline warrior. You should understand that my choices were made out of desperation. Allowing high-tier void beasts to breach the wormhole and descend upon Blue Star would have been catastrophic for humanity. Pius would not entertain his words, raising his sword and swinging it at Buluin. Nonsense. Breaching wormholes. Void beasts are merely a pack of mindless beasts. Today, the three of us at the God General level can easily handle a single Marshal-level defensive mech. I refuse to believe that we cannot break through that turtle shell of yours. At these words, a hint of sorrow flickered in Buluin's small, chubby eyes. It is not just you who lost loved ones in that disaster. I lost my one true love. Isn't that all your fault? Upon hearing Pius's words, Buluin's heart was torn asunder. Fine. Then I shall send you both to prison for some soul-searching. With that, the mech began to transform. Its back armor detaching to form two independent shields. These shields soared into the sky, hurtling toward the two men. Pius and Beaufight evaded the flying shields and charged forward, intent on taking Buluin's life. The three students accompanying them were utterly bewildered. What is happening? The teacher and principal are fighting. The three exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Stika scratched his head. Zhang Teng rolled his eyes. What else can we do? We should just keep our heads down. With that, Zhang Teng truly scampered away. Indeed, when teachers engage in combat, it is akin to celestial beings clashing for the newcomers. A stray bullet could easily snuff out a life. The trio huddled behind a massive rock, gazing at the frenzied black and red mech relentlessly pursuing Slock. This guy is insane. A soldier level chasing after a general level. What weapon is he wielding? I can't even see its attributes. Indeed, all I see are question marks. Chapter 49. I knew it was a compliment as a long-range mech. Slock was indeed ill-equipped to handle such close combat. Several times, he narrowly avoided being struck by Chen Qi's blade. Furthermore, his composure was rapidly unraveling. Even a weapon-grade mech could not maintain such high velocity amidst intense combat and aerial maneuvering. Even those with exceptional talent could only manage it temporarily. Due to the limitations of energy conversion efficiency, a mech of such reckless caliber should have already suffered a nervous breakdown, though aware that he could merge with the daughter of that lunatic. The notion that such a fusion could facilitate cross-dire combat was still far-fetched. Slock began to feel he could no longer hold on. Kid, let me go, and we'll call it even. I promise I won't trouble you again. What? A God General teacher is begging for mercy from a mere janitor of the Mech Academy. Slock was oblivious to Chen Qi's reference to a janitor. He merely sought to escape the fray. According to the original plan, he should have been teaming up with Pius and Beaufight to besiege Buluin Hargest, even if they couldn't capture his daughter. Eliminating him was still an option, but who could foresee an unexpected variable emerging mid-plan? Where did this brash young soldier come from? What was that blood-red long knife he wielded that instilled such terror? Kid, the grievances of our older generation are not yours to meddle in. Otherwise, you'll attract forces you shouldn't provoke, and you won't even know how you met your end. Realizing that pleading was futile, Slock's tone hardened once more. Chen Qi, undeterred, continued his pursuit. How shameless. What were you thinking when you chased after our little fairy with the intent to kill? During this fusion, Ning Yusher's consciousness was fully aware, and she protested. Can you refrain from calling me little fairy? It feels like a backhanded compliment. Chen Qi mused that indeed it was not a compliment. However, before he could dwell on that thought, Ning Yusher erupted. I knew it wasn't a compliment. Chen Qi was taken aback, astonished that she could discern his thoughts. Was this the result of the mech fusion? A form of mental connection? is indeed a mental connection that I know everything you think. Now, tell me, do you and your sister share any peculiar relations? Chen Qi panicked, quickly retorting, hey, is this really the time for that? Of course it is. As soon as Ning Yushi finished speaking, she raised Chen Qi's right arm and fired a laser cannon at Slock. Perhaps she did not anticipate the immense energy that the fused mech would possess. That single shot, uncontrolled in power, pierced through Slock's shoulder, subsequently melting a massive boulder behind him. Ning Yushi could hardly believe her eyes. What kind of power is this? Chen Qi thought to himself that she should cease firing recklessly. If Slock's plasma cannon were damaged, would the synthesizer still be able to replicate it? Ever since their last encounter, Chen Qi had coveted the plasma cannon Slock wielded. Both the plasma cannon and the laser cannon belonged to beam weapons. The difference being that the laser cannon emitted standard high-energy laser beams, while the plasma cannon, also known as a plasma gun, utilized lasers to heat hydrogen or helium gas to millions of degrees, transitioning it into a plasma state, and then employed electromagnetic technology to encase the charged particles in a spherical form and launch it to obliterate targets. This was another reason Chen Qi did not want to let Slock escape. A mere commoner with a treasure is bound to attract trouble. Slock gritted his teeth, his arm undergoing mechanical deformation as the plasma cannon began to gather and compress the air around it. Here it comes. The opponent was clearly gearing up for a desperate fight. The force field shield could withstand standard weaponry, but it might not hold against plasma. Chen Qi knew it was time. Slock, at this close range, are you underestimating my speed or my attacking power by charging your plasma cannon? The instinct to hunt surged. After activating the program, Chen Qi's speed and attack power doubled again. And with a single strike, he severed Slock's arm. The blue glow on the mechanical arm housing the plasma cannon flickered out in an instant before plummeting to the ground, creating a massive crater and kicking up a cloud of dust. How could this be? How is it possible? My arm is made of ultra-high-strength steel. Your blade must be defective. Upon seeing the plasma cannon fall, Chen Qi focused his thoughts and told Ning Yushi, what are you waiting for? Finish him. Ning Yushi's laser hand cannon had long been charged, and seizing the opportunity while Slock was momentarily dazed, she raised her arm and pulled the trigger. The young girl spoke directly to the point. A divine weapon triumphing over a divine general. What an absurd international jest. This is akin to a kindergarten child defeating a bully from elementary school. Chen Qi pushed the young girl aside and said, this is all due to your sister's prowess. I am merely an accessory to a mech fusion. Is it? I'm aware of that. You two must have engaged in something scandalous, if the parties involved in the mech fusion are not direct relatives. They must be spouses. Ning Yushi's face flushed with embarrassment as she tugged at Yuga's ear, pulling her from Chen Qi's embrace. You chatterbox little girl, just wait until I get home and deal with you. Observing Borun's expression, akin to someone who had just swallowed a fly, Chen Qi thought it best to let go of the matter of debts and make a hasty retreat. He turned to Ning Yushi and said, I shall take my leave now. Contact me if anything arises. With that, he made to escape swiftly. Chapter 50. 2 casual vows are too cheap. Before Chen Qi could take 2 steps, Ning Yushi and Principal Borun spoke in unison. Halt. Chen Qi sighed, realizing escape would not be so simple, and turned back. What is it? Ning Yushi's face was scarlet, yet she remained silent, her lips pursed high and her cheeks puffed in indignation. Borun observed her expression, fully aware of the implications. How could this insufferable lad be so easily let off? Boy, until you clarify matters, you shall not leave. Did I warn you? If you dare utter a single falsehood in response to my inquiries, I shall make you regret it. Chen Qi chuckled. I am not easily frightened, nor am I a student of your institution. With this attitude, I reserve the right to decline all your questions. Upon hearing this threat, Ning Yushi quickly interjected to her father. Oh, Dad, do not intimidate him. Witnessing his daughter's defiance, Borun lamented. You cannot keep a daughter like her. What stage have you two reached? With no one else around, Chen Qi had no intention of concealing the truth. It is precisely the stage you suspect. Hearing this, Ning Yushi's face turned even redder, her hands covering her cheeks. Borun clenched his teeth. You have some audacity, young man. Chen Qi responded boldly. The circumstances were urgent, and it was mutual consent. Borun turned to his daughter, seeing her lack of rebuttal as tacit approval of Chen Qi's statement, and gritted his teeth to continue. Then how did you, as an ordinary person, manage to transform? Moreover, how could you fuse with her mech? Chen Qi sighed. Were it not for his desire to utilize the so-called impenetrable force field shield to eliminate his nemesis. Slock, he would prefer to keep his lack of mech patterns a secret. Normally, the fewer people who knew he could transform without mech patterns, the better. However, it seemed the individuals behind the stone could be dealt with easily. While Ning Yusher's father would certainly not be able to eliminate him, I possess mech patterns. They're simply not located on my hands, Borun blurted out. Not on your hands? Then where? The absence of mech patterns on the hands had been noted before. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. On my backside. Would you care to see? Borun seethed with rage. You scoundrel, are you mocking me? In confronting the one who had taken his daughter's first experience, he felt an urge to resort to violence, whether as the patriarch of the Haxatu family or the principal of Haxatu Academy. Eliminating a man near the front lines was hardly a challenge. Yet, it was evident that his daughter had consented and had likely developed feelings for this young man. The pain was excruciating for the father. Seeing Chen Qi's arrogant demeanor, Borun's face twitched with fury. Boy, if you wish to die, I shall oblige you. You likely cannot catch up to me. Chen Qi tightened his grip on the mech card in his pocket. I need not chase you, with my influence. I can ensure you are pursued by various factions and vanish without a trace. Chen Qi exhaled deeply, waving his hand dismissively. Vanishing without a trace. When I left, I informed my sister of my whereabouts. If I do not return promptly, she will call the authorities. Borun, incensed by the young man's audacity, rolled up his sleeves, ready to pummel him. But Ning Yusher quickly interposed. Dad, I willingly participated. The situation was quite urgent. We encountered hellhound beasts in the novice dungeon, along with a horde of crocodile beasts, not to mention a bearded Skywalker chasing us. And then there was Slock. Ning Yusher recounted the events that transpired in the dungeon to Borun. Although he remained skeptical of Chen Qi, he trusted his daughter's account to a significant extent. Hellhound beasts? How is that possible? This dungeon has been cleared numerous times. Borun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Additionally, there was a golden tortoise beast that attacked our school's study group. Borun sighed. This matter is my responsibility. I failed to detect the betrayal of the teacher, and there have been unusual movements from the Skywalker faction. They're likely after the SSS class functional or, well, as long as you are unharmed. He rubbed his temples, looking utterly spent. After a brief moment of rest, he seemed to regain his composure and turned his gaze back to Chen Qi. Boy, since you are now Yusher's boyfriend, why the haste to flee? Is it to meet some old flame? Chen Qi's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Thinking, you old glutton, do you believe everyone is as lecherous as you? What old flame? I merely wish to leave this place of strife and return to a safe zone to find a place to rest. Ning Yusher linked her arm with Chen Qi's. Come to my house. My home is enormous, with a vast bathroom and hot springs, and the uncle in the kitchen cooks delicious meals. You must try his culinary skills. Also, I have plenty of equipment at home if you want any. I can provide it all. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi's eyes sparkled. Equipment? Such items are more swiftly acquired through indulgence than through purchasing, seizing, or looting from dungeons. Of course, he knew he must not display too much eagerness outwardly, lest he be seen as too eager by the enchanting fairy before him. That sounds acceptable, that I also wish to visit Nuem City. I might as well delay my return to Lanning City. Upon hearing Chen Qi's agreement, Ning Yusher beamed with delight that on the way back, they rode in Borun's private vehicle. Chen Qi was compelled to sit on Borun's left, while Ning Yusher occupied the right, the empty passenger seat forbidden to him. Hey, uncle, you're crowding me, Chen Qi remarked with a wry smile. That oh, am I? Borun replied, seemingly oblivious. I find it quite spacious. He squeezed Chen Qi, clearly relishing in his discomfort. Where are you from? Boy, I am from L City, currently residing in Lanning City. L City. Isn't that the mining area? Remote valley. Do you own a home? Chen Qi nodded, then shook his head. No. Oh, you have a vehicle? Chen Qi shook his head again. Are your feelings for Yusher genuine? Do you vow to remain faithful to her for a lifetime? Upon hearing his father inquire about this, Ning Yusher perked up her ears. Uncle, Such assurances are empty words, are they not? Would you believe me if I told you? Borun thought, you sly fox, how could anyone know if you do not speak? Since he was dissatisfied with the prospect of this young man as his son-in-law, Borun chose not to remind him and continued, you are utterly destitute, and your feelings for my daughter seem uncertain. I believe it is natural for young people to err, but they must not repeat their mistakes. As Chen Qi remained silent, Borun continued, boy, there are matters I shall overlook that I hope you take care, and in the future, keep your distance from my daughter. You are unworthy of her, and you should be well aware of that. Following this, Borun instructed the driver, Lao Sun, stop the car at the upcoming intersection. Before the vehicle had even come to a halt, Borun impatiently said, all right, you can get out now. At this moment, Ning Yusher's tears streamed down her cheeks, and she appeared on the verge of breaking down. Borun, concerned for his daughter, snapped at Chen Qi. Why are you still here? Leave, Chen Qi sighed, yet he had no intention of alighting from the vehicle, stating, I will take responsibility for my actions as for vows of eternity. Let us set that aside for now. After all, we have only just met. Making promises casually would render them too trivial. I admit I am quite fond of her and wish to know her better, but it is not yet time to make commitments. Will you marry her? Hey, uncle, are you even listening to what I'm saying? Or have you misunderstood my meaning? Ning Yusher's ears perked up higher, her heart filled with anticipation. Feeling as though her heart had leaped into her throat, Borun pressed on. Will you? Chen Qi nodded, perhaps. But I must make it clear from the outset that I will not be the one to move in. Chapter 51. The caged goldfinch. Chen Qi repeatedly emphasized that he would not move in, as it was customary in this world. If a man is impoverished and the woman comes from a wealthy family, he would be expected to move in. That if he did so, all children born would take their mother's surname. Although Ning Yusher claimed her surname was Ning, it was merely her middle name. Her actual surname remained Haxitu. This meant that if Chen Qi moved in, he would only be considered a middle name. Furthermore, if Chen Qi moved in, according to custom, he would also have to change his own surname. Bolin let out a cold laugh. What? Do you believe the surname Hagster too is unworthy of you? Chen Qi shook his head. I simply do not fancy this custom. Bolin thought to himself, I find your arrogance even less appealing, you young brat. Listen here, if you dare to let my daughter suffer even the slightest grievance, I will have your skin. Upon hearing Chen Qi's words, Ning Yusher finally ceased her tears. I could see this moment. The characteristic of a girl's infatuation became evident. Oh, Dad, please do not frighten him. Chen Qi obediently fell silent. There was no need to continue arguing in such a situation. Reflecting on it, if he were to have a daughter who lost her virtue after merely completing a quest, he would find it utterly unacceptable. Putting himself in another's shoes, if anyone were to lay a hand on Emily, Chen Qi felt he too could strip the offender of their skin. Just as he was thinking of Emily, the phone rang. Chen Qi pressed the answer button. Hello? On the other end, Emily's voice sounded frail, laced with tears. Brother, you finally picked up. Are you all right? Well, I'm fine. Do not cry. What could possibly be wrong with me? Hearing Emily sobbing uncontrollably, Chen Qi felt a pang of guilt. Rest assured, I am doing well. Emily let out a long sigh of relief. That's good to hear. Where are you? I will come find you. I'm in. Chen Qi turned and noticed Bolin and Ning Yusher both perked up their ears. Feeling awkward, he said, I'm looking for work here in M City. You needn't worry, I will return in a few days. After hastily finishing his sentence, Chen Qi quickly hung up the phone. Who was that? Ning Yusher inquired, leaning in. My sister. I mentioned her to you before. Chen Qi replied, appearing quite earnest. Ning Yusher recalled the things she sensed during their soul resonance. In front of her father, she refrained from pressing further, merely saying, oh, Bolin, being a perceptive individual, since the atmosphere had shifted awkwardly. Reluctantly, it seemed his daughter was truly smitten, and it would not be wise to forcibly separate them. Ultimately, Chen Qi was not thrown off the vehicle. Instead, he was taken to an outdoor parking lot of a luxurious villa. Chen Qi was gaining a broader perspective. This villa, located not far from the city center, was undoubtedly worth a fortune, befitting the most powerful family in M City. Bolin had other matters to attend to, and after issuing a few intimidating words to Chen Qi, he hurriedly departed. Ning Yushi guided Chen Qi to the main entrance of the hall, where a group of maids clad in black and white uniforms, led by the head maid, bowed and said, "Welcome home, young lady." Ning Yushi appeared accustomed to such treatment. She merely nodded before leading Chen Qi inside. As Chen Qi had anticipated, the villa's decor was resplendent, rivaling that of a royal palace. He whispered, "Little fairy, your treatment is comparable to that of a princess. With so many maids, you could rotate them daily without repeating for 2 weeks." "Pooh, what are you thinking? They are merely ordinary maids, and not what you imagine. Besides, they are all my father's eyes and ears, responsible for keeping an eye on me and preventing me from wandering off." Ning Yushi had once remarked that she felt like a canary trapped in a cage, and this villa resembled a birdcage. She had asked her father why he felt the need to go to such lengths, and the reply had been that, after losing his wife, he could never afford to lose his daughter again. It seemed that after losing his wife, he had not intentionally distanced himself from his daughter, but had instead become overly protective. Yet, due to his busy work schedule, he could only leave a group of outsiders to accompany his daughter. All the maids were, without exception, Mech technicians. The weakest among them was at the rank of a general, sufficient for ensuring the safety of the young lady in this otherwise uneventful city. To leave such a beautiful daughter and a cadre of stunning maids at home, then hurriedly depart. What does this hagster signify? Is he not concerned that by the time he returns, his granddaughter may already be on the path of reckless abandon? "Wait here. Shortly, the head maid will arrange your accommodations. I need to take a shower." Ning Yushi's words snapped Chen Qi back to reality. "Shower? Why not together? It saves on heating more water." Ning Yushi frowned. "Hey, be serious. If they see us, they will report to my father." Chen Qi scoffed. He felt a deep aversion to such a nearly imprisoning paternal love, for he could perceive in the maid's gazes a sense of treating him like a prisoner. If even one of these maids were genuinely devoted to serving the young lady, their expressions would not be so disdainful. Just as Ning Yushi departed, a tall maid with golden hair and a teardrop birthmark beneath her right eye approached him, saying, "Mr. Chen, please follow me." Although it was just a brief moment, Chen Qi keenly detected a flicker of disdain in her eyes upon seeing his shabby attire. Fortunately, this disdain was quickly concealed. How dare she look down on me? Chen Qi shrugged it off, deciding to treat the place like a hotel, following the golden-haired maid through a maze of corridors. He finally arrived at his destination. The opulence of the room was not diminished by its status as a guest room. Gilded doorknobs, a dazzling starry ceiling, a plush burgundy carpet that bounced underfoot, and priceless world-renowned paintings adorning the walls all showcased the immense wealth of the villa's owner. The world of the affluent truly exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. The maid observed Chen Qi's bewildered expression and couldn't help but frown. She was responsible for caring for the young lady, and had it not been for the head maid's orders, she would have preferred not to utter a word to someone as shabby as Chen Qi. "This is your room. The bathroom has hot water. Make yourself at home." With that, the maid named Janina turned to leave. Chen Qi hesitated, suddenly aware of his growling stomach, and quickly said, "Hey maid, what about my dinner?" Having consumed only rations for so long, and after sharing half with Ning Yushi, he had been left hungry. Now that he had finally emerged, he thought it unacceptable not to enjoy a hearty meal. But what did the maid's attitude toward him mean? Was she intending to let a guest go hungry? The maid glanced at the hand-painted Mech tattoo on Chen Qi's hand, thinking to herself how childish it was. "Tisich, a commoner still dreaming of dinner. I've seen many guests like you coming to the general's residence to mooch off food and drink. I don't know what flowery words you use to deceive the young lady. But once your lies are uncovered, you will be swiftly expelled." Without even turning back, the maid continued her monologue as she walked away. Chen Qi frowned, muttering to himself, "Damn, is she crazy? General's residence? Who is the general?" Chapter 52. In any case, keep this kid under control for now. In the evening, at Hagstrom Mech Academy, in the principal's office, Bolin paced with a grave expression. After a while, the phone on his desk rang. He returned to his desk and answered, "Hello." A subordinate's voice came through. "General, I have just received intelligence that the boy you mentioned is likely the one the Academy is searching for, Chen Qi. According to the Academy, his neuronal compatibility is as high as 100. The subordinate seemed incredulous as he added, "Of course, the Academy states it is a possibility." "Understood. This is highly confidential. Do not make it known. Yes, General. After hanging up, Bolin tapped his fingers on the desk, producing a rhythmic sound. Point 100 compatibility. To think my daughter Ning Yushir only has an 88 compatibility. No wonder both the Academy and the military are looking for this guy. With such a high talent level and the ability to merge with my daughter, Mech, humanity might have a chance to drive the virtual beast back into space. Yet, prior to this, I had received no information whatsoever. It seems the secrecy surrounding this boy is exceptionally high. In fact, from the first time the boy transformed into a mech, Bolin had noticed he bore no mech tattoos. Additionally, that blood-red longsword he wielded exuded an eerie aura. That aura felt strangely familiar to Bolin, yet he could not quite place it. In any case, for now, it is imperative to keep this boy under control. If I can keep him at Haxford, it would greatly benefit both the school and the family. If he can truly commit to Yushir, their marriage would not be out of the question. I will observe for a while longer. With this resolve, Bolin let out a long breath, that he slumped into his chair and closed his eyes for a moment, then opened a locket at his chest, revealing a photograph of a young man and woman. The woman had a radiant smile, with long black hair, youthful and beautiful, a quintessential Eastern visage. The man was a white individual, with golden hair and a prominent nose, exuding a handsome and dashing demeanor. Unmistakably a Western figure. Yushi, my daughter, has actually brought home a boyfriend. Should I feel happy or sorrowful about this? Previously, I rejected so many suitable marriages for her, yet now I can only watch helplessly as this brat steals her away. What should I do? Yushi, what if he is not sincere towards my daughter? What if he cannot withstand the tests? Bolin's muttering was not without merit. If Chen Qi truly possessed an SS-level neural compatibility, then he would have the pick of the most outstanding women across the entire Blue Star. Due to the research conducted by genetic biology experts at the Academy of Sciences, it has been revealed that couples with a high degree of neural compatibility are more likely to bear children with an even higher degree of neural compatibility. The probability of these children being innate mecha bearers is also significantly increased, as is the likelihood of awakening their destined weapons, equipment, and programs that in humanity's struggle against the monstrous beings. Nearly 80 of resources have been diverted towards warfare. If this young man so desires, having multiple wives could be merely a matter of convenience, and he would also enjoy the unique legal protections afforded during wartime. The laws of the Alliance government explicitly state that individuals with a neural compatibility exceeding 90 are exempt from the monogamous marriage laws, and it encourages interactions with the opposite sex to foster the emergence of stronger offspring to combat the monstrous beings. However, who would wish to see their daughter become a concubine? Even a legitimate wife is out of the question. The Haxford family cannot afford to lose face. Then a thought struck him. If Yushir were to discover that he is a beast and would undoubtedly take multiple wives, perhaps she would give up on him entirely? If that is the case, then let us devise a test for him. If he cannot withstand it, then there is no need for my daughter to waste her time on a scoundrel. What a splendid idea! Bolin believed that it is preferable for his daughter to endure a prolonged pain rather than a fleeting one, and he would rather not see her deceived by a cad. He composed himself and picked up the phone on the table, dialing the head maid's number. In the expansive mansion's maid's quarters, maid Janina could scarcely believe her ears. She widened her eyes and repeated the head maid's command. Accompany him for a bath? The head maid nodded, her expression grave, devoid of any hint of jest. He is just a poor boy. I am to serve him in the bath? Why? This is the general's order. As a soldier, do you dare defy military commands? The headmaid's expression grew even more ominous. What is it, Janina? Have you forgotten your oath to follow the general unto death, to brave fire and water for him? Janina forced a smile. An oath? Of course, she remembers. But who could have foreseen such a request? Protecting and serving the young lady is her duty, for she is the most esteemed daughter of the Haxford family, boasting the highest neuronal compatibility. And this poor boy, lacking even mecha tattoos, what is he worth? Serving him in the bath. Janina was acutely aware of the underlying implications. Could it be that his identity is not so simple? Lost in her thoughts, she dared not resist the headmaid. No, I have not forgotten. The headmaid nodded and said, Very well. By the way, the general also instructed that it would be even better if you could conceive his child. Jin Nina was taken aback. What does that mean? It is as plain as day. Treat him as a distinguished guest. Go on. The head maid did not elaborate further and dismissed her. As Jin Nina walked along the long corridor, she felt a deep sense of grievance. According to the orders, she must treat Chen Qi as a distinguished guest. In addition to attending to his every need, she must satisfy any reasonable requests he might make. Whether those requests are indeed reasonable, who can say? Jin Nina gritted her teeth and pondered what she would do if he were to make such a request. Orphaned and having joined the military, she had never contemplated any entanglement with a man. From a moment she witnessed her parents slaughtered by the monstrous beings, she had resolved to join the Blue Star Defense Forces to protect her homeland. Though now assigned to the general's household as a maid serving the young lady is an SS-level individual with the highest neuronal compatibility, a key talent nurtured by Blue Star. Serving and protecting her is also contributing to the fight against the monstrous beings. But what is this young man? After all, lost in thought, Jin Nina found herself at the door of Chen Qi's room. Distracted, she did not knock but simply pushed the door open. Upon entering, she discovered Chen Qi sprawled across the large bed, covered by only a sliver of the blanket, soundly asleep. Jin Nina clenched her teeth. Her expression resolute, and quietly approached Chen Qi's bedside. He is rather good-looking. Yet as an ordinary person, he is so arrogant. She truly wondered where his confidence stemmed from. Conceiving a child with him? If it were not for the ironclad military orders, it would be a mere fantasy. Pig-headed fool. Jin Nina glared at the sleeping figure, her anger bubbling beneath the surface. Yet, she found herself powerless, although she could not fathom why such orders had been issued. She knew that defiance would lead to reprimands at best, and court-martial at worst. After all, the general's orders in this Blue Star ranked just below those of the military governor. Reluctantly, Jin Nina began to remove her clothing and climbed into bed beside Chen Qi. In truth, Chen Qi had long been awake, merely feigning sleep. Witnessing this development, he was taken aback. Should he wake up? Internally conflicted, he realized that if he continued to pretend, he might lose his virginity. Suddenly, he sat up. Gripping the maid's shoulder, "Wait, what are you doing?" Jin Nina nodded no. "What exactly are you planning to do, sister? If you're here to bring me food, I would be most grateful. But what is this? A lavish surprise gift." Chen Qi acknowledged that although this maid could not compare to Ning Yusher, who could resist something freely offered? Help, when the world is happening. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and Ning Yusher's voice came from outside. "Chen Qi, are you done washing? I brought you food." Chapter 53. Go eat your maid. Hearing the voice from outside, Chen Qi jolted with fright. He shot Jin Nina a glare and exclaimed, "Hurry up and get down." To his surprise, as soon as Jin Nina rose, the door creaked open. Ning Yusher peered in, only to find Jin Nina on top and Chen Qi below. They stood there, awkwardly frozen. "It's not what you think." Chen Qi quickly waved his hands. Ning Yusher was momentarily stunned, said nothing, and closed the door again. Perhaps thinking she had misseen, she pushed the door open once more, only to be met with the same scandalous scene that ignited her imagination. You. Ning Yusher slammed the door shut and ran away, bursting into tears before she had even made it halfway down the hall, and Chen Qi could hear her sobs from within the room. Chen Qi shot Jin Nina another glare. "Although I do not understand why you did this, I would appreciate it if you could hurry and get up." He forcefully pushed Jin Nina aside, quickly dressed, and rushed out. Console her. Not at all. Chen Qi merely intended to clarify the situation. After chasing for over 10 minutes, he finally admitted to himself that he was utterly lost. This mansion is enormous. Without a guide, it is akin to navigating a labyrinth. You, daring to engage in such activities within the General's residence, are the first ever. An elderly voice echoed from the shadowy end of the corridor. Who is engaging in such activities? I am merely in my undergarments. Chen Qi looked warily into the darkness. Still acting tough. Regardless, I can't see you, whatever. The voice seemed to belong to an elderly woman, who coughed after speaking. May I ask, did you cause Yusher to cry? That is a misunderstanding. Nothing happened. Chen Qi explained. A misunderstanding? The old woman stroked her granddaughter's head. Did you hear that? He claims it was a misunderstanding. Ning Yusher huffed. After such a position, what misunderstanding could there be? Only then did Chen Qi realize that Ning Yushur was also present, though he had not seen her due to the dim lighting. In the darkness, a faint clicking sound was heard that a flicker of orange light illuminated the scene. Chen Qi recognized that sound. It was the sound of an old tobacco pipe. Can we turn on the lights to talk? Cough, cough. Huh. Old lady here is blind. It makes no difference whether the lights are on or off, right? The old woman coughed for a while, then took a puff of her pipe and said slowly, "Well then, you young folks can sort your matters out yourselves. You sure? You must not sneak out again. You have no idea how worried I was when you disappeared if I were not too old to pilot a mecha." Cough, cough. I would have gone to find you myself. Ning Yushur obediently responded with an after the old woman finished speaking. She left on her own, leaving Ning Yushur sobbing in the darkness. Chen Qi truly felt overwhelmed. What on earth is happening? Had he known, he would have simply gotten off the vehicle, found a restaurant for a hearty meal, and enjoyed a good night's sleep. Gurgle, gurgle. Chen Qi's stomach growled. The sound starkly contrasted with the surrounding silence. Ning Yushur burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? I SNT it because I share my rations with you. Humph. Humph what? Hurry and get me something to eat. Ning Yushur stepped out of the shadows. Go eat your maid. Her sardonic tone left Chen Qi speechless. He stepped forward and grasped Ning Yushur's arm. Who is that old lady? My grandmother? What? Don't you believe me? It's not that I don't believe you. I'm just curious. Your grandmother from the Dragon Country. How do you know? That accent is unmistakably from the Dragon Country. Ning Yushur nodded. My mother's family is from the Dragon Country. They migrated to M City after the Great Alliance. Chen Qi understood. The so-called Great Alliance referred to the event decades ago when the countries of Blue Star faced the invasion of monstrous beings and chose to abolish the concept of nationhood, establishing the Blue Star Community of Destiny. Since then, neither Dragon Country, nor Beautiful Country, nor Cherry Blossom Country has existed. Blue Star now recognizes only one legitimate governing body, the Blue Star Alliance, presided over by the F-Rare. As for the origins of the F-Rare, that remains a mystery to all that in any case. The F-Rare's commands must be obeyed without question. Beneath the F-Rare, there are established several governors, each responsible for various domains. Noticing that Ning Yushur was successfully distracted by her own methods, Chen Qi seized a moment and inquired, "Oh, how did you end up meeting your father?" Ning Yushur snorted and retorted, "Spare me that. Let me ask you, why is Jen Nina in your room? And on your bed?" Chen Qi shook his head, indicating his ignorance. "Your maid is quite rude, and her words are truly venomous." Chen Qi recounted Janina's remarks to Ning Yushur. Upon hearing this, Ning Yushur nodded. That does align with Janina's character. Chen Qi asked, "How so?" Ning Yushur sighed, saying, "What you don't know is that Janina hails from a prestigious family, but City Inn was completely obliterated by the void beasts, and her family ceased to exist. She witnessed the horrific deaths of her kin, yet felt utterly powerless. Later, she enrolled in Agaster, but due to various reasons, she ultimately dropped out. Such occurrences have become commonplace since the flames of war reached Blue Star. She is a genuine young lady of high standing. Reportedly, she was once the daughter of the most powerful individual in City Inn, only to see her family fall into decline, in her quest for vengeance. She has grown to admire strength immensely. Encountering an ordinary person like you, yet still having to serve you, is only natural." Ning Yushur spotted Jen Nina approaching slowly from the end of the corridor. She halted. "Miss, the head maid has sent me to inform you that dinner is ready." Chen Qi turned around to find Jen Nina impeccably dressed, her expression calm, as if the near-catastrophic incident had never transpired. Her father had some connections with my own father in their earlier years, which is why she remains in the household. Chen Qi remarked. Frowning, he asked, "In the household? The general's residence? Your father is a general?" Ning Yushur nodded. "Did you not know?" Chen Qi thought to himself that he indeed did not know. After all, a handyman is not required to be privy to such matters. Both my father and mother are generals. Their positions were earned through bloodshed and sacrifice on the battlefield. However, as their daughter, my neural compatibility is only 88, which cites my own shortcoming. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that your parents' compatibility is higher? Chen Qi queried, somewhat astonished. Ning Yushur nodded. Yes, my father's compatibility is 89, and my mother's is 91. Impressive. Chen Qi understood what 91 signified, an SSS-level compatibility. This young lady's mother could be described as extraordinary. So, you ventured out to participate in some Academy-S study abroad program to prove yourself? Ning Yushur confirmed, yes. By age, I should be entering Hagaster next year. What? You mean to say you were still in high school? Ning Yushur nodded, yes. What of it? Chen Qi waved his hand dismissively. Nothing. You see, in this world, it is considered a grave offense to lay hands on high school girls. Ning Yushur seemed to grasp Chen Qi's thoughts and pouted with a smile. Look at you, scared out of your wits. I thought you weren't afraid of spending life in prison. Rest assured, I am of age now. I merely started school a year later than others. Chapter 54. Inner Circle students in the opulent dining hall of the villa. Chen Qi and Ning Yushur savored a lavish dinner. It must be said that the chef's culinary skills, as praised by Ning Yushur, were indeed remarkable, particularly the foie gras and caviar, aside from their exorbitant price. They had no flaws whatsoever. When the opportunity arises, he must take Emily to sample the same dishes. After a refreshing afternoon nap, Chen Qi felt revitalized and, having eaten to his heart's content, rose to leave. Your maid seems to dislike me. Perhaps I should take my leave? We can connect later if needed. Are you eager to return and see your foster sister? Ning Yushur replied, somewhat sourly. Oh, come now. I'm her brother. I can't just vanish for days without showing my face. Ning Yushur thought to herself, fair enough, but I must warn you, you cannot engage in any inappropriate behavior with her. Chen Qi scratched his head. What do you mean by inappropriate? I am rather naive and don't quite understand. Seeing him feign ignorance, Ning Yushur felt an urge to slap him. Yet, speaking to him in this manner brought her a sense of ease. You must refrain from actions that exceed the boundaries of sibling relations, such as Chen Qi stood, smiling, as he found Ning Yushur's hesitance somewhat endearing. Such as, oh, why are you like this? I won't talk to you anymore. Chen Qi thought to himself, what on earth? Are you in elementary school? You won't talk to me anymore. When you have time, take me to see that so-called Hall of Heroes. I wish to pay my respects. Ning Yushur, suspecting that Chen Qi's motives extended beyond mere tribute, shook her head. Unless you are an inner circle student of Agaster, you cannot enter. If you attempt to force your way in or sneak in, you could be sentenced to death for the crime of desecrating the spirits. Chen Qi had no doubt about the truth of Ning Yushur's words, for this world held its heroes who resisted the void beasts in the highest regard. Should it come to light that he sought to use the Mechs of these heroes as mere fodder, he would undoubtedly be flayed alive. Chen Qi frowned. What? Inner circle students? There are outer circles too? Ning Yushur nodded. Indeed, inner circle students are those exceptionally gifted individuals who are prioritized for training by the combined efforts of humanity. Are you an inner circle student? Ning Yushur nodded. However, my status as an inner circle student is not solely because I bear the Hagaster name. What must one do to become an inner circle student? Achieve a sufficiently high neural compatibility. Ning Yushur nodded. In addition, one must possess formidable psychological resilience and combat skills, along with absolute loyalty to the Alliance. Chen Qi had previously tested his neural compatibility at 0. However, he no longer believed that figure. After all, a 0 compatibility theoretically rendered one incapable of transforming into a mecha. There must be some mistake. Or perhaps the testing apparatus was malfunctioning. He needed to retest at the earliest opportunity. As he pondered this, footsteps echoed in the dining hall. Chen Qi looked up to see Buluin returning. His corpulent figure swayed as he approached the dining table, where the maids served him a sumptuous meal alongside what appeared to be exquisite red wine. Buluin raised his glass and took a sip. Boy, you haven't done anything strange with my daughter, have you? Chen Qi shook his head. Not at all, but your maid certainly did something rather peculiar to me. Yes, he spoke. Chen Qi glanced at Janina. He couldn't fathom where she had honed her psychological fortitude. Even upon hearing Chen Qi's grievance, she displayed no hint of distress, as if the scandalous incident were non-existent at all. Is that so? Then what happened? Buluin's expression brightened. What do you mean, what happened? Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. Had I not been clever, your maid might have taken advantage of me. Chen Qi mimicked a beheading gesture. Ning Yushur, puzzled, glanced between Janina and her father's roving gaze, sensing something amiss. Janina only followed the head maid's orders. while the headmaid strictly adhered to her father's commands. Analyzing this, Ning Yushi realized Janina had no motive to seduce someone she deemed an ordinary person like Chen Qi. The more she contemplated, the more uneasy she felt, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on her father. Buluin, sensing his daughter's scrutiny, quickly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, clearing his throat. "What are you talking about? I know nothing." "Speak plainly. Our maid has undergone professional training and should not have neglected her duties." Chen Qi, seeing him play the fool, chose to ignore it. Had Ning Yushi not appeared suddenly, he believed he might have inadvertently gone along with it. To pass up a good deal would be foolish. Ning Yushi understood that directly questioning her father would yield no fruitful answers, so she decided to let it go as long as Janina no longer posed a threat to Chen Qi. They could consider the matter settled. After all, Janina had repeatedly risked her life to protect her. Whether as a maid or a military officer, she was merely following orders. "I'm full." With that, Ning Yushi stood and pulled Chen Qi to leave. Buluin interjected, "Wait, where are you taking this boy?" "To my room." Buluin nearly bit his tongue. "What? How can you allow this boy into your room freely?" "It is my room, and I shall decide." "Dad, stop meddling." "No, it will cause gossip." Ning Yushi appeared resolute. "It won't leak out. Aren't all these your subordinates? As long as you do not give your consent, they won't utter a word." The resentment in her tone was unmistakable, causing Buluin to perceive his daughter in a slightly unfamiliar light. Buluin turned to Janina. "That won't do either. You take this fellow to his own room and attend to him properly." He emphasized the word attend. "No." Ning Yushi grew somewhat agitated. "Dad, I don't know what plans you have, but you must not command Janina to do such things. The matters between him and me do not require your meddling." Subsequently, Ning Yushi seized Chen Qi and hurriedly departed. This marked her first genuine act of defiance against her father. She felt utterly exhausted by the days where everything was meticulously arranged for her. Upon returning to her room with Ning Yushi, Chen Qi noticed her still wore a heavy expression, so he feigned regret as he remarked, "Honestly, I believe Janina should give me another chance to see if I can withstand the test. To be frank, Janina's complexion is truly remarkable." TSK. Ning Yushi scolded, "You lecherous wolf, how shameless you are." Chapter 55. Why not feast on the flesh of the rich? She then rushed in front of Chen Qi, raising her fist to strike him. Chen Qi deftly wrapped his arm around her shoulder, gently caressing Ning Yushi's soft back as one would stroke a cat, and teasingly inhaled the fragrance of her hair, freshly washed, saying, "Yet compared to you, she pales significantly." "I don't believe you. You're deliberately lying to flatter me," Ning Yushi retorted, gazing into Chen Qi's eyes, only to find him staring intently at her. What do you intend to do?" Chen Qi patted her head, saying, "Nothing, merely wishing to convey that while your father may not be right, it is evident his concern for you is genuine." Ning Yushi seemed to realize her previous words had been somewhat excessive. It's all because of you." Chen Qi shrugged, sliding his hand down to embrace Ning Yushi's slender waist. "Perhaps it is because I'm simply too handsome that your maid cannot resist?" Upon hearing his self-satisfied tone, Ning Yushi pinched the tender flesh around Chen Qi's waist in anger, exclaiming, "Pah! Such narcissism!" How disgusting! Chen Qi's hand remained at her waist, and he immediately retaliated. Ning Yushi instinctively cried out, "Ah, it hurts, it hurts!" At that moment, a dull thud echoed from the direction of his bedroom door. Chen Qi and Ning Yushi exchanged glances, both well aware that the person outside was none other than Principal Buluin. Sensing that they had been discovered, faint footsteps followed, indicating the person was leaving. "It's all your fault. My father must have misunderstood again." Chen Qi appeared indifferent. "We are all adults here. What is there to misunderstand? Those who understand, understand." As he spoke, Chen Qi sat on the sofa beside the coffee table, plucking an apple from the fruit platter and munching on it. Ning Yushi locked the door and then sat beside Chen Qi. I ask you something? If I hadn't shown up in time, would Janina have truly succeeded?" Chen Qi nodded. "Perhaps, after all, she is quite attractive with excellent skin, and it was all offered to her." Chen Qi's tone was sincere, leaving Ning Yushi momentarily speechless. You truly are a notorious lecher. I can honestly admit that I might not withstand temptation. I am simply speaking the truth that it is better to express the reality than to be caught sneaking around." Of course, I only share this with those I hold dear. Ning Yushir thought to herself, what kind of twisted logic is this? How could this philanderer be so self-righteous? If that were the case, would you marry me or Janina? Chen Qi, his mouth full of apple, mumbled, must I choose? Why can't I have both? Both? You. How can you be so shameless? Ning Yushir felt as if her worldview had been profoundly shaken. Could a person truly be so devoid of shame? Yet, it was precisely this man before her with whom she had engaged in substantive and intimate exchanges in both the conscious and unconscious realms. You shall pay for your transgressions. Ning Yushir's teeth clenched in frustration. Chen Qi tossed the apple core into the trash and, in one fluid motion, pulled Ning Yushir into his embrace. I am a rather affectionate person besides. You have experienced my charm firsthand, have you not? He could not promise her a singular devotion, for otherwise, whether with Emily or anyone else, she would always follow behind, consumed by jealousy, a thought that was quite irksome. It was better to make it clear that he was not a one-woman man. Chen Qi was aware he was no gentleman. If a mouth-watering morsel was offered, how could he refuse, having traversed to another world, awakened extraordinary powers, and live a life akin to a dragon soaring through the skies? How could he be expected to devote himself entirely to her, to hang from a single tree, forsaking the vast forest? Such a notion was impossible, was it not? In any realm, the strong possess the privilege of choosing their partners. Otherwise, why strive to enhance one's strength, wealth, and social standing, to reach the pinnacle of power, if not to achieve something greater? Was it merely for the sake of a fleeting glimpse of the grandeur of the mountains? What a hollow sentiment! Such talk of affection is merely a euphemism for infidelity, that I shall break up with you. Ning Yushir attempted to extricate herself from Chen Qi's embrace, only to be held tighter. You brought me back to this room. What? Regret it? Ugh, let go of me. My father might still be outside. It matters not. Just keep your voice down so he cannot hear us. Let go of me. An hour later, Chen Qi languidly reclined on the sofa, while Ning Yushir rested her head on his lap, looking utterly exhausted. Chen Qi stroked her hair. My dear, how do you feel now? Have you surrendered? Humph, it was passable. Huh, this fellow is indeed tough all over, except for his mouth. As for Janina, odds are she was sent by her father. I certainly won't be fooled. Yet you would willingly fall for it, wouldn't you? Just like your sister. Ning Yushir recalled the memories she had glimpsed during their soul resonance, the blurred figure of a handsome man. Why are we bringing my sister into this? Humph, during our soul resonance, I distinctly felt your feelings towards her. Surely it is not merely sibling affection. Chen Qi, being honest, nodded and sighed. With Emily's beauty, it is difficult for any man not to be moved, especially since we have lived under the same roof for so long that in our childhood, she was just a little girl who followed me around, often in tears, but in recent years, she has matured. Chen Qi gestured to his chest and continued, and she has grown taller. Indeed, she has blossomed into a young woman. Thus, sharing a rented space has become somewhat inconvenient. Why not move to a larger house? Ning Yushir turned to Chen Qi, puzzled at a larger house. One needs money for that. Why not feast on the flesh of the rich? The young lady had never experienced poverty or the plight of a hero struggling for a single coin. Chen Qi recounted to Ning Yushir the tale of his adoption, the passing of his foster parents, and his subsequent toil to support his sister's education. Ning Yushir blinked her large eyes, biting her red lip in silence. The man before her had endured so much hardship. No wonder he seemed like a money-obsessed ghost, constantly speaking of functional ores, seemingly resolved. Ning Yushir rose from Chen Qi's lap, removed the space compression ring from her hand, and presented it to him. What are you doing? Isn't this your mother's keepsake? When I was young, my mother said that when you meet someone you like, you should give them this ring. You can use it in emergencies. As the words left her lips, Ning Yushir realized the declaration was quite apparent. Her face flushed crimson, her disheveled attire epitomizing pure desire. Chen Qi felt a rush of blood, swallowing hard, thinking to himself, this girl truly possesses some charm. Thank you. This time, I have acquired quite a few ores, have I not? It should suffice for now. Seeing Chen Qi reject her, Ning Yushir felt somewhat disappointed. Fine, as she attempted to withdraw her hand. Chen Qi grasped it firmly. He helped her put the ring back on her finger, saying, Keep it as a memento. It will serve as a reminder of your mother when you miss her. Such a precious item should not be used as collateral. Ning Yushur nodded, her delicate arms wrapping around Chen Qi's neck as she kissed him softly, saying, "You are a good person, but far too fickle. I solemnly inform you, if you like me, do not engage with others, and no matter how beautiful my sister may be, you cannot betray your own principles. You promised your foster mother to take good care of her." Chen Qi seized the opportunity to embrace Ning Yushur, rising to his feet and making his way towards the soft, inviting bed in the bedroom. Chapter 56. The true treasure trove that night was not particularly restful, as convincing Ning Yushur to accept his desires for multiple partners took a considerable amount of effort. Ning Yushur, unable to refute Chen Qi, ultimately succumbed to his overwhelming influence. Consequently, she refrained from mentioning Emily, carefully climbing out of bed and making her way to the restroom, supporting herself against the wall. Chen Qi lay on Ning Yushur's expansive bed, stretching lazily and exhaling deeply. "There is no stubbornness I cannot resolve." When Ning Yushur returned, Chen Qi smiled, "So, are you still obstinate?" Ning Yushur quickly shook her head. "You are insufferable. What if my father hears us? I did not make a sound. You were the one making all the ruckus." Ning Yushur, realizing his unreasonable nature, thought, "Fine, I have indeed fallen for this troublesome fellow." It was his very temperament that had initially attracted her. The more he behaved this way, the more she found herself drawn to him. As if under a spell, surrounded by this light-hearted atmosphere, the previous sense of oppression vanished entirely. She lay on the bed, curled up in Chen Qi's embrace. "Did you not say that you possessed fine equipment for me?" Chen Qi embraced Ning Yushur tenderly. "How could those large iron lumps be stored indoors? They are all in the warehouse. Oh, I almost forgot. An ordinary person's mecha card can only equip one set of gear. Any excess must either be stored in a spatial compression ring or remain at home. Will you take me to have a look?" Ning Yushur furrowed her brow. "Now, it is quite late. Let us rest." Having said that, she yawned, appearing exceedingly fatigued. Chen Qi could not bear to wake her. With dawn still an hour away, he too succumbed to slumber. His sleep was profoundly restful, enveloped in the warmth of fragrant, soft, jade-like skin. He did not awaken until the sun was high in the sky. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Ning Yushur seated at her vanity, her back turned to him as she combed her hair. Chen Qi rose and gently wrapped his arms around her from behind, planting a kiss near her delicate ear. "Good morning." At his touch, Ning Yushur felt the delightful softness wash over her, causing the comb in her hand to slip to the floor. Just as she was about to chastise him, a knock sounded at the bedroom door. "Young miss, are you awake? Breakfast is ready. I have come to assist you." Ning Yushur urged Chen Qi to hastily dress, then opened the door. Jenna stood at the entrance, regarding Chen Qi seated on her young lady's bed with an expression devoid of any emotion. "You have shooting and physical training lessons this morning and are already late. Your private tutor has been waiting for you for an hour. This afternoon, you have a private lesson on tea etiquette as well as a neural compatibility training session." Neural compatibility training? That requires specialized machinery. Moreover, the energy consumption for a single activation of such machines is equivalent to a year's living expenses for a family of 3 in Bluening City. How fortunate are the wealthy? During breakfast, Chen Qi noticed that Boren Hagerstuth was absent, presumably occupied elsewhere. Ning Yushur had been taken away by her tutor, leaving Chen Qi to roam freely within the estate. However, this freedom was not absolute. To prevent Chen Qi from wandering aimlessly, Jenna trailed closely behind him. Tiske, a country bumpkin, a gluttonous con artist. Chen Qi walked ahead while the maid muttered behind him, Ordinary folks possess no awareness of their own ordinariness." Chen Qi, undeterred, turned sharply and fixed his gaze upon Jenna, asserting, "What? Is an ordinary person eating your family's rice? Keep babbling, and I might just make you regret it." Jenna was unruffled, retorting, "Humph, you think you can intimidate me just like that? I could easily thrash you without transforming." Jenna had absolute confidence in her abilities. After all, she came from a military background and was a mech engineer. Her combat skills and strength were not something an ordinary person could rival. Had it not been for the general's orders, Jenna would have relished the opportunity to teach this fellow a lesson. After a sleepless night, she was astonished to see him walking about today. "I thought you were a spineless coward. Turns out you're a walking artillery piece. Well, it seems you were eavesdropping last night alongside that old fellow Boren. Shouldn't there be a fee for that? What? Do you wish to test me? Do you dare? After all that, you wouldn't even dare. Provocation holds no sway over me. I know not your intentions. If your aim is merely to tempt me into straying from your young lady, I advise you to abandon that hope. Your young lady has already been successfully tamed by me. Do you dare to challenge me? You filthy man, relying on your physicality to gain advantage. Oh, and you still dare show your face? Chen Qi felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yet he recognized that this individual had guided him to the warehouse, and thus could not afford to offend her just yet. Enough of this talk. Take me to the warehouse as per your young lady's orders. Ning Yusher had instructed Jenna to lead him there. The warehouse contained a hodgepodge of standard equipment, long neglected and disorganized over the years. Chen Qi could simply take whatever he desired. It was precisely this reason that he had endured the incessant complaints of the sharp-tongued maid. Otherwise, he would have dealt with her long ago. Jenna led Chen Qi through winding paths, past towering ancient buildings styled in the fashion of old Western Europe, until they finally halted before a structure that appeared relatively modern, constructed from concrete. The door was large, and Chen Qi estimated that he could easily enter in mecha form, in the courtyard. Several crane-like machines were present, equipped with mechanical arms that bore tools such as screwdrivers and welders. For an ordinary mecha to equip a weapon, it initially required installation and adjustments using a machine known as a transformation device. Noticing Chen Qi scrutinizing the machinery, Jenna could not resist mocking him. An ordinary person can merely observe, nothing more. Chen Qi thought to himself that indeed he could only observe, as he did not need such hassle to change equipment. He could simply retrieve it from his backpack. Ignoring Jenna, Chen Qi swiftly approached the warehouse door. Jenna gestured for him to step aside, then retrieved a card from her maid's apron pocket and swiped it over the lock sensor. With a beep, the iron door opened slightly. Jenna yawned, appearing disinterested. Hurry up and take a look. Once you're done, get out of the general's residence. Chen Qi resolved to settle the score with her later. He stepped into the warehouse, where darkness enveloped him, and began to feel around for a switch to the entrance. He found a button. With a click, the entire warehouse illuminated. Before him lay towering shelves, laden with an array of equipment. There were melee weapons for close combat mechas and firearms for ranged ones. Additionally, various shields and protective gear for defensive mechas were plentiful. However, other types of mecha weaponry were rather scarce, with only a handful available. Alongside the weapons, numerous limb modules, back armor, and helmets were on display. A cursory glance revealed that most items were of A-grade quality, with a few rare S-grade items. Goodness, this truly is a treasure trove of kings. As Chen Qi was captivated, his gaze fell upon a nondescript box in the corner of the warehouse. Carelessly resting atop, it was a sword, entirely white and striking in appearance. Yet it bore no visible rank. Only 3 question marks? Chapter 57. Ice Dragon Sword. Goodness, just like my Black Dragon Flame Blade, a weapon with no displayed rank. Chen Qi hurried to the box, retrieved a chair from the corner, and climbed atop it to reach for the sword. Cough, cough, cough. Young man, you may choose any equipment here, but this sword... Wait a moment. Chen Qi swiftly turned at the sound, only to find Ning Yusher's grandmother standing in the warehouse corridor, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. She was smoking a pipe and gazing at him. Wearing dark sunglasses that obscured her eyes, it was impossible to tell whether they were even translucent. She was petite, hunched over, leaning on a cane, with disheveled white hair, exuding an air of frailty. Granny, what brings you here? Cough, cough, this is my granddaughter's home. Why shouldn't I be here? As for you, not only have you stolen my granddaughter's heart, but now you wish to pilfer from my warehouse. You truly deserve a beating. Chen Qi jumped down from the box, explaining, It is a misunderstanding. Ning Yusher told me to come take a look. That girl has already been ensnared by you. If you were to ask her for equipment, would she ever refuse? Chen Qi sheepishly rubbed his nose, remaining silent. This situation was indeed inappropriate, having taken advantage of others. Now he sought to take their belongings. You speak wisely. How much for this sword? Name your price, and I wish to purchase it. The old woman casually knocked her pipe against the shelf as she spoke. Young man, I may be old, but I am not blind. Considering you have saved my granddaughter multiple times in the dungeons, I have chosen not to pursue the matter of you taking advantage of her. You caused quite the ruckus last night. Was it your intention to embarrass my Yushur? My Ning family is, after all, the Dragon Kingdom. Cough, cough. In any case, what sort of conduct is this? How will my Yushur face the help in the household after this? To think that last night's escapade were so excessive that even this elder heard about them. Faced with her, Chen Qi could not afford to be flippant, so he could only respond earnestly. You speak the truth. Humph. It is good that you understand your mistake. Treat my granddaughter well. Otherwise, I assure you that this old bone of mine can still peel your skin off. Certainly, certainly. Seeing Chen Qi's respectful tone, the old woman ceased her tirade. Skillfully replacing the tobacco in her pipe, she placed it to her lips and began to smoke. This sword is a relic from my ancestors, said to have been discovered on a comet during humanity's peak technological era. Legend has it that no one could draw it. It was only retrieved after the comet was shattered. Due to the passage of time, no one knows the sword's name anymore, nor its precise use. When I was about Yushur's age, representatives from the Academy of Sciences visited numerous times, but could not equip it to any existing mecha. Eventually, the matter was dropped. Stuck on a comet? TSK, is that for real? You existed when this old lady was young? That means this sword has been here for at least several decades. Chen Qi could not help but glance up at the sword, its rank and name still shrouded in mystery. According to the script of the overpowered protagonist, such a weapon would recognize its master upon encountering the main character, erupting with a dazzling radiance and subsequently following its master to wreak havoc. Chen Qi mused. As a time traveler with a substantial gift package at his disposal, he must surely qualify as the protagonist of this tale, right? May I touch it? He inquired tentatively. Yes, came the old woman's reply. With her permission, Chen Qi once again climbed atop the enormous box, extending his hand in an attempt to grasp the sword's hilt. The moment his fingers made contact with the blade, nothing happened. The hilt felt icy to the touch, seemingly metallic, and bore no special significance. While the sword itself offered no extraordinary sensation, Chen Qi distinctly felt the mecha card in his chest pocket vibrating intensely. As if it possessed some unique sensitivity, that a sense of doubt crept into Chen Qi's heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that this sword harbored some hidden mystery. However, with the old woman present, he felt it inappropriate to directly access his backpack and claim it for himself. What a fine sword! Just as Chen Qi prepared to leap down from the box, the sword began to resonate faintly, as if responding to him. What is happening? The old woman could hear the humming sound of the vibrating sword but could not discern the specifics of the occurrence. Chen Qi described the peculiar behavior of the sword, only to be met with her astonished exclamation. How is this possible? For years, aside from my grandfather, I have never heard of anyone resonating with this sword. Young man, you can transform into a mecha, can't you? Quickly, transform here and see if you can wield this sword. Huh. Here, Chen Qi glanced up at the ceiling. Transforming was feasible, but he would need to crouch to avoid breaking through the roof. After all, his height post-transformation exceeded that of a standard mecha. Seeing the old woman's excitement piqued his curiosity, prompting him to draw his mecha card and slap it against his chest, transforming into a striking red and black mecha. At the doorway, Janina peeked in, having heard the commotion, and was astonished to witness Chen Qi's transformation, covering her mouth in disbelief. No, it can't be. Isn't this person an ordinary one? Chen Qi noticed Janina spying on him, but chose to disregard her. Eagerly, he reached for the long sword resting atop the box. The sword's weight felt comparable to his black dragon crimson flame blade, though it was slightly shorter due to its broader blade. This sword appeared to be carved from a solid block of deep blue ice crystal. Both the hilt and guard were adorned with exquisite snowflake patterns, while the blade featured a vividly detailed ice dragon. Exuding an air of grandeur, Chen Qi retrieved his black dragon crimson flame blade as well, placing the two side by side in an attempt to compare them. To his astonishment, the black dragon crimson flame blade began to tremble in concert with the long sword in his grasp. Suddenly, a dragon's roar emanated from the black dragon crimson flame blade, and a black-red eastern dragon surged forth from the sword's body. Chen Qi was left utterly bewildered. This black dragon crimson flame blade was his fateful weapon bestowed upon him by the time traveler's gift package. How could it conceal a legendary dragon within? What in the world was this? A holographic projection? A virtual reality? Or perhaps a weapon spirit? The old woman's voice trembled with excitement. Heavens, that sound! It's the dragon within the divine sword. Just as Chen Qi was about to clarify that it was the dragon's spirit within the blade, not the sword, a silver dragon suddenly emerged from the sword in his hand. Unlike the black dragon, whose horns resembled flames, this dragon's horns took on an ice crystal-like shape. The two entities, let us assume they were dragon spirits, intertwined upon their initial encounter, resembling long-lost friends reunited. Chen Qi stood entranced, uncertain of how to proceed. The old woman could see nothing but heard the continuous dragon roars, her lips quivering with excitement. Meanwhile, Janina no longer concealed herself, stepping fully into the warehouse, her gaze fixated on the astonishing scene before her. It seemed that the silver ice dragon could not remain away from the sword for long. As it swiftly returned to its hilt, the black dragon, after another roar, also vanished back into the black dragon crimson flame blade. Subsequently, the sword and blade ceased their resonance, gradually settling into silence. Chen Qi attempted to swing the sword in his hand, feeling no particular distinction that if it could project an ice dragon, he could dub it the Ice Dragon Sword. With the Ice Dragon Sword in his left hand and the Crimson Flame Blade in his right, he felt ready to conquer all. Chapter 58. Are you in such a hurry? Chen Qi weaved between the shelves in the warehouse, collecting any high-quality equipment he encountered. Since the little fairy had already spoken, he felt no need for excessive politeness. There was no requirement to expend additional or for duplication. He could simply take what he desired. After completing a circuit, Grandma Ning finally regained her composure amidst her astonishment. Janina assisted her in sitting atop a box in the corner of the warehouse, continuously providing her with reassurance. Upon Chen Qi's return, the old woman recounted, Grandfather once said that he used this sword to slay a 5th-level phantom beast on the front lines of the underworld sea. I remember the sound of dragons roaring. After Grandfather's passing, her father was unable to awaken the sword's latent power, leading it to be stored in the warehouse. Later, representatives from the Academy of Sciences and various universities came to examine it. But none could awaken the sword. I never expected you would be able to. Chen Qi suspected that it was not merely his own ability to awaken the sword, but rather the critical role played by his Black Dragon Crimson Flame Blade, which he had originally possessed. Nevertheless, acquiring such a divine weapon was undoubtedly a fortuitous event. He believed this sword might rival his Black Dragon Crimson Flame Blade in prowess. As for the reasons behind it, there was no need for excessive contemplation. Good fortune was also a form of strength, was it not? Chen Qi was eager to find an unsuspecting target to test his new weapon. Grandma Ning adjusted her glasses and said, Young man, you cannot take this sword. It belongs to our Ning family. But Grandma, leaving the sword here is merely letting it rust. You should give it to me. Chen Qi thought to himself, considering that her granddaughter was already his. How could he let a mere dusty sword stand in his way? No, absolutely not. You are not a member of our family. Unless Grandma Ning paused, her tone shifting. Young man, you sure have that kind of relationship, right? Ah, yes, Chen Qi replied, that if you two marry soon and I can hold my grandchild, then this sword can be yours. Chen Qi thought to himself, what is this old woman plotting? Not only is she urging marriage, but also pushing for grandchildren. Janina's gaze met Chen Qi's, clearly still skeptical of his ability to transform into a mecha, her beautiful eyes occasionally darting toward his hands, seemingly searching for hidden mecha patterns. This doesn't seem appropriate. While I don't oppose gradually developing feelings with Miss Ning, suddenly talking about marriage is, why is a grown man being so wishy-washy? Is my Yushur not worthy of you? Then take this little maid along. Do whatever you wish with her. We'll buy one, get one free. This deal seems off. Who would go out of their way to offer such significant concessions? Not only do they lose their granddaughter, but they also throw in a maid, and then a sword on top of that. Something is amiss here. So, young man, what do you say? No, Grandma. What exactly are you trying to sell me? Your unconventional approach leaves me feeling uneasy. The old woman whispered a few words to Janina, and Janina stood up, leaving the warehouse. Once the maid was out of earshot, Grandma Ning solemnly remarked, I heard from my son-in-law that your neural compatibility is 100. 100%. Chen Qi responded, bewildered. The old woman hastily gestured for silence. Don't rush to deny it. The intelligence network of the Hackster family is beyond your imagination. Just listen to me. Chen Qi nodded, his heart filled with uncertainty. He himself couldn't fully ascertain his neural compatibility, only knowing it was relatively high. How did this blind old woman know? The higher the neural compatibility between spouses, the greater the likelihood of producing innate mecha bearers and the awakening of innate programs and weapons. Our Usher's compatibility is 88. If yours is 100, then you too will become the strongest in the entire Blue Star. Your offspring will become the hope of Blue Star. Chen Qi hastily waved his hands. Grandma, wait, this all sounds too heavy. I'm afraid I cannot bear such a responsibility. What do you mean you can't bear it? A man must face the battlefield and protect his homeland. That is an undeniable duty. How can it be that Usher says you are brave and resourceful, yet you appear so hesitant? The Blue Star Resistance is facing relentless setbacks. Not only are we unable to hold the temporal intersection points of the frontline dungeons, but recent reports from the Kuiper Belt's Alliance Space Army indicate that Phantom Beasts are breaching defenses and successfully entering our star system. If high-level Phantom Beasts invade Blue Star, humanity's civilization will cease to exist. Chen Qi was somewhat aware of the situation on the front lines, but he had little knowledge of the circumstances in outer space. The old woman seemed to possess a remarkable background, knowing more than he did. Upon obtaining his mecha card, Chen Qi's first thought was to farm for money, ensuring a better life for himself and his sister. He was acutely aware of the tense military situation. Yet as someone who had once struggled to make ends meet, the notion of defending Blue Star had never crossed his mind, even now. He found himself instinctively focused on making money, enjoying life, and perhaps impressing beautiful women, never considering the prospect of heading to the front lines. Unless, of course, there was a fortune to be gained. It seems that the old woman has seen through Chen Qi's thoughts, as she continued to employ the tactic of provocation. Young man, your surname is Chen, so you must be from the ancient Dragon Kingdom. Our Dragon Nation's men have never been cowards or turtles hiding in their shells. If you can achieve military merit and change your surname to Hage Situ, then this general's mansion will belong to you. You may choose any of the maids in the mansion, reside in any of the grand houses, and freely create within the Hage Situ military-industrial complex. The old woman coaxed him gently, clearly waiting for him to take the bait. Chen Qi thought to himself that old foxes are indeed more cunning. First, she berated him as a coward. Then, in a turn of phrase, she presented the opportunity for him to rise to prominence if he accepted the proposal of marrying into the family. She laid out the advantages and relationships so clearly. However, Chen Qi had never believed in free lunches from the sky. He would not naively think that merely saving her granddaughter once in the game would warrant such a grand offer, including a massive family fortune. There must be a significant purpose behind such an elaborate attempt to win him over. Could it be that I am indeed a perfect match with a 100 compatibility? If so, it would make sense. Just like the cultivators with heavenly roots in fantasy novels, who are sought after by various sects wherever they go. He had tested this on Dr. Harmon's card drawing machine. Could it be malfunctioning? He needed to retest this. Chen Qi genuinely desired this sword. Not to mention, its connection with the Black Dragon Red Flame Blade suggested it might be a powerful artifact in its own right. Very well, I will agree to the marriage. However, joining the family is out of the question. Hage Situ can only be considered a middle name at most AS for grandchildren. I believe we should take it slow. At this stage, Chen Qi did not want children. Although he had been reckless last night, he had taken precautions to avoid any unintended consequences. Hearing Chen Qi's agreement, the old woman thought to herself that it was a success. Yet, outwardly, she still feigned dissatisfaction. What do you mean, take it slow? Having children should be done sooner rather than later. Young people recover quickly. It would be best to have a pair of twins. Her thoughts, though somewhat reasonable, led Chen Qi to think, what do you mean by twins? Does this mean I need to send Ning Yusher to drink from that well in some village? It is said that there's a peculiar well in the ancient Dragon Kingdom where drinking its water guarantees the birth of twins. The old woman was overjoyed, and not hearing a response from Chen Qi, she did not press further. The son-in-law mentioned having some minor disagreements with the young man, which was why he had entrusted this old bone to act as a mediator. Fortunately, the mission was not in vain, as she had received a promise from him. Ning Yushir marrying a prodigy with a 100 neuronal compatibility was hardly a disgrace to the royal family. Steadying her thoughts, the old woman made a statement that left Chen Qi dumbfounded. All right then, let's choose an auspicious day and get married as soon as possible. Chen Qi. Huh. Is it really that urgent? Chapter 59. There's no better day than today. Let us go get the certificate. In the office of the Hage Situ Academy's principal, Ning Yushir's grandmother sat at her son-in-law's desk, puffing on a pipe. The room filled with swirling smoke. Hage Situ, as a middle name? This young man is truly arrogant. Is my family unworthy of him? Humph. Borun, hearing his mother-in-law recount Chen Qi's words, slammed the table and stood up, visibly enraged. Sit down, sit down. Don't be so agitated. I've put in a lot of effort to facilitate this marriage. Humph. As if it were a matter of our Yushir being unworthy of him. This young man is poor and has a rather shifty appearance. Ning Yushir's grandmother continued to puff on her pipe, exhaling a ring of smoke as she said, Oh please, he is far better looking than you were at his age. Borun rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, when did you become blind? However, he dared not voice such sacrilegious thoughts to his mother-in-law, despite his wife having passed away many years ago. The old woman was sharp, naturally understanding her son-in-law's discontent. I may be blind, but my heart is not. One cannot judge a person solely by their appearance, can they? I just hope this young man understands his true neuronal compatibility and does not let our Yushir down. He dares. Even if he becomes whatever, as long as he dares to treat our Yushir poorly, I will not let him off the hook. Borun became increasingly agitated, his fists clenched and cracking, knowing he was fiercely protective of his daughter. Ning Yushir's grandmother chose not to say more and instead shifted the topic to other matters. What news from the Academy of Sciences? Borun took a deep breath, sat back down, and said, According to a chief scientist named Harmon from the Academy of Sciences, this young man's compatibility is indeed 100. Due to a design flaw in the card drawing machine, the results displayed during the Hunter Academy's entrance ceremony only showed the last 2 digits of 100. After Chen Qi left, both the Academy of Sciences and the Hunter Mech Academy had been desperately searching for him. With the Academy confirming it, the matter of his 100 compatibility seemed to be a done deal. Borun lowered his voice. Moreover, this has even caught the attention of the Chancellor. Such matters would certainly be reported immediately by the scientific officials. After all, this level of compatibility is unprecedented and may never be seen again. A 100 compatibility with training could very well lead to achieving the legendary neuronal superfrequency. Speaking of neuronal superfrequency, both men fell silent. This concept now only exists in historical texts. Even the Academy of Sciences has been unable to prove its actual existence, relegating it to the realm of theory. Borun poured a cup of tea for his mother-in-law and handed it to her. As for the wedding, shall we arrange it for the second half of the year? The old woman took a sip of tea and shook her head. What second half of the year? There's no better day than today. It's happening today. Borun nearly dropped the teapot in shock today. Mother, it's already noon. She exhaled a smoke ring, appearing as if she were orchestrating everything, and continued. They will certainly come rushing in like cats, sensing fishy business. The ceremony is not important. We need to let them register their marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau to avoid prolonged delays. They? Are you referring to the Hunter Mecha Academy? Borun asked tentatively. Not just them. All Mecha Academies across the Blue Star would want such an outstanding student. Additionally, the Skywalker faction. No, not just Skywalker. Those filthy worms hiding in the shadows will definitely take action. Speaking of Skywalker, a glimmer of malice flashed in Borun's eyes. The attempt to kidnap his daughter and extort the Divine Mind had yet to be settled. If they dare to come, let them be dealt with on the spot. Seemingly recalling something, Borun frowned, saying, But the Alliance's laws clearly state that individuals with a neuronal compatibility above 90 are not subject to the one-wife system. So he could still be taken away. But our Yushir is his first wife, the legitimate one. At noon, Ning Yushir finished her morning classes and returned home to have lunch with Chen Qi. She shared the details of her classes, while Chen Qi listened with great interest. He wanted to participate in shooting training as well. But since he was a close combat type mecha, if he appeared openly at the Hage Situ shooting range, it would surely reveal that he could use both blades and firearms. It was manageable within the game, but if spotted outside, he would lose a crucial trump card in critical moments. Furthermore, Chen Qi had also removed his enhanced hand cannon and flying exosuit. An ordinary S-grade flying exosuit was sufficient. The enhanced equipment could be saved for when it was truly necessary. After all, for someone like him, who possessed a mysterious backpack, changing gear was but a fleeting moment. "I don't want to attend the afternoon tea etiquette class," he declared. Chen Qi looked up at Ning Yushi. Why not?" "Humph, it's all your fault from last night. You ruined it. I didn't sleep well." Chen Qi thought, so it turns out she just wanted to sleep. However, his father would surely disapprove. If he found out she was skipping class, there would be a long lecture waiting for him. As Ning Yushi complained, she noticed her grandmother and father had arrived. This was strange. It was normal for her grandmother to come for lunch, but her father coming for lunch was unusual, since he was always busy and never returned home for meals. "Good afternoon, grandmother. Good afternoon, father." Ning Yushi stood up obediently and offered her respects to the two elders. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Qi also stood up, mimicking Ning Yushi's bow. "Good afternoon, grandmother. Good afternoon, Mr. Burun." Seeing the young man with a beaming face, felt a surge of anger rising within him, merely grunting in response before sitting down in his chair. Chen Qi paid no mind. After all, he had stolen the man's daughter. Not only had he stolen her heart, but he wouldn't expect a warm welcome in return. Ning Yushi's grandmother settled down with the help of the maids and was about to light a cigarette when Ning Yushi stopped her. "Grandmother, you've been coughing severely lately. Perhaps it's best not to smoke." Saying this, Ning Yushi carefully took the pipe from her grandmother's hands and placed it safely aside. All right, what you say makes sense. After all, one must prepare for pregnancy in advance. It is advisable to minimize exposure to such toxic and harmful substances." What do you mean by preparing for pregnancy?" Ning Yushi blinked her large eyes, wearing a perplexed expression. Upon hearing Chen Qi's involuntary chuckle, Ning Yushi turned to look at him, and suddenly seemed to comprehend something, her face flushing crimson as she dared not continue the topic. Retreating to her seat to pinch Chen Qi's thigh with great force, Chen Qi grimaced in pain, leaning closer and lowering his voice. Hey, why are you pinching me? That was your grandmother's suggestion, not mine." Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yushi grasped Chen Qi's ear. "It's still all your fault. If you hadn't caused a stir, would they have misunderstood? How amusing it was back then, with her calling him daddy repeatedly, professing her affection for him. Now, here she was, flirting with her boyfriend right in front of him, and Buluan's expression grew increasingly grim, nearly turning a deep shade of purple. "Buluan, do not be like this." If Yushi were watching from above, she would surely be pleased. The old woman attempted to soothe Buluan, clearing her throat before addressing the two young people, chattering away. "Yushi, you are no longer a child. It is time to consider marriage. You previously dismissed so many talented individuals at the academy, yet this time you have chosen your own suitor, this young brother Chen, who first saved your life from the jaws of the Hellhound, and then fought valiantly against a traitor of military rank. Such youthful valor and wisdom is indeed formidable. Therefore, both your father and I believe you are of an age to marry and expand our family's lineage. There is no better day than tomorrow. You two shall hold your wedding then. After we finish our meal, go to the Civil Affairs office in M City to register and obtain your marriage certificate." According to Chen Qi's plan, returning home with Ning Yushi meant he could equip himself and make a swift exit. However, things took an unexpected turn, as he now had to journey to the Civil Affairs office to register their marriage, accompanied by a retinue of maids. Marriage registration. What would happen if Emily found out about this? Outside the luxurious limousine, the buildings and scenery rushed past. Most of the structures in M City had been rebuilt after the disaster. Their walls relatively new and their heights impressive. Like L City, M City was a new city formed after the Great Union, both belonging to the Euro Alliance according to their former national affiliations, thus showcasing a strong European architectural style and cultural essence. It was not far from L City. If Emily were here, Chen Qi wouldn't mind taking her back to his hometown. Observing Chen Qi lost in thought while gazing out the window, Ning Yushi cautiously inquired, What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Or perhaps you're thinking of another woman. Chen Qi snapped back to reality, pondering how she could possibly know what was on his mind without any form of telepathy. I have no reason to be unhappy as for thinking of another woman. You are not entirely mistaken. We're not far from my and Emily's hometown. Humph. I knew you were thinking of your sister. Are you not going to inform her about the marriage? Tisk. Women's intuition is truly terrifying. Chen Qi sighed. I'm still unsure how to tell her. Everything is happening too suddenly. Still have time to reconsider. Chen Qi shook his head. I never regret what I have promised. It's just that, in this world, I now have one more vulnerability. Upon hearing this, Ning Yusher deduced that the vulnerability he referred to was indeed his sister, Emily. Yet, she found herself at a loss as to whether to feel pleased or disheartened. Pleased that the one she liked held a place in his heart. Disheartened to find she was not his primary vulnerability, but rather the second, that, in matters of the heart, Chen Qi's sentiments were not as intricate as those of the girl before him. After all, he had only been 15 years old when he traversed to this world, and he had lived only a decade since then. Prior to meeting the lady before him, those matters were merely remnants of what factory workers had shared on colorful little websites that, of course, there had been some rather risky incidents due to living under the same roof as his sister. Nevertheless, Chen Qi prided himself on being a person of integrity, adhering to moral standards, and in such circumstances, he merely stole a glance or two, perhaps a gentle touch, but never anything more. It was not that he had not considered it. He simply felt it was inappropriate. This was not due to being overly sentimental, but rather because the Xueru couple had treated him with utmost kindness. He felt it would be wrong to take advantage of their daughter. Is your sister still in Liaoning City? Chen Qi nodded. She is studying in the Hunter Mech Academy, first year. That sounds good, but since your families are in L City, why go so far to Liaoning? Chen Qi sighed. Before my adoptive mother passed, she arranged for me to work as a janitor at the Hunter Mech Academy, but then some complications arose. Chen Qi recounted the incident involving punching Zhao Debiao and kicking Ivan Lawrence to Ning Yusher. Upon hearing about the janitorial work, Ning Yusher instinctively grasped Chen Qi's hand. You won't need to do that kind of work anymore. That I have money. I can support you, all right? Chen Qi smiled at her words. That is splendid. But do not forget the money you owe me. That shall be my personal property before marriage. Ning Yusher couldn't help but chuckle, her brow furrowing as she asked. Ivan Lawrence. Is he from the Lawrence family? Chen Qi nodded. The Lawrence family is a major military-industrial conglomerate, second only to the Harjesta family, controlling nearly 30% of the military industry across Blue Star. Additionally, the Lawrence family has achievements in aerospace that our family cannot hope to match. Not to mention, the small unmanned warships deployed near the Kuiper Belt were produced by them. You are familiar with the Skywalker organization, right? They're known as Skywalkers because they are proponents of fleeing. They believe that abandoning the Blue Star and the solar system is humanity's only hope for survival. Yet with so many people, who should leave and who should stay? The Führer himself is a staunch defender and has expressly forbidden the spread of such escape ideologies. Designating the Skywalker organization as illegal, it is said that the Skywalker organization and the Lawrence family are intricately connected, yet there is no concrete evidence. So many connections exist here. What does your father divine or mean to the Skywalkers? They wish to install this SSS-level functional or in their escape spacecraft. It is estimated that a single SSS-level functional or can supply fuel for their interstellar warships for over a century. Moreover, it can power the massive electromagnetic cannons mounted on the warships. SSS level, or is that potent? Chen Qi had heard from an elderly janitor while cleaning that a typical starship consumes enough functional during a single test flight to power a small city for over a week. Chen Qi thought to himself, with a synthesizer in hand, if he could combine a sufficient quantity of lower-grade functional or in a SSS level, or its value would multiply several times over. After all, high-grade functional is always in high demand. Families, mech academies, and even the military are all willing to pay a premium for high-quality functional or there are numerous pathways to wealth. In order to support his wife and sister, he must consider future avenues for making money. He could not afford to feel complacent simply because he had unearthed a decent-sized vein. The Harjesta family is wealthy, and Chen Qi was aware of this. However, Relying on a few instances of living off a woman's generosity was one thing. He could not perpetually depend on her family support for his livelihood. Could he? Not knowing what Chen Qi was pondering, Ning Yusher took the initiative to say, as long as you agree to change your surname to Harjestu, it is indeed possible for you to become the next family head. This way, you will no longer need to worry about making a living, nor will you have to fear the Lawrence family. What? Is your father a man who married into the family? Ning Yusher shook her head. No, my father is a bona fide Caucasian, as you can see. However, our family has a rule that anyone who marries in is eligible to inherit the position of family head. Given your 100-year-old compatibility, I believe it should not be difficult for you. As she spoke, Ning Yusher glanced at the silent Janina beside her. Janina pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from her maid's dress pocket, placing them on a small table in front of Chen Qi. Chen Qi was about to comment on how the maid managed to fit an A4 sheet in her pocket without wrinkling it. But he was captivated by the document laid before him. Marriage registration application for M City Mail. Chen Qi Shui Ru, is he marrying into the family? Yes, name after marrying into the family. Chen Qi Shui Ru Ning Harjestu. Looking at his new name after marrying into the family, Chen Qi could only chuckle helplessly. Was this your father's idea? A flicker of guilt flashed in Ning Yusher's large eyes. Not at all. I merely wanted to inform you of the implications of marrying into the family. I need you to tell me the implications. I am not foolish. I understand perfectly. Chen Qi felt that after crossing into this world, lacking power, influence, and connections, if he could ally himself with the Harjesta family through marrying in, it would not be a bad deal at all. With this thought, Chen Qi felt a sense of relief. All right. Find out, I shall indulge in local customs. Seeing Chen Qi acquiesce, Ning Yusher appeared genuinely delighted. Janina rolled her eyes. How have we managed to wrong you? Our young lady is indeed a princess. Ning Yusher hastily covered Janina's mouth. A princess. A government-funded student, fully subsidized, and no need to pay out of pocket. The alliance government reimburses, Janina whispered. Why can't I tell him the truth? It's all in the past. What is there to discuss? Chen Qi is not easily deceived, especially with Ning Yusher's palpable panic written all over her face. Such clumsy acting would naturally fail to convince him of any tales of government-funded students. The first word that came to Chen Qi's mind was princess. Ning Yusher nodded. It's all in the past. Hagstedt was once called the Principality of Hagstedt. My father was a king before the Great Union. Is she really a princess? Looking at the marriage application form, neatly inscribed with the delicate characters, Yusher Ning Hagstedt, and then glancing at the bashful princess before him, Chen Qi mused that he had indeed struck gold, gaining a cheat code in life. And now marrying a princess. Does this mean I am now a prince consort? Janina, with an air of pride, declared. Of course, you should be grateful. After witnessing Chen Qi transform into a mech and successfully awaken the ice dragon sword, her attitude towards him had noticeably changed. Thus, let us hasten to procreate. We shall bear children who are the inheritors of innate Mechs, swiftly driving the virtual beasts away from Blue Star, avenging my parents and the innocent villagers of my hometown who have perished. Chen Qi was left speechless, thinking to himself, what do you take me for? A stepping stone on your path to revenge. Wasn't it you who called me a complete waste back then? Surprisingly, Ning Yusher did not seem particularly shocked by her maid's fierce words. Chen Qi speculated that this was likely not due to his persuasive efforts, but rather a family arrangement. Regardless, as long as the garden remains unscorched and quiet, all is well. There are not many couples registering for marriage. And Chen Qi and Ning Yusher quickly completed the registration process. Holding the marriage certificate in his hand, Chen Qi felt a twinge of confusion. The male name section bore Chen Qi's new name, while the female name included not only Ning Yusher, but also Janina. It was at this moment that Chen Qi learned Janina's full name was Janina Smith Hagstedt. Staring at the 3 identical marriage certificates, Chen Qi was filled with questions. What is happening? Is it truly a buy one, get one free deal? Humph, now I can rightfully bully our maid. Are you happy now? Ning Yusher pouted, yet was powerless to prevent the unfolding events. As these were orders from her father and grandmother, why is that? Ning Yusher sighed and explained. You are now part of the Hagstedt family. Janina is your concubine, and the children she bears will also belong to the Hagstedt family. It truly is a buy one, get one free. The law states that those with a neural compatibility over 90 have the right to take concubines, so the legality of this marriage certificate is beyond question. I see. Although the actions may seem abstract and the operations rather audacious, it does make logical sense. The more descendants with high neural compatibility from the Hagstedt lineage, the stronger the family becomes. Remarkably high. For the family, Chen Qi's marriage into it is akin to introducing excellent genetic stock. My goodness, it all makes sense now, from a maid's initial confounding actions to the serendipitous discovery of the ice dragon sword gathering dust in the warehouse. This family is truly afraid I might run away. Though it feels somewhat scheming, it currently does not seem like a bad deal for Chen Qi. Rather than overthinking, he might as well enjoy the life before him. Gazing at the exquisite Eastern beauty and the Western enchantress, one a mistress, the other a maid, Chen Qi grinned. Humph, little fairy, have you prepared yourself mentally for the possibility of being bitten back after leading me into your trap? Ning Yushi gasped. Wait, let us talk about it at home. Headmaid Osley, while driving, listened to the commotion from the back seat, thinking to herself how wonderful it is to be young. The phone rang. It was Buluin calling. Has everything been arranged? Yes, as per the general's instructions, it has been taken care of. So straightforward. That lad didn't put up any resistance. What is that noise on your end? Reporting to the general, it's just the wind. I'm driving that no. Why do I hear someone? General, you must be mistaken. It's just a cat meowing. An hour later, Headmaid Osley parked the car in the underground garage of the luxurious estate. Since the driver's cabin and rear seats were separate and the windows had privacy tints, she remained unaware of the current situation in the back. However, judging purely by the sounds, it seemed the commotion had subsided. Osley stood respectfully by the car door, waiting patiently to avoid interrupting the grand endeavor in progress. Indeed, more noises emerged from the car. Another hour passed. Ning Yushi, with disheveled hair, opened the door as she complained. You're so annoying. You really are. Utterly unreasonable. Aside from her slightly flushed complexion and a slight limp, she appeared quite unchanged. Yet this did not escape the keen eyes of Headmaid Osley, unaware of Chen Qi's exploits in the instance. She presumed this was their first encounter, thinking to herself that the task had been successfully accomplished. It was worth the general's efforts over the past few days, once Ning Yushi and Janina departed. She opened the car door to check on Chen Qi that moment. Chen Qi wore a look of contentment as he enjoyed the car's massage function, and upon seeing the maid open the door, he smiled. Back again. No more for today. This is where we stopped at My Lord. You jest. I am already married and no longer within your purview. I have prepared afternoon tea and snacks to replenish the energy just expended. And the bathwater is also ready for you at your convenience. Chen Qi waved his hand. Oh, it's you that I thought it was the young lady returning again, that My Lord. My lady, such terms sound peculiar coming from a Western maid. However, this is a result of the Great Union and a reflection of the lingering Dragon Kingdom culture. The titles matter little. Chen Qi nodded. All right, thank you, but please knock before opening the door next time. Give me a moment to get dressed. Chapter 62. This maid, a charmer to all. The day after obtaining the marriage certificate, Chen Qi decided to return to Blue Ning City, having been away for quite some time. It was time to head back. Ning Yushi was compelled to stay home due to her tutoring obligations. Meanwhile, maid Janina was assigned to accompany her husband back to Blue Ning City, tending to his daily needs. As for the wedding of the three of them, having registered, they found no urgency in planning it, deciding to take their time and hold it within half a year or a year. According to Buluin, the matter of Lady Ning's marriage should not be publicized to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, Ning Yushi had no shortage of suitors, and the family forces behind them were numerous and intricately connected. If word got out, it would certainly stir up quite a storm. On a sunny morning, in the parking lot of the mansion garden, Ning Yushi and Headmaid Osley came to bid farewell to Chen Qi and Janina. Janina, if that guy flirts with his sister, you tell me immediately. Understood, young lady. Also, if he attracts any other girls, make sure to report that too. Understood, young lady. Furthermore, if the Lawrence family makes any moves, that must be reported in a timely manner. Understood, young lady. Janina dutifully acknowledged each of the young lady's instructions. After placing the suitcase in the trunk, she finally climbed into the driver's seat. Chen Qi, unable to drive, sat in the passenger seat playing on his phone. You must send me messages every morning, noon, and night. If you dare forget me, you will regret it, understand? I will dispatch the strongest assassins from the family to make you wish you had never been born. Ning Yusher admonished Chen Qi. Rest assured, even if I forget to breathe or my heart stops, I will never forget you or the debt you owe me. Ning Yusher initially intended to scoff at his cliché words, but upon hearing the latter half, she couldn't help but laugh in annoyance. This man is truly insufferable. The slight gloom brought by parting was effortlessly blown away by his whimsical words. Humph, this car is a gift for you. Worth over 4.3 million alliance dollars. Is that enough to settle your debt? You greedy scoundrel. Chen Qi nodded. That should suffice, I suppose. Oh, right here. Take this. Saying so, Ning Yusher pulled out a set of keys from her pocket and handed them through the car window to her husband. What? This is a small property belonging to Hagstedt in Blue Ning City. You can stay there, so no need for rental housing. Chen Qi accepted the keys. Thanks, you're truly thoughtful, but don't expect any. I wouldn't give it to you. Hurry and leave. Ning Yusher's eyes glistened with moisture, urging him to go. Go now. Quickly remember to think of me. Chen Qi nodded. Okay, no problem. You take care of yourself too. As Janina accelerated away, the car vanished from view. Ning Yusher pouted, touching her abdomen. Humph, running off so quickly. If you dare forget me, I will get back at your son. The journey from the front lines of Yukix to M City takes just an hour by car. However, traveling from M City back to Blue Ning City by long-distance bus would take at least a week. Janina drove at an astonishing speed, leaving Chen Qi clutching the Mech card in his hand in fear. After Janina executed a daring overtaking maneuver, Chen Qi wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, Sister, could you please drive a bit slower? We are not in a hurry. Janina, taken aback by Chen Qi's address, found herself momentarily at a loss for how to refer to the man before, by virtue of her position. She was the exclusive maid of the young mistress, yet in terms of family status, she was also this man's concubine. Should she call him after her husband? It posed quite the dilemma. What's wrong? Are you scared? Coward, Chen Qi frowned. Hey, is this how a husband should be treated? Pull over at the service area. I need to relieve myself, Janina frowned. That's rather crude. If you're not crude, then don't stop. The car pulled over at the service area, and Chen Qi stepped out to survey his surroundings. This was a place he had passed through once while traveling by bus, not far from where he had encountered the two members of the Lawrence family who had attempted to assassinate him. Janina also exited the vehicle and stretched lazily to avoid drawing attention. She had opted not to wear her maid outfit today, instead donning a white crop top, denim shorts, and white sneakers, radiating a youthful and athletic vibe. However, what truly captured attention was her fair skin and ample bosom, which drew numerous curious glances as soon as she alighted from the car. Chen Qi positioned himself in front of Janina to shield her from the prying eyes, turning to her to remark, that crop top is too short. We'll buy you a new one when we reach Lanning City. Chen Qi glared fiercely at all the men present, like a child determined to protect his cherished toy. Janina thought, humph, this man has quite the possessive streak. It was that the men around them were inexperienced. Even the women discreetly cast admiring glances at Janina. To say Janina was plain would only hold true in comparison to Ning Yusher. Judged on her own merits, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty. Firstly, her hair flowed like golden silk, a hallmark of her family. And her azure eyes, although often sparkling with indifference, were as clear and captivating as a beautiful lake. Her figure was voluptuous, rivaling even Emily in sheer proportions. Chen Qi estimated her size to be somewhere between D and E. Furthermore, her long, fair, and supple legs seemed to shimmer in the glow of the setting sun. These legs, a product of her nearly 175 centimeters tall stature, would stand out even among professional models. A small boy exited a nearby car, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Janina. Mommy, mommy, that big sister is so beautiful. I want to marry her and create a nation. The boy's mother glanced at Janina, equally astonished. Indeed, she is beautiful. But you'll have to wait until you grow up to say that. Now hurry, didn't you need a pee? Chen Qi was amused. Create a nation? Kid, say that again, and I'll drag your mother into a back alley. The crowd snapped back to reality, pointing and whispering about Janina and Chen Qi. Look at that sports car. She must be the daughter of some wealthy family, right? Who is that ordinary fellow beside her? Who else could it be? Just a sycophant. Chen Qi noticed that the one who had called him a sycophant was a scruffy-looking youth with yellow hair, that he retorted silently. You're the sycophant. Your whole family is... The yellow-haired boy was about to confront him when he was restrained by a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses behind him. Let him be. The boss hasn't returned yet. Let us see how long he can act tough. As dusk fell, Chen Qi and Janina decided to rest for the night at the service area, continuing their journey the next day. There was only one inn available. With no other options, they checked in immediately. The conditions were far worse than the small inn Chen Qi had stayed at previously. Their room was on the 3rd floor and with no elevator. Janina had to hoist the large suitcase she had been dragging along. What are you doing with that suitcase? Is there something important inside? Chen Qi inquired. Janina shook her head. No, just some personal items. Chen Qi took the suitcase from her. Let me handle it. He found the suitcase surprisingly heavy, while Janina had dragged it along effortlessly. Truly a remarkable woman. Gritting his teeth, he managed to carry it up the 3 flights of stairs, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had kept up with his exercise after leaving the martial arts school. Otherwise, he would have been embarrassed today. Chapter 63. Thanks to I See You. Immortal board for the update symbol. Hence, an additional update. Thank you, Janina said, and the two located their assigned room. 302. Upon entering, they discovered the room was quite small, containing merely a small bed, a chair, a rickety wooden table, and a few cockroaches scuttling about. Nothing else. Just a moment. Let me tidy up, Janina said, opening her suitcase to retrieve a stack of cleaning supplies and pristine white bed linens. Half an hour passed, and Janina was still tidying up. Seeing her drenched in sweat after a long day of driving, Chen Qi suggested, let us just make do with it for now. Janina shook her head. It is my duty to care for my husband's well-being. This isn't the General's residence. There's no head maid pressuring you. You can relax a bit, Chen Qi said, and began to assist Janina with the cleaning. After their combined efforts, the room was barely fit for habitation. Thank you. I apologize for my earlier demeanor, Janina said. Chen Qi sighed. I have a rough idea of your situation, but revenge is not something that can be achieved overnight. Janina shook her head. If I wanted revenge, I should be on the battlefield. Not here. She seemed to recall something terrifying, covering her eyes with her hands, that I am too weak, too afraid, which is why I cannot face the enemy on the battlefield. Then, does that mean you look down on me, a mere passerby? No, it's not like that. If you were merely a guest of the general, I wouldn't have targeted you, that I can see the way the young mistress looks at you. It's evident she has fallen in love. Janina continued to explain, to continue the lineage of excellent genes and enhance the neural compatibility of the Hagstadt family members, as the young mistress's exclusive maid. I'm destined to marry alongside her. So, when I first saw you were an ordinary person, I found it hard to accept. Chen Qi understood now. She had placed her hopes on her future husband. This was the most Janina had ever spoken to him since they met. Are you accepting it now? Chen Qi asked with a smile. Janina nodded. But I'm not simply a mech engineer. Chen Qi stated, waving his right hand in front of her. I don't have a mech tattoo, yet I can transform into a mech. This can lead to some complications. There are always those who, lacking vision, stir up trouble, like those thugs back at the service area. Chen Qi was not one for unnecessary drama, nor did he enjoy the tedious charade of pretending to be weak only to reveal his strength. If he had to hide his abilities, it would be to deliver a decisive blow at a crucial moment. Janina understood his meaning and rose to rummage through her suitcase. She returned to the bedside, placing a box on the bed and extracting an eyebrow pencil. What is this? Chen Qi asked. That I'll draw a mech tattoo for you. Chen Qi exclaimed in delight. Oh, you can do that? He was quite pleased with the foam mech tattoo Janina had crafted for him. In gratitude for her kindness, he decided to return the favor and said to her, hand me your mech card. Janina paused, putting away the eyebrow pencil. Oh, you trust me. Janina thought to herself, I'm already your concubine. Is there still a question of trust? She was merely curious about what he wanted the mech card for. She retrieved a mech card from her short pocket and handed it to Chen Qi. He examined it closely. Weapon, none neural compatibility. 86 Mech level. Rookie LV1 Mech type. Defensive inherent program 1. Stand behind the maid. Passive when any team member's health falls below 20. A shield with 100 health will be generated, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Inherent program 2. One man against all. When Janina stands at the front of the team, her health increases by 100. Shield strength increases by 100, and threat level increases by 100. The current mech stats were a string of numbers that Chen Qi didn't scrutinize in detail. The data was quite similar to when he himself was at the rookie level. A plethora of limb modules and back armor were all marked as none. Why was her level so low? Hadn't she fought a single Phantom Beast? Janina seemed somewhat displeased with Chen Qi's astonished expression. He explained, I'm not mocking you, ITS, just that having 2 inherent programs is quite rare, and your neural compatibility is impressively high. ITS useless. When I see a Phantom Beast, I become so frightened that I can't even stand. Janina's face twisted in pain, as if recalling some unpleasant memories that I was a student at Hagstatt, but my fear of Phantom Beasts was so overwhelming that during practical exercises, I always held my teammates back, which led to my expulsion from the school. And no matter how hard I strive to conquer my fear of the phantoms, my efforts seem utterly futile. I feel so inadequate. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi began to piece together the circumstances surrounding Janina. First, her family was annihilated. Then her academic pursuits faltered. Despite possessing a remarkable neural compatibility, she found herself relegated to the role of a mere maid to a young lady. It was highly likely that she was left with psychological scars after witnessing her loved ones being slaughtered by the phantoms. Chen Qi reached out and gently patted Janina on the head. Everyone possesses a vulnerable side. There is no shame in that. After speaking, Chen Qi placed Janina's mecha card into slot B, followed by his own into slot A. He accepted Janina's 2 inherent programs with a smile, as they both sounded rather impressive. Consequently, the programs now at his disposal included universal synthesizer, flight skills, perfect aim, emergency repairs, hunting instinct, one man against many, and standing behind the maid. Ahem. Did the name of the last program also get copied? Am I truly a maid, since he had already appropriated 2 of Janina's inherent programs? Chen Qi felt somewhat reluctant to return the mecha card to her. After all, she was his woman, and he could not afford to be stingy. Therefore, he decided to transfer the hunting instinct program back to Janina. As for the flight skills and perfect aim, they were of no use to her, since she could not equip a flight harness or wield firearms as weapons. Thus, giving them to her would merely squander resources. Subsequently, Chen Qi rummaged through his backpack to select some suitable limb modules and a flight harness for her. With the assistance of a synthesizer, there was no need for additional transplants or adjustments, as he simply placed the mecha card in slot A and the equipment in slot B, significantly reducing the usual hassle. After completing all of this, Chen Qi also unearthed a steel shield designed for defensive mechas from his backpack. Although it was only of C-grade quality, he had fortified it to 9, which was more than adequate for a novice mecha pilot. But that was not the end of it. Chen Qi utilized the remaining mecha cards he had acquired from the dungeon as fodder, feeding them all to Janina's mecha card. As a result, Janina's level soared for novice to elite level 23 in one fell swoop. When Chen Qi returned the mecha card to Janina, she was utterly dumbfounded. What is going on? How did I level up? Isn't experience only gained by defeating phantoms? Chen Qi made a hushed gesture. Do not speak too loudly, or I might have to silence you. Seeing Chen Qi's mock ferocious demeanor, Janina could not help but furrow her brow. But ultimately she smiled. As a professional maid, it is my fundamental duty to keep my master's secrets, even if it costs me my life. I would never utter a word. Chen Qi had never seen Janina smile before. Her smile was incredibly sweet, with elegantly curled eyelashes and 2 adorable dimples on either side of her face. Chapter 64. I said there were those who lacked insight. Chen Qi hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's not that serious. It's fine to speak of it. Just be sure not to die. After all, who would believe you if you spoke of it? What about these pieces of equipment? I remember, Janina looked at the mecha card in her hand, her expression one of confusion. It's a secret. To avoid you being subjected to severe torture, it's better you remain unaware. Chen Qi yawned. Feeling somewhat drowsy, he lay down on the bed, sprawling out in a star shape. I could see that moment, sound from the neighboring room, which everyone understood, drifted through the walls. Chen Qi chuckled. It seems some people are not tired enough driving during the day and still want to drive at night. Janina fiddled with a mecha card in her hands. If you need anything, I could also. Chen Qi sat up, swallowing hard as he gazed at Janina's alluring figure. Usually this figure was obscured by her maid outfit, but now, being in the hotel, with the perfect timing and atmosphere, it was hard not to feel stirred. It would be disingenuous to say he was not tempted. After all, he had not deeply conversed with Janina in the car yesterday. He had merely let her observe. As a marital accessory, Chen Qi felt it would be better if she took the initiative in such matters. Otherwise, it might feel somewhat coercive, wouldn't it? Noticing the sparkle in Chen Qi's eyes, Janina prepared to rise and head to the bathroom. I'll go wash up. Chen Qi reached out to pull her back. Wash what? Seafood needs to sit for a few days to expel the sand. Janina, she seemed a bit shy. Sweated today. I'm dirty. Chen Qi shook his head. You've been up since early morning packing and have driven all day? If you're tired, just wash up and sleep. There is no need to force yourself. That is the duty of a maid. Then, as a maid, you should also obey your master's command, shouldn't you? Besides, stop with the maid talk. You are my wife. Chen Qi said this casually, not realizing Janina would regard him with a peculiar expression. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Janina is a concubine, not a wife. Chen Qi and T really considered this issue deeply. It was better not to get too caught up in such details I am inferior to her in both appearance and family background. Chen Qi straightened up, pulling Janina to face him, commanding her to sit by the bed, and stated earnestly, in my view, the concept of a concubine does not exist. Your name is on the marriage certificate, and it does not specify that you are a concubine. You need not belittle yourself. Understand? Janina bit her crimson lip, remaining silent. A woman. No one wishes to be a concubine. If given the chance, she would also hope her husband would treat her well. But now, her status paled in comparison to that of the young lady. Chen Qi continued, If you understand, then call me husband? Janina felt somewhat reluctant to utter the words that it difficult. No wonder, she had just inexplicably married me yesterday. Chen Qi feigned a contemplative expression, then extended his finger as if he had an idea. How about we lower the difficulty? If you call me names like honey, darling, or sweetheart, that would suffice for now. Janina was left with goosebumps all over. The tiny knot in her heart was completely dissipated by his nauseating remark. TSK, you are truly shameless. Chen Qi gave a thumbs up. Yes, that's the tone. That expression, it fits the persona of the sharp-tongued little maid I first met. Keep it coming. Call me scum, trash, pervert, filthy bug. Anything, just throw it all at me. Where is the self-deprecation in that? Janina couldn't help but laugh. Chen Qi nodded. Excellent. You look stunning when you smile. Humph. Am I more beautiful than the young lady? When you smile, you are more beautiful than her. When you're not smiling, you are just as beautiful as her. TSH, smooth-talking man. The young lady must have been charmed by your words, with a playful pout. Janina's smile radiated even brighter. Chen Qi shook his head seriously. That is not the case. She was captivated by another part of my anatomy. What? Can you guess? The next morning, Chen Qi awoke to find that Janina had long risen and neatly packed their belongings. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Janina's face and making her appear exceptionally beautiful. That moment, she sat quietly by the bed, leaning over it, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Qi's face. Completely oblivious to the fact that the loose neck of her t-shirt could no longer conceal her ample bosom. Chen Qi squinted his eyes, thinking to himself, oh dear, what a striking start to the day. Should I wake up or continue pretending to be asleep? Never mind, she is already my wife. There is no need to sneak a peek. That would be rather unseemly that I should find an opportunity to propose legitimate requests openly and honorably. Thus, Chen Qi spoke. Do I have an appealing sleeping face? If you look again, you may have to pay for it. Tisish, what a lazy person, and your sleeping posture is so poor. Last night you. Janina straightened up, her cheeks slightly flushed. Last night. Chen Qi sat up and scratched his head. Oh, last night I dreamed about eating glutinous rice dumplings. They were huge, and there were large meat buns. Janina looked down at Chen Qi with an expression that screamed disdain. Tiske. Pervert. You clicked your tongue, didn't you? I did not. The two playfully bickered as they planned their itinerary for the day. At the current pace, they would need to drive for another 2 days to reach Liaoning City. If it weren't for the no-fly zone in the peaceful region, Chen Qi would have considered transforming into a mecha and flying back directly with the S-grade flight harness, just as Chen Qi was about to get dressed. Janina approached, offering to assist him. Thanks, but it's unnecessary. I can dress myself. While Chen Qi donned his clothes, Janina packed the bed linens they had slept on last night into a separate compression bag and placed it into the suitcase. After a quick wash, Chen Qi prepared to head to the service area to buy 2 buns for a light meal. No need to buy. I made breakfast for you, Dada. Following Janina's gaze, Chen Qi looked toward the rickety table, where he saw a cup of milk, 2 eggs, and a sandwich. The buns from outside are unsanitary and unhealthy. Chen Qi noticed that even the table, which had lost a leg, had been simply repaired by Janina with a piece of construction scrap wood at some point. Impressive. Chen Qi gave her a thumbs up, inviting Janina to join him for breakfast. This is the duty of maid. You eat. I've already eaten. Janina said this and prepared to carry the suitcase down the stairs. Chen Qi waved his hand and said, Wait a moment. Let me handle this heavy work. Janina nodded in agreement. Then I will go take care of the checkout procedures. Chen Qi took a sip of milk and made an okay gesture with his hand. After finishing their meal, Chen Qi collected the dishes, washed them thoroughly, and neatly stowed them away before shouldering his suitcase and heading downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, he noticed Janina surrounded by 3 ruffians. Hey, isn't that the stunning beauty we encountered in the parking lot yesterday? Where did you come from and where are you heading? Share your destination. We might be going the same way. One of them exclaimed. Yeah. On the way, we could keep an eye on each other, lest some lecherous wolf covets your beauty. Another added, Puffed, you blind fool. Aren't you just a big pervert yourself? Janina's expression turned cold as she retorted. Get lost, you bunch of scum. Wow, this little beauty has some character, the one with the tattoo said, disregarding the stares of onlookers as he reached out to grab Janina's wrist. Chen Qi sighed, thinking to himself, Damn it. I knew there would be some blind fools around. I detest these minor characters trying to show off. They only cause trouble and are particularly weak. Just as he was about to step in to rescue his wife, he heard a chilling scream from Janina. He looked over and felt a sudden chill. Janina had delivered a powerful kick right to the groin of the tattooed thug. Chen Qi was well aware of Janina's strength. She effortlessly carried such a heavy suitcase without breaking a sweat, clearly indicating she had undergone training. That kick would likely render the tattooed man incapable of ever being a man again. Chapter 65. Motorcycle thugs? What an embarrassment. Before Janina could retract her foot, she delivered a swift punch to the blonde's face. Caught off guard, the blonde's eyes bulged as he was sent spinning and crashed to the ground 3 or 4 meters away. Following that, Janina executed a swift elbow strike, aiming to smash the sunglasses off the third thug's face, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. A girl sitting at the hotel reception, who had been engrossed in her phone, suddenly stood up and shouted, If you're going to fight, take it outside. Upon hearing this, Janina halted her elbow strike, but the gust of wind from her arm ruffled the thug's hair as if he had just used a hair product. Chen Qi thought to himself, What the hell? Janina's skills seem even more impressive than mine. The thug quickly helped the blonde and tattooed man to their feet, fleeing in a panic. As they reached the door, the thug shouted angrily, Damn it, just wait. I'll make you. Unfortunately, the trio stumbled over the doorframe and fell in a heap. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, praising Janina as a heroine. Not only is this girl beautiful, but she's also formidable. Indeed, she is the so-called rose with thorns. Who would be lucky enough to marry her? I can't decide whether to be happy or terrified. Ultimately, they were left to ponder. Janina directly ignored the murmurs of the crowd and approached Chen Qi, saying, Let's go. Chen Qi nodded, still somewhat in shock. It wasn't until they got into the car that he slowly asked, Where did you learn those moves? My father taught me martial arts. Unfortunately, I awakened a defensive mech. Janina responded while driving, Master, teach me. I want to learn. Is that possible? Chen Qi blurted out. Janina nodded. As long as it's the master's request, I can do that. However, I am not your master, Chen Qi excitedly declared. No. From today onward, you are my wife and also my master. To avoid distracting her while driving, Chen Qi chose to remain silent for the time being. Judging from her recent combat performance, 3 words came to mind: swift, precise, and ruthless. Each of her movements was purposeful, with no excess motion whatsoever. It is worth noting that, as a mech engineer, the strength of the mech and the quality of its equipment are one thing. Combat skills and battle experience represent another. When 2 mechs are evenly matched, the one with superior martial skills has a significantly higher chance of winning. Thus, in mech academies, combat training is a mandatory course. Especially for close combat mechs, failing the combat examination means one cannot graduate smoothly and receive the substantial government subsidies. Chen Qi, not being a student, was indifferent to any subsidies. However, he felt that his previous martial arts training was somewhat disjointed. He had dabbled in various styles, including some basic kickboxing, a bit of boxing, a few days of Wing Chun, and even learned Tai Chi swordplay from a park elder. He had a smattering of knowledge in each, but mastery in none. If only he could acquire Janina's skills, his combat prowess would see a significant boost. Resolving to improve, Chen Qi clenched his fist. He initially set out to make some money, but unexpectedly ended up with 2 beautiful wives. Since he had already settled down, Chen Qi felt the urgent need to enhance his strength in order to protect his wife and children. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard the thunderous roar of motorcycles behind him. Looking up in the rearview mirror, he noticed several modified motorcycles adorned with skull stickers had appeared out of nowhere. "Stop! Pull over! If you don't give me an explanation today, no one can save you." Not even the king himself. Janina glanced at the rearview mirror and calmly replied, "Hold on tight." "Huh. Wait. Are you really going to perform a highway chase?" Before Chen Qi could finish his sentence, Janina slammed down on the accelerator. Shooting forward, "Mom, stop. Too fast. I'm carsick." Chen Qi grasped his mech card tightly, murmuring prayers. The supercar's speed soared to 200 kilometers per hour, but the modified motorcycles, equipped with rocket propulsion systems, were even faster. Soon, the gang of road thugs caught up and began banging on the car windows with their axes. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Janina pressed the gas pedal to the floor, but the car's speed began to decrease, and the vehicle started to shake violently. Upon inspection, she saw the tire pressure warning lights flashing. 3 of the tires had gone flat. The supercar had been thoroughly checked by the butler before departure, so the simultaneous deflation of 3 tires had to be the work of these motorcycle thugs. A cold glint flashed in Janina's eyes as she sharply turned the steering wheel, sending one motorcycle tumbling. Her retaliatory action provoked an enraged one-eyed biker, who opened a compartment on his motorcycle, revealing a red button marked launch. "How dare you incapacitate my brother?" "Die," with 2 loud booms. 2 small surface-to-air missiles shot out from the launch tubes on either side of the motorcycle. Chen Qi, through the rearview mirror, saw the missiles approaching and realized the urgency of the situation. Without a second thought, he slapped the mech card onto his body and lunged forward, embracing Janina protectively. Just before the missiles caught up to the supercar, the vehicle exploded spectacularly, revealing a towering red and black mech that rolled into the highway. Once Chen Qi stabilized the vehicle, he quickly opened his palm to check if Janina was injured. Finding that she only had slightly singed hair and minor abrasions on her arm, he sighed and relied upon hearing Chen Qi's insults. The one-eyed old Wang's mouth twisted in anger. "Humph! Damn it! Brothers, attack! Eliminate him! Leave that woman for us!" Chen Qi, incensed, responded with a mocking smile. "Humph! My woman is not someone a bunch of filthy insects like you can fantasize about." There was no point in further discussion. Chen Qi asked himself, even faced with such overwhelming mechanical forces, he had no intention of surrendering Janina. The adversaries had pursued him over such a distance, and it was unlikely they would let him go easily. This situation would not end amicably, so it was time to engage. He enveloped Janina with 4 flying shields, securing her in midair, and summoned 2 additional shields to orbit around her for further protection. With a swift motion, he summoned his backpack interface and equipped the enhanced limb modules, 13S level flying back armor, the Black Dragon Flame Blade, and the Ice Dragon Sword all at once. To his surprise, the Ice Dragon Sword did not fail to equip despite the presence of the Black Dragon Flame Blade. Instead, an additional triangular expansion button appeared next to his weapon slot. When Chen Qi clicked the expansion button, the icon of the Ice Dragon Sword materialized in the expansion area. With just a thought, the black dragon flame blade vanished from his grip, replaced by the gleaming ice dragon sword. Remarkable. Was there no need for mechanical transformation? How convenient. Chen Qi noticed several empty slots behind the ice dragon sword icon, seemingly allowing for further weaponry to be equipped. Without hesitation, he added a laser hand cannon, a plasma cannon, an A-level flying steel shield, a B-level assassin's dagger, and an A-level reconnaissance drone to his weapon arsenal. To his astonishment, they all equipped successfully. What a marvel! This was indeed the so-called versatile mech. Beyond conventional weaponry, even support-type drones could be installed as primary equipment. Previously, Chen Qi had merely tossed Ning Yusher's bombing drone as a self-destructing cannon, never considering it could be directly equipped. The one-eyed dragon, witnessing Chen Qi gesturing into the void, barked angrily, "Kid, have you lost your mind? Or has my presence frightened you into silence?" Ignoring him, Chen Qi commanded the drone to take flight. A small drone, spinning on 4 rotors, ascended from the back of Chen Qi's black-red mech. It soared upward, reaching a specific altitude before hovering in a cruising standby mode. In his mind, a top-down view of the area emerged, suggesting the drone's camera was directly linked to Chen Qi's neural pathways. The clarity of the image was astounding. Even the nicks on the one-eyed dragon's curved blade were distinctly visible. Goodness, what an impressive reconnaissance capability. Chen Qi marveled. Now that I can use this myself, there's no need to bother finding a team. From now on, I'll tackle dungeons solo. Observing Chen Qi's antics, the one-eyed dragon finally lost patience. With a shout, he ordered a distant mech named Huang Mao to lift his RPG and fire at Chen Qi. The RPG streaked toward Chen Qi, trailing a long flame. As it approached, Chen Qi made no move to evade. Huang Mao sneered, convinced of Chen Qi's imminent demise. Kid, that's a high-explosive round. You dare not dodge?" A tremendous explosion erupted, shrouding the area in dust and debris, obscuring any view of whether Chen Qi had been obliterated. As the wind swept through, visibility gradually returned, revealing only 2 floating steel shields where Chen Qi had been, his figure nowhere to be found. With a cold chuckle, Chen Qi remarked, "Playing hide-and-seek, are we? I too possess an optical camouflage back armor, and mine has been enhanced." Just then, a voice laced with mockery whispered in Huang Mao's ear, "Watch your eyes. Dog, don't covet another man's wife, or it may cost you dearly." With a swift thrust, a sword pierced through Huang Mao's back and out his chest, precisely striking his energy core. The remote mech, now frozen by the ice dragon sword embedded in its power source, quickly transformed into a massive block of ice. Chen Qi twisted the hilt, and with a crack, the opponent's energy core was utterly destroyed. Chen Qi had secured the first victory. The one-eyed dragon, stunned by Huang Mao's sudden demise, could hardly comprehend whether Chen Qi was a melee or assassin-type mech. If he was an assassin, then what was the explanation for that long ice dragon sword? No, it was impossible. You are clearly a melee mech. How can you wield an optical camouflage armor meant for assassins? Chen Qi laughed. "I am not limited to just optical camouflage armor. I can also utilize flying back armor." As he spoke, his back armor instantly transformed into the 13S level flying variant. Faced with multiple opponents, he decided to showcase his true prowess by swiftly eliminating the flying ranged mech. He effectively gained aerial superiority. After all, neither melee, assassin, nor any other mech type could utilize flying back armor. Armor and weaponry were class-specific, and equipment could not be carelessly interchanged. Without the intention of explaining further, Chen Qi withdrew the ice dragon sword and retrieved the plasma cannon he had seized from that slock fellow. The plasma cannon began to gather nitrogen and oxygen from the air, its azure glow indicating that the chamber was charging, heating the gathered gases to a plasma state. "Watch out! Everyone scatter!" The one-eyed dragon, recognizing the significance of the blue light emanating from Chen Qi's weapon, realized too late the danger he was in. Chen Qi aimed downwards at the crowd, targeting none other than the notoriously resilient defensive mech, the one with the black glasses. Why him? Because Chen Qi had encountered defensive mechs before. Their shield-type back armor provided formidable protection, akin to thick turtle shells, making them nearly impervious to attack. The plasma cannon was not something he could use repeatedly. So while energy levels were high, he aimed to pierce the strongest shield with his mightiest spear. After dealing with the one-eyed dragon, the remainder would be easy pickings. The black glass mech, clad in high-strength steel armor, was slower in reaction time and mechanical braking than his companions. With Chen Qi's precise aim, the plasma cannon struck true. The steel shield he had raised was instantly vaporized by the searing plasma. The cannon continued its relentless assault, directly incinerating his head. Chen Qi had claimed another victim. He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of this weapon. However, such might came at a cost. He could feel the energy reserves dwindling, indicating he could not fire a second plasma shot. In the midst of overwhelming odds, a state of mental overload could prove disastrous. It was prudent to conserve energy and retract the plasma cannon for now. Chapter 67. The Fall of the Emperor. After Chen Qi's double kill, the one-eyed old Wang stood frozen in shock. What was happening? Who was this monster before him? First a stealthy sword thrust, then aerial bombardment. Each surreal event unfolding before him seemed unbelievable. No way. This was absolutely impossible. Old Wang wished to slap himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming, setting aside the weakness of his own team and the strength of the opponent. The presence of this red-black mech alone was utterly perplexing. Old Wang, unaware that Chen Qi could no longer fire a second plasma shot, felt as if he might sweat through his suit if Mechs had sweat glands. "Stop! Don't fire! I surrender!" Old Wang hastily discarded his curved blade. A wise man knows when to yield. Facing death, why be stubborn? Mech pilots killing each other was a grave offense. If he surrendered, surely his opponent would hesitate to kill him. As Chen Qi's plasma cannon vanished from sight, Old Wang breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, please show mercy. It was all a misunderstanding." "Oh, a misunderstanding. What did it mean to pursue me so aggressively?" Chen Qi chuckled. In truth, I came to deliver you a woman." He pulled a support-type mech beside him. "I heard from my underlings that you have a stunning beauty by your side. I guess you must be a passionate man." "This is my younger sister, quite a looker. If you fancy her, bang, bang, bang." The enhanced specialty rifle in Chen Qi's hands emitted wisps of black smoke as Old Wang's words were cut short, collapsing to the ground. Energy fluid pooling around him. "Humph, I'm not interested in your sister." Chen Qi then aimed his weapon at the last remaining pink-painted support mech on the ground. "Brother, don't shoot. I'm innocent. I was dragged here without understanding what was happening. My name is Lu Ruyan. If you don't mind, I would be willing to serve you." The support mech knelt, desperately bowing in supplication. Due to her distance from the front lines, she had never felt the proximity of death so acutely. Now, witnessing her comrades fall one by one, Lu Ruyan was genuinely afraid. "Rest assured, big brother, although Lao Wang and I are in a nominal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, I have never allowed him to touch me." As Lu Ruyan spoke, she deactivated her mech transformation and reverted to her human form. With her flowing black hair, exquisite features, and clad in form-fitting leather pants paired with a casual denim jacket, her figure was undeniably alluring. Upon hearing the name Lu Ruyan, Chen Qi couldn't help but think, of all names, why this one? As Lu Ruyan noticed Chen Qi lower his weapon, she exhaled deeply, secretly lamenting that beauty was a woman's most potent weapon against men. Suspended in mid-air, Chen Qi linked his consciousness to the drone hovering above, which transmitted images of the surroundings directly to him. Yet after searching high and low, he could not locate the assassin-type mech that had initially vanished. Had it fled, that would pose a significant problem. Chen Qi had no intention of letting anyone with a grudge against him escape. Just as his brow furrowed in concern, he suddenly recalled that the support-type mech's helmet, especially the advanced models, seemed to possess radar devices specifically designed to counter optical cloaking. Hastily, he rummaged through his backpack. Regrettably, after a thorough search, he found no helmet equipped with a single leap spanning several hundred kilometers. Chen Qi descended into a concealed grove just 4 or 5 kilometers from the city bordering the desert. City, he carefully placed Janina on the ground and transformed back into his human form. Finally arrived, but damn, I am utterly exhausted. Observing Chen Qi's weary expression, Janina retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seizing the moment, Chen Qi grasped Janina's hand and said, I feel dizzy. I could really use a hug." With that, he leaned in toward Janina, seeking her embrace. Sensing his playful antics, Janina realized he was merely feigning fatigue. Yet, she did not push him away, seeing that Janina did not resist. Chen Qi grew bolder. Before long, Janina's cheeks flushed crimson, and her breathing quickened. "Tiaska," she exclaimed, pinching Chen Qi's ear and pulling him from her embrace. "Not here." Rubbing his ear, Chen Qi gave her a thumbs up. "Coconut, my dear. I feel revitalized. Next, it's time for lunch. I'm famished." Mid-sentence, Chen Qi's gaze fell upon Janina, and he swallowed hard. "How about I sample a dish for my son first?" Upon hearing this, Janina felt utterly speechless. "You can babble all day, but it won't yield any results. There's no way I'm letting you try anything here." She shot Chen Qi a glare and promptly set off towards the road leading to ET City. The journey of 3 to 4 kilometers took them just over half an hour on foot. The conditions in ET City were a far cry from those of the service area. They headed straight to a seemingly decent restaurant to have a meal, afterward checking into the finest hotel in the city. The room, while not luxurious, was clean and hygienic. The IT was modestly sized, featuring a heart-shaped bed, a small window, an independent bathroom, and a shower head. Chen Qi approached the shower and turned on the tap, discovering a supply of hot water, ideal for a bath. However, why was there a transparent glass partition between the room and the bathroom? Not even a curtain? This is what they call ambience. The locals sure know how to have fun. Upon noticing the transparent glass, Janina's cheeks turned slightly pink. "What are you planning to do?" she asked tentatively, only to find Chen Qi sprawled on the bed, fast asleep. Janina was taken aback, thinking to herself how this person could fall asleep so easily like a child. However, considering the journey from the battlefield to here had certainly drained a considerable amount of energy and stamina. She cautiously removed Chen Qi's shoes and tucked him in with the corner of the blanket. He slept soundly, his posture as unruly as it had been the previous night. A hint of tenderness flickered in Janina's eyes as she leaned down, her lips drawing closer to Chen Qi's. "Janina." Chen Qi's sudden murmuring startled her. "This fellow is even dreaming about me." When he isn't being mischievous, he actually looks somewhat pleasing to the eye. But then his next dream utterance shattered Janina's composure. "Don't run away. I just want to take a sip." Chapter 69. How wonderful it is to be wealthy. Chen Qi slept soundly, and upon waking, he learned that Janina had already taken a shower, which caused him great dismay. "I haven't bathed yet. How about you accompany me for another shower?" he asked tentatively. Janina replied that it wasn't impossible, but she had just discovered a relative had arrived. If only I had known to let her in on the way back from the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, Chen Qi quickly dismissed the thought, reassuring himself that it was fine. After all, they were already married. Could a duck that had flown into his mouth possibly escape? What was another week's wait? Suddenly inspired, Chen Qi clapped his hands and said to Janina, as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Upon hearing Chen Qi's whisper, Janina's face turned an angry shade of green. "You are truly perverted, filthy, and foolish, shrimp head." Chen Qi found her reaction amusing. "Thank you for the compliment. I'm glad you noticed even my few merits," he chuckled. "I just love that expression of yours, where you don't want to but can't resist." 3 hours passed swiftly. Chen Qi, satisfied, donned his dried clothes and attempted to coax the sulking maid from the bed. "Come on, let's go out." Janina remained unmoved. "Humph, still sulking. Huh? Humph. Come on, don't be angry anymore. Get up, I'll take you to eat something delicious." "Where to?" Chen Qi extended his hand towards Janina, a mysterious expression crossing his face. "There's a famous place called Fallen Street next to ET University." Janina sat up, tidying her hair and smoothing out the wrinkles in her clothes. Upon noticing the mech pattern on Chen Qi's hand had washed away, she took a brow pencil from the bedside table. "Shall I redraw it for you?" Chen Qi thought to himself that he had nearly forgotten about that. "Make it bold. We don't want any trouble from the unseeing." As Janina drew, she spoke softly. "I'm sorry. It's my fault for holding you back." Chen Qi shook his head. "What are you talking about? You're clearly far too strong. Master, when will you teach me to fight? Those moves you displayed at the front desk were impressive." Janina's expression darkened. "What good is it? No matter how strong I am am merely a defensive mech." Chen Qi furrowed his brow in thought, gently patting Janina's head. "I actually have a solution." Janina seemed skeptical that Chen Qi could offer a viable remedy. After all, once everyone awakened their mech cards, Their mech type was set in stone and could not be changed. Have you heard of soul resonance? Of course, it's also known as soul harmony. They're the same. Janina nodded. The general and his wife can do it, but in nearly a century, only they have. She sighed. What a pity. The lady had a short life. Chen Qi raised his thumb. Wow, you even know idioms from the Dragon Kingdom. Impressive. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen Qi continued, I can resonate with your family's eldest daughter. Seeing Janina's puzzled expression, he deduced that Borun had not informed her about his ability to resonate with Ning Yushure's soul. However, since Janina was his wife, there was nothing to conceal that I can resonate with your family's eldest daughter. How about we give it a try? Upon hearing this, Janina paused, her brow pencil halting mid-stroke. Really, is that true? That would be wonderful. She covered her mouth with one hand, her face a mix of surprise and joy. Soul resonance meant they could merge their mechs. The power of mech fusion was well known among Blue Star inhabitants. The reason Mr. Borun could rise to the rank of general was precisely because he and his wife, through mech fusion, could withstand and fight, truly a monstrous existence. Why is it said they could endure and fight? Borun is a defensive type, and his wife is a range type, coupled with their high neuronal compatibility. It's akin to a mech possessing both the sharpest spear in the world and the sturdiest shield. Though this analogy may be somewhat exaggerated, it is common knowledge that the Borun couple could defeat high-level virtual beasts on the front lines. After fusion, both partners could control the mech together. And if one became overloaded, the other could entirely take over control. This means Janina's eyes widened in realization as she instantly grasped Chen Qi's implication. Chen Qi nodded, wearing a mischievous expression. However, to achieve resonance. What we just did won't suffice. Janina exclaimed, Are you trying to kill me? The two exited the hotel and took a ride to the vicinity of ET University. ET University was an ordinary institution, not a mech academy. Thus the students here were typical undergraduates without mech engineers. Fallen Street was not crowded. The vendors were engrossed in their phones as Chen Qi and Janina passed by. The merchants lifted their heads, their gazes fixating on Janina's fair, long legs. One lecherous man, wearing a pig-like expression, remarked, This girl is stunning if only I... Are you looking for trouble? Don't you see they're both mech engineers? The lecherous man, realizing the mech patterns on their hands, promptly fell silent. Chen Qi turned to Janina and said, See? This helps avoid trouble from those who can't see. He then pointed to a beautifully decorated women's clothing store ahead. Let us go check that out. Janina shook her head. This is a brand store. It's too expensive. Let us skip it. Chen Qi waved his hand dismissively and oh worries. Earning money is meant for spending. With that, he pulled Janina into the store as the sales staff noticed Chen Qi and Janina entering. Their eyes quickly fell upon their attire, making a judgment in a split second. The girl was dressed decently, but the boy looked rather shabby. Poor guy, they concluded, too lazy to stand up and attend to them, continuing to play on their phones. Chen Qi glanced around the store, noting that, as Janina had said, this brand name Dai offered pricey clothing that in the past. This price would have meant merely window shopping. Chen Qi recalled his brief stint working in ET, where Emily had accompanied him to this very store. She had admired a dress for quite some time, but had left regretfully, knowing that her brother worked hard for his money and never asked him for anything. Even when dining at the school cafeteria, she would opt for extra vegetables and rice, rarely indulging in meat. Now, having just arrived in ET City, this memory prompted him to suggest a visit to the area near ET University. However, with Janina by his side, it was only natural that he should not be partial when purchasing clothing. Chen Qi generously declared that Janina could choose whatever she desired, while he himself instructed the shop assistant to wrap up the dress that Emily had taken a liking to. They would pay for it together later. The shop assistant, seeing Chen Qi purchase a rather expensive dress without batting an eyelid, was utterly captivated. Sir, your girlfriend is truly stunning. Her golden locks complement this piece beautifully, and that magnificent bust of yours will only accentuate her figure when paired with this fitted design. Oh, and those long legs, they would look even more exquisite in this dress. Not to mention those high heels, which would truly elevate her goddess-like aura. The assistant lavished praise upon Janina from head to toe. Janina quickly waved her hands. Just one will suffice, please. After all, it's quite expensive, and as a maid, I rarely have the occasion to wear such extravagant attire. A maid's uniform is my true work attire. The shop assistant was momentarily taken aback. Ah, you are this gentleman's maid? Upon hearing this, the assistant's gaze towards Chen Qi turned fervently enthusiastic. Chen Qi found himself mildly reveling in this newfound feeling of affluence. Waving his hand dismissively, "No need to choose, I will take them all. However, I would prefer a different attendant to assist me," he called out to someone in the corner. "Hey, you over there, come here. What a delightful feeling it is to be wealthy." Ultimately, Chen Qi left the store with numerous bags in hand, having spent over 30,000 Lian yuan. The shop assistant's face was beaming with joy as she bid him farewell at the door. "We look forward to your next visit." "Thank you," Janina replied, somewhat surprised that Chen Qi would spend such a vast sum on luxurious garments for her. Chen Qi compressed the clothing into the spatial ring of the Empress Ru Yan, saying, "It's only polite. As a husband, buying a few clothes for you is nothing out of the ordinary." It was evident that regardless of whether it stemmed from obligation or genuine affection, Janina's meticulous care for Chen Qi was unwavering. He believed that one must act with integrity. If someone treats you well, you should not be stingy in return. Purchasing a few outfits was merely appropriate. Within Ru Yan's ring lay over 600,000 Lian yuan in cash, along with several hundred units of B-grade functional ore. Spending 30,000 on clothing was but a drop in the bucket. This moment, the university students were finishing their classes and flocking to the Decadent Street in search of food. "What do you want to eat?" "It's on me. Let's see what Decadent Street has to offer." "This wrap looks quite appealing," Chen Qi remarked, observing students of a similar age and lamenting, "It's a pity I never attended university." Janina turned her head to look at her husband. "You could enroll in Hagsitu. With your qualifications, all the colleges would be vying for you." Chen Qi mused to himself that this was a valid point. Previously, he had not met the qualifications for admission, but now that he could, the dilemma lay in which school to choose. Hagsitu, being one of the top 3 Mecha academies in the entire Blue Star, was certainly appealing. Alternatively, attending Hunter Academy would allow him to be a classmate of his sister Emily and look out for her. He shared his thoughts with Janina, who shook her head, indicating that it was not an issue. "We can simply have Miss Emily transfer to Hagsitu." From their earlier clothing shopping, Chen Qi had become acutely aware of Emily's measurements, leading Janina to discern that he was either exceptionally considerate of his sister or perhaps had some ulterior motives. What ordinary brother knows his sister's exact bust size? "Here," Chen Qi offered a wrap to Janina. "This might not be healthy. Let's head to the market and I'll buy some ingredients to cook for you." Chen Qi shook his head. "Occasionally indulging is harmless that you've endured quite a bit during this journey. There's no need for you to cook. Tomorrow, we can take the bus to Lanning City early in the morning and arrive by 3 or 4 in the afternoon." This man, though occasionally roguish and mischievous, could also be quite considerate at times. Janina nodded, took a small bite of the wrap, and found it quite delectable. "Is it good?" Chen Qi asked, glancing back at her. "Keep close, it's getting crowded." Janina quickened her pace and, after a moment's hesitation, linked her arm with Chen Qi's. "Does this count as a date?" she suddenly inquired. Chen Qi, munching on the wrap, tilted his head in contemplation. "I suppose it does. I've heard that couples usually go to watch a movie after a date." "Indeed, and then they check into a hotel." Chen Qi frowned. "It seems we've reversed the order. We should have checked into the hotel first." Janina pointed towards a promotional poster for a cinema in the distance. "How about we go watch that?" Chen Qi focused on the poster and realized it was a romantic film featuring a popular actress from the Cherry Blossom Isles, reputed to be quite touching. "Are you sure you want to watch it?" Janina nodded. "I want to understand what love truly is. Is it the same feeling that we have now, from bearing the weight of family duties to the family's downfall and ultimately becoming a maid as part of the dowry? I never imagined what love might taste like." Chen Qi turned to look at Janina, noticing a glimmer in her sapphire-like eyes that he had never seen before. "Then I'll go buy the tickets." Janina nodded, waiting at the cinema entrance. Unfortunately, wherever she went, she quickly became the center of attention. Faced with the gaze of onlookers, Janina exhibited little reaction, merely standing patiently, as she had grown accustomed to the scrutiny that came with accompanying a lady of status. Fortunately, this time, no one approached her for idle chatter. When Chen Qi returned with popcorn and a soda, they both took the elevator directly to the 5th floor of the mall. The theater was not overly crowded. Likely due to it being the afternoon rather than the prime evening hours. The film's narrative was quite poignant. It revolved around a cherry blossom girl whose fiancé was called to the front lines to battle virtual beasts. Before he departed, he promised to marry her upon his return. Unsurprisingly, as the cherry blossoms bloomed back home, the man who made such a promise failed to return. Chen Qi found it utterly tedious. Stealing a glance at Janina, he noticed her eyes were red, and she occasionally sniffled. Ah, indeed, women are emotional creatures. After the film concluded, as they made their way back to the hotel, Janina asked, "Will you go to the front lines?" Chen Qi turned to her. Why do you ask? Will you? Chen Qi paused for a moment. Not particularly. Tiska, you really are a man of little ambition. Chen Qi shook his head. It's not just fear of death that holds me back. I'm also concerned that if I were to perish, you might cry as heart-wrenchingly as that girl. Ikeda Keiko, if you cried that much over a movie, how would you cope if your husband were to die? If you don't return, Chen Qi quickly covered Janina's mouth. Don't make such declarations. Simply wishing me well is the greatest blessing you could offer. Upon returning to the hotel, they found themselves at a loss for what to do. Unable to engage in their desired activities, bored, they switched on the television for distraction. The hotel only had 2 or 3 channels, so Chen Qi settled on the Alliance News. A military-industrial correspondent reported that the planetary-grade artillery located on the Infernal Sea Star was currently in the testing phase. A spokesperson for the Phaeton group stated that this artillery could fire plasma cannons equivalent in power to high-ranking mechas, boasting impressive capabilities. However, experts from the Academy of Sciences expressed skepticism regarding the artillery's energy supply, which they deemed a major limitation to its power. Consequently, they remained doubtful about whether the artillery would meet its expected performance. The Phaeton group had yet to provide a direct response to these concerns. Next, they presented a series of breaking news. Recently, the first welfare institution for subhumans in Blue Star officially opened its doors. The facility aims to provide basic living security for victims of the infamous 922 illegal human experimentation case. Just days ago, someone proposed to ban subhumans from marrying and procreating to prevent the spread of animal genes within the human race. Recently, staff members from the Academy of Sciences Biological Research Institute indicated that, through studies of the brains of virtual beasts, they suspected that these creatures might possess intelligence. Research suggested that the higher the level of a virtual beast, the higher its intelligence. Currently, the highest known level of virtual beast may have intelligence comparable to that of a 10-year-old child. This revelation has sparked a degree of public panic. The scientific governor stated that, as of now, there is no evidence to suggest the existence of virtual beasts with a level higher than 7. Chen Qi sighed. Level 7 virtual beasts? Wasn't the entity that devastated City N and flattened City M the XSL-12-7, which was classified as level 7? Such a being would be capable of apocalyptic destruction. Whether on the space defense line or in dungeon defenses, should such a creature breach their ranks, it would spell disaster for Blue Star. He turned to Janina, who was filled with fear. The ability to effortlessly switch equipment has become an unexpectedly powerful trump card, granting him the capability to engage in battles across different tiers. Imagine yourself embroiled in a fierce melee with a combat-type mech, when suddenly, your opponent ascends into the sky like a long-range mech, brandishing a cannon and unleashing a barrage upon you. What would you do? Having allies would be a boon, but without them, one could only stare in helplessness. Thus, Chen Qi fears not the prospect of one-on-one confrontations, for in such scenarios, he is invincible. Aside from the assassin's back armor, the remaining equipment pales in comparison to what Chen Qi currently possesses, rendering them mere scraps of metal, utterly tasteless yet too valuable to discard. Of course, they're not entirely useless. At least, in critical moments, they can serve as makeshift artillery. If ordinary soldiers or mech commanders were to hear Chen Qi's sentiments, they would surely be infuriated. It is common knowledge that every endeavor begins with difficulty, and one cannot venture into a dungeon empty-handed. Equipping oneself is essential. Yet, most novices lack prior experience in dungeons, and the equipment they require is typically acquired within those very realms, resulting in a paradox. Those who need to delve into dungeons for gear find themselves unable to do so due to the absence of equipment. leaving them with no choice but to purchase discarded items from higher-tier mech masters. This is precisely why Chen Qi was reluctant to accept the funds Emily initially offered him. After all, the subsidies from the Alliance government are limited, barely sufficient for a piece or two of novice gear. If Chen Qi were to take Emily's money, she would be deprived of good equipment, thereby increasing her peril within the dungeons, a scenario he fervently wishes to avoid, his hurried return from M City to Blue Ning City. Disregarding Ning Yusher's numerous pleas stems from his urgent desire to share his newfound treasures with his sister. Additionally, Chen Qi took stock of his remaining functional ores after 2 mining excursions in the dungeons. He had amassed approximately 20,000 D-grade functional ores and 5,000 C-grade ones, coupled with the 220 B-grade functional ores from Lu Rian's ring, and after deducting the energy replenishments for his mech, the replicated looted equipment and programs, as well as the roughly 1,000 D-grade ores consumed for upgrades, Chen Qi calculated his worth to be around 9 million Alliance dollars, with Lu Rian's 600,000 Alliance dollars spent on 30,000. Chen Qi's current net worth has reached an impressive 9.57 million Alliance dollars. In just over a month, he has become fabulously wealthy, far superior to the meager earnings from menial labor. Continuing to sift through the items in Lu Rian's ring, he discovered, apart from some feminine products, only a diary resembling an account book. Upon opening the first page, he was met with a small line of text. There are no men who cannot be managed. Only women who do not strive. Chen Qi rolled his eyes and promptly turned the page. The second page detailed the 4 prominent families. First, Woluan Hargestu, married with children, head of the Hargestu family. Corpulent and somewhat repulsive, of low priority. Perhaps it would be better to pursue his daughter. Start with the best friend? A bit disgusting. Indeed, the Emperor possesses a discerning eye. Continuing on, the second entry read, Max Automan Lawrence. Unmarried and childless, a freshman at Hargestu, 19 years old. The most promising candidate to succeed the head of the Lawrence family. Attached was a cutout photograph from a magazine, seemingly of Max Automan Lawrence. The young man is fairly presentable, embodying the typical redhead with freckles of the Lawrence family. However, his demeanor suggests he may not be a good person. The third entry, Fong Yuxuan, a rising star from the Fong family. Unfortunately, a support-type mech. Observing, the fourth, Harry Fillon, unmarried, childless, overweight, 20 years old. Recently missing. A question mark followed. Fillon. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Chen Qi furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, but ultimately dismissed it. This Lu Rian truly lives up to her name. She is evidently not an ordinary character, with ambitions that reach towards the 4 prominent families. It seems her claim of being temporarily recruited by the one-eyed old Wang is likely true. After all, with the Emperor's aspirations, how could she possibly associate with a band of motorcyclists? Chen Qi continued to peruse the diary, most of which contained charts of interpersonal relationships. Accompany Mr. Zhang to the movies tonight. Discuss the dungeon profits with tomorrow night, along with a plethora of other names, leaving Chen Qi quite overwhelmed. However, one thing was clear to him. These individuals were merely stepping stones for the Emperor. As he turned further, he stumbled upon a hand-drawn map. The map marked several points, each accompanied by a name. Chen Qi noted that the map included not only ET City, but also the Yellow Sand Ridge where the Emperor met her demise, as well as a service area. M City and L City were omitted, likely due to the vast area they would encompass if this hand-drawn map by the Emperor was oriented with north at the top, south at the bottom, west to the left, and east to the right. Then to the northwest of Yellow Sand Ridge, there is an additional mark point, accompanied by the words Ancient City. Further along, the words Golden Overclock appeared. Chen Qi furrowed his brow, puzzled. Overclock? Is it related to CPUs or memory sticks? Flipping further, he found the remaining pages blank. It seemed Lu Ruyan had recently sketched this desert map. Chen Qi opened his phone, accessed Giggle Maps, and after extensive research, found that the location marked as Ancient City was now desolate. Furthermore, the area spanning several hundred kilometers was nothing but desert, perpetually uninhabited, regarded as a death zone. Could it be that the Emperor intended to venture to this ancient city in search of something referred to as Golden Overclock? After contemplating briefly, he opened a search application and queried golden overclock. Unfortunately, the results yielded little of value, predominantly consisting of CPU introductions and assembly tutorials. Chen Qi pondered and translated the 4 characters into other languages for further searches, yet still found no useful information. How peculiar! It seemed the Emperor's association with this group of desert motorcyclists was likely a means to leverage their assistance in reaching the so-called ancient city to seek out this golden overclock. Could it be that this golden overclock is an undisclosed premium piece of equipment? While deep in thought, his phone rang. Chen Qi quickly covered it, fearing the sound would awaken the slumbering Janina. "Hello, stinky Chen Qi. What are you doing? Have you missed me?" A teasing voice broke through, revealing it to be Ning Yusher. "Of course I have." "Humph, I don't believe you. If you missed me, why didn't you call?" Chen Qi lowered his voice. There was a bit of trouble on the road. He recounted the incident with a motorcyclist to Ning Yusher. "Oh, the local sheriff has repeatedly requested my father to send troops to eradicate the motorcyclists. But their stronghold lies deep within the desert, hence the failure. Who would have thought you'd encounter them? Are you all right? Not hurt. That's good. Where are you now? Have you eaten well?" The journey was long, and it was evident that Ning Yusher genuinely cared for him, warming Chen Qi's heart. "IT feels nice to be missed by someone. Still in ET City, but I'll be back tomorrow." All right, I attended classes all day today, and I'm exhausted. It's absurd. Even though I'm not in school, it feels harder than actually attending. Chen Qi touched his nose, thinking that tutoring classes can be quite taxing. What else could one expect when you're a young lady? It's understandable that her father holds high expectations for her. Thus, Chen Qi continued to engage in light conversation with Ning Yusher until her yawns became frequent, prompting him to end the call. After hanging up, he noticed a new, unread message from Emily. "Brother, save me," dynamic emoji. Little bunny looking aggrieved. Chapter 72. Kindred spirits in Bluening City. Early autumn, the training grounds of the Hunter Mech Academy were abuzz with activity. The comprehensive combat instructor shouted through a megaphone. "Please find your suitable teams quickly. Miss Emily, please team up with me. Miss Emily, look at me, my compatibility is 66. We would make a great pair. Miss Emily, join me. I have 70. Higher than is. I can definitely protect you." Surrounded by a throng of eager boys, Emily was on the verge of tears. In the distance, a group of overlooked female students voiced their discontent. "Humph. It's just a pretty face. What's there to be proud of? We're here to learn to fight and protect our homeland, not to participate in a beauty contest with her compatibility. She'd be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Look at her shameless figure. She'd be a burden in combat." The girl speaking cast a glance at her own meager attributes, growing increasingly irate. All of us eat the same grains and meats, yet the disparity is astounding. Just as Emily was at a loss for what to do, a commanding and resolute voice, rich with magnetism, resonated beside her. "Enough of the noise. Miss Emily is my teammate now. Disperse." Emily quickly turned to see a striking figure before her. Fair skin, rosy cheeks, long hair cascading to her waist, alluring lips, and phoenix-like eyes. It was none other than Fan Yuxuan. One of the few super beauties of the Hunter Academy. That my sister is under my protection now. I advise you all to cease your harassment, should anyone continue to pursue her. The threat in Fang Yuxuan's words was unmistakable. The boys displayed expressions of regret. That IT was indeed bizarre for the second-ranked Oriental beauty of the new students to be vying for attention against a Nordic beauty referred to as the Snow Mountain Fairy. Little did they know that both were strikingly attractive and possessed impressive figures among the first-year girls. If we were to get entangled together, that would truly be a waste of heaven's gifts. Despite her displeasure, no boy dared to persist in his pursuit. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only Fang Yuxuan by Emily's side. No wonder so many men are drawn to you. My dear sister, you are remarkably beautiful. With this head of white hair, resembling a fairy from the snowy mountains, those fiery red eyes. They shine like the resplendent stars in the heavens above. A chill ran down Emily's spine upon hearing this. "Fang, classmate, this is..." Fang Yuxuan flashed a Nike smile. "I have taken a liking to you to be my woman, Miss Emily." Emily thought to herself, what on earth is this? Instead of being pursued by a powerful young master, She found herself under the gaze of a wealthy young lady. "Miss Emily, I just adore girls like you, the green apple type," Fang Yuxuan declared as she reached for Emily's hand. "Come, training is about to commence. You strike where I point, and let us take down those odious men, shall we?" Emily, caught in Fang Yuxuan's grasp, felt too intimidated to pull away, so she allowed herself to be led into the training arena. The Hunter Academy's training grounds stretched over dozens of kilometers of mountainous terrain. The lush vegetation and complex topography partially replicated the actual conditions of the game scenarios. This drill operated with teams as the smallest unit. With a maximum of 5 members per team and a minimum of 2, teams regarded one another as rivals, engaging in combat with training rounds and wooden weapons while ensuring no harm came to each other's lives. Victory was determined by surrender, exhaustion of mech energy, or damage to the mech. The last surviving team would be awarded a special scholarship and a substantial amount of credits from the academy. Teams entered the arena from various entrances, and at present, Fang Yuxuan's team consisted solely of herself and Emily. The group of boys entering at the same time did not dare to confront the two girls. Each harbored a flicker of fantasy towards the two goddesses, which, of course, pertained to matters of romance. When dealing with those vile men, do not grant them any semblance of kindness, Fang Yuxuan said, ignoring the boys' gazes. Once you show them even a hint of friendliness, they'll swarm around you like a pack of lovesick puppies, barking incessantly. It's utterly annoying. ISNT it. So regardless of who they are, a swift kick to the curb is the cleanest solution. Emily trailed behind Fang Yuxuan, feeling unable to voice her thoughts, no matter her personal stance on the matter. After all, with the Fang family's influence, provoking them could lead to dire consequences. Sister, let me tell you, never trust a man's sweet nothings in this lifetime. Remember, you can only rely on yourself. Listening to Fang Yuxuan's incessant chatter, Emily felt overwhelmed. After walking a kilometer or so, they heard distant explosions and gunfire. As Emily hesitated to transform into her mech, she pulled out her mech card, but Fang Yuxuan waved her hand dismissively. And no need to rush. Let them fight for a while. We should conserve our strength. After all, once you transform, energy will be consumed continuously. Fang Yuxuan retrieved 3 C-grade energy ores from her spatial compression ring and handed them to Emily. Fill your energy reserves. Emily, having never seen C-grade ores before, quickly shook her head. No, this is too much. I can't accept it. Take it. We are teammates, after all. Fang Yuxuan insisted, shoving the ores into Emily's hands. Consider alone. Emily, feeling the small D-grade ore in her pocket, bit her lip and relented. Find out in truth, Emily had not held high hopes for this practical exercise. After a month of classes, she realized that not only was she exceptionally poor, her neural compatibility was mediocre and her combat-related talents were unimpressive. This realization weighed heavily on her, compounded by the fact that her beauty led to persistent attention from boys, resulting in her being ostracized by almost all the girls, leaving her friendless. Being beautiful wasn't a fault. Having a good figure wasn't a crime. Emily felt aggrieved, but had no outlet for her feelings, thus enduring a solitary campus life. That I miss my brother so much. But where has he disappeared to? Is he working? Is he safe? He mentioned something about repayment. Could he be supported by a wealthy woman? What if she has peculiar tastes and keeps him locked away? What if she tortures him? What if she makes him drink turtle soup? What if she slaps him if he refuses to eat? Hey, Fang Yuxuan's voice snapped Emily back to reality. This hillside looks good. We'll settle here. Emily had no objections and nodded. The two found a patch of grass to hide in, and for the moment, there was no danger. Fang Yuxuan then initiated conversation again. You must be curious why I sought you out, right? Emily shook her head. Because I dislike men and fear them. And like you, I have no female companions or close friends. They approach me, but without exception, they wear deceitful masks. Their flattery is merely because of my family background. I believe genuine connections should be built on the fundamental equality between individuals. Emily began to understand why Fang Yuxuan sought her out. It was a case of shared suffering. That I'm curious. Why do you dislike men so much? Because they stink, and their minds are filled with filthy thoughts. That I always feel that if they look at me too long, I become tainted, Fang Yuxuan replied, placing her hands over her chest with a look of disgust. Emily furrowed her brow. Thinking that her brother didn't stink, she had secretly sniffed his clothes before washing and found them to have a pleasant, unique scent. Noticing Emily's slightly infatuated expression, Fang Yuxuan raised an eyebrow. Emily, you wouldn't have someone you like, would you? Emily quickly waved her hands, and no. Fang Yuxuan thought to herself, this flustered demeanor indicates there is someone in her heart. However, she was undeterred. Even if there is, I will snatch you away from that detestable man. Chapter 73. Night intrusion into the girls' dormitory, the first practical combat competition in the training arena saw a few exceptionally talented students emerge victorious. Fang Yuxuan and Emily's scores placed them in the middle tier, neither outstanding nor poor, and each received 1 credit as a reward. The credit system of the Hunter Academy serves as a crucial measure of a student's excellence. Typically, students earn credits through exams, competitions, trials, and achievements, while deductions occur for violations or failures. Students often compare their levels and neural compatibility, as well as their credits. Those with higher credits enjoy a certain status wherever they go. Late at night, in the girls' dormitory restroom, Emily glanced at the credits displayed on her wristband. 1, and then looked up at Fang Yuxuan. Thanks to you, Fang Yuxuan, I have this 1 credit. Fang Yuxuan waved her hand dismissively, applying lipstick while saying, You've worked hard too. This is what you deserved if you must thank me. She stuffed the lipstick in her bag, turned, and pinned Emily against the wall, licking her lips. How about I taste your flavor? Emily froze in shock. What? What is she planning to do? Oh my gosh, Fang Yuxuan, I don't understand your intentions. Emily's gaze flitted around, desperately avoiding Fang Yuxuan's dark, enchanting eyes that seemed to hold an indescribable magic. Fang Yuxuan lifted Emily's chin with 1 hand. Just call me Yuxuan. Emily, be with me as long as you choose me. You can spend freely, pick any equipment, buy any clothes, and there won't be any boys harassing you. Plus, there's an opportunity to join the Fang group, ensuring a life free of worries. Surely, you understand that with your neural compatibility, you'd only be cannon fodder on the battlefield. It would be a shame for a beauty like you to be relegated to such a fate. Wouldn't it? As Fang Yuxuan spoke, her crimson lips drew closer to Emily's. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Emily pushed Fang Yuxuan away and fled, exclaiming, Thank you for today, Fang Yuxuan. I'll head back to the dorm now. Fang Yuxuan watched Emily escape, licking her lips. The more the prey struggles, the more I relish it. You can't escape my grasp. Emily dashed back to her bed, her heart racing as she took a long time to calm down. Eventually, she pulled out her phone and sent a message to Chen Qi. Chen Qi replied, What do you mean your innocence is at stake? Is someone bullying you? Emily, yes. Who dares to be so bold? When I return, I'll castrate him. Brother, please come back quickly. I'm scared. All right. If you need help, seek out Dr. Heyman at the school infirmary. I'll return to Lanning City immediately. Chen Qi set down his phone and shook Janina awake. Hey, wake up. It's time to head out. Janina, groggy, asked him. What's wrong? Why the rush? Seeing Chen Qi's grim expression, Janina quickly dressed. Don't panic. What happened? Someone is bullying my sister. It's likely because she is beautiful and they're harassing her. Chen Qi gritted his teeth, wishing he could fly back to Lanning City immediately and crush those who dared to bully his sister. Yes, precisely. Before I crush them, I must ensure they are castrated. No, that's not enough. I must make them suffer. I must insist on binding him, then affix a hammer to a mechanical hard drive spinning at a staggering 7,200 RPM and mercilessly strike him. Strike him to death. The two of them exited the room and strolled down the streets of the break of dawn. The streets were deserted, not a soul in sight, let alone a vehicle. Janina approached a parked sedan at the roadside, glanced around, and upon confirming the vicinity was clear, picked up a stone from the ground and smashed the car window. Subsequently, she pulled open the door, and after a series of deft maneuvers, astonishingly, the car roared to life. Only the incessant beeping of the alarm persisted. Chen Qi was left dumbfounded. What remarkable skills our maid possesses. Janina drove the car up to Chen Qi. Hurry. Get in. Chen Qi hastily complied, and with a swift press of the accelerator, the car surged forward. Chen Qi mused to himself that without a vehicle, life was indeed inconvenient. He ought to acquire a mode of transport, and perhaps obtain a driver's license as well. The journey from ET to landing would take approximately 3 to 4 hours by car. Both landing and ET were protected by large defensive shields, prohibiting the operation of Mechs in flight. Thus, they had no choice but to drive. However, judging by the rabbit emoji accompanying Emily's message, the situation didn't seem overly urgent. Upon reaching the city gates of landing for inspection, the clock struck 3:30 a.m. Chen Qi directed Janina, and by 4:30, they arrived at the entrance of the Hunter Mech Academy. Chen Qi, in a state of urgency, took out his phone to message Emily. Emily replied instantly. "Hey, brother, where are you? I'm in the dorm that you've returned." "Yes, of course. I had to rush back upon hearing you were in trouble. Surely, the person bothering you wouldn't still be at it at this hour?" She's currently in my dorm, in my bed. Sob, sob, sob. I rejected her and tried to kick her out, but she, don't touch me." Chen Qi turned pale, his teeth grinding audibly. What audacity! Pushing past the security guard, he stormed into the school, with Janina closely following. They raced to the first-year girls' dormitory, where Chen Qi kicked open the door to the ground-floor dormitory and dashed up to the 4th floor. Locating room 402, he burst in. "Emily, brother, what are you doing here?" Emily could hardly believe her ears, scrambling from her cocoon of blankets to peer at the doorway. Who else could it be but her brother? "Brother, is it really you? What brings you to the girls' dorm?" "Humph, where's that scoundrel who bullied you? Let me flay him alive." Chen Qi lunged toward his sister, yanking aside the summer blanket, with a tearing sound. It seemed he had ripped the assailant's clothing. As he reached out to restrain the intruder, he was taken aback by the surprisingly soft texture. Such a sensation. Is this an ample bosom? This feeling. So soft. Fang Yuxuan's piercing scream resonated, causing a ringing in everyone's ears. The loud click echoed as Janina flicked on the dormitory lights. As Chen Qi's eyes adjusted to the brightness, he discovered he was gripping a strange girl with black hair. The girl's face turned beet red, and upon realizing that the one touching her was a man, she promptly fainted. Chapter 74. The special treatment of the distinguished students. The following is the group chat information from the girls' dormitory. Attention. Sisters, a lewd man has invaded the dormitory. All. Is this for real? Absolutely. He supposedly came to find Emily. Humph, he truly is a menace. What do we do now? The logistics officer has already arrived. The principal is on his way too. Rumor has it, the sheriff has been notified. This is going to be quite the spectacle. Meanwhile, inside room 402, Emily's 3 roommates huddled under their blankets, peeking out cautiously, too frightened to make a sound. Chen Qi stood frozen, exchanging incredulous glances with Emily. Janina, as usual, displayed no significant emotion, merely standing at the doorway, snapping pictures with her phone. The sound of slippers echoed in the corridor, followed by a familiar voice grumbling. "Damn it. Do you think with your lower half all day, storming the girls' dormitory, you're doing what my old self, Zhao Debiao, would never have dared to dream of?" Upon hearing that voice, Chen Qi turned to find himself face-to-face with Zhao Debiao, the very person he had once reduced to a state akin to a pig's head. Chen Qi forced a smile. Zhao, long time no see." Zhao Debiao, still bleary-eyed, recognized the voice, but when he saw Chen Qi's face, he let out a yelp and stumbled back a couple of steps, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. A ghost. Before Chen Qi could respond, Janina stepped forward and slapped Zhao Debiao across the face. "You're the ghost." Stunned by the blow from the golden-haired maid, Zhao Debiao stammered. "Which class are you from?" Seizing the opportunity, while Zhao Debiao was bewildered, Chen Qi removed his jacket and draped it over Emily, pulling her along as they attempted to make a hasty exit. Janina shot Zhao Debiao a fierce glare and followed closely behind Chen Qi, having previously been on the receiving end of a beating, and now uncertain whether Chen Qi was friend or foe. Zhao Debiao dared not intervene. The trio raced downstairs, colliding with Tambert Albert Avon, who was arriving with the sheriff on the way. Tambert had been contemplating. He had a lasting impression of Emily Shiwaru, not due to her exceptional qualities, but rather because her beauty had drawn a throng of suitors, each desperately vying for her attention, which was quite the headache. Capturing this intruder in the girls' dormitory required a thorough reprimand. Upon looking up, he was startled to see Chen Qi leading Emily and another unfamiliar girl down the stairs. Ahem, Mr. Tambert. Good evening. Faced with the formidable Hunter Academy principal, who had previously defended him, Chen Qi was cautious not to overstep. Chen Qi, how could it be you? Tambert could hardly believe his eyes, his voice trembling with disbelief. If it were merely a case of a dismissed janitor invading the girls' dormitory and forcibly taking 2 female students, Tambert wouldn't he have been so shaken. Why, it's truly you. Seeing Tambert struggle to articulate his thoughts, a female officer in a sheriff's uniform beside him inquired, Principal Tambert, what is going on? As the sister-in-law, Officer Fong had never seen her brother-in-law so flustered before. The brother-in-law. What is happening? Fong Xinjing leaned closer to him, whispering, in nothing. It's just, the early autumn chill caught me off guard. I forgot to wear an extra layer and caught a bit of cold. Subsequently, Tambert beckoned to Chen Qi and Emily. You, come with me. The rest of you may disperse. Zhao de Biao, who had anticipated a spectacle, was taken aback when not only did Tambert refrain from exploding in anger, but he also spoke to Chen Qi in a surprisingly cordial manner. He hurriedly interjected, Principal, this fellow has invaded the girls' dormitory with ulterior motives. Tambert sharply hissed at him to be quiet, leading the 3 away. Once the principal was out of earshot, Zhao de Biao wore a disgruntled expression. Kid, you've angered me. I want to hold it against you. After confirming the principal had distanced himself, he spat at Tambert's retreating figure and shouted angrily at the group of girls on the balcony. What are you looking at? Don't you need sleep? No classes tomorrow. Chen Qi and the others followed Tambert into the principal's office. As Fong Xinjing reached the doorway, Tambert stopped her. Officer Fong, it's all under control here. You can head back. But brother-in-law, what about the lecture? Aren't we here to catch him? Someone reported it. What lecture? Where did that come from? Who reported it? There's nothing to worry about. Quickly return to the station. After saying this, Tambert closed the door. Fong Xinjing stomped her foot in frustration. Why are you being so fierce? I'm going to complain to my sister. Tambert pressed his ear against the office door, listening as his sister-in-law walked away, then turned back to Chen Qi. Have a seat. Would you like some tea? I have some exquisite Dahong Pao from the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing Tambert's demeanor, Chen Qi hesitated. Principal, have you forgotten to take your medication? Or perhaps taken a wrong one? Tambert waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. These 2? Oh, this is my sister, Emily. I'm aware of that. This is... Chen Qi hesitated momentarily before pointing to Janina beside him. This is my wife. Before Tambert could respond, Emily's eyes widened in shock. What? Your wife? Chen Qi glanced at Emily, waving his hand. It's a long story. I'll explain later. He then addressed Tambert. Principal, the sudden intrusion has its reasons. Chen Qi succinctly explained the events surrounding the invasion of the girls' dormitory. Tambert waved his hand dismissively. It's no big deal. Such a trivial matter isn't worth concern. Chen Qi was left perplexed. A breach of the girls' dormitory was merely a trivial matter? Principal, may I have a word? Tambert stood up, gesturing toward a small partition in the principal's office where he usually rested when on campus. Chen Qi, noticing his mysterious demeanor, followed him into the partition. Principal, what is going on? Feel free to speak plainly. Tambert lowered his voice. Boren has informed me of the situation. Oh, Boren. Upon reflection, it seemed rather unsurprising that his frugal father-in-law was the principal of Hagsta, and thus acquainted with the head of the Hunter Academy. If that were all, there wouldn't be a need for such a private discussion. Tambert nodded slightly. In fact, Boren and I are comrades. We once served in the same squad. He specializes in defense, while I am more combat-oriented. Chen Qi nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. Tambert continued. Back on the front lines, he owes me a personal favor. I have refrained from calling it in for over a decade, but this time, I have no choice. Yet, what does this have to do with me visiting the girls' dormitory? Hold your horses. Let me explain. He said, the matter of your neural compatibility is known to only a select few. Hearing this, Chen Qi likely realized he was among those who understood the significance of his high neural compatibility. But are you aware of the elite students? Chen Qi shook his head. I know of the inner circle students, but not the elite students. Chapter 75, the only complete evolutionary form. Inner circle students refer to those with an SS compatibility rating. While elite students possess an SSS rating along with extensive combat experience, that I've heard about your remarkable performance against Slock and the Skywalker in the Novice Dungeon. Truly impressive, Tambert praised, giving a thumbs up. Chen Qi humbly responded, Principal, you flatter me. However, he has entrusted me to mentor you in swordsmanship. So, when can you complete your enrollment? Chen Qi felt a twinge of confusion. He had initially planned to enroll a Hagstadu alongside Emily. As the institution boasted superior faculty and ranking compared to Hunter Academy among the 12 major Mech academies. Furthermore, studying a Hagstadu would mean fewer troubles for him, being the son-in-law of the principal. Seemingly aware of Chen Qi's confusion, Tambert clarified, perhaps you are unaware of what an elite student signifies for an academy, but regrettably, there are no elite students among this year's newcomers at Hunter Academy. Hence, I hope you will remain here, which is also my request to Born. Oh, you use such a significant favor just to facilitate my enrollment? Yet, why did this old titan not inform me before selling me out? Chen Qi's expression revealed his discomfort. Rest assured regarding the benefits. In addition to the treatment afforded to inner circle students, you will enjoy an independent dormitory, specialized instruction, waived fees, guaranteed scholarships, free excursions, free medical care. Complimentary housekeeping services, free health checkups. You will have unrestricted access to any area of the school, free health checkups. Upon hearing this last condition, Chen Qi's interest peaked. It is said that every Mech Academy possesses a place akin to the Hall of Heroes, where the valiant who perished on a battlefield are interred. Their Mech cards are all enshrined there. Chen Qi inquired nonchalantly. Anywhere, including the girls' dormitory, Tambert hesitated. Little brother Chen already has a wife as stunning as Miss Ning, yet still possesses such charm. Chen Qi wore an expression that conveyed understanding. Just tell me if it's possible. He gritted his teeth and stated, all right, just don't go overboard. After all, it would be difficult for me to explain to the outside world if word gets out. Chen Qi waved his hand dismissively. That's easily arranged. Just assign me a nominal position. Tambert paused, contemplating this clever solution, then nodded. What position? How about assistant principal? Sounds good. However, I require an official identity that grants me free access to any part of the school. Chen Qi's pretext for entering the girls' dormitory was secondary to this crucial request. Once inside the Hall of Heroes, he could fabricate Mech cards for the esteemed predecessors at will. Even if a few Mech cards were missing, who would really care? After all, those cards held little value for ordinary people. Excellent. I will have someone input your information into the system and prepare your ID badge first thing in the morning. Oh, by the way, Principal, there's one more thing. I recall you own a rather fine sports car that I particularly admire. Tambert's eye twitched. It's yours. He then tearfully retrieved the key from his belt and handed it to Chen Qi. When can you finalize your enrollment? Chen Qi accepted the car keys and nodded. Well, I just returned and am a bit weary from travel, with some matters to attend to. Let us discuss it in a few days. Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. With that, he made a leave. Tambert hurriedly stopped him, lowering his voice. By the way, your neuronal compatibility is at 100. You're a Mech saint, so keep it under wraps. And no more than 10 people are aware of this fact. For the time being, you should claim your compatibility is SSS without disclosing the exact figured AS for the reason. I trust you understand. Chen Qi nodded in agreement. Tambert cautiously glanced at the small door of the compartment and continued. According to Dr. Heyman, theoretically, a 100 compatibility means you have evolved from a carbon-based life form to a fully silicon-based life form, a completely successful entity. Dr. Heyman will become your dedicated private tutor and physician. Should you experience any physical discomfort, do not hesitate to reach out to her. Additionally, she will provide individual guidance for any courses you may have missed since the start of the semester. There's also the matter of the SPAR plan specifically for elite students. Chen Qi appeared puzzled. The SPAR plan? What does that entail? Tambert patiently explained. You should be aware that to enhance the neuronal compatibility of future generations, the Alliance has legally stipulated that Mech engineers with sufficiently high compatibility are entitled to polygamous rights. Chen Qi nodded. Elite students have no limit on the number of wives. In other words, as long as you desire, you can have as many wives as you wish. Being a Mech saint, your offspring's neuronal compatibility will likely be commendably high. Chen Qi was momentarily taken aback. Unlimited wives? Does that mean I could possess a harem akin to that of an emperor? Tambert lowered his voice, adopting an expression that conveyed a shared understanding among men. Thus, among the girls at school, approach whoever catches your dot. If you find it challenging, you can inform me, and the school will assist you, but keep it discreet. Chen Qi raised his thumb in approval. The term assistance was indeed rather cleverly employed. Moreover, there's no need to fret over responsibility or moral dilemmas. As long as the girl successfully conceives, she will receive substantial support, from pregnancy through childbirth. You need not worry at all. Furthermore, if it's merely a fleeting encounter, that is perfectly acceptable. It's evident that the higher-ups are primarily interested in your progeny. Tambert seemed to realize his words had crossed the line and quickly added, "Rest assured, regardless of the neuronal compatibility of your descendants, the Alliance will ensure they are well cared for throughout their lives." Chen Qi nodded, once again giving a thumbs up. "Principal, you are reliable. I truly appreciate your help." Tambert shook his head. No, this is beyond my capacity. This matter has been personally authorized by the Chancellor. The Chancellor, the most powerful dictator on this planet. In ancient times, he was akin to an emperor. Chen Qi narrowed his eyes. It is often said that accompanying a ruler is akin to walking with a tiger. For someone with such immense power, crushing a worthless individual is as effortless as squashing an ant. It would be wise to refrain from provoking them unnecessarily, at least until he rises to the level of a grand marshal, or even a commander, before daring to incite their wrath. P.S. Thanks to, you may proceed as you wish. The flower car guardian of Tongda, Luhan, who loves Vietnamese coconut jelly for the support in my endeavors. Starting next month, I will increase the update frequency to 3 times a day. And I hope for the continued support of those who follow along. A wave of free gifts would be appreciated. Chapter 76. In the world of crows, swans are guilty as dawn broke. 2 suns, one large and one small, rose from the horizon, casting a beautiful glow across the sky. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, illuminating Emily's lovely face, making her flushed cheeks resemble ripe peaches. Janina turned her head, addressing Emily, who had been staring at her hesitantly. "If you have a question, just ask." Emily, feeling somewhat shy, typically would hide behind her brother at such moments, with her brother absent. Facing this unexpected sister-in-law left her feeling quite flustered. "You, who are you?" Emily began to speak but stumbled over her words. Janina turned to the girl with hair as white as the snow-capped mountains and replied, "Janina Smith Hagstad." "Wait, didn't he just say you were his wife?" Janina shook her head. "Concubine." Emily could hardly believe her ears. "What? Concubine?" "My brother was still gnawing on hard flatbreads under the bridge just a month ago. Now he returns with a beauty like you." Emily glanced. Only a touch of the legendary adorable magic could elevate the humble omelette rice. How absurd. Having lived under the same roof as my brother for over a decade, I never imagined he harbored an affinity for maids. Yet, I have already glimpsed the notebooks hidden beneath his bed. There are no maids at this moment. My brother is still in the partition conversing with Mr. Tambert, the principal. The maid before me remains patient, quietly awaiting her master's return, much like a loyal hound. Could it be my brother has awakened some extraordinary penchant? Does he delight in being called master by maid? As Emily's imagination spirals, the scenario becomes increasingly ludicrous. Finally, Chen Qi and Tambert emerge from the partition. She glances at Chen Qi, then at Janina, yearning to inquire directly about the unfolding situation. However, with the principal present, timid Emily fears that any misstep might cast a shadow over her brother or herself. "Emily, tidy up in the dormitory. From today onward, you will be a day student." "Huh? What?" Emily recalls Chen Qi's dilapidated rental in the school, where the landlord is a drunken gambler, and surviving there with her brother was already a stretch. Now a maid? Yes, you heard correctly. You will no longer reside in the dormitory. A Mr. Tambert has informed me about your experiences of exclusion. A swan cannot flock with crows. It is not necessarily the swan's fault. Chen Qi naturally extends his hand to lift his sister from the sofa. Janina also rises, following Chen Qi. "Principal, I shall take my leave now." Tambert nods with a smile. "Very well. Take care on your way to..." As they exit the office, Chen Qi suddenly recalls the car he had commandeered earlier, turning back to Tambert. "Oh, by the way, Principal, there's a car outside whose owner is unknown. Could you please handle it? I trust this trivial matter poses no challenge for you. Timbre gestures an okay. Not a problem at all. Upon leaving the administrative building and crossing the playground, the trio heads straight to the parking lot. After surveying the area, they stop in front of a wine-red sports car, but a Porsche 911, equipped with a high-performance hybrid system and a military-grade compact power unit. Consumes merely 10 units of D-grade functional or per 100 kilometers. Its ejection-style Mech transformation seat enables the driver to transform into a Mech without halting, even at high speeds. The vehicle is outfitted with 12 shortwave radars, 8 long-wave radars, and 3 cameras, which automatically decelerate and pull over once the driver exits the car. Moreover, the GTSR's oversized rear spoiler undoubtedly stands out, providing ample downforce for the rear axle and endowing the vehicle with a combative stance. Chen Qi retrieves the keys from his pocket and presents them to Janina. Let us be off. This car now belongs to us. Janina accepts the keys but maintains her usual composure. This is hardly surprising. As a maid of the Hagsida family, she has undoubtedly encountered her share of luxury vehicles. Why would she lose her poise over a mere 911? Emily, still reeling from the shock, is captivated by this once distant luxury C-A-R-I-S this, my brother's car. It's incredibly lavish. Of course, recently, she had been pursued by affluent scions and celebrities, but she found those individuals daunting. However, with her brother holding the car keys, her fear dissipates, leaving only astonishment. Janina starts the vehicle, and Chen Qi and Emily take their seats in the back as they drive out of the school. Daylight has fully broken. Following Chen Qi's directions to the residential community, Janina finally parks beside a roadside spot adjacent to Fu Xian New Village. Chen Qi informs the two women. First, we shall return home to change our attire. Then we will venture out for breakfast. Today, I have excused you from school. There is much to accomplish. All right. Emily remains in a daze. Emily, I understand you may be astonished by the events unfolding before you. Allow me to explain over breakfast. Emily nods in agreement. As they enter the community, Chen Qi greets the elderly gentleman engaged in morning exercises and exchanges pleasantries with the lady buying vegetables, exuding familiarity with everyone. Xiao Chun has returned. You've been away for over a month. Where did you work? Good morning, Uncle Lee. I took a trip to City M. Xiao Chun. Finally, you're back. You haven't paid last month's rent. That fellow was about to toss your belongings into the street. All right, I'll check on it now. The three ascend the stairs, discovering the landlord is absent, likely still asleep after a night of mahjong. Chen Qi unlocks the door, and a wave of nostalgia washes over him. No matter how splendid a gilded cage, it pales in comparison to my humble abode. Chen Qi's room is merely a single space, with the siblings' resting areas divided by a curtain. Chen Qi sleeps on the floor, while Emily occupies the bed. Naturally, it is common for Emily to start the night on the bed and end up on the floor by dawn. Chen Qi retrieves the clothes he purchased and stuffs them into a plastic bucket. As new garments require a wash before wearing, Janina rolls up her sleeves. Let the maid handle such tasks. Chen Qi nods, rising to tell Emily, Emily, change your clothes. We have a plethora of matters to attend to today. With that, Chen Qi steps outside to grant her privacy. With her brother present, it is evidently inappropriate for Emily to change. Perhaps having heard of Chen Qi's return, the landlord hurriedly ascends the stairs. Chen Qi's landlord is a 28-year-old single mother named Li Xiaoran. It is said that at 16, she was deceived by a scoundrel, resulting in the birth of a daughter, after which she succumbed to self-destruction. Spending her days either drinking or gambling, relying solely on the rent from several properties acquired through relocation. She appears to have just risen, clad in a spaghetti-strapped nightgown and flip-flops, her hair disheveled. Chen Qi, you dare return. You owe me 2 months' rent and haven't uttered a word. Behind her is an 11 or 12-year-old girl holding a cloth doll, a natural-born Mech pattern bearer, her neuronal compatibility unknown, bearing a resemblance to Li Xiaoran, a beauty in her own right. Uncle Chun, you've finally returned. The little goldfish you gifted me has died. Boo-hoo. Chen Qi pats her head. Rueve, don't cry. I'll buy you a new one, all right? Buy a new one. You should repay your debts first. Li Xiaoran extends her hand, waving it before Chen Qi. No money, huh? Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. She suddenly lowers her voice. How about this? You become mine, and I'll waive your rent. Just spend some time with me every month, not less than 15 minutes each time. Chen Qi is left speechless. He pulls out a wad of cash and hands it to Rue. Here, this is 10 years' worth of rent. Take it to your grandpa if the money were given to Li Xiaoran. She would likely squander it on gambling or alcohol. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Would you like to come have a meal? No thanks. I have matters to attend at. Xiaoran's eyes widen. So much money? Did you rob a bank? Or are you being kept by a wealthy woman? No wealthy woman could compare to my beauty. I can offer you everything she can. Let me tell you, there are many men chasing after me. Those who play cards with me deliberately lose to me. I don't even glance at them. But I have my eye on you. Given your background, being with me is hardly a loss, is it? Chen Qi reflects. What a loss. I'm not into archaeology. I have little interest in second-hand goods. Chen Qi finds no reason to engage with the landlord's nonsense and candidly states, you guessed correctly. I am being kept by a wealthy woman. But that wealthy woman is far more beautiful than you. What? Really, who is she? Who could possibly be more attractive than me? Let me hear it. Chen Qi chuckles. You sure Ning Hagu. Bang. With that, he steps back inside and shuts the door. Chapter 77. A super luxury mansion. Henceforth, this shall be my home. Inside, Emily has already changed her attire. Chen Qi glances over and notes that this is her favorite and best outfit, the strawberry pattern dress he bought her for her birthday. Chen Qi gives a thumbs up. Not bad. You look splendid. Though he praises her each time, Emily cannot help but blush. Do not stare at me like that. Janina hangs the clothes up, observing the peculiar siblings with a frown. Ignoring their strange atmosphere, she interjects, Master, we need to visit the mansion. It has been vacant for quite some time and requires cleaning before it can be inhabited. Chen Qi nods. All right, let us go grab a bite downstairs first. Upon reopening the door, Chen Qi discovers Li Xiaoran and her daughter still lingering. You, how could you possibly be involved with a young lady from a wealthy family? You're pulling my leg, right? Li Xiaoran remains incredulous about Chen Qi's claims. Rue appears somewhat skeptical as well, yet she seems to harbor a faint infatuation for Chen Qi, thus defending him. Uncle Chen is very exceptional. Don't say that, Mom. Chen Qi winks at Rue. Rue, you're speaking nonsense. Chen Qi believes that whether the landlord chooses to believe him is not his obligation to clarify. Excuse me. Landlord, I need to leave. Li Xiaoran grabs Chen Qi's arm eagerly. Good brother, I once vowed never to believe in love again until I met you. I just knew my second spring was about to arrive. Rue has indeed developed feelings for Chen Qi. Although she incessantly clamored to evict Chen Qi, no matter how many months of rent he owed, she never truly cast out the unfortunate siblings. Lowering her voice, she leaned close to Chen Qi's ear and inquired, What do you think of Rue? Chen Qi frowned. What do you mean by what you think? Aren't you pretending to be innocent with me? If you agree to be good with me, once Rue grows a bit older, then we, mother and daughter, can take splendid care of your needs together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Li Xiaoran placed particular emphasis on the phrase together. Chen Qi was drenched in sweat. This person's thoughts were audacious indeed. Is this how a mother behaves? Rue is obedient and sensible, spending her days cooking for you and caring for the elderly. And you actually wish to use your daughter as leverage for your second spring? Ms. Li, I advise you to act like a decent person. Chen Qi shook off Li Xiaoran's hand and turned to Janina, saying, Show her the marriage certificate. Janina nodded and retrieved a marriage certificate, presenting it before Li Fangre. Xiaoran took the certificate. And no matter how she looked at it, she felt that the embossed seal on the wedding photo of the three individuals was genuine. Trembling, she returned the certificate to Janina, stepping aside to clear a path. Her voice choked. How could this be? Chen Qi sighed. Sisterly, your nature isn't bad. You simply have had unfortunate encounters. Quit gambling and drinking. And take good care of the elderly. And Rue, I'll give you a little extra money. You can manage something and find a class to attend. With that, Chen Qi took the two women and left. Li Fangre watched Chen Qi depart, her eyes sparkling. After enjoying a meal at a familiar breakfast shop, Janina drove the two to the grand mansion gifted to her by her father-in-law before their departure. The mansion was situated in a mountainous area not far from several hunting academies. A paved road led directly to the mansion's entrance, then abruptly ended. It seemed this road was constructed solely for the mansion, indicating the considerable wealth of its original owner. However, due to years of neglect, the entrance and yard were overgrown with weeds, towering over a person. Ginina frowned, returning to the car to unload the tools she had purchased along the way. Seeing Ginina brandishing a sickle and pickaxe to clear the weeds, Chen Qi hurriedly stopped her. "Wait, what are you doing?" Ginina replied earnestly. "Ensuring the master's residence is clean and free of weeds is the duty of a maid." Chen Qi waved his hand dismissively. "Aren't you a relative? Leave this trivial matter to me." Saying this, Chen Qi took the sickle from Ginina, rubbed his hands together, and squatted down to begin cutting the grass. Emily rolled up her sleeves. "Brother, let me help." In the past, when her brother worked, Emily would always assist during her breaks. Chen Qi stood up, gesturing for her not to bother. "I'll clear a path. Tomorrow I'll find someone to help us." After all, with such a large yard, just the three of us will take over 10 days to finish. Just then, a grasshopper landed on Emily's shoulder. Startled, she recognized the insect and burst into tears. Throwing herself into Chen Qi's arms, the sudden impact caused Chen Qi to stumble and fall to the ground. He felt something obscure his vision, vaguely seeing strawberry patterns, but it was not clear. He attempted to speak, but his mouth was blocked. Struggling, he twisted his lips, inhaling deeply through his nose and exhaling through his mouth, trying to blow away whatever was suffocating him at that moment. Emily screamed, No, don't bite me." Ginina stepped forward, swiftly grasping the grasshopper in a flash. Then she reached out to pull Emily up, but Emily quickly shook her head. "Maid, please quickly throw that bug away. I'm so scared it will bite me." Chen Qi. Emily. Hurry and get rid of it." Ginina tossed the grasshopper aside and forcefully pulled Emily up. "Get up quickly. The master is about to suffocate." With the pressure released, Chen Qi sprang up like a carp, wiping the sweat from his forehead and gasping for breath. Though he was accustomed to Emily's suffocating hugs, this time he was holding a sickle. How dangerous that was. Looking down, he noticed a small cut on his hand from the sickle, blood trickling down. Emily, her voice trembling, exclaimed, "I'm so sorry." "What should we do?" "Call an ambulance." Chen Qi thought. It was just a small cut. "Why call an ambulance?" He shook his head. "It's nothing, just a surface wound." Ginina pinched the hem of her maid's dress, tearing off a strip of fabric to bandage Chen Qi's wound. Fortunately, it wasn't deep, and the bleeding quickly stopped. However, it would need to remain dry for a while. "I'm so sorry. It's all my clumsiness, see?" Emily looked like she was on the verge of tears, but if she cried, it would only trouble her brother, wouldn't it? She was already in her first year of mech engineering, considered a college student, yet she still cried at the slightest mishap, making things difficult for her brother. Tears swirled in her red eyes as Chen Qi scratched his head, pondering for a moment before saying, "Emily, thank you for your hospitality." Emily, puzzled, replied, "What do you mean?" Chen Qi blinked, trying to ease his sister's guilt with some playful banter. "What you're wearing today is that brown bear dress we bought at the supermarket last year, isn't it?" Emily's face flushed bright red. She lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her dress, her legs rubbing together in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort and embarrassment from the earlier incident. Realizing there were no others around, she bit her lip, ultimately deciding to slowly lift her skirt. "Wait, Emily, what are you doing?" Chen Qi hastily covered his eyes, though his fingers were spread wide. Since his brother wanted to see, to atone for her misstep, Emily would oblige. "You can look however you wish." Chapter 78. Placing a ring on my sister's finger. Enough. Ginina seemed somewhat annoyed. There was still much work to be done today, that if the two of you cannot assist, perhaps you should rest in the car for a while. Seeing his wife upset, Chen Qi ceased his teasing and urgently urged Emily to lower her skirt, bowing his head to continue cutting grass. After over an hour of relentless effort, Chen Qi managed to clear a path from the mansion's main entrance to the house. Ginina opened the door, and the three entered. Before them lay a spacious hall, nearly 100 square meters in size. The absence of furniture made it appear even more cavernous. Connected to this vast living room were a kitchen, 2 large bedrooms with bathrooms, and a dining room. Next to the dining room was an entertainment room, and across from it, a storage room. Beside the storage room was a vertical elevator. However, the elevator appeared to be out of service. As it was dark, next to the elevator, stairs led to the second floor. The three ascended the stairs, discovering 5 bedrooms, 2 walk-in closets, a game room, a large study, and an enormous balcony on the second floor. Chen Qi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing that the third floor had similar rooms, totaling over a dozen. Looking out from one bedroom window, he noticed another house not far from the mansion, also 3 stories tall. However, it was far inferior in both grandeur and layout, seemingly a servant's quarters for a wealthy family. Chen Qi scratched his head, thinking, wow, such a large mansion, something I never even dared to dream of. Cleaning this will be a monumental task. Jinina handed Chen Qi a property deed. This was entrusted to me by the general to give to you. The transfer procedures have been completed. Chen Qi accepted the property documents. Nodding. Don't panic. First, let's take a photo and share it on social media. Subsequently, Chen Qi began contacting his former co-workers, inviting them to his mansion to help with the cleaning. Additionally, he booked a housekeeping service online, scheduled to arrive at noon to check the wiring and plumbing, ensuring water, electricity, gas, and internet were all operational. He also ordered basic furniture and appliances online, which would be delivered to the mansion in the afternoon. Completing all these tasks, Chen Qi sighed in relief and turned to Emily. Emily, you can choose your own room now. With so many rooms available, you don't have to squeeze into the same one as me anymore. Emily was equally excited, glancing at one room, then another, momentarily at a loss for which to choose. Brother, is this really our mansion? I can't be dreaming, can I? Chen Qi shook his head. This is no dream. This is our home. Chen Qi entrusted Jinina with the subsequent arrangements, instructing her not to exert herself too much, and that the workers he called upon could be directed as needed. He promised to pay them double the market rate. When the workers first arrived, they thought Chen Qi had turned into a contractor. However, upon witnessing the maid's respectful demeanor towards him, they began to suspect that he truly had made it big, all requesting Chen Qi to share his success story. Living in a mansion, driving luxury cars, marrying a beautiful woman, and reaching the pinnacle of life was something they had never dared to imagine. Naturally, Chen Qi was too lazy to explain. After spinning a tale, he took Emily to a clean, empty room on the 3rd floor. Here lies a bed devoid of a mattress, accompanied by several chairs and a modest desk. In times past, life was impoverished, devoid of possessions to lose, and one felt little pressure. Now, however, with a burgeoning household and expanding enterprises, circumstances have shifted dramatically. To safeguard the family legacy, enhancing one's strength is of utmost priority. Yet, on this particular outing, many matters remain obscured to Emily. It is imperative to relay the situation to her succinctly. Chen Qi moved a chair, gesturing for Emily to sit and converse, with hands smoothing her skirt. Emily settled before her brother, her wide eyes reminiscent of a child eagerly awaiting a story. As she listened, her expression was one of astonishment, her eyes sparkling. Brother, I feel as though I am on the verge of fainting from happiness. Did Miss Ning truly bestow all of this upon us? Chen Qi nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Stealthily assessing Emily's reaction, he endeavored to gauge her sentiments towards Ning Yushi. Emily, with clenched fists and a serious demeanor, declared, Brother, your actions are commendable. Miss Ning is not only beautiful, but also values loyalty. Should you disappoint her, you would no longer be the brother I know. A sudden realization struck Emily as tears spilled from her jewel-like eyes, cascading down her cheeks like a torrential downpour, pattering on her skirt. It must be the morning breeze that has left my eyes so dry. Chen Qi sighed, hesitating to speak. Emily, you are not. No, not at all sad. I'm simply overwhelmed with joy. I am genuinely happy for you. If Mother were watching from above, she would surely feel content. Despite her words, Emily's tears continued to flow unabated. Her sobs grew increasingly fervent, culminating in a resounding wail. In the past, when Emily faced bullying, a mere pat on the head from Chen Qi would suffice to quell her tears. Thus, he rose and approached her, stroking her head. Yet this time, no amount of comfort seemed effective. A loss for what to do, Chen Qi was taken by surprise when Emily suddenly leaped into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother, this outing was far too perilous. Please never keep me in the dark again. I fear. Without you, how would I survive? You're my only family in this world. Chen Qi gently caressed his sister's head, reassuring her. Fear not. I have grown strong. Look. He presented her with his Mech card. Emily's eyes widened in surprise. What? Brother, you have actually advanced to the rank of the final general. Seeing her tears cease, Chen Qi felt a glimmer of hope, quickly rummaging through his acquired treasures and placing them into the space compression ring he had seized from the Empress Lu Ruyan. Here, these are spoils I have obtained. They should prove useful to you. There's also some money within. Spend freely and do not feel compelled to save. Should you require more, just let me know. As he spoke, he took Emily's hand and slipped the ring on her finger. Her cheeks flushed, and she covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes reddening. Brother, you, Chen Qi blinked, realizing he had unwittingly placed the ring on her left ring finger. Emily's CPU nearly overheated, and she fainted from embarrassment. Chen Qi slapped his forehead, exclaiming in disbelief. How could he forget that placing a ring on a girl's left ring finger signifies a proposal? Chapter 79. If we cannot avoid the yellow hair, then let us become the yellow hair. If Emily's earlier tears stemmed from the fear of losing her brother, now they flowed from the sudden rush of happiness, from the childhood reliance on her brother to the innocent affection of adolescence. Chen Qi's image had etched itself deeply into Emily's heart. Countless sleepless nights had been spent in worry over the possibility of losing him. Yet, due to her status, she dared not confess her feelings. For he was her brother. Even expressing feelings for a charming neighbor would have been beyond her courage, let alone for her own brother. Yet now, the gleam of the ring on her finger signified that her brother held feelings for her as well. She lifted her gaze, her watery eyes fixed on Chen Qi's face, and cautiously inquired, Brother, is this a proposal? Chen Qi thought to himself, Oh dear, this is troublesome. He had promised his adoptive mother to look after Emily. Was he not now betraying that trust? But given the circumstances, how could he deny it? If he did, Emily's heart would surely shatter. What a predicament! Taking a deep breath, Chen Qi resolved not to let his sister be saddened. If he had made this decision, he must accept the consequences. Moreover, upon introspection, he realized that he too harbored feelings for Emily. With firm resolve, he placed his hands upon her delicate shoulders and knelt before her. Emily, I have fallen irretrievably in love with you. Today, I offer this space compression ring as a wedding band, earnestly beseeching you to marry me. I vow to protect you until the end of time. Tears streamed down Emily's cheeks as she covered her mouth with both hands. The radiant smile upon her face could melt glaciers thousands of meters thick. Chen Qi could see the love reflected in her gaze, and he knew his proposal had been accepted. Yet he remained on one knee, awaiting her response. Emily nodded vigorously. I do. I have always wished to marry you. Since I gained awareness, I have dreamed of being your bride. It was settled. Chen Qi rose, and Emily, on tiptoe, embraced him in a kiss that, in that moment, time seemed to freeze. After an indeterminate duration, Chen Qi gazed longingly at Emily. Brother, do I look beautiful? Chen Qi nodded earnestly. Yes, you are truly beautiful. You resemble a fairy from legend, an ethereal spirit of the snowy mountains. Your kind seems to exist solely for the sake of beauty in this world. Since you are beautiful, what are you waiting for? Should we not continue? Chen Qi's mind buzzed at her words. This was nearly a clear invitation. However, the bed had just been acquired and lacked a mattress. As he began to speak, his lips were once again silenced by her crimson ones. 5 hours later, Chen Qi descended from the third floor of the villa to the ground floor. The yard had been tidied by the workers he had hired. Furniture was gradually being moved inside. Water and electricity had been connected, and Wi-Fi now blanketed the entire space. Point one could not deny the advantages of wealth. The efficiency of those involved was indeed remarkable. Janina approached, wiping the sweat from her brow. Noticing Chen Qi's beaming countenance, she sensed his elevated spirits, but was puzzled by Emily's absence. Master, please enjoy some tea. She offered a cup before him, her nose catching a whiff of an unusual scent emanating from him. What is that peculiar smell about you? Chen Qi sipped his tea, turning his head from side to side in confusion. What smell? Janina huffed, the scent of a lustful cat. Oh, how acerbic her tone was. Chen Qi thought, Could it be? Are all women so perceptive? How could she detect such a thing? Or was it simply due to Emily's current incapacity to walk, confined her room for rest, that had raised the maid's suspicions? Humph. I must report this to the young lady. Chen Qi swiftly intercepted Janina, adopting a stern expression. Nonsense. Are you to heed my words, or those of a young lady? Janina fell silent, her expression wavering. I will listen to you. Chen Qi's expression softened as he reached out to stroke her head. Very well, I command you not to report anything to her. Otherwise, should I inadvertently enter the wrong room? Janina's face paled as she hastily sought an excuse to flee. The renovation crew worked tirelessly until late into the night. Chen Qi arranged a lively feast at a local eatery, inviting former co-workers to drink and celebrate until the early hours. When it came time to part ways, Chen Qi generously rewarded the workers with a substantial bonus. These individuals had lent him considerable assistance during his earlier endeavors. Every time Emily pays her tuition, she invariably becomes a borrower from Chen Qi. Everyone understands the hardships Chen Qi faces as an older brother, solely responsible for supporting the family, and thus, they privately agree that unless Chen Qi voluntarily repays, none of them will actively seek repayment from him. This group of the most simple-hearted and kind individuals, mostly hailing from rural backgrounds as low-wage laborers, has offered Chen Qi an abundance of warmth during his most difficult times. It is only just that they receive more money as their due reward that on their way back, a few of them stroll along the street, chatting animatedly, with a colleague occasionally breaking into song. Good night, ladies. Good night, ladies. We hate to say goodbye. Suddenly, Janina drives up, slowly trailing behind Chen Qi, waiting for him to bid farewell to his friends before taking him home. Once in the car, Chen Qi occupies the passenger seat. Admiring the beautiful nightscape of the city as they pass by the First People's Hospital of Lanning City, Chen Qi suddenly spots a familiar figure on the sidewalk. The person, clad in a white lab coat, boasts long legs adorned with black stockings and striking red leather boots. Chapter 80. Farewell, Dr. Heyman. Could it be Dr. Heyman? Chen Qi quickly turns to Janina and exclaims, Hey, Janina, stop the car. I've spotted an acquaintance. He then eagerly gets out, trailing behind Dr. Heyman, calling out, Hey, Dr. Heyman, wait a moment. Startled, Dr. Heyman turns to see a somewhat inebriated man jogging toward her. Just as she is about to call for help, she realizes it is none other than Chen Qi. Hello, Dr. Heyman, long time no see. What brings you here? What are you doing here? Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Chen Qi hiccups and chuckles. I couldn't repay the money I owed you last time. So, I've come to repay in kind. Does what you said still hold true? Dr. Heyman recognizes his jest, but does not laugh. Instead, she wears a troubled expression and waves her hand dismissively, saying, You don't need to repay me. What's wrong? Has your scholarship not been disbursed yet? Chen Qi shakes his head. I haven't even completed my enrollment, yet it's quite dangerous for a beautiful woman like you to be wandering around at this late hour. Where's your car? Dr. Heyman gives a bitter smile. I sold it. Sold it? Did you get a new one? Dr. Heyman shakes her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. No, I encountered some issues and needed to manage finances. Chen Qi nods in understanding that he then pulls out a bank card and hands it to Dr. Heyman. I just deposited this afternoon. There's $500,000 in there. Please take it. Dr. Heyman is taken aback by the amount. No, I can't accept that. I'm your teacher. How can I take money from my student? Despite Dr. Heyman's refusals, Chen Qi firmly places the card in the pocket of her lab coat. Inadvertently brushing against her figure, Dr. Heyman feels the pressure but does not resent it. Her face simply reddens. Apologies, doctor. I've had a bit to drink and lost my sense of propriety. Just take it for now. And if it's insufficient, let me know, and I'll find a way to get more. Repaying even a small kindness with immense gratitude is a principle Chen Qi lives by, since Dr. Heyman is in need. He would go to great lengths to assist her, not for any other reason, but to repay the help she once offered him. I may not be able to repay such a sum. Dr. Heyman bites her lip. Although she is the chief scientist at the Academy of Sciences, she is still overwhelmed by exorbitant medical bills. The young man before her doesn't even inquire about her urgent financial situation. Merely gazes at her with a silly grin. You don't have to repay, but if you insist, there are other ways to repay. Chen Qi licks his lips, the jest feeling strangely familiar. Dr. Heyman's cheeks flush. Yet her expression remains sorrowful. Chen Qi, no longer teasing, cautiously asks, "Is there something that money cannot solve?" Dr. Heyman nods, tears streaming down her face. "Doctor, please don't cry. Tell me what's wrong. Are you ill? Do you need a large sum for treatment?" Dr. Heyman sighs, "It's not me. It's my sister. A few years ago, we were in a severe car accident together. She sustained severe internal injuries while trying to protect me and has been in a coma for many years." Chen Qi's expression turns solemn. "So she is in a vegetative state?" Dr. Heyman nods. "I've tried everything, but I still cannot wake her. Her bodily functions are gradually declining, and I fear she may." "Don't be afraid, doctor. Perhaps there are other methods?" Dr. Heyman shakes her head. "It's futile. I've exhausted every possible avenue. She remains unreachable, as if her soul has long departed, and her body is slowly fading away. She is lost." Sob. Chen Qi ponders, recalling his own experience with consciousness loss. Back during his novice trials, when he was on the brink of death, it was Ning Yusher who resonated with his soul, bringing him back to reality. Thus, could the same method be employed to save Dr. Heyman's sister? Chen Qi shares his thoughts with Dr. Heyman. She shakes her head. "I know about soul resonance, but alas, I am but an ordinary person." Seemingly crushed by her inability to save her sister, Dr. Heyman continues, her voice trembling. "Soul resonance is rare. The most likely candidates are identical twins, followed by fraternal twins, then regular siblings, parent-child relationships, and finally spouses. I am her twin sister. Yet I cannot awaken her. It's all my fault. It's all because I am just an ordinary person." Sob. Chen Qi sighs. Feeling a deep sense of compassion, he decides not to ignore her plight. "Why don't you take me to see her? Perhaps I can help." Dr. Heyman nods, gripping the bank card tightly, and leads Chen Qi into the hospital, directly to the inpatient area. Finally, they stop at the entrance of the ICU. After a brief conversation with the nurse, they don protective gear and enter the ICU. The girl lying on the bed resembles Dr. Heyman, albeit a younger version of her. Dr. Heyman explains that since the accident, her sister's growth and development have ceased, maintaining the appearance of a 14 or 15-year-old girl. The ICU's devices emit constant beeping alarms, and the various physiological indicators flashing on the screen signal impending crisis, foreshadowing that this lovely and beautiful young lady is on the verge of passing away. The duty doctor approaches, apologizing to Dr. Heyman. "I'm sorry. Doctor, we have exhausted all possible measures. Please prepare yourself. She may not last much longer." Chen Qi grits his teeth and asks the doctor, "Is it possible for me to remove the mask and press my forehead against hers?" The doctor shakes his head. "No, her immunity is nearly non-existent. Her organs are beginning to fail. She cannot resist any pathogens." Chen Qi looks to Dr. Heyman, silently seeking her approval. She seems to guess his intention and tells the duty doctor, "Thank you. You can take a break now." Once the doctor leaves, Dr. Heyman quietly says, "Are you really considering attempting soul resonance with her?" Chen Qi nods. "Your sister is a mech engineer. Isn't. Dr. Heyman affirms, "Yes, she operates a combat mech with an 83 compatibility rate." Chen Qi nods again. "You mentioned before that I am a fully evolved entity. Is it possible for me to resonate with her soul?" "Ah? Then, the hope is very slim, as spouses have the lowest probability of soul resonance. Moreover, you have never met my sister. Even if consciousness intertwines, you may not be able to awaken her, right?" Chapter 81. I will help you avenge. In the ICU, the two share a moment of silence. Chen Qi vividly remembers how Ning Yusher had rescued him from the sea of consciousness. This means that as long as he can connect with Dr. Heyman's sister, there is a good chance to bring her back. Chen Qi calls this strategy a handsome man's plan. There are historical precedents for such tactics. It's certainly not out of lust for the young girl's body. After all, his romantic prospects have been quite prosperous lately. Chen Qi breaks the silence. "We seem to be at a dead end, don't we?" Dr. Heyman shakes her head again. "No, if you fail, you may also become lost in her sea of consciousness. It's all right. Risks always accompany rewards, don't they?" Chen Qi is confident in his ability to handle the situation with the girl. Dr. Heyman shakes her head. "How can I allow a stranger to take such a great risk? Besides, you are my student, the only one on this planet." Chen Qi quickly places a finger in front of Dr. Heyman's mask, signaling her to be quiet. He then resumes, speaking in a normal tone. Rest assured, I won't undertake anything without confidence. You don't want your sister to die, right? You know what I would do in the dream, SSS Guardian. Do you permit me to proceed? Dr. Harmon regarded Chen Qi with an approving gaze, nodding in agreement. You are an exceptional young M.A.N.M.Y. Daughter Eve will surely take a liking to you, almost slipping into expressing his own fondness for the boy. Dr. Harmon felt a surge of warmth on his cheeks, but alas, the mask prevented him from confirming it. Chen Qi nodded, taking a deep breath, as long as he could enter the consciousness of this girl named Eve. Enthrall her profoundly, and then bring her back. That would suffice. Young man, is it truly worth the peril you are undertaking for me? Chen Qi removed his mask and produced a Mech card, declaring, a drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. You once spoke up for me and provided me with urgent funds, putting yourself at great risk, did you not? With that, Chen Qi approached Eve's bedside, carefully climbed onto the bed, placed the Mech card between himself and the girl, and gently pressed his forehead against hers before kissing her crimson lips. Having experienced soul resonance with Ning Yushir multiple times, Chen Qi was well versed in this process. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by the ethereal whiteness characteristic of the consciousness realm, with nothingness enveloping him. But he cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted, Eve, where are you? Eve, as he wandered and called out. Time passed unmeasured until he finally spotted a girl in a white dress, aimlessly drifting behind a cloud. Who are you? The girl's voice was melodious, yet laced with confusion and fear. Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you. Despite his attempts to appear kind and benevolent, Eve was still frightened. No, do not come closer. The girl turned and fled, vanishing into the mist in the blink of an eye. Chen Qi felt overwhelmed. Indeed, it was not an easy task to resonate with someone unknown. As he searched for the hiding Eve, he pondered how to earn her trust. After all, entering her consciousness was merely the first step. The true challenge lay in bringing her out. However, if she ran away upon seeing him, even if he had the means to compel her to converse with him, he would never win her heart, and thus could not take her away. His charm would be put to the test. Miss Eve, please do not run. I truly am here to save you. I know you can hear me. This place is not that vast. No response. Miss Eve, I am Dr. Harmon's student. She has exhausted her family's wealth to save you. Yet, she still could not succeed. Can you bear that? Do you not miss your sister? This time, Eve responded that I.S. Harmon. Okay. Not too well, for your physical body is currently fading away. She is nearly beside herself with worry. Eve fell silent, having been trapped here for so long that she had lost all sense of time. Miss Eve, I swear to the heavens, I truly am here to save you. If I deceive you, may I meet a wretched fate. Why do you wish to save me? I am but a lost soul. What is your purpose? Eve remained skeptical of Chen Qi. Your sister is a wonderful person, and I believe that good people deserve good fortune, that I cannot stand idly by. Hence I have come to, I truly have no intention of causing you harm. This time, Eve did not remain silent. Thank you for your kindness. But I do not wish to return. I have long since lost all hope in that world. Let me die here. Chen Qi was taken aback. Why? You need not know. Just leave while you still can. If I perish, you will not be able to return. No, I will not go back. Eve looked somewhat astonished. Why endure this? You do not even know me, nor do you understand me. Why intrude upon my world? Why? I have no reason worthy of your actions that I have already stated. Dr. Harmon has done me a great favor. How about this, Miss Eve? Could you share why you are utterly disillusioned with that world? Eve sighed. Because of family persecution, my parents were brutally murdered in our home. My sister and I were fortunate to be away, avoiding the calamity to eradicate us both. They meticulously orchestrated a car accident. So, it is a family feud? Chen Qi thought. As long as she was willing to communicate, matters would become manageable. In that case, does Miss Eve not wish for revenge? Eve chuckled bitterly. Revenge? How could I not want it? But my adversaries have likely ascended to head of the family. It is too daunting to confront an entire clan alone. How will you know unless you try? My neural compatibility is only 83. Moreover, I am not adept in combat. My words fail me. My mind is dull. I am timid. Chen Qi thought to himself, goodness, how lacking in confidence you are. Allow me to assist you with your vengeance. I promise I will help you exact revenge upon your enemies. You? Can you do it alone? You are not a leader, Chen Qi thought, with the treasures of time traveler at my disposal. How could I possibly fail? Miss Eve, I swear to the heavens, if you willingly come with me, I guarantee your enemies will pay for their transgressions. If I fail, I shall die in atonement. With this declaration, Chen Qi left no room for retreat. Help someone to the end, and to see them safely through is the mark of a true good deed. Similarly, evildoers should be met with just retribution. Share with me your grievances, and I shall undoubtedly assist you. Eve slowly emerged from the mist. Is it true? But your strength, is it enough? Eve's concerns were valid, for two against a family seemed little different from one against them. It is sufficient. Not only that, but I can also help you grow stronger. An 83 compatibility rate is quite remarkable, is it not? Chen Qi flashed a confident smile and extended his hand to Eve. But I do not know how to do such things. I have never held hand with a boy before. Chen Qi chuckled softly. Fear not, I am quite experienced. Eve paused and laughed. How can you be so frighteningly serious one moment and jesting the next? It was evident that Eve remained quite anxious, for she was still an innocent girl in her slumber. Chen Qi mused, I have not lied, whether in soul resonance or that sort of activity. I am well acquainted with both. Experience ensures your safety, does it not? Chen Qi reached out his hand. Humph, you speak so confidently. You must be a scoundrel. Yet despite her words, Eve slowly extended her hand, ultimately placing it in Chen Qi's grasp. Miss Eve, you are truly beautiful. Chen Qi spoke the truth. She and Dr. Harmon were identical twins, sharing the same striking features. While one might not declare Dr. Harmon to be a paragon of beauty, she was certainly a rare gem. Her sister was no different. Although Eve appeared somewhat youthful, her allure was undeniable. Humph, your flattery will not change my first impression of you, scoundrel. Eve smiled, her expression sweeter and more innocent than Dr. Harmon's as a quintessential blonde. She resembled a princess from a fairy tale. Chen Qi whispered, Miss Eve, you flatter me. I'll meet such a beautiful princess in my dreams. I shall accept my scoundrel title. Eve huffed, and just then, the straps of her dress snapped. Chapter 82. Harmon Lawrence. The perception of time in the consciousness realm was unreliable. It was unclear how long had passed. Chen Qi's consciousness gradually returned. He wiggled his fingers and slowly opened his eyes. You are awake. At last, you have awakened. Oh, Dr. Harmon stood up, her joy evident as she danced about. Chen Qi smiled. My apologies for indulging in slumber. How long have I been asleep? Dr. Harmon wiped her tears from that night until now. 3 days and 3 nights have passed. Chen Qi sat up, rubbing his temples. How is Eve? Dr. Harmon's face was alight with excitement. Do not worry. Eve awakened before you and is already able to walk. The doctor said her recovery is excellent. As she spoke, Dr. Harmon suddenly knelt at Chen Qi's bedside, exclaiming, Young man, thank you. Your kindness will forever be etched in my memory. I, Harmon Lawrence, shall never forget it. Chen Qi hurriedly got out of bed and attempted to help Dr. Harmon to her feet, but was taken aback by her words. Wait, did you just say your surname? Dr. Harmon, however, refused to rise, leaving Chen Qi no choice but to sit on the floor, indicating that there was no need for such formalities. I apologize for not disclosing it sooner. My surname is indeed Lawrence. You are a member of the Lawrence family? Chen Qi's eyes widened in shock. Dr. Harmon hastily waved her hands. Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of causing you harm. The Lawrence family's reputation has only recently soured that my parents were murdered by my uncle, who staged the scene as a beast invasion. Subsequently, he orchestrated a car accident to eliminate my sister and me. My sister became a vegetable, and since I posed no threat as an ordinary person, they ceased to concern themselves with us. From this moment forth, our names have been erased from the lineage of the Lawrence family. Chen Qi's eyes flickered with realization. Does this mean that the news of Eve's awakening must not be disclosed? Otherwise, she would be in peril. Dr. Heyman nodded. I considered that. Hence, I relocated her here. Oh, where exactly are we now? At the Blue City Academy of Sciences, in a laboratory of biological sciences and species evolution. Chen Qi lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings, soon acknowledging that he was indeed no longer in a hospital. The room was vast and expansive, with a towering column some 10 meters away, estimated to be 20 to 30 meters high. Further out, another column stood, and so on, stretching beyond the limits of his vision. Nearby, a sturdy reinforced concrete wall loomed, adorned with a blackboard displaying the scientific formulas used by Dr. Heyman in his research, though Chen Qi found them indecipherable. Not far from the bedside, a desk held a computer connected to several monitors and an array of unfamiliar mechanical devices. Beyond the desk was a large iron door. Outside the door lay rows of storage racks, upon which various jars and vials housed an assortment of biological specimens. Among them were human organs, animal limbs, and even the bodily tissues of mythical beasts. That a little further away stood a discarded mech, its frame intertwined with an assortment of wires and tubes, sitting silently, its power core shattered beyond repair. It was evident that this mech had met its demise from a fatal piercing of its power core, leading to its catastrophic failure. The death of a mech pilot may occur under several circumstances. First, upon transformation, if the mech is destroyed, the pilot perishes, leaving behind the mech's remnants alongside the corporeal remains. Yet no mech card is left. Chen Qi recalled an instance in the cavern where he had to dismantle a spotlight for illumination, exemplifying this scenario. Second, if a pilot transforms but chooses not to revert, instead abandoning their mech body, they leave no mech car behind, making it nearly impossible to return, effectively renouncing their identity as a mech pilot. It is akin to severing one's own meridians, rendering oneself powerless, or self-castration. Third, if a pilot is gravely injured while transformed and subsequently dies upon reverting to human form, a mech card will remain. Akin to an ordinary death, in essence. The first scenario is an explosion of the mech, the second is an abandonment of the mech, and the third is a normal death. The mech cards enshrined in the Hall of Heroes belong to warriors who could not be revived after sustaining injuries or suffered fatal blows without immediately succumbing, opting instead to revert from their transformation. The mech before him seemed to have lingered in a state of near death after its power core was pierced, choosing not to revert. Typically, a mech pilot would only forego reversion after a critical attack if they intended to self-destruct. However, this mech failed to detonate successfully. This was my father's mech. The IT has been utterly destroyed, Dr. Heyman explained as Chen Qi gazed at the mech. Turning to Dr. Heyman, whose eyes were brimming with tears, he said, "In any case, let us rise and converse." Through in-depth communication with Eve, Chen Qi discovered that these twin sisters had fallen victim to familial persecution. Yet he had not anticipated that they were indeed members of the Lawrence family. And the family responsible for their torment was none other than his own. According to the narrative of television dramas, the sisters would undoubtedly devise a means to endure, bide their time, and one day exact vengeance upon their enemies, reclaiming control of their family, culminating in a happily ever after. However, reality seldom aligns with one's desires. Eve remained hidden within the realms of consciousness, too fearful to emerge, her physical form on the verge of dissolution. Dr. Heyman, alone in the world, was consumed by profound guilt, feeling powerless to avenge them. The two sat at the bedside, and Dr. Heyman could no longer hold back, wiping her tears. "Doctor, please take care. It is all right. I'm fine. I've wept enough already." She rubbed her reddened eyes, clearly having not slept for a long time, forcing herself to maintain composure as she lifted a cup of coffee from the bedside table and gulped it down. Rising to her feet, she pointed to her father's remains and said, "I am attempting to revive my father." Chen Qi was momentarily stunned. How could that be possible, given the current state of human science? It seems implausible. Precisely because it is implausible, someone must endeavor to attempt it. Since my sister fell into a coma, I have tirelessly pursued knowledge in this field, from university to the Academy of Sciences, dedicating myself to the study of mechamechanics, neurology, brain-machine interfaces, and artificial intelligence. Chen Qi nodded, beginning to comprehend why she had ascended to the position of chief scientist at such a young age. She was channeling her grief into motivation, that I am researching the potential for artificially implanting an operating system in a Mechs. If successful, artificial intelligence could replace mech pilots or remotely control Mechs in combat. Chapter 83. Heyman is going to activate the mech. Chen Qi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, recalling that during his gaming experiences, he had never heard of Mechs acting independently of player control. Dr. Heyman's plan was fraught with challenges. Not to mention, the realm of artificial intelligence was beyond the current capabilities of human technology. Dr. Heyman rose from the bedside, took Chen Qi's hand, and led him to her computer. Urging him to sit down, she then placed a glove-like sensor onto Chen Qi's hand. "Young man, try moving your fingers," following Dr. Heyman's instruction. Chen Qi moved his fingers. To his astonishment, the fingers of Dr. Heyman's father's remains moved in unison. The current connection was still wired, though wireless was possible, albeit with higher latency. Motion capture relied on gyroscopic sensors. As for the brain-machine interface, I have heard that my colleagues at the Academy have made significant breakthroughs. I will be attending a meeting in a few days to discuss potential applications. Chen Qi looked up, puzzled, at Dr. Heyman. "But this doesn't equate to reviving your father, its at most." Dr. Heyman nodded. "Exactly. I cannot revive my father. AI. Chen Qi regained his composure, exclaiming, "Oh, it's nothing to in truth." He was hesitating whether to disclose his ability to utilize another's mech card. He lifted his gaze to admire her statuesque figure. Swallowing hard. Compared to his sister, his younger sister's development over the years was indeed remarkable. If Eve were to witness her sibling surpassing her so significantly, would her composure shatter? After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Heyman gestured for Chen Qi to rise and make room, expressing her desire to use the computer. "Could you please shift a bit? I need to look something up." "Oh, certainly." Chen Qi stood up, only to trip over the chaotic tangle of wires on the floor, sending him crashing into Dr. Heyman. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Dr. Heyman was unable to evade, and they both tumbled to the ground. Fortunately, just before they fell, Chen Qi managed to wrap one arm around Dr. Heyman's waist while the other braced against the floor, preventing any injury. However, this left him unable to control the distance between them, resulting in him being directly atop her. "I'm so sorry. I'll get up right away." Chen Qi exclaimed, attempting to rise, but Dr. Heyman encircled his neck with her arms. "Doctor, I didn't mean to." Chen Qi admitted, his tone earnest. "It's not your fault. Rather, I must accept the blame for being so engrossed in my research that I've neglected the chaos of this office. Would it be too much to ask for you to hold me a moment longer? But, doctor, please ease up a bit. I can hardly breathe." Dr. Heyman loosened her grip, and Chen Qi exhaled deeply. Dr. Heyman gazed into Chen Qi's eyes, her beautiful orbs shimmering with emotion. "Do you remember our previous promise?" Chen Qi looked up at the intellectually alluring scientist, puzzled. "Promise? Are you referring to revenge?" "No, it's if I can't repay the debt, then I shall offer myself in return." Chen Qi swallowed hard. "Doctor, that was merely a jest you made, and I was only following suit." "Doctor, please don't cry." "Why are you crying?" Dr. Heyman sobbed. "You are the prodigy with a compatibility rating of SSS. While I am merely an ordinary waste, I lack such fortune. Your compatibility reading of 00 is merely a flaw in the machine, whereas mine is genuinely quite low." After saying this, she gently released her embrace around Chen Qi's neck. "Doctor, that is not the case. I don't harbor any disdain towards you. That if you truly desire it, you can. Chapter 84. Gratitude. You all can do as you please. A special request for an update. Thus, I shall add more. But I don't deserve it. As a uniquely gifted individual, procreating can, to some extent, be considered a salvific act for humanity." Chen Qi could discern the profound desolation in Dr. Heyman's tone. "Doctor, that sort of thing doesn't necessarily have to be aimed at reproduction. Just like how I can't afford the fare, I can only let you take me to a secluded spot in the woods. And if you can't repay me, I can only—" Chen Qi attempted to lighten the mood with his whimsical antics, but Dr. Heyman remained unmoved, sighing, "I once fantasized about it. Just once would suffice, after one night. I could return to being your teacher, and you, my student." Chen Qi tightened his embrace around Dr. Heyman's waist. "Forget just once. I will be willing to do it as many times as you wish. Moreover, doctor, I have something to discuss with you." Dr. Heyman's attention was successfully captured. What if she was adorned in a white dress reminiscent of a dream, her golden locks cut somewhat shorter and styled into twin ponytails? In contrast to her sister's tall and voluptuous maturity, Eve appeared considerably more innocent and youthful. After all, she was merely 15 when she fell into a coma. The passage of 10 years had left no trace upon this young girl. Gritting her teeth, Eve declared, "You promised to avenge me. Yet you secretly took my sister." Dr. Heyman hastily sat up in bed, her face flushed as she donned her garments. "Sister, when did you arrive here?" Eve scoffed, since his wretched wailing began. "During that time, when you spoke of your sister-in-law, and what if you were to marry Chen Qi?" Maintained a forced smile, thinking, "Goodness, hasn't he seen it all from start to finish?" "Miss Eve, you flatter me that I merely possess talents in singing and other things. You discovered my singing, while your sister uncovered the other. Humph, it's utterly dreadful. Only a fool would find it pleasing. What talents or specialties? Who would wish to marry you, you perverse man, to treat my sister in such a manner? I trusted you so much." Chen Qi corrected her. "It's a specialized heavy artillery designed for defensive mechs. What? Are you jealous? But aren't you a combat mech? You can't utilize it, however. If you truly desire it, I wouldn't be unable to provide it, though I fear you might not handle it well." Sensing something amiss from his mischievous grin, Eve retorted, "What does that have to do with anything? I prefer using a spear, not firearms." Chen Qi was aware, having seen Eve's mech card, that her primary weapon was, indeed, a spear of high caliber, an SS-rank gift from her father when the two of them were still the young ladies of the Lawrence family. "What's the matter, Miss Eve? Could it be you're jealous?" Eve quickly shook her head, her eyes darting about as her twin ponytails swung like a tambourine. "I'm not, sister. Don't be angry. It was my initiative. It has nothing to do with him." Faced with her sister's defense, Eve sighed. "Humph, you dare to bully me and my sister. Are you not afraid of divine retribution?" Chen Qi shook his head. "Fear not. I shall fulfill the promise I made to you, for I happen to have a vendetta against the Lawrence family." He recounted to Eve the incidents when he was bullied by Zhao de Biao while working as a handyman and the harassment from Ivan. That Dr. Heyman nodded. "I can attest. Everything the young man says is true." Chen Qi gritted his teeth and laughed coldly. "Zhao de Biao insulted my adoptive mother, and Wang Hao Lawrence sent someone to hunt me down. This debt must be settled." Chen Qi never believed that avoiding trouble would prevent it. He thought that once the Lawrence family became aware of his return, they would surely act again. Rather than sit idly by, it was better to take the initiative. Power was still necessary. After clarifying misunderstandings, Chen Qi admonished the sisters to take good care of themselves and then took a taxi home. Dr. Heyman escorted Chen Qi out of the Academy of Sciences, only to realize that the place was heavily guarded, which explained why Eve had been relocated there. Nevertheless, Chen Qi still urged them not to let their guard down. He then took a taxi straight home. Upon arriving at the doorstep, had it not been for the fact that he was the only one living nearby, he might have thought he had gone astray. The entire courtyard looked rejuvenated, the exterior of the house freshly pawned. "No need for that, dear brother. I've already become quite the close friend with sister-in-law. Goodness, she even calls me that." Such sweet words flow from her lips. Ning Yusher mused, "This sister truly possesses a captivating beauty. It is no wonder that Chen Qi is so infatuated with her in the game." Consumed with thoughts of her, Ning Yusher gently brushed her hair from her forehead, saying, "Indeed, we are best friends now. Emily even shared a bed with me last night." Chen Qi raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What? You actually lured my sister into your bed?" Without further ado, he declared, "I shall draw my sword." Ignoring Chen Qi's sarcastic tone, Ning Yusher pinched his ear and demanded, "Tell me, have you been bullying Emily?" Chen Qi shook his head. "What do you mean by bullying? I don't quite understand." "Humph, stop pretending to be innocent. Emily has already told me. She wants me to take charge for her." Chen Qi turned to Emily and saw her blushing. Head bowed in silence. "I knew it." Ning Yusher seemed unfazed, having long been prepared for Chen Qi's antics. As a woman, her intuition regarding matters of the heart was keen. During this visit, she had even noticed that the usually aloof Janina had shown a markedly softer expression towards Chen Qi. "This fellow truly is a bane to women. When will you give my sister a proper title? You can't keep her dangling like this forever. If she loses her virtue, you must take responsibility." Chen Qi nodded. "You're right, my dear, that we shall go to the Civil Affairs Office in Liaoning City this afternoon." Ning Yusher smiled approvingly. "Now that makes sense." Chen Qi, puzzled, asked, "What? Are you not jealous?" "Jealous? Of course I am jealous. Moreover, I think it's truly a waste for such a wonderful girl like Emily to marry someone as heartless as you. Ning Yusher pouted, her lips nearly touching the sky. Now confess, where did you go last night? Chen Qi rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, you're not in any better position, are you? Hearing his wife's inquiry, he mumbled, last night, I was conducting some scientific research. What scientific research? Research in the field of biology. What kind of biological research? In the realm of reproductive genetics. Although Ning Yusher did not fully grasp the specifics of Chen Qi's research, the mischievous grin on his face indicated that it was certainly not a good thing. Let me tell you, not just anyone can enter our Hager-Sidhu family. Our lineage has always been loyal and virtuous. We will not allow unscrupulous individuals to tarnish our name. The execution of the seed project must be of the highest quality. Better to be lacking than to be subpar, Chen Qi thought to himself. So Ning Yusher is aware of the seed project as well. Rest assured, dear wife, I do not fancy unscrupulous individuals. I prefer the grander things in life. Ning Yusher nodded. When you're out and about, take care of yourself, and a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. Do not let others lead you astray. And remember, think of the sisters back home. Do not always stay out late. Seeing Ning Yusher so knowledgeable and understanding, Chen Qi felt a surge of inexplicable emotion. Concealing the matters of Dr. Harmon and Eve now seemed rather petty. Thus, Chen Qi decided to share the details of Eve and Dr. Harmon with the three present. I knew you were hiding something from me. Given your honesty and the urgency to save others, I shall forgive you this time that I understand how perilous soul resonance can be. But please do not take such risks. I do not want our child to grow up without a father. You are right, dear. Chen Qi's eyes lit up. Wait, could it be that you are? Ning Yusher shook her head. I do not know. All I can say is that my relative is over a week late. Chen Qi nodded. Then we should buy a test tomorrow. But on another note, when do you plan to leave? Ning Yusher seemed somewhat displeased. Are you so eager for me to return to M City? Chen Qi shook his head. Of course not. Aren't you supposed to have personal training sessions at Hager-Sidhu? Ning Yusher's expression softened. It depends on the situation that I've just gotten to know Emily. I would hate to part from her. Chen Qi observed the two women in the back seat, laughing and occasionally embracing each other while referring to one another as sisters. He couldn't help but marvel at the peculiar nature of women. Janina drove steadily and swiftly, soon arriving at the Hunter Mech Academy. The four made their way to the principal's office, only to find Tambert waiting for them. Ah, Chen Qi, you've finally arrived? I thought you wouldn't come. Chen Qi shook his head. How could that be? I shall certainly fulfill the promises made to the principal, and he, in turn, must honor his commitments. Correct? Naturally, I, Tambert, am a man of my word. Ning Yusher bowed respectfully. Good morning, Uncle Tambert. Yusher, it's been years. You've grown so tall. The last time I saw you, you had two little braids and were begging your uncle for candy. After a round of pleasantries, Tambert personally led Chen Qi out of the principal's office, stopping before a secluded villa on campus. This is the separate dormitory I promised you. Chen Qi glanced at it and gave a thumbs up. Thank you. Principal, this dormitory is quite luxurious. Compared to the shared 6-person or 4-person rooms, this 3-story villa was certainly a privilege even Tambert himself did not enjoy. This is your student wristband. .it contains your enrollment information, class details, schedule, and areas you are permitted to enter. Just swipe the wristband. Tambert handed over a student identification device before taking his leave. Chen Qi donned the wristband, swiped it at the villa's door, and it opened automatically. While this dormitory may not be as extravagant as Chen Qi's new home, it was well-furnished, clean, and ready for immediate occupancy. During his free time, he could also rest here, which was rather nice. In addition to Chen Qi, Emily was also granted free access. Though she was not in the same class, she still belonged to her original first-year class 3. Emily headed off to class. Chen Qi, meanwhile, prepared to leave with wine and roasted chicken, choosing to leave Janina and Ning Yusher behind in the dormitory. He was about to undertake a very important task, and having the two women along would not be convenient.